Year 56 of Muyi. At the lower reaches of the Nan Hechuan River, Uchiha Zhengyi along with the two brothers Uchiha Daohua and Uchiha Tai-Hua was hiding in a tree watching the cliff above. Zhengyi, is the day of change you spoke of truly today? Zhengyi's expression was calm as he watched the cliff, nodding slightly. This is the most critical moment for our Uchiha clan. Whether the Uchiha rise from this or gradually decline at all depends on today. Daohua and Tai-Hua exchanged a look, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Ever since Zhengyi was injured 2 months ago, he had become a different person. Originally a neutralist, he had now directly sided with the radicals. After several futile attempts to advise Fu Yue, he uttered the shocking statement, "Fu Yue will lead the Uchiha into the grave." Although Fu Yue dismissed him from clan affairs, his reputation among the radicals soared. As an Uchiha elder, Uchiha Ba Dai highly appreciated Zhengyi and instructed Daohua and Tai-Hua. Today Zhengyi found the two of them and declared that the day of the Uchiha's transformation was upon them, bringing them here to wait. Although they were puzzled as ninjas, they had enough patience. A semi-transparent panel appeared before Zhengyi, scrolling with crimson text. Ding, historical event begins. Uchiha Shisui commits suicide. Zhengyi had been transmigrated for 2 months. Although this body had lost both parents and was alone, he had received kindness from the clan and did not want the Uchiha to perish. Besides, if you're going to transmigrate, you might as well stir things up right. Zhengyi had originally planned to gather a few people and escape during the massacre 2 years later, but then the system arrived. With a golden finger, Zhengyi was no longer willing to be a deserter. Fish die nets break. Today is the day. Naruto was now 5 years old, meaning it was the 5th year after the Ninetales incident. Although the Uchiha had been relocated to the outskirts of Muyi, countless people were still making trouble for them. Clan leader Uchiha Fu Yue was indecisive internally and was led by the nose by the Muyi F4 externally. After sending Itachi into the Umbu, he dreamed every day of a bloodless revolution, stubborn and refusing to listen to others' advice. Today Uchiha Shisui, the first coward of the Uchiha, after having his eyes gouged out by Danzo, did not think of using this as a chance to strike at Muyi, but instead chose to commit suicide to buy time. He squandered the only chance for the Uchiha to turn the tables. His death placed all the pressure on the 11-year-old Itachi. In 2 years, the 13-year-old Itachi would be brainwashed into the shape of Muyi, raising a butcher's knife against his own clansmen. Even though he knew the plot in advance, facing an Itachi with Mangekyo Sharingan Danzo's root and the Obito to come, he still had no confidence. Fortunately, heaven did not abandon Zhengyi. The system arrived. Zhengyi would rewrite everything today. Fate's reincarnation system loaded. Current draws 0. Sever the old reincarnation, start a new destiny. Fate's reincarnation core rules change fate. Each time you change the fate of a destined person, gain 3 draws. Gain recognition. When an important character recognizes you and is sincerely convinced, obtain 1 draw. Recruit. When a recognizing character officially joins your faction, gain an additional 2 draws. Historical events. Changing the outcome of a famous event yields additional rewards based on the degree. Active reform. By initiating major changes in the ninja world pattern through your own actions, you gain additional draws based on the depth, breadth, and sustainability of the change. The draw pool includes attribute points, ninjutsu scrolls, bloodline experiences, legendary ninja tools, development resources, and even the chance to change the fate of a clan. Every choice you make rewrites reincarnation. Zhengyi's eyes swept across the system interface, but his attention was captured by 2 figures on the cliff. Here they come. The Uchiha's coup can no longer be stopped. If the village descends into civil war, other nations will surely invade, leading to a war. I had intended to use Kodo Amatsukami to stop the coup, but I never expected Danzo to take my right eye. He never trusted me. Shizui's right eye was bleeding profusely, his face contorted in pain. He would sacrifice anything to protect the village in his own way. I fear my left eye is also his target. Before that, I entrust this eye to you. Shisui reached out and plucked out his own eye, handing it to Itachi. You are the only one I can trust, my friend. You must protect this village in the name of Uchiha. If I die, the situation will certainly change. I have also written a suicide note. Don't stop me, Itachi. Having said that, Shisui did not hesitate and fell backward, plummeting straight down toward the Nan Hechuan River. Uchiha Itachi watched Shizui's falling figure and cried out in anguish. Shisui. An immense grief surged into his heart. Itachi's pupils violently contracted, and 3 tomos spun wildly, spinning, until they merged into a single sharp, 3-bladed windmill pattern. The cliff of Nan Hechuan was 100 meters above the river. Even falling into the water, Shisui would surely die. But Zhengyi and his 2 companions had been waiting below. Daohua and Tai-Hua leaped up. As elite jonin, they used the wall for 2 propulsions and easily caught Shisui in their arms. They landed steadily on the riverbank below. They placed Shisui on the ground and discovered that his eyes had been gouged out, his body covered in bloodstains. Clearly he had been through a fierce battle. For an Uchiha, having one's Sharingan gouged out was an extremely grave incident. Moreover, Shisui was a famous expert of the clan. Zheng Yi, what is going on? Shisui was now unconscious, but not in mortal danger. Dao Hua and Tai Hua couldn't help, but asked Zheng Yi who was beside them. Zheng Yi snorted in disappointment, but crouched down to examine Shisui's wounds. First aid first. Someone else is coming down. I'll explain everything together. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps. Itachi, looking somewhat exhausted, ran down the cliff. He had just awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, and had nearly fainted from the strain. Shisui. After he reached the bottom, he found that Zheng Yi, Dao Hua, and Tai Hua had already rescued Shisui and placed him on the ground. Itachi was both surprised and alarmed. You. How are you here? He was glad Shisui was saved, but shocked that Zheng Yi, Tai Hua, and Dao Hua seemed to have known this would happen. Although Tai Hua and Dao Hua usually looked down on the arrogant Itachi, they had no interest in bantering with him now. They just snorted coldly in response. At this moment Shisui groaned and woke up. I am not dead, Zheng Yi said with a tone of disappointment. Shisui, you coward, you tried to commit suicide. Didn't I tell you to be wary of Danzo? You still had your eyes gouged out. Danzo. Dao Hua's pupils contracted sharply. Shisui's eyes were taken by Danzo. Tai Hua's fists clenched, his knuckles cracking, and his Sharingan involuntarily activated. Zheng Yi, what is going on? How do you know all this? Zheng Yi didn't answer immediately. Instead, he first bandaged the wound on Shisui's eye, then said in a deep voice, these are not the point. The point is that the Uchiha are at the edge of the cliff. Hearing Zheng Yi's voice, Shisui, bleeding from his eyes, smiled bitterly. Is that you, Zheng Yi? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but only if I die will the situation in the clan change. Zheng Yi laughed in disbelief. Fool. Do you know that your death would lead to the annihilation of the entire Uchiha clan? What? Shisui froze with a stunned expression. He loved peace, but had never imagined the Uchiha clan being annihilated. How? How is that possible? Zheng Yi snorted coldly. Your death will immediately rob the Uchiha of their top combat strength. The Uchiha who once had the confidence to resist Konoha will become the next piece of meat on the chopping board. Annihilation is only a matter of time. Shisui groaned, his mind trapped in a dead and finally beginning to turn. He shook his head slightly. Itachi is here. He will protect the Uchiha. Zheng Yi turned his head to look at Itachi, whose eyes showed a touch of trust. An extremely absurd feeling washed over him. It made Zheng Yi unable to hold back his laughter. This fool. Itachi's expression changed slightly, anger flashing in his eyes. Usually taciturn, he was now provoked. My capacity is beyond your prediction. Zheng Yi squinted at Itachi. Capacity? You mean the third Hokage praising you for thinking like a Hokage at the age of 7? And then telling you every day that you are the only clear-headed Uchiha. The peace of the Uchiha and the village is in your hands. Itachi was somewhat stunned because ever since he entered the Umbu, the third Hokage had said these things to him every time they met. You? How do you know this? Tekka, who was beside him, was also very surprised. He was ordered to monitor Uchiha Itachi, but he didn't know that the third Hokage said these things to Itachi every time. At the age of 19, he instinctively sensed something was wrong. And now he, being older at 23 and more experienced in worldly affairs, immediately sensed the ill intent of the third Hokage. Zheng Yi, who had lived 2 lives, did not answer Itachi's question. This 11-year-old brat in his world hadn't even graduated elementary school. Moreover, this world had no 9-year compulsory education or moral education classes. How could Itachi possibly outplay that old fox, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Zheng Yi said to the stunned Shisui, Itachi is only 11 now, and you place the burden of the clan on him. Already arrogant, he is constantly praised and brainwashed by Sarutobi Hiruzen every day. Are you sure he can protect the Uchiha clan instead of becoming a blade for Konoha against the Uchiha? Shisui remained silent. Having been friends with Itachi for years, he knew the other's talent and arrogance very well. Being so praised by the third Hokage, Shisui was also uncertain about what Itachi would become in the future. Seeing Shisui's expression waver, Zheng Yi rebuked. You die in a single stroke and place the entire future and life of the clan on Itachi. Are you sure he can bear it? Shisui took a deep breath and the look of death on his face dissipated. I'm sorry, Zheng Yi, I was wrong. As he abandoned his suicidal thoughts, a ding sounded in Zheng Yi's mind. Ding. Shisui Uchiha's fate altered. Obtained 3 draws. Historical event, Shisui Uchiha's suicide. Event result, Shisui survives suicidal thoughts eliminated. Obtain a rare item, guaranteed scroll X1. Though he didn't know what was in the prize pool, a rare item should be decent, right? Zheng Yi did not hesitate and immediately chose to use it. A flash of brilliant light burst forth in his mind, and a tortoise-like item appeared in his consciousness. Congratulations to the host, obtained Plow experimental version rare. Effect, input chakra to lead you and those around you to travel through time and space in a viewing format. Note, in the viewing format you can experience it firsthand, but cannot interfere with anything. Usage can be used again after recharging. Zheng Yi almost couldn't keep a straight face. Was this considered a rare item? Come on, I'm an Uchiha. For a viewing mode can't, I just used Genjutsu. Zheng Yi took a deep breath and drew the remaining 3 times. Congratulations to the host, obtained healing scroll. Fine. Effect releases healing light upon opening, treating moderate wounds, knife wounds, fractures, but not reattaching severed limbs. Usage 1 time. Shuriken 10 pack common. Standard throwing tool. Usage 1 time. Spirit attribute point fine. Spirit 1. Usage 1 time directly absorbed. As Zheng Yi was counting his gains, Itachi looked somewhat embarrassed. Having been brainwashed every day since entering the Umbu, he had developed his own pride. After being entrusted with a heavy responsibility, he was now doubted. Itachi absolutely could not accept this, especially now that he had just awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. He said in a deep voice, I would never turn against my own clan. Shisui, trust me. Shisui moved his lips, not knowing how to comfort this proud friend. Zheng Yi glanced at Itachi, a sneer in it. Every Uchiha is a lunatic, proud and arrogant. Itachi, who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at just 11, was the epitome of this. Brainwashed into a fool by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and you don't even realize it. Itachi's cheek twitched slightly. He was much younger now than when he returned to the village in the mist 7 years later, and still lacked composure. His 3-tomo Sharingan began to rotate unconsciously. Zheng Yi, what do you mean by that? His voice was not loud, but carried a sharpness after being stung. Zheng Yi met his gaze without flinching. I mean, you think too highly of yourself. Just because the third praised you a few times, you actually believe you are the chosen one. Itachi's pupils constricted, and he clenched his fists. Enough. Shisui spoke weakly, putting an end to the argument. Zheng Yi had no mood to continue arguing with Itachi. There was still much to do tonight. First, take out Shisui. Itachi looked around. There were only 4 of them. He hesitated. There is no medical ninja here. Zheng Yi said impatiently, just take it out when I tell you to. I have my ways. Itachi looked displeased, but still summoned a crow and retrieved the Kodoame Tsukumi, eye that Shisui had just given him. Zheng Yi took the eye. It was still warm, to be honest. He lifted Shisui's eyelid and carefully placed the eyeball back into the socket, aligning it with the optic nerve. Bear with it. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shisui's body arched violently, and a suppressed groan escaped his lips. Itachi was shocked. Zheng Yi, what are you doing? Zheng Yi ignored him and immediately used the healing scroll he had just obtained. A streak of white light spread from the scroll in his hand. Milky white light enveloped Shisui's left eye. Flesh writhed and reconnected within the light. After a few seconds, Shisui's pained expression gradually calmed. His pain vanished instantly. He blinked his left eye, and the optic nerve was fully reconnected. Such a powerful medical ninjutsu scroll. Shisui sighed. Sealing medical ninjutsu into a scroll was not a particularly advanced technique, but the scrolls were expensive, so they were relatively rare. Zheng Yi, did you prepare the medical scroll in advance? Did you anticipate what would happen tonight? Tekka beside him asked in surprise. After all, he had been told earlier that tonight was the night of change for the Uchiha. Zheng Yi's gaze shifted to the plow experimental version, and a plan came to mind. He glanced at Itachi, and Shisui wore a pained and profound expression. Do you want to know why I knew everything about today? Why I said that Shisui's death would lead to the annihilation of the entire Uchiha clan? Itachi, Shisui, Inahi, and Tekka were infected by his emotion, their hearts sinking. Tekka frowned. Zheng Yi, what exactly are you trying to say? Zheng Yi did not answer directly. Instead, he took out a faintly glowing yellow object from his bosom, a tortoise. It was the plow experimental version. This is the plow. Zheng Yi's voice was low. It can take us to see the near future. What do you mean? Inahi squinted. You want to take us through time? Zheng Yi did not explain. He chose to activate the plow. The yellow light suddenly expanded, swallowing all 5 of them. The next second, the riverbank of the Nanga River was empty. In the dimly lit shrine of the Uchiha clan beneath the flickering oil lamp, the space was densely packed with clan members. All of them were elites, at least special jonin. Yet these people now clamored like customers at a market, craning their necks and shouting incessantly. Clan leader Shisui, Inabi, Tekka, and Seiya have all vanished. Is Konoha preparing to strike against the Uchiha? Yes, we can't sit idle anymore. Clan leader, give the order. We can't remain under their control. Fugaku Uchiha crossed his arms, slightly opened his half-closed eyes, a steady and oppressive look in his gaze. What's the rush? Itachi has gone to find them. With their strength, they couldn't have been taken down silently. Calm down first. As Fugaku's eyes swept over them, the clan members who had been anxious earlier opened their mouths, but reluctantly fell silent. The voices gradually faded. Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. Now the Uchiha police force received complaints daily, either about their harsh enforcement or questionable judgments. The radicals were constantly thinking of a military coup, but as the clan leader, Fugaku had a better plan. He crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping over these impatient clansmen, while his mind was already calculating. Itachi in the Umbu was his most brilliant move. As long as Itachi continued to earn the trust of the higher-ups, the Uchiha could seize the initiative at the critical moment. Then he would lead the Uchiha to a new height. As for the absence of Shisui and the three Hawks today, it saved him some trouble. He glanced at Uchiha Yashiro, who sat with eyes closed, also a leader of the Hawk faction. But as an elder of the clan, he was naturally more composed than the others. Just as Fugaku was thinking this, Uchiha Yashiro suddenly opened his eyes and stared directly at him. "Clan leader, why did we give up the patrol rights over the western suburbs?" Hearing Yashiro's address, Fugaku's expression darkened. Though they held differing political views, their relationship had been good. They used to call each other by name. This was the first time in a gathering that Yashiro had addressed him as clan leader. The senior members of the clan overheard and began murmuring among themselves. "Hasn't the western suburb always been patrolled by our police force? There's no important asset there, so what do you know? This is the first time our police force has reduced its jurisdiction." A few young clan members whispered, their eyes darting across Fugaku's face. Fugaku did not answer immediately. Instead, he took a sip of tea, then said slowly, "What we gave up isn't the patrol rights. It's the bait. Bait. The third Hokage has been waiting for us to make a mistake. The more we retreat, the weaker he thinks we are." Fugaku set down the cup, a faint, barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his lips. "When he lets his guard down, that's when we truly strike." Yashiro was silent for a few seconds, but his brow remained furrowed. "But we've retreated too much." Fugaku's smile widened slightly, a look of total control crossing his face. "Exactly. Let them think the Uchiha are backing down. When they believe the Uchiha are no longer a threat, that's the perfect moment." Yashiro felt an uneasy premonition. He asked in a low voice, "Fugaku, how is Itachi progressing? He's in the Umbu and should have access to plenty of intel, right?" "Itachi is doing well." Fugaku's voice carried a tone of confidence and certainty. "He has already built enough trust beside the third Hokage. Now we just leave it to time." The yellow light gradually faded and Seiya, along with the other three, opened their eyes. The surroundings were quiet and familiar. Seiya looked at the turtle in his hand, which showed remaining energy at 50, just enough for the return trip. Isn't this the clan compound?" Inabi exclaimed in surprise. "Seiya, is that a space-time ninja tool in your hand?" Tekka was astonished. This was a legendary item. But Seiya didn't reply. He put away the plow and placed his hand beside a nearby building, and his hand passed straight through it. "So it's truly an illusion. The plan is proceeding smoothly." He put on a grave expression and said, "This is 2 years after Shisui's death, the night of the Uchiha clan's extermination." The extermination of the clan. Our Uchiha clan was wiped out. The 4 others were shocked. But they also saw Seiya's action and tried it themselves, realizing that everything around them was illusion, though they could touch each other. Seiya pointed to a utility pole. "There, one of the perpetrators of the extermination." The 4 followed his gaze and were struck as if by lightning. For perched on the utility pole was Uchiha Itachi, wearing Umbu attire, slightly taller in stature. Looking at his older self, Itachi felt a surge of ominous dread. His voice came out dry. "Seiya, what?" Seiya didn't answer. 2 years later, Itachi had already demonstrated his meaning. He leaped down from the pole, the Umbu short sword gleaming coldly in the moonlight. A middle-aged man had just stepped out of an alley. Before he could see who it was, the blade had sunk into his throat. Blood splattered on the wall. The man clutched his neck, fell to his knees, twitched a few times, and then lay still. "That's Uncle Yamada." Tekka's voice trembled. But this was only the beginning. Itachi continued forward, each step taking another life. The Tanaka couple who ran the grocery store, Granny Chizuru who sold dumplings, Uncle Kinoshita who fished by the river every evening. The ordinary people in the Uchiha compound, those who were not ninjas, just common folk living peacefully, fell one by one under Itachi's blade. "No. Shisui now with only one." I reached out in agony. "Stop. Itachi," he shouted, but the Itachi of 2 years later was deaf to his cries, his body passing through Shisui as he continued the slaughter. Shisui's lips quivered. He turned sharply to Seiya. "This is a jinjutsu, isn't it, Seiya?" Seiya's expression was wooden. Though he had seen the scene of the massacre many times in his previous life, this was the first time he had experienced it firsthand. "You are a master of jinjutsu yourself. Do you really think this is real? Are you still deceiving yourself?" Seiya's words shattered Shisui's illusion. "Yes, I am proficient in jinjutsu. Whether this is real or illusion, I'm only fooling myself." He jerked his head toward the 11-year-old Itachi. At this moment, Itachi's mind was captured by the sight of his future self. He could no longer maintain his cold, aloof persona. He was simply stunned watching himself butcher his clans. Inabi's fists were clenched so tight, they turned white, his nails digging into his palms. "No, don't." The words squeezed through his teeth. Then they saw the little girl. 5-year-old Yuri, the one Inabi always brought candy to after patrols. She was dragged out of the closet by Itachi, curled up in a corner, crying Itachi-san. Itachi did not hesitate. When the blade fell, Inabi's eyes instantly turned red. "No." He charged madly at the 2 years later Itachi, trying to stop the blade, but his arm passed through Itachi's body, catching nothing. Inabi stumbled, looked back at the still bleeding corpse, then at the true killer in the Umbu uniform beside him, his fists clenched with a cracking sound. Then he turned and punched the 11-year-old Itachi in the face. "You bastard." Tekka quickly pulled him back. "Calm down, Tekka. This hasn't happened yet." The 11-year-old Itachi did not dodge, nor did he even raise a hand to block. He fell to the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still fixed on the version of himself that was slaughtering. "Do you see? This is what you call capacity." Seiya crouched down, looking at Itachi. "Without Shisui to guide you, you ended up being brainwashed by Hiruzen Sarutobi and walking this path." Itachi's earlier arrogance was utterly shattered. Now he could only watch in agony as his future self wantonly butchered the clan. Seiya turned Shisui's shoulders, forcing him to face the fallen bodies. "Look closely." His voice was like a blade cutting deep into Shisui's heart. "That old woman who sold dumplings. She died under Itachi's blade because you told the Konoha higher-ups that your Kodoame Tsukumi could control them." Shisui's body trembled violently. "That Uncle Yamada who bought candy for Yuri. He died because you killed yourself, leaving Danzo even more unrestrained. And Yuri, she was only 5. When she called out Itakinizan, did you ever think?" Shisui opened his mouth, but could not utter a word. "You placed the future of the Uchiha on an 11-year-old child, then escaped everything through death. Shisui, you caused all this." Shisui finally collapsed, his knees hitting the illusory ground. "It's me." His gaze fell on a corpse, that of Uchiha Yashiro, lying at the entrance of his own home covered in knife wounds. "I told the 3rd Hokage. I had Kodoame Tsukumi. I made them think the Uchiha had to be eliminated." His voice grew smaller and smaller, fading into a silent sob. Seiya stood behind him, offering no comfort. "Some pain must be borne alone." The root base. As the darkness of Konoha, Danzo had always remained hidden underground. Originally established as the Umbu's youth training camp, route gradually became Danzo's private force. Konoha also needed to handle matters that could not see the light of day, and the 3rd Hokage tacitly permitted all of this. Amid the flickering candlelight, Danzo groaned and awakened. Sensing the surging ocular power in his right eye, he revealed a satisfied smile. "It was worth my while to strike first. With this eye there is so much more I can do. Send someone in." "Yes, Lord Danzo." A root member clad in a gray robe appeared at the entrance. "Has there been any movement from the Uchiha?" "In response, my lord, the Uchiha are holding their usual gatherings, but there have been no other actions." Danzo paused. "Have you found Uchiha Shisui?" "Not yet, but we have already set up surveillance around the Uchiha compound. Shisui has not returned to the clan." Danzo barked in anger. "Incompetent. Keep searching. I want him alive, or I want his corpse." "Yes." The Hokage's office. The 3rd Hokage, wearing his Hokage hat, stood by the window, the ember in his pipe flickering uncertainly. Puff. The 3rd Hokage slowly exhaled a stream of smoke, the white haze shrouding his face in shifting light and shadow. Back then he had pushed Minato into the position of Hokage, hoping that he would inherit the will of fire and balance the various forces within the village. Unfortunately, Minato left too soon, disrupting all of his plans. To prevent the position of Hokage from falling into the hands of a dangerous figure like Orochimaru, he had no choice but to return to the helm. Fortunately, although Danzo and Fugaku each had their own schemes, they remained within his control. Lord Hokage, the Uchiha are holding their usual gathering, but Itachi and Shisui are still missing. The root members are conducting an ongoing search. An Umbu member wearing a fox mask materialized in the Hokage's office and reported in a low voice. The 3rd Hokage took his pipe and tapped it twice against the window frame. "It seems Danzo clashed with Shisui today. We must find out what happened between them. Itachi and Shisui should not have returned to the compound yet. You must find them before Root does and bring them here." "Yes. Yes, I take my leave." With that, the Umbu's figure flickered and vanished from the Hokage's office. Though Danzo was a blade in the 3rd Hokage's hand, the 3rd Hokage never directly ordered him. Instead, he used hints or guidance to set Danzo in motion. This way he could perfectly distance himself as Hokage, and later, if needed, he could still reap some prestige. The 3rd Hokage walked around to the Hokage's desk and picked up a stack of documents resting on it. These were the personal files of every Uchiha Hawk faction member. His gaze swept across the files of Uchiha Yashiro, Uchiha Tekka, and Uchiha Inabi, finally settling on the last young face. Uchiha Jinyi. The 3rd Hokage uttered the name, turning his pipe lightly between his fingers. 2 months ago he was removed from his clan position by Fugaku, yet this has only boosted his reputation among the radicals. He paused. "Interesting. I need to keep an eye on this man." Seeing Shisui in such agony, Inabi and Tekka, who had previously disapproved of him, no longer reproached him. "Agony. I have endured such pain too many times." Zheng Yi pointed at the compound littered with corpses. To obtain more information, I have watched my clansmen die before my eyes time and time again. Shisui's remaining eye was bloodshot as he stared at Zheng Yi, never expecting that Zheng Yi had already gone through this many times. Who ordered the annihilation of the Uchiha clan? Inabi asked in a deep voice. Zheng Yi pointed at the root members breaking into the Uchiha compound. The third Hokage tacitly approved. Danzo gave the order, and Itachi found an accomplice too. Oh, and Izumi was also killed by your accomplice. The 11-year-old Itachi shuddered, no longer bothering to watch his future self continue the massacre. Instead, he ran toward the Uchiha police force headquarters. Zheng Yi and the others followed behind him. Soon the five of them saw a man wearing a tiger-striped mask masquerading as Uchiha Madara, cutting through the police force building like a ghost, slaughtering at will. Then Izumi arrived and ran straight into him. Obito bound Izumi with chains, her hands turning purple from the tightness. Her face was covered in tears and her voice was hoarse as she screamed, "Help me! Itachi! Help me!" The 11-year-old Itachi thrust out his hand, but it passed right through her, grasping nothing. Obito's blade fell. Izumi's cries ceased abruptly. Blood splattered on the wall. Her body slowly slid down, her eyes still open, staring in Itachi's direction. The 11-year-old Itachi was frozen. He stared at those eyes that had lost their light, his lips moving twice, but unable to utter a single word. Damn it! Who is this bastard? Inabi and Tekka glared with blazing eyes as Obito slaughtered without restraint. Zheng Yi shook his head. I don't know his true identity, but I've seen this many times. He's always impersonating Uchiha Madara. Inabi and Tekka were stunned. Uchiha Madara had been dead for years. Who would think to impersonate him? Tekka looked around. Where is clan leader Fugaku? With the clan facing such a catastrophe, he should be organizing resistance, shouldn't he? Why haven't we seen him? Fugaku. Zheng Yi's face twisted into a sinister smile. Let's go see what our dear clan leader is. Although they found Zheng Yi's tone sarcastic, the group immediately followed him to Uchiha Fugaku's residence. Along the way, they saw root members purging other clansmen and some umbu surrounding the compound from farther out. Their faces were dark, but they said nothing. Because they could pass through walls, they moved very quickly. When they arrived, they saw the 13-year-old Itachi walking in through the door. Did Itachi stop clan leader Fugaku? Tekka asked in confusion. Zheng Yi said nothing, but led them through the wall into the bedroom. Then, they saw Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto in their night clothes. I don't want to fight my own son to the death. Father, mother. I understand, Itachi. Itachi promised me one last thing, take care of Sasuke. The 13-year-old Itachi raised his blade, tears streaming from his eyes. Tekka was nearly mad with rage. What are you doing, clan leader Fugaku? Our people are being slaughtered and you're just offering your neck to the blade. Bastard. Inabi reached out, but his hand passed through uselessly. Tekka quickly grabbed Inabi. Inabi calmed down. Veins bulged on Inabi's forehead as he struggled violently, shouting hoarsely. How can you expect me to be calm? Our people are being slaughtered and he dies so spinelessly. Fugaku sat in the shadows, his face devoid of anger, only a numb serenity. Seeing Itachi hesitate, Fugaku comforted him. Don't be afraid. This is the path you have chosen, isn't it? Compared to you, our pain will end in an instant. Though our ways of thinking differ, you are still my pride. You are truly a kind child. Inabi could no longer hold back. He punched the illusory wall. Tekka held him tightly, his own eyes reddening. Monster. Coward. Our people are being slaughtered and you're praising him as a good child. Watching this ironic scene, Inabi's eyes turned bloodshot, the blood vessels spreading as his 3 tomo began to spin rapidly. Fugaku, you damnable wretch. You don't deserve to be clan leader. Inabi's roar echoed through the illusory space. His eyes felt as if they were burning. The 3 tomo spun faster and faster, so fast they blurred into one another. Ocular power surged from within him like a flood, forcing even Tekka beside him to step back from the pressure. The trajectory of the tomo gradually changed, the 3 tomo connected end to end, finally solidifying into 3 intersecting rings. The Mangekyo Sharingan. In the midst of this extreme fury and despair, it awakened. Zheng Yi stared fixedly at the pattern in Inabi's eyes, his heartbeat accelerating sharply. Just as I thought. Just as I thought. 3 intersecting rings slowly rotated in Inabi's eyes, radiating an ominous red light. Tekka stared at him, stunned. Inabi. You. Shisui also turned his head, his lone eye reflecting the Mangekyo pattern in Inabi's eyes. His lips moved, but no words came out. Zheng Yi took a deep breath and patted Inabi on the shoulder. Calm down. Your eyes will be useful later. Inabi's breathing gradually steadied, but the 3 rings did not vanish. In his eyes, the fire of rage still burned. The 11-year-old Itachi stood frozen, his expression shifting from shock to denial, from denial to fear, from fear to a profound sense of self-doubt that gnawed deep into his bones. That person is not me, he murmured under his breath, but his own voice failed to convince even himself. That face was his. Those eyes were his. The way he swung the blade, the hand seals he formed, even the cold turn after killing an enemy. All of it told him, that is you. The you from 2 years later. Then he saw the image of his father lying in a pool of blood. Fugaku showed no anger, no resistance. He simply accepted it all with calmness, even saying at the end, "You are still my pride." Itachi's tears finally fell. He suddenly realized, the father he had always believed didn't understand him, actually understood him better than anyone else. And yet he had chosen betrayal. Inaho slowly pushed himself up from the ground. The moment his Mangekyo awakened, he already knew, but the resentment in his heart still refused to dissipate. Tetsuka's eyes also flickered with flames while Shisui's face was filled with self-blame and regret. Jinya spoke at the right moment. These are things that will happen in the future, but as long as we make changes, all of this can be avoided. But the prerequisite is that all of you must listen to me. The four of them, knowing that Jinya could travel through time, naturally accepted him with heartfelt admiration. "We all listen to you, Jinya," Inaho and Tetsuka answered without hesitation. The proud Itachi also lowered his head. "I'm sorry, Senior Jinya." Hearing the change in address, Jinya nodded slightly, without saying much. But he noted Itachi's shift in attitude. Shisui followed closely. "Jinya, I was wrong. As long as I can save the Uchiha, he'll do whatever you say." Then he hesitated for a moment. "I just hope we don't start a war." After all, Shisui loved peace, so it was only natural for him to add that. Ding. Jinya heard a continuous series of system prompts in his mind. He smiled and said, "I'm not Fugaku nor Yashiro. There are many other ways besides armed coup." In this future scene, the 13-year-old Itachi had already killed Fugaku and Mikoto and was heading outside. Jinya waved his hand. "Disperse and gather as much intelligence as possible. It's hard to come here. We'll meet at the clan's central plaza later." The four exchanged glances, then passed through the walls and went out to gather information. Jinya opened the system at that moment. Ding. Uchiha Inaho. Uchiha Itachi's fate altered. Obtained draw count X6. Ding. Obtained recognition from Uchiha Inaho. Tetsuka Itachi Shisui. Obtained draw count X4. Ding. Inaho Tetsuka Itachi Shisui have been summoned under your command. Obtained draw count X8. Current draw count 18. Jinya glanced at the system records. Both Inaho's and Itachi's fates had changed. Inaho had awakened the Mangekyo, and Itachi's perceptions had been overturned. Tetsuka's fate had not yet seen a clear turning point, but there was plenty of time. He stopped overthinking and cleared his mind. He was not in a hurry to draw cards. He would first use the one spirit he had earned earlier. Jinya gently tapped in his consciousness. Ding. Spirit 1, I host's personal panel unlocked. Uchiha Jinya Strength 3, Agility 4, Constitution 3, Spirit 8. With the addition of 1 point of spirit, he involuntarily activated his Freedomo Sharingan. A cool, clear pupil power flowed like a gentle stream, increasing within his eyes. Jinya blinked. So spirit could directly enhance pupil power. In that case, he waved his hand and used all 18 draws at once. A ball of light exploded in his mind, and black flame patterns traced streaks through the air. Strength 2, Spirit 2, Stamina 1. Free attribute points 2. Can be freely distributed to any attribute. Explosive tag, 5-pack common shuriken, 1 0-pack common healing talisman, fine slow regeneration, 1 day. Durability 100100, can be dried if dampened. Chakra crystal rare, permanently increases chakra capacity by 3. One-time use up to 5 times per person per lifetime. 3-colored dango, 1 skewer common, restores a small amount of stamina, uplifts mood. Chakra gum fine, swallows 1 flight jutsu, allows 1 free use within 1 minute. 1 pack of 5 pieces, each piece chewed for 3 minutes. Steel wire 30 roll common, used for traps and restraint. Dense smoke bomb, 10 units common, releases thick smoke to obscure vision and cause coughing. Swim powder fine, allows swimming through earth walls, 10 milliseconds. 1 pack for 3 uses, each use lasts 5 minutes. Portable rations compressed biscuit common, replenishes a small amount of stamina. One-time use. Ninja tool sharpness formula iron cutting special metal processing, formula ninja tool sharpness 30. Can cut through ordinary iron. Permanent knowledge. Apart from the attribute points, everything else was just ordinary ninja tools with minor functions. The healing talisman, what was that? 1 slow regeneration per day? That was practically a toy. Items like swim powder were useless to ninjas proficient in earth release. Of course, the metal processing formula was indeed a good find. Jinya flipped through the list twice, then claimed the attribute points first. He allocated points to strength, and he could clearly feel his muscle fibers tightening like twisted ropes becoming denser. He subconsciously threw a punch, producing a dull sound of breaking air. Not bad, my strength is about 20% stronger than before. When he added stamina, it felt like warm water flowing into his body, spreading through his limbs and bones along with his blood. He closed his eyes and sensed the surging chakra. Total chakra capacity increased by 10%. The enhancement of spirit was like a clear spring pouring into his mind, elevating both his pupil power and overall energy. Most importantly, he felt that his pupil power had reached an invisible, intangible bottleneck. Jingye glanced at his attribute panel: Strength 5, Agility 4, Constitution 4, Spirit 10, free attribute points 2. He hesitated for a moment. Originally, he wanted to save some for agility as speed was crucial for survival. But the boost to pupil power from the earlier Spirit 1 had tempted him. In this world, the Uchiha Sharingan was the most reliable strength. Gamble it. He poured both free attribute points into Spirit 10, Spirit 12. Boom! His mind felt as if struck by lightning, and his consciousness expanded instantly. The three tomo uncontrollably activated in his blood-red pupils. The three tomo began to spin wildly, their speed nearly blurring into a continuous ring. The world in his vision began to change. The veins of leaves in the distance, the dust floating in the air, even the traces of chakra flow, all became crystal clear. Then the three tomo suddenly shattered and reformed. The tomo vanished, replaced by three diamond-shaped patterns linked end-to-end, rotating slowly in his pupils. Mangekyo Sharingan. Jingye closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the pattern in his eyes had stabilized. An unprecedented pupil power surged in his eye sockets, heavy like two stars compressed to their limit. Finally, he clenched his fist. In this world, he now had the means to protect himself. Jingye suppressed his joy and leaped toward the Uchiha clan's central plaza. Uchiha Shisui glared with his remaining eye, staring fixedly at the third Hokage, rage visible in his gaze. Jingye landed beside Inaho and inquired with his eyes. Inaho pointed toward the center of the plaza and, gnashing his teeth, "Look." Jingye followed his gaze. The third Hokage stood in the center of the plaza, grief practically overflowing from his face. He directed the ANBU to place bodies into body bags, his voice hoarse but loud. "Are there any survivors? Do everything to save them." 200 meters away, the gray-robed figures of Root were rapidly retreating. The third Hokage's gaze occasionally swept in that direction, yet he pretended not to see. "Damn it," Inaho spat fiercely. "He stood right there watching Root massacre us, and now he's acting like a saint." Jingye said matter-of-factly, "He's the third Hokage after all. Isn't it normal for him to put on a show? He's always had people monitoring our clan grounds. If he didn't know about the massacre, he'd be an idiot." The 11-year-old Itachi stared blankly at the fallen Sasuke. He naturally knew that the 13-year-old version of himself had hit his brother with its Tsukuyami. Seeing Sasuke's miserable state, Itachi's heart ached deeply. In a dry voice, he asked Jingye, "Senior Jingye, do you know what happened to Sasuke later?" Jingye glanced at him and said flatly, "You've seen the kind of life the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki lives. Do you think Sasuke, with his entire family dead, would have a good life?" Itachi trembled all over, stumbling back a step, his face pale. Indeed, even the third Hokage would mistreat a Jinchuriki. How good could Sasuke's life be after the clan's annihilation? Pity. Sasuke spent his life burdened by hatred, never knowing happiness again, becoming a walking corpse. Jingye couldn't resist twisting the knife, enjoying Itachi's devastated look. After all, there's no cure for Chinibu except a heavy blow. Tetsuko watched the ANBU continuously stuffing clan members' bodies into bags and murmured, "What about our clan's Sharingan?" Jingye cut in, "They'll be used as research materials by Konoha. You don't think they'll bury them, do you?" Tetsuka's jaw muscles tightened, grief in his eyes. Jingye clapped his hands to draw the attention of the others. The reason for the Uchiha clan's downfall is not a single factor. But the core point is that Fugaku was not a competent clan head. He was stubborn and autocratic, placing all his hopes on Itachi, who had already been brainwashed by Konoha. Jingye glanced at Itachi, who wore a pained expression, and lowered his proud head. Unable to bear his own failure, he didn't think to save more clan members, only wanting to sacrifice himself for Itachi. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku is not fit to be clan head. The four of them shuddered. Shisui couldn't help asking, "Jingye, do you want to become clan head?" Jingye shook his head. "Whether I become clan head or not doesn't matter. What matters is that Fugaku can no longer be clan head." The four, seeing the clan members' bodies strewn about, and recalling Fugaku's passive acceptance of death, nodded involuntarily. Jingye took out the time-space artifact, the plow, and a pale yellow light shone again. "It's time to go back." His gaze swept over the dead, finally resting on the Root sentries still patrolling outside the clan grounds. Tonight there are still many people to see, and many scores to settle. The next moment the light swallowed everything. By the banks of the South Hichuan River, the members of the Root were still searching nearby. Other than this location, they had found no clues regarding Shisui. At that moment, the air above the riverbank suddenly twisted like a stone thrown into a lake, creating ripple. Amidst the flickering yellow light, 5 figures appeared out of thin air on the riverbank. "They've returned." Uchiha Seiya glanced up at the moon, slightly furrowing his brows. It seemed they had only been to the future for a brief moment. Is it the difference in the flow of time? He looked at the plow in his hand, and its energy reserves had already dropped to 0%. He tried to input some chakra, but found that the plow didn't consume chakra at all. The energy reserves remained unchanged. Jingya frowned and retracted the plow into the reward space. It seems that this thing cannot be charged casually. I need to study how to restore it. However, there are more important matters to attend to first. Someone. At that moment, Shisui suddenly exclaimed. As his voice fell, dozens of cold lights flew out from the shadows by the riverbank. 12 kunai flew in from different angles. 6 from the front blocked their path, 3 on each side severed their retreat, and 3 more fell diagonally from above. Seeking death. Inahibi swung his knife and deflected the kunai in front of him, while Itachi's figure created an afterimage under the moonlight, his blade flashing as he struck down each kunai aimed at Shisui. Zhengya's feet flashed with lightning, his figure darting like an arrow through the gaps between the kunai. At the same time, they were blocking. 12 gray figures had already burst forth from the shadows, forming a tight encirclement that trapped them at the center of the riverbank. But in reality, even with so many people, they felt uncertain, because apart from the renowned Uchiha Shisui, the other 4 were all Freedomo Uchiha Jonin. Call for reinforcements, the captain wearing a fox mask said sternly. A nearby root member had just pulled out a signal flare from his waist when a kunai precisely pierced through his wrist. The signal flare fell to the ground and rolled into the crevices of the riverbank. Jingya tossed out 5 sticking into the dirt beside that person. They sealed off his path to retrieve it. Kill them all, Jingya ordered in a calm tone. The 4 who had experienced the night of clan extermination showed no hesitation and charged towards the root members. Dare to lay your hands on the Uchiha. Go to hell. Inahibi was like a raging fire, spinning into the crowd and drawing his blade. His movements were grand and powerful, exuding a fierce heat, and as his words fell, 2 root members had already fallen under his blade. Tetsuhibi closely followed beside him, surprised at Inahibi's speed, which had increased by 50%. Could it be the enhancement of the Mangekyo? Meanwhile, Itachi and Shisui darted out together. Although one of Shizui's eyes had been gouged out after Zhengya's treatment with a healing scroll, he was now only hindered in vision, while everything else remained the same. Shisui took a deep breath, his lone eye suddenly growing fierce. He did not form any seals, but lightly stepped down. His body suddenly split. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8. In the blink of an eye, 8 Shizuis appeared on the battlefield at different positions, each exuding the same killing intent, their Freedomo Sharingan slowly rotating. Then the 8 became 16. Under the moonlight, 16 shadows darted among the root members. Shadow clones, afterimages, and the real body. The root member's blade struck nothing but empty air, always hitting shadows that did not exist. And with every flicker of a shadow, a root member fell. Shunshin Shisui. A root member cried out in terror at this name, and as his voice fell, his throat was already slit. Zhengya's feet flashed with lightning, release, lightning bolt. His figure suddenly accelerated, darting toward the enemy like a bolt of lightning. A line of blood appeared on the neck of the root member. Jingya pointed back with his hand, a flash of lightning appearing on his finger. Lightning release, lightning spear. A dazzling white lightning bolt flashed, piercing through another person. Indeed, what Jingya excelled in was not fire release, but lightning release. To be precise, he was skilled in both lightning and fire. In just 10 seconds out of 12 root members, only 2 remained alive. They were the captain and vice-captain of this team, 2 experienced Jonin. They had survived only because they were on the outermost edge during the first round of fighting. The intel must be sent back. The captain bellowed, split up and run. The 2 formed hand seals, their figures flashing. 1 bolted towards Konoha, while the other dashed into the depths of the forest. Jingya made a tactical hand sign indicating, leave no survivors. Although the 2 had already run far, they could not escape Zhengya's line of sight. His Freedomo Sharingan suddenly changed, swiftly transforming into 3 diamond shapes. The root captain felt an immense weight pressing down on him. Though there was nothing on him, his legs felt as if they were filled with lead. In just 2 seconds, it felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back. What's happening? The root captain's legs buckled, his body crashing heavily to the ground. Crack! His knee smashed down onto the earth with a devastating force. The intense pain made him emit a cry of anguish. Ugh! The root captain lay on the ground, feeling his body grow heavier with each passing moment and the next second. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of fractured ribs echoed. He coughed out a mouthful of internal organ fragments, as if crushed flat by a fly, his entire being stuck to the ground. Jingya activated the ability of his left eye's Mangekyo. Heavenly constant, after locking onto a target, the gravitational force on that target continues to increase. Jingya exhaled and touched his eyes. The consumption isn't too great. On the other side, the vice-captain was locked onto by Inahibi, who had activated his Mangekyo. His Freedomo Sharingan instantly bifurcated into 3 intersecting rings. A strange wave flashed. There was no sound of wind or chakra fluctuations. Only a few traces of blades cutting through the air appeared, and the running posture of a root Jonin 100 meters away suddenly froze. In the next moment his body split diagonally from shoulder to waist, turning into several irregular chunks of flesh. Blood and internal organs erupted out. Without even having time to scream, a Jonin would forever die here. This was the ability of Inahibi's left eye's Mangekyo Heavenly Feather Slash. It could form invisible slashes in the void. Wherever his gaze fell, nothing could escape being cut. Inahibi rubbed his eyes and shook his head. They felt slightly uncomfortable from exertion. Not cutting that many blades, the opponent would have died regardless. Clean up the battlefield. Jingye formed hand seals and unleashed a great fireball, beginning to burn the corpses. As a fundamental fire release of the Uchiha, all 5 present could use it. Several fireballs shot out immediately, igniting the bodies of the 12 root members in roaring flames. What's the next step, Jingye? Inahibi looked at Jingye, revealing a gleam in his eyes. Among those present, apart from Tetsuhibi, who was not a Mangekyo user, the other 4 possessed Mangekyo Sharingan. This was an unprecedented gathering of combat strength in Uchiha history. As long as they acted in unison, they could certainly prevent the extermination of the Uchiha clan. Itachi, Shisui, and Tetsuhibi had similar thoughts, waiting for Jingye's next command. Jingye did not respond immediately. In his mind, he quickly sorted through the plan. Shizui's eye was proof. Danzo's eye gouging was the crime. The third Hokage's acquiescence was the breakthrough, and Fugaku was the greatest obstacle. Jingye reached out and pointed at Shizui's gouged right eye. This is the key to our Uchiha survival. First, we must return to Uchiha. We need Fugaku to step down. Shizui's body trembled slightly, his lone eye looking at Jingye, his lips moving, but he did not refute. He had seen the future. Fugaku's bearing humiliation for the greater good would ultimately lead the clan into the abyss. Upon the tower outside the Uchiha clan's territory stood 4 Umbu operatives, constantly observing through telescopes. The tower had been erected after the Uchiha relocated here with the ostensible purpose of serving as a night watch outpost. In truth, it was meant to monitor the Uchiha clan. With Uchiha Itachi acting as an inside agent, a vast amount of Uchiha intelligence was leaked to the third Hokage. Another gathering. The Umbu operative with the fox mask yawned. Is this the 3rd time this week? Don't the Uchiha ever sleep? Keep your mouth shut. The dog-faced leader whispered a reprimand, his gaze sweeping through the Uchiha clan grounds via the telescope. The higher-ups told us to watch, so we watch. Anything else is none of our concern. Captain, what do you think the Uchiha are up to? I don't know. The dog-faced leader lowered his telescope. Our mission is simply to watch, not to guess. Someone's coming. Instantly, they snapped to attention. It's Uchiha Itachi. He's coming up. The dog-faced leader felt no wariness, as Itachi had already provided them with intelligence many times. Soon Itachi, clad in Umbu attire, leaped in. I have important intelligence that must be reported to the Hokage immediately. His expression was grave the moment he arrived. The 4 Umbu were instantly drawn to his words. What intelligence? The dog-faced leader frowned. Itachi did not answer. The instant his eyes lit up with the Freedomo Sharingan, he had locked onto the gazes of all 4. The dog-faced leader's pupils contracted. He instinctively tried to avert his eyes, but it was too late. Endless darkness and blood red appeared before their eyes. The 4 simultaneously succumbed to their inner fears, their bodies stiffening and their gazes growing vacant. Itachi's blade flashed clean and swift. He leaned the 4 corpses against the tower railing, propping them up with their weapons. From a distance, they appeared to be still on duty. Itachi wiped a smear of blood from his face, leaped down from the tower, and gestured to Zheng Yi. Senior Zheng Yi, besides this path, we've spotted root operatives in other positions. Zheng Yi nodded. Let's move quickly. The 5 of them took advantage of the night to head toward the shrine hall, where the meeting had not yet adjourned. Uchiha clan grounds the shrine hall. I will continue to yield some interest in the coming days, thereby earning more trust from the 3rd Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku explained with confident assurance. Uchiha Badai below frowned, not entirely agreeing with this decision. Fugaku, the risk is too great. Fugaku waved a hand. Itachi has already brought much intelligence to the clan. My mind is made up. Badai fell silent, for the other was the clan leader, and such matters were ultimately Fugaku's decision. Just then, bang, the doors slammed violently. Everyone turned to see Uchiha Zheng Yi leading the way, with Shisui, Itachi Daohua, and Tiahua entering behind him. Zheng Yi, a short-haired youth, stepped forward from the crowd. The staunch Fugaku supporter Uchiha Yaoi, a Jonin, and one of the police force captains. You've been dismissed from your post by the clan leader. What right do you have to be here? Zheng Yi turned, a mocking smile creeping onto his face. I'm already here. What can you do about it? At that moment, someone noticed Shizui's right eye was sunken and shrunken, and immediately erupted in shock and fury. Shisui, what happened to your right eye? Fugaku's attention was also drawn to Uchiha Shisui, his expression instantly turning severe. What is going on? Who dared to touch your eye? Huh? Zheng Yi let out a cold laugh. You have this indecisive clan leader to thank. When you should fight, you don't. When you should be firm, you're weak. Fugaku's attention was also drawn to Uchiha Shisui, his expression instantly turning severe. What is going on? Who did? Fugaku shot a piercing glare. Shut up. We're talking about Shisui's matter now. What I'm saying is precisely about Shisui. Zheng Yi stood his ground, stepping forward to meet Fugaku's gaze. Today Danzo summoned Shisui under the pretext of discussing Uchiha affairs, intending to turn him. Shisui refused. He paused, his gaze sweeping over all the clan members present. Then Danzo made his move. He gouged out Shisui's right eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan. The shrine hall erupted into uproar. They were both shocked that Shisui possessed the Mangekyo and horrified that the Konoha High Command had actually struck at them. Zheng Yi did not stop. He turned to look at Itachi. Shisui lost his eye because he was too naive, thinking that reporting the Mangekyo would earn trust. But why did Danzo dare to act? Because the Konoha elite think the Uchiha are easy to bully. He pointed at Itachi, and Itachi in the Umbu repeatedly cooperated with the third, betraying the clan's interests. The police force's patrol dogs were cut back, the academy recommendation quotas were reduced, the clan's business was squeezed out. Which of these wasn't Konoha eating away at us? Today they dared to dig out Shisui's eye because they think the Uchiha won't fight back. Shisui stood behind Zheng Yi, his single eye calmly observing everything. He said nothing, but in his undamaged eye the three-tomo Sharingan spun slowly. Anger. Yes. But more than that, self-blame. If he had not been so naive as to report the Mangekyo Kodoame Tsukumi to Konoha, perhaps none of this would have happened. Now was not the time for reckoning. The future of the Uchiha was more important than one eye. Zheng Yi pointed at Fugaku. Sending Itachi to the Umbu as a double agent was your idea. But Itachi has been brainwashed by the third. You think he's feeding the clan intelligence. In reality, he's giving you only what you want to hear. The real benefits have been nibbled away by Konoha bit by bit. Zheng Yi said bitterly. Your so-called double agent has long become a blade in Konoha's hand. Fugaku's ice-like face shattered completely. He turned to stare at Itachi, his skin twitching, a mixture of humiliation, disappointment, and anger. Itachi, is what Zheng Yi said true? Since returning from the future, Itachi had been very silent. Compared to the shock of the clan's annihilation and the trust his father had shown in meekly awaiting death, his own face was worthless. Thump. Itachi stared at his father, whom he had resented until yesterday, with reddened eyes, and said in a trembling voice, Father, I was wrong. Thinking of the words his father would speak 2 years later when he killed his parents, Itachi realized he had never truly understood his father, nor had he ever known his heart. He choked. I was deceived by Hiruzen Sarutobi. I betrayed the clan's interests. I am guilty. The moment he spoke, the shrine hall erupted. You bastard Uchiha Itachi. How dare you betray the clan? Damn it. We sent you to the Umbu, and you got bought by Konoha. Has the clan been unkind to you? Why did you do this? Do you deserve the name Uchiha? Fugaku had not yet spoken when the clan members began to rage indignantly. Though the Uchiha were hot-tempered and emotionally unstable, they held their clan honor in high regard. The vast majority were shocked and incredulous. After all, betraying the clan was always an option placed after death. Itachi's words, I was wrong, and I am guilty, struck Fugaku like a detonating tag, exploding beside his ear, leaving him stunned. No expression showed on Fugaku's face, but his hands clenched under the table until they turned white. Itachi had confessed his fault. This prideful son of his to the bone had actually admitted his error. Complex emotions churned in Fugaku's heart. Anger, disappointment, sorrow, and a trace of indescribable bitterness. He drew a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions, and said in a hoarse voice, Your matter set aside for now. The most important thing now is to retrieve Shisui's eye. Fugaku took another deep breath, stood up, and spoke with a steady tone. I will go to the Hokage's office now and negotiate with the third Hokage in person. Shisui's eye, the Uchiha Sharingan. Outsiders cannot take it. He turned to leave. Stop. Zheng Yi's voice was not loud, but it nailed Fugaku to the spot like a spike. Fugaku turned, his brow furrowed. Zheng Yi, in consideration of your bringing Itachi back, I'll overlook your insolence. But this is no time to waste. Waste time? Zheng Yi laughed, his smile full of sarcasm. You go negotiate with the third? Then what? He'll claim it was Danzo's personal act, apologize, return a fake eye, and compensate you a few million ryo, and you'll be satisfied. Fugaku's face darkened. Since when does something belonging to the Uchiha get swapped by outsiders? Zheng Yi's voice rose gradually. Our own eyes were gouged out, and we have to rely on someone else to return them. That in itself is a disgrace. It was then that Fugaku noticed Itachi, Shisui, Daohua, and Tiahua all standing behind Zheng Yi. He narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, Zheng Yi, what do you mean? Zheng Yi stepped forward to face Uchiha Fugaku, directly radiating a fierce aura. I mean that you Uchiha Fugaku are unworthy to be the clan leader. The shrine hall fell into dead silence. Step down. Within the Uchiha clan's territory at the shrine sanctuary, Zheng Yi's words were like a bombshell, silencing everyone present. All stared at him in shock, never expecting he had come to stage a coup. Fugaku abruptly stood up, his eyes fixed piercingly on Zheng Yi, his temples twitching and veins bulging on his neck. Bastard. Though you merit credit for persuading Itachi to return, that is no excuse for your insolence. You want me to abdicate? You are not qualified. Time was pressing, and Zheng Yi had no intention to argue with Fugaku. After all, in the Uchiha clan, might makes right. With a sharp clang, Zheng Yi drew his blade, pointing it at Fugaku. The Uchiha need a new voice. Fugaku Uchiha, you are old and unfit to be clan leader. Fugaku's face turned livid. Zheng Yi, have you lost your mind? The onlookers erupted in murmurs. They had seen radicals, but never one so audacious. This was a direct challenge to the clan leader. Faced with such a situation, Fugaku could not afford to back down. Very well, to dare challenge me. Zheng Yi kicked off the ground, darting toward Fugaku like lightning. Enough chatter. He resolved to defeat this upstart swiftly, to uphold his authority as clan leader, to maintain the dignity of the clan head. Fugaku snorted coldly, locking eyes with Zheng Yi, and his dojutsu power erupted suddenly. The surrounding clan members, all elites, immediately sensed a surging wave of dojutsu energy shooting toward Zheng Yi. It's the clan leader's genjutsu. Looks like Zheng Yi is in for a loss. How could he possibly challenge the clan leader? Though Fugaku's actions were sometimes indecisive, his combat prowess was not to be underestimated. He had earned the title Fierce Eye Fugaku during the Third Great Ninja War, a testament to his mastery of genjutsu. Now his dojutsu power surged forth. The unprepared would surely be unable to defend. But Zheng Yi was different. He had come prepared to showcase his strength. Confronting Fugaku's genjutsu, he unleashed his full power. Mangekyo Sharingan, activate. Under the gaze of the crowd, his 3-tomo Sharingan instantly transformed into 3 rhomboid shapes. The surging dojutsu energy collided head-on with Fugaku's. Fugaku felt as if his mind had slammed into a mountain wall. Staggering, he felt dizzy and involuntarily stepped back. Mangekyo Sharingan, exclaimed the onlookers in shock. It wasn't over. Susanoo. Zheng Yi muttered lowly, his chakra mixing with dojutsu energy, erupting violently. The chakra swiftly coalesced, forming a gray skeletal structure around him. He reached out to grab Fugaku. A Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku was both shocked and furious. But at this moment, he could not afford to be caught in Susanoo's grip. Whoosh. Similarly, raging chakra and dojutsu energy burst forth from Fugaku. A purple-black Susanoo materialized instantly. Clang. A dull impact echoed as the two Susanoo clashed head-on. The surging chakra spilled out, sending the nearby clan members tumbling to the ground. Susanoo. The clan leader also has a Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku stared at Zheng Yi, the initial shock and anger giving way to a glimmer of delight. Good. I never expected you to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. I forgive your disrespect, and I will add a seat for you among the clan elders. Zheng Yi stepped back, but did not dismiss his Susanoo. Fugaku Uchiha, I said it before, you must abdicate the clan leadership today. Fugaku frowned, letting out a furious snort. Zheng Yi, do you really think awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan qualifies you to be clan leader? Look around the clan. How many will support you? The assembled Uchiha elites, each commanding at least 5 to 10 squads, exchanged glances. Their eyes still turned to Fugaku. After all, if both possessed the Mangekyo, most would still back the veteran. After a brief silence, 2 young clan members stepped behind Zheng Yi. One was Dongyo, the other Juanxia. Both core members of the radical faction, long dissatisfied with Fugaku's conservatism. Their reasoning was simple: Zheng Yi, so young and already a Mangekyo user, had a brilliant future ahead. Even if he failed to win the leadership today, their early support would make them loyal subjects in the future. Zheng Yi nodded at them, then gestured toward Itachi and the others. What if I add them? As his words fell, Inabi was the first to respond. He glared at Fugaku, staring at the still arrogant and dignified face, and his fury surged. Abdicate, Fugaku. You are not fit to be clan leader. Even more violent raging chakra and dojutsu energy burst forth. The 3-tomo and Inabi's eyes instantly transformed into 3 intersecting rings. A fiery red Susanoo skeleton emerged from his body. The surrounding clan members widened their eyes, some even stood involuntarily. Susanoo. Inabi is also a Mangekyo user. Fugaku's pupils contracted slightly, staring at Inabi in disbelief. Though Inabi had reached 3-tomo long ago, he was still a step behind the top-tier Uchiha. No one expected him to have quietly awakened the Mangekyo. Yet, the surprises Zheng Yi brought that night were not limited to that. 2 equally surging chakra streams burst forth from Itachi and Shisui, who stood behind Zheng Yi. Orange-eyed and emerald green, 2 Susanoo materialized around Itachi and Shisui as well. Heavens! Itachi and Shisui are both Mangekyo users. Everyone present was stunned into numbness. Too many surprises in one day, they felt as if they were dreaming. Fugaku, do you still want to fight? Fugaku's pupils constricted violently. 4. For Susanoo. His gaze shifted from Zheng Yi to Inabi, then to Itachi and Shisui. Every Mangekyo pattern in their eyes flickered with ominous light in the candle flames. He had only one. After a long silence, Fugaku slowly closed his eyes. The purple-black chakra of his Susanoo dissipated into the air. When he opened his eyes again, the will to fight was gone, replaced by exhaustion and reluctance. What do you want? The 4. Zheng Yi, Inabi, Itachi, and Shisui simultaneously dismissed their Susanoo. But the lingering chakra fluctuations still reverberated through the shrine. Itachi raised his head, glancing at his father, who was still putting up a brave front. The last trace of hesitation in his heart vanished. Father, abdicate. Itachi, who had just been apologizing, now stood firmly beside Zheng Yi. Shisui's tone was gentle but resolute. Lord Fugaku, you are unfit to lead the clan. Please abdicate. Fugaku fell silent. He could not understand what had happened. Even Shisui, who had always respected him the most, had joined the coup. He let out a sigh, too preoccupied to feel joy at the awakening of the Mangekyo. His voice was hoarse. Zheng Yi, what are you trying to do? Are you planning a military coup? If it were before, Fugaku would not have worried, for though the Uchiha were strong, they could at most fight 1 against 3 or 4. But once Susanoo was awakened, strength underwent a qualitative change. With several Mangekyo users launching an attack on Konoha had a high chance of success. A military coup. Do you want the women and children of the clan to be buried with us? Zheng Yi's eyes swept over every clan member present. What I seek is not war, but survival. To win the greatest victory at the smallest cost. Shisui's right, I was taken by Danzo. The first step is naturally to retrieve Shisui's eye. Time is tight, I have no time to waste with you now. Fugaku gave Zheng Yi a deep look, realizing that he had somewhat underestimated this new generation Mangekyo, but Zheng Yi was right. Even a 3-tomo Sharingan should not be exposed, let alone Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Fugaku was silent for a few seconds, his gaze sweeping over Inabi, Tekka, Itachi, Shisui, as well as Danyu and Juinxia standing behind Zheng Yi. Though only a handful of people, they represented the Uchiha clan's most elite combat power. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, since so many support you, I grant you the position of the 4th elder of the clan. Tonight you have the authority to mobilize all combat personnel, including myself. As for stepping down, we will discuss it after retrieving Shisui's eye. Fugaku's meaning was clear. He wanted to see if Zheng Yi's actions tonight could win over the clan. If Zheng Yi commanded well, it did not matter to him whether he remained clan leader. This was also Fugaku's last attempt to save face, having been completely overpowered in terms of strength. Zheng Yi did not argue with Fugaku over this. He directly said, everyone heard that. Members of the 1st to 6th platoons gear up immediately and assemble at the center of the clan compound within 3 minutes. All other combat personnel, put on your battle gear and prepare for tonight's fight. The Uchiha clan members were not the type to hesitate or fuss. After Fugaku's authorization, they did not ask further questions. They exchanged glances and vanished from the shrine, using the body flicker technique. Yashiro walked over to Inabi, patted his shoulder with satisfaction, and quickly left the shrine. Lord Fugaku, you come too. Although Zheng Yi's address was polite, he did not hesitate to give orders. Shisui came to Fugaku and said in a low voice, clan leader, rest assured, Zheng Yi has a plan. Fugaku, with a tense face, also used the body flicker technique and disappeared from the shrine. Zheng Yi and his 4 companions were already in their gear, so they did not rush out. He raised his hand and made a tactical gesture. The others gathered around. Zheng Yi first reassured Itachi and Shisui, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't gamble with the lives of our clan against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Itachi and Shisui both nodded. After learning that Zheng Yi could foresee future events, they had placed great trust in him. Now let me lay out the operation plan for tonight. Zheng Yi raised a finger and lowered his voice. The core concept today is the Uchiha's revenge against Danzo for stealing the Uchiha's eye. We are the aggrieved party, and our cause is just. As for the route, we will take the southern underground channel, avoiding the Umbu posts on the main roads as much as possible. Kill no Umbu if possible, but kill all route members. Under the premise of ensuring clan safety, those of us with Mangekyo Sharingan need to carry out a decapitation strike. Capture Danzo as quickly as possible. The main combatants are us. The other clan members are our backup. Danzo has a Sharingan on his body and knows the forbidden technique is an Aji. We must not let him use that jutsu, or it will consume our Uchiha's most precious Sharingan. Is everyone clear? They all nodded. The Uchiha's 1st to 6th platoons were all elites with awakened Sharingan, the weakest being, at least, a special Jonin. Most were in their 20s in the prime of their fighting years. Naturally, they geared up very quickly. In less than 3 minutes they had all assembled. Fugaku and Yashiro also had no intention of staying behind. They donned their gear and stood beside the Zheng Yi stood before the formation and declared loudly, by now you all know that Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan was stolen by that old dog Danzo. No matter who it is, if they dare to covet the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo, we have only one response. Kill. The Uchiha clan members' emotions were instantly ignited, and they drew their blades, shouting kill. 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 Zheng Yi nodded with satisfaction. Our mission today is to attack the root base. All root members are our enemies. Lord Yushiro, you stay in the compound. If we fire a signal flare, you bring the remaining people to reinforce us. Yushiro bowed and replied, go ahead, Zheng Yi. I will organize the rest of the clan. Let's go. Zheng Yi gave a slight nod, waved his hand, and led all the Uchiha elites charging toward the root base. The root base was deep and silent. In the dim shadows, a root ninja hurriedly pushed open the door to Danzo's room. Lord, a squad sent to search for Shisui at the Naka River has been completely wiped out. Danzo, who was sitting before a candle, abruptly raised his head. When did this happen? The messenger, looking tense, said in a low voice, we only found them after they missed the scheduled check-in, but their bodies were all charred. Judging by the state of the burns, it must have been about 40 minutes ago. Danzo stood up with a grim expression. A whole squad eliminated. To kill 12 root members, the enemy must be at least Jonin level. Shisui was injured, so he couldn't have that kind of combat power. Unless someone was backing him. Before he could issue a new order, another person burst in frantically. Lord Danzo, something terrible has happened. The Uchiha clan has mobilized and is attacking. Danzo's eyes narrowed, and he said with a vicious expression, good. I always knew the Uchiha had ambitious intentions. This is indeed a coup. All hands prepare for battle. Send a signal to Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately. Today I will make sure the Uchiha never return. The Hokage's office. The third Hokage, who had not been sleepy anyway, remained seated at his desk. The unprocessed administrative orders were set aside. He smoked his pipe with some irritation. Amidst the swirling smoke, he felt uneasy, as if something was about to happen. Suddenly, rapid knocking sound. Then an umbu burst in his voice, strained. Lord Hokage, all Uchiha combat personnel have mobilized and are now attacking the root base. The third Hokage shot to his feet, his face full of shock. All combat personnel mobilized. What on earth had provoked Fugaku to be so aggressive? Immediately gather our people, fire a signal flare, and inform the other ninja clans to rush to the root base at once. Yes. The umbu vanished instantly. The third Hokage put down his pipe, clenched his fist, and the veins on his arm bulged. Though he was advanced in age, he still had the strength to fight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the signal flares shot into the sky, the entire Konoha immediately erupted into commotion. That was the highest level rescue signal for Konoha being invaded. After Itachi took out the umbu in the tower, Konoha had no idea that the Uchiha elite forces had moved. Deep in the root base, by the time Danzo saw the signal flares rising, the main Uchiha force had already broken through the first line of defense. The distance from the root base to the center of Konoha was not short. By the time the third Hokage saw it, assembled the umbu, and notified the other clans, it would be enough time for Zheng Yi to reach the root's doorstep. A dozen gray-robed root members had just formed a defensive formation. Fire-style great fireball technique. 7 or 8 fireballs simultaneously flew out from the Uchiha ranks, lighting up the night sky in red. The root members scattered to dodge, but they were met with a hail of shurikens. The Uchiha shuriken throwing technique never disappointed. Zheng Yi stood at the front of the formation, his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, his gaze sweeping every corner of the battlefield, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. But the Uchiha elites did not give him the chance to act. They eliminated all the root ninjas outside the root base without suffering any casualties. Outside the root base, a giant tree served as camouflage. The downward entrance seemed to devour all light. The Uchiha group stopped at the door, and everyone looked toward Zheng Yi. They awaited the next order. Zheng Yi glanced at the downward entrance, let out a cold laugh. He was here to kill, not to throw his life away. Spread out. Guard wherever smoke appears. With that, he took the 10 dense smoke bombs he had drawn from the system reward and hurled them into the passage. A jet-black, choking smoke instantly rose up. Wind release, great breakthrough. A discerning clan member already used wind release to blow the dense smoke down the passage. The smoke produced by the full 10 dense smoke bombs hung in the air like a mass of black cotton wool, so thick that one could not see one's hand in front of one's face, and carried a pungent choking sensation. As the smoke poured into the passage, violent coughing and chaotic footsteps came from within. A few seconds later, 3 root members suddenly burst out from the entrance. They covered their mouths and noses with wet cloths, formed a triangular formation back to back, and held their long blades outward, attempting to break through. But the Uchiha blades were faster. With a swift stroke, the 3 fell simultaneously. They didn't even have a chance to struggle. The Uchiha clan members sheathed their blades expressionlessly, their eyes flashing red. These root members had often caused trouble for the police force in the past. Today, they were paying back with interest. Meanwhile, more clan members spread out to search for other exits nearby. Tetsuka nearby ordered people to cut down trees and light more dry branches and leaves to intensify. Itachi had been to the root base several times and was familiar with it. Relying on his keen intuition, he calculated repeatedly in his mind, and then informed the clan members of the possible locations. Squeak. Cough cough. About 700 meters from the main entrance, the ground suddenly bulged, and a 2-meter square hatch flipped open. Around a dozen root members crawled out from below coughing. Kill. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Inabi was already waiting there. With a swift stroke, he decapitated the first one. The other 10-odd root members had no chance to resist, and were all slain on the spot. Tetsuka kept pouring smoke down, and the thick smoke below grew denser. Some patches of ground began to emit smoke. Those were the ventilation ducts and emergency exits. Squeak. Squeak. Some exits were pried open by the Uchiha, while others were forced open by root members who could no longer bear the smoke. Without exception, all were cut down by the Uchiha. The bodies of root members added up to over 40. But still there was no sign of Danzo. At this moment the sound of dense footsteps arrived. The third Hokage, clad in battle gear, came rushing in. Behind him followed dozens of Umbu, as well as Hayashi Hyuga and the elites of the Ino-Shikacho clans. They surged in from all directions surrounding the Uchiha. But facing an enemy several times their number, the Uchiha showed no fear. Instead, every one of them was exhilarated. They involuntarily activated their Sharingan. Their scarlet pupils gleamed in the night like a sea of ghostly flames. It seemed that it was the people of Konoha who were surrounded. Boom. 300 meters from their formation, a hatch disguised as a patch of grass was flung open. Danzo, wearing a gas mask, emerged from underground protected by Fu and Torianaburame. He removed the gas mask and let out a series of cold laughs. The Uchiha, indeed a pack of ambitious wolves. Today you dare to assault my root base. Hiruzen, this clan cannot be spared. Uchiha Fugaku, what are you doing? The third Hokage's voice carried anger as he swept his gaze around, but he did not find Fugaku immediately. The entire affair was shrouded in strangeness from beginning to end. He did not understand why the Uchiha clan was so provoked. But if Konoha and a fully prepared Uchiha clan went to all-out war, it would be a complete disaster for Konoha. The Uchiha's deathbed counterattack would consume a large number of Konoha's elites. At that time, the hidden rock, hidden cloud, hidden mist, hidden sand. The third Hokage's heart turned cold. His gaze finally found Fugaku among the crowd, but Fugaku was standing behind a young man. The Uchiha, seeing the third Hokage's arrival, all turned their eyes to Zheng Yi, waiting for his next command. Zheng Yi coldly glanced at the third and ignored him. He knew the third was hesitating. Once the Uchiha and Konoha went to full-scale war, countless would die, and the other ninja villages would surely take advantage of the chaos. That old fox wouldn't take that risk. So, listen, all ninja clans. Danzo assassinated Shisui and stole his Sharingan. Today the Uchiha clan has come for revenge. Anyone who stands in our way is declaring open war with the Uchiha, until death. Hayashi Hyuga frowned and looked at the third Hokage. The three Ino-Shikacho clans also exchanged glances and did not give an immediate order. The Uchiha's declaration of vengeance put them in a dilemma. Kill. With that he charged ahead, leading the clan's elites straight toward Danzo. Danzo's face stiffened. He hadn't expected the Uchiha to refuse surrender. Even surrounded by the third Hokage's forces, they dared to strike. He slammed his staff on the ground in fury. The root members, brainwashed by Danzo, surged forward like a human wall. Danzo, you treacherous dog. You dare steal the Uchiha Sharingan. I'll kill you. In the lead was Uchiha Inabi. Facing the long blades of three root members, he did not dodge or evade. His 3-Demo Sharingan spun rapidly. Instantly, it transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Susanoo. Boom. Crimson chakra burst from Inabi like a storm, instantly coalescing into a massive skeletal structure around him. 3 long blades struck the skeleton, sparks flying, but not even a single crack remained. The legendary Uchiha, a root member's voice trembled with fear. Before he could finish, Susanoo's giant arm swept across. 3 figures flew out like rags, crashing into tree trunks with sickening sounds of breaking bones. Mangekyo Sharingan. The third Hokage was shocked. Another Uchiha with the Mangekyo had appeared. Danzo's eyes gleamed. Excellent, excellent. Attack him, wear him down. He never believed in one man defeating 1,000. With so many Konoha ninja, his safety was not a concern. First, subdue the Uchiha. We must rescue Elder Danzo. The third Hokage did not want a direct war, especially after seeing another Mangekyo user. His caution deepened. The Umbu beside him rushed to support the root side. The instant other clans were about to move. Boom. Another wave of chakra burst forth. A purple-black Susanoo rose from the ground, taller, larger than Inabi's. It was not just a skeleton of flesh and muscle had formed on it. That was Uchiha Fugaku. His Mangekyo had awakened years ago, and his mastery far surpassed Inabi's. Fugaku has the Mangekyo too. A civilian ninja's voice cracked. Zheng Yi cast a somewhat surprised glance at Fuyu. Fuyu's face was ashen, clearly unwilling to accept it, but the fact that Shizui's eyes had been taken was undeniable, and the coveting of the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai was a line that could not be crossed. No matter what, when facing the outside world, the Uchiha must speak with one voice. Zheng Yi raised his voice, making sure every person on the battlefield could hear clearly. He'll say it once more. Danzo assassinated Shisui and stole the Uchiha Sharingan. Today the Uchiha clan has come for revenge. Anyone who dares to stand in our way will be regarded as declaring open war against the Uchiha, an unending conflict until death. Zheng Yi waved his hand, and a signal flare shot into the sky with a piercing whistle. The next moment, dozens of identical signal flares ballooned in succession on the periphery of the Konoha ninja force. Uchiha Yashiro had arrived with the remaining combat personnel. A stir ran through all the ninja clans, and the impulse to lend aid instantly extinguished. The third Hokage's face darkened, and he shot a meaningful glance toward the largest ninja clans of Konoha. But Hayashi Hyuga's 360-degree Byakugan seemed not to notice the third Hokage's signal at all. He even subtly extended his hand to hold back his own clansmen. The Hyuga clansmen were not fools either. Seeing that the Uchiha side not only possessed two Susanoo, but also had such a large force on the periphery, they not only refrained from advancing, but also silently took half a step back together with Hayashi. The elites of the Ino Shikacho trio all fixed their gazes on the gray-haired Nara Rikaku. He was Shikaku's uncle and the current clan head. Rikaku's face was solemn, his eyes fixed intently on the Uchiha in the center, without the slightest intention of moving. The members of the Yamanaka and Akimichi clans felt reassured and promptly began to slack off on the spot. Some gasped, others watched the drama unfold. In any case, their feet were rooted to the ground, unmoving. The third Hokage was so furious his nose twisted. He had already realized that the commander tonight was not Fu Yue, but Zheng Yi. His Umbu had been intercepted by the Uchiha and could no longer support Danzo. Danzo's people were dwindling, and moreover Itachi and Shisui had simultaneously charged at him. Danzo was in dire peril. Zheng Yi, are you Uchiha openly attacking the village's high-ranking officials trying to rebel? The third Hokage first slapped a label of rebellion onto Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi only flashed a scornful smile, not bothering to take the bait, but instead countered, Hiruzen, sir, was it you who ordered Danzo to covet the Uchiha's Kekkei Genkai? Zheng Yi's voice boomed across the entire battlefield. The third Hokage's expression shifted dramatically. For a hereditary clan, the most important thing was naturally their Kekkei Genkai. Daring to covet the Uchiha Sharingan was a direct breach of the bottom line. Even if you privately desired the Uchiha Sharingan, daring to admit it publicly would mean you could no longer serve as Hokage. After all, Konoha was essentially propped up by such Kekkei Genkai clans. Absolutely not. I knew nothing of Danzo's actions. As the third Hokage denied it vehemently, on the other side Danzo was already on the verge of collapse. Itachi and Shisui focused on him, eliminating the root members blocking their path one by one. Danzo did not simply wait for death. Using the root members' bodies as shields, he rapidly formed hand seals, wind-release vacuum wave. He took a deep breath and expelled a sharp sickle-like gust from his mouth. An invisible blade of wind sped toward Itachi and Shisui. Itachi stared intently at Danzo, whose position was retreating steadily. If he pulled back now, Danzo, without hesitation, the pattern of his three-tomo Sharingan suddenly burst apart. An orange-eyed Susanoo rose from the ground. The vacuum wave first sliced through a root member's body before striking the Susanoo. A piercing screech echoed as the wind blade was completely blocked by the Susanoo. Danzo did not stop after the technique. He continued forming seals, sending successive vacuum bullets to stall Itachi's Susanoo. Beside him, Yamanaka Fu was forming seals, the opening gesture of the mind transfer technique already complete. But Itachi only glared at him, and Yamanaka Fu fell to the ground, as if struck by lightning. Shizui's chakra surged, and an emerald-green Susanoo rose to its feet, its completion level almost matching Fuyu's. A black tomo on the Susanoo's abdomen spun rapidly, firing countless green arrows of light. Ugh! The last of the root members fell like reaped wheat. Before Aburame Toryun could release his microscopic venomous insects, he was already sent flying by Inaka's crimson Susanoo. Inaka's face twisted into a ferocious grin as he emerged from behind and reached out to grab Danzo. Damn it, you insolent wretch. How dare you? Danzo roared, his voice fierce, but hollow. He had been accustomed to running amok in Konoha, and Fuyu had always been a pushover. Danzo had never imagined that the Uchiha would directly move to seize him. Faced with the overwhelming power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, the root members were like paper. He didn't even have a chance to struggle before Inaka pinned him to the ground. Another Mangekyo. The members of the other ninja clans turned pale, their feet rooted to the spot, as if struck by paralysis. The key point was the stance of Shisui and Itachi. Both were known as peace-loving individuals. Even they wanted to capture Danzo, which meant Danzo had truly infuriated the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage's face was ashen, and he said urgently, Danzo is at least the Hokage's assistant. Even if he is in the wrong, it should be Konoha that judges him. Zheng Yi blocked his path and declared loudly, perfect. Let everyone see how this Hokage's assistant coveted the Uchiha's Kekkei Genkai. Receiving the order, Inaka grabbed the bandage on Danzo's head and pulled. How dare you disrespect me? Danzo grunted, veins bulging on his forehead, but he did not cry out again. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with venom, and began forming seals to use Izanagi. But Inaka with his Mangekyo Sharingan was far too perceptive. With a swift motion of his hand, with a wet thud, Danzo's left arm was severed at the shoulder. Blood sprayed, instantly interrupting his technique. Seeing Danzo's severed arm, the third Hokage's expression changed abruptly. His face turned savage as he forced his way past Zheng Yi and lunged toward Danzo. But the next moment, the Mangekyo pattern flickered in Zheng Yi's eyes. A gray skeletal framework of Susanoo materialized around him, and a giant arm swung out in a sweeping arc. The third Hokage's face twisted in shock. His body tensed, and he crossed his arms in front of him. A dull thud rang out as the third Hokage was sent flying back even faster than he had come. The onlookers drew in a sharp breath once more. Another master. Zheng Yi also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiruzen Sarutobi, if you try again to stop us from reclaiming the Sharingan. He glanced at Fuyu. Fuyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. The entire Uchiha clan will immediately go to war with Konoha until the very last drop of blood is spilled. The third Hokage's internal organs churned. He forcibly suppressed the blood rising in his chest and dared not move. By then Inaka had already ripped the bandage from Danzo's head. The moment he saw Danzo's right eye, Inaka's fury flared. With a swift stroke, Danzo's legs were severed below the thighs, and his agonized scream echoed through the night. Inaka grabbed Danzo and lifted him up. All the ninja clans could clearly see the Sharingan in Danzo's. Everyone looked clearly. He attacked Shisui today, and then immediately shoved the Sharingan into his own eye socket. Such a covetous person who lusts after everyone's bloodline limit has actually managed to sit among Konoha's high ranks. Zheng Yi's gaze swept across the Hyuga Ino Shikicho and other secret technique and bloodline clan ninjas, his voice dropping. Gentlemen, think about it. Could Danzo have done such a thing behind the Hokage's back alone? Or was someone tacitly complicit? The Hyuga clan, the Ino Shikicho members, all turned pale, while other ninja clans also showed expressions of shock and disbelief. Their gazes toward the third Hokage revealed obvious mistrust. The third Hokage's head spun. He truly hadn't expected Danzo to actually install a Sharingan into his own eye socket. It was as if he wasn't even bothering to pretend anymore. If there had been no evidence, the third might have been able to maneuver around it, but now the evidence was right on him. How could he deny it? And that wasn't all. Inabi slashed with his blade, and with a clang the sealed iron hoop on Danzo's arm fell away and the bandages completely unraveled, revealing a grotesque gray-white arm beneath. The key was 3 Sharingan eyes were rotating on it. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what else do you have to say? Just how many of our Uchiha clan members have you secretly assassinated? Zheng Yi's roar made the third Hokage's head buzz with ringing. The third Hokage couldn't help but step back. He truly had no idea that Danzo had dug out so many Sharingan and attached them to his own arm. This was no longer just a scandal, it was a devastating blow to the prestige of Konoha's high command. Even the Umbu who had rushed over lost their fighting spirit, staring at the third Hokage in utter confusion. The third Hokage gritted his teeth and said, "This matter I was unaware of." Even as he spoke, the words felt hollow, even to himself. He was the Hokage, and his deputy had been systematically plundering the Uchiha Sharingan over the long term. Who would believe? He didn't know. Whether it was the Ino Shikicho or the Hyuga members, they all stared at the third Hokage with deep penetrating eyes. He quickly added, "But I will immediately launch a full investigation into Danzo, and will surely give the Uchiha clan an explanation. But right now Danzo needs to be stabilized. If he dies, we lose all witnesses." The third Hokage's brow twitched as he looked at the pool of blood around Danzo on the ground. Although Danzo had made a colossal blunder today, he absolutely could not die. If the ultimate scapegoat died, then the blame would fall squarely on the third Hokage. Besides, who would handle all the dirty work? Zheng Yi could also see that Danzo was nearing his end. Having both legs severed, the blood loss was terrifying. Had Danzo not been a ninja, he would already be cold. But he was almost there. With such massive blood loss, he couldn't even activate the 4-symbol seal, let alone anything else. His consciousness had sunk into an abyss, and he was completely unconscious. Zheng Yi tilted his chin, signaling the medical ninja in the white hat standing nearby. The medical ninja, already instructed, swiftly moved to stop Danzo's bleeding. During this time, the Uchiha elites and Yashiro leading other clan members had gathered behind Zheng Yi. The Uchiha clan members had essentially learned what had happened here, especially the fact that there were 4 Sharingan eyes on Danzo's body. After basic treatment, the Konoha medical ninja reported Hokagesama Danzasama's life is in critical danger. He needs to be transported to the hospital immediately, or he won't survive 3 hours. The third Hokage looked at Zheng Yi, but Zheng Yi showed no intention of letting Danzo go. He beckoned to Izumi, who was among the Uchiha clan members. Izumi was Itachi's contemporary, only 11 years old, but her medical ninjutsu talent was outstanding. She could already perform simple surgeries independently. More importantly, Zheng Yi needed Itachi to witness Izumi digging out each Sharingan eye from Danzo's body. Go take out all the Sharingan from his body. One of them belongs to Shisui, reattach it to him. Me. Izumi was a bit nervous. She was surprised. Why was she being called to do this when there were more skilled medical ninja in the clan? Zheng Yi glanced at Itachi, then nodded to Izumi. Yes, don't worry. Just removing some eyes. Understood. Izumi took a deep breath, and then set about extracting Danzo's eyes. In the ninja world, medical ninjutsu could forcibly stimulate cell division and connection, so the optic nerve reattachment, which in Zheng Yi's original world was the hardest part, became the simplest link. All that was needed was to place the eyeball correctly back into the socket, and the rest was handled by medical ninjutsu. Shisui's eyes quickly returned to their rightful sockets. He confirmed with his dojutsu that they were indeed his own eyes, and breathed a sigh of relief. Having experienced so much tonight, Shisui was also exhausted. But when Izumi removed the 3 Sharingan from Danzo, an unexpected development occurred. As soon as the 3 Sharingan left the arm began to swell violently, as if countless insects were wriggling beneath the skin and tiny sprouts emerged from the pores. The third Hokage's pupils constricted. Hashirama cells. Danzo had actually been conducting experiments on himself. If this arm were to run amok in the center of Konoha, the consequences would be catastrophic. He immediately shot a glance at the medical ninja beside him. The latter understood, and with a flash of a chakra scalpel, the entire arm was severed from Danzo's shoulder. The severed arm fell to the ground, rapidly twisting and deforming, and in the blink of an eye it transformed into a twisted stump. Hayashi Hyuga's Byakugan stared fixedly at the stump, his brow deeply furrowed. Hashirama cells. Danzo had been experimenting with the first Hokage's cells. He instinctively glanced at the third Hokage, then silently looked away. Now Danzo, having lost all 4 limbs, was nothing but a human stump. If they worked on his head a bit more, he would be no different from a human jar. Fugaku had remained silent ever since the exposure of the numerous Sharingan on Danzo, standing with a dark expression behind Zheng Yi. But the look in his eyes toward Zheng Yi was complex, shock, relief, and everything in between. He knew that many things must have happened tonight for Inabi, Shisui, and Itachi to so unreservedly stand by Zheng Yi. During the time the entire Uchiha clan mobilized, Zheng Yi's series of combination strikes had hit Konoha's vital points. Whether it was forging alliances or displaying military might, it was all done exceptionally well. They had been forced to the edge of the village by Konoha, and now in one night all their pent-up frustration had been dispelled. Fugaku couldn't help but wonder, had his previous external policies been wrong? Uchiha Fugaku about tonight's events. The third Hokage attempted to redirect the conversation, but Fugaku merely made a subtle stop gesture pointing at Zheng Yi. Tonight's operation was commanded by our Uchiha clan's 4th elder, Zheng Yi. If you have anything to say, speak to him. As he said this, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. But he had to admit that Zheng Yi's performance tonight far surpassed his own as clan leader. Seeing Fugaku's complete delegation of authority, the third Hokage's heart was filled with gloom. He could already tell that Zheng Yi was far more troublesome than Fugaku. The third Hokage had no choice but to say in a low voice to Zheng Yi, "Zheng Yi, we cannot linger here forever. Have your clansmen return to the compound." Zheng Yi turned to look at the other ninja clan members, a smile spreading across his face. His goal was to have all the other Konoha clans come out and back him openly. He was determined to define Danzo's crime. Fine, but I asked the third Hokage to publicly convict Danzo, acknowledge that the village has been unjust toward the Uchiha, and hold a meeting tomorrow to discuss compensation for us. The third Hokage's expression stiffened. Convicting Danzo was certainly possible, but the extent of the charge, enough to keep the Uchiha from pressing further, was a delicate balance. Zheng Yi's face held a faint knowing smile as he said, "Third Hokage Shisui's dojutsu is ineffective against clan leader Fugaku, who also possesses the Mangekyo. Guess who he was planning to control by stealing Shisui's Sharingan?" The third Hokage's eyes suddenly sharpened. "Danzo, you wanted to control me." The thick stench of blood and black smoke lingered at the entrance of the root base. Danzo lay on the ground beside the stretcher, his limbs severed and his right eye missing. Nearby lay severed limbs and the right arm that had turned into a tree. He had fallen into a complete coma. Despite emergency hemostasis, the faint rise and fall of his chest indicated he was at death's door. But the Uchiha did not allow him to leave, so Danzo remained frozen in place. At least until the third Hokage pronounced his sentence, he would not be permitted to depart. Under the flickering firelight, the third Hokage's face shifted between light and shadow. All eyes were fixed on him. The Uchiha Sharingan. The Hyugas Byakugan, the gaze of the Ino Shikacho, and the unreadable expressions behind the masks of the Umbu. Everyone was waiting. Danzo. The third Hokage began with difficulty, his tone grave and solemn. As Hokage's advisor, council elder, and leader of Root, without the Hokage's permission, you privately seized Shisui Uchiha Sharingan, illegally transplanted multiple Sharingan onto yourself, and are suspected of plotting the murder of Uchiha clan members, misusing forbidden techniques, and endangering the village's safety. He pronounced each word, and with every sentence his tone grew heavier. I hereby declare the removal of Shimura Danzo from all positions, the dissolution of his council elder status, the immediate disbandment of Root, and the transfer of all Root members to the Umbu for investigation. Danzo himself will be taken into custody for treatment. Once his condition stabilizes, he will be handed over to the interrogation unit for a public trial. After speaking, he turned to Zheng Yi. Is this enough to satisfy you? A sardonic curve tugged at Zheng Yi's lips. Conviction is conviction, but compensation is compensation. Lord Hokage, the interests the Uchiha have been eroded, the diminished authority of the police forced, the clan territory pushed out of the heart of Konoha. Can these be dismissed as merely Danzo's personal actions? A twitch at the corner of the third Hokage's eye. He knew full well that the Uchiha would seize the opportunity to make an issue of it. But Danzo's crimes were ironclad, he had to cut ties. Yet the Uchiha's demand for compensation was the real threat. If he opened this door, other clans would follow suit, and how much authority would the Hokage retain? After all, Danzo had not been exploiting the other clans all these years. But he had no choice. Tomorrow at the Hokage's conference room, all clan representatives will attend. The Uchiha's demands will be raised and discussed openly. If they are reasonable, the village will not shortchange you. Zheng Yi stared at him for a few seconds, then swept his gaze across the faces of the other clan leaders. Fine. I trust the third Hokage will not disappoint us. When he said the word trust, he emphasized it, his tone dripping with irony. But the third Hokage did not respond. He turned and waved to the Umbu nearby. Carry Danzo away and do everything to treat him. He must survive. Several Umbu members stepped forward, helping the medical ninjas lift the mutilated body, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. The third Hokage cast a glance at Hayashi Hyuga and Shikaku Nara, a hint of warning in his eyes, but said nothing and left with the remaining Umbu. The battlefield fell silent. The torches crackled and hissed. Just as Hayashi was about to leave, Zheng Yi approached him. Lord Hayashi, I am Uchiha Zheng Yi, fourth elder of the Uchiha clan. We will have many dealings in the future. Please take care of me. Hayashi was taken aback, not expecting him to initiate a greeting. Zheng Yi was very young, but Hayashi nodded with a gentle expression. Of course, of course. After all, the other party was formidable both in combat and political acumen. After greeting Hayashi, Zheng Yi went on to exchange pleasantries with the Ino Shikacho, Inuzuka Aburame, and other clans. Though they were mere formalities, Zheng Yi's demeanor was natural, and his words seasoned, leaving a lasting impression on everyone. After the crowd dispersed, Inabi came to Zheng Yi's side. Are we leaving Danzo alive like this? Alive, he's more useful than dead. Zheng Yi's eyes were like a deep pool. He is the third Hokage's black glove, and also our target for attacking the third. This was at the entrance of the Root base. Zheng Yi did not say more. Inabi half understood, but did not press further. Shisui stood nearby, his right eye reattached, slowly adapting to his regained vision. He silently surveyed the mess, his restored eye filled with complexity and a flicker of agreement. Perhaps the Uchiha, being more assertive, could still maintain peace. Let's go back. Zheng Yi turned to face the sea of Uchiha clansmen behind him. There are things to do tonight. The Uchiha shrine. Candles were relit. The clansmen had dispersed to rest, leaving only the core members. The same people, but their spirits were entirely different. Though weary, they were greatly uplifted. Most Uchiha were not particularly astute in politics, but they had long been suppressed by the third Hokage. Today they had finally vented their pent-up frustration. Everyone looked at Zheng Yi seated in the main seat, their eyes filled with awe. Fugaku sat beside him along with the third elder Hakadai, and the first elder Tomohiro, and second elder Nagitora, who had not left the clan grounds earlier. First elder Tomohiro, over 60, was the eldest in the clan, mainly handling clan affairs. Second elder Nagitora, like Hakadai, was a hawk, but more composed. They had been roused from sleep to learn of the great upheaval in the Uchiha clan. The outcome, of course, was, besides Itachi and Shisui, Izumi was also seated. Normally Izumi would not have been eligible to attend this council, but Zheng Yi had deliberately kept her. She sat beside Itachi, looking nervous and bewildered. Then Itachi gently took her hand, and the tenderness in his eyes calmed her heart. Why is Itachi so proactive? Izumi blushed, her heart filled with shyness and sweetness. Fugaku took a deep breath and began. Everyone, in recent years my duties have been heavy and my strength has waned. From now on I will focus on restoring my power. I will transfer the clan's decision-making authority to the elders. I hope the elders can lead the Uchiha clan to prosperity. His words were euphemistic, but the first, second, and third elders already handled some clan affairs. The decision-making power he referred to was actually to be transferred solely to Zhongyi. This was merely a transition before his abdication. After all, the Uchiha were the strongest clan in the ninja world, stepping down as clan head required a proper build-up. They exchanged glances. Many Uchiha possessed great strength, but only Zhong Yi had the brains. No one objected. Fugaku then returned to his seat. Facing the crowd, Zhong Yi nodded. Though I have only recently been promoted to elder, I have some personal views on the clan's development that I would like to discuss with everyone. Everyone tensed knowing that Zhong Yi was about to influence the clan's direction for the first time since gaining power. Do you know why the Uchiha clan has been declining? Do you all know why the Uchiha clan has been growing weaker? No one expected Zhong Yi to start from this point, and they all involuntarily sat up straight. Zhong Yi raised a finger. 100 years ago, when Konoha did not yet exist, our Uchiha combat strength reached a peak of 2,000 personnel. But at the end of the Warring States period, after Madara Uchiha became clan leader, it gradually declined, eventually dropping to around 300, until we made peace with the Senju and founded Konoha. Zhong Yi did not fabricate these figures, he had learned them by delving into the Uchiha archive after his transfer. But most of those seated here were from the younger generation, and most were not fond of reading, so they looked utterly bewildered. Of course, even the elder Tung Hong did not understand why Zhong Yi was saying this. He pondered for a moment and asked in a deep voice, "Is there something wrong with these figures?" Zhong Yi was not surprised by the response. "What I mean is that war is cyclical. By the end of the Warring States period, the active forces of most ninja clans had been largely exhausted. In truth, every ninja clan wanted to recuperate and rebuild. But," he raised his voice, "at that time the clan leader Madara Uchiha, acting on his own, continuously fought with Hashirama Senju, causing many unnecessary casualties among the Uchiha." Elder Tung Hong pondered and slowly nodded. "Indeed, that is true. By the end of the war, most of our clansmen did not want to fight anymore, and even surrendered directly after defeat. I was on the battlefield when I was young, but we dared not disobey Lord Madara's orders. Yet truly too much of our clansmen's blood was spilled. The elder was born in the late Warring States period and had already taken to the battlefield. Though more than 50 years had passed, those scenes were still vivid in his memory. The decline of the Uchiha is closely tied to this. As everyone knows, Madara Uchiha was a battle maniac, utterly ignorant in politics. The power he understood was simply that of a village head, the position of Hokage. After realizing he could not compete for the Hokage position, he left the Uchiha clan on his own. He did not realize that the Uchiha had already fallen into the trap woven by Tobarama Senju. When the village established the police force and gave it to us Uchiha, the conspiracy against us began. The police force. No matter how nicely you put it, isn't it just handling public security? What are we Uchiha best at? Slaughter on the battlefield, blood-spattered combat. But now, every day we waste our energy on trivial matters like finding lost cats and dogs for villagers, settling neighborly quarrels. After living like this for too long, how much of the Uchiha's edge remains, eh?" Fugaku looked at Zhong Yi hesitantly. "Zhong Yi, do you mean we should abandon the authority of the police force?" Zhong Yi shook his head. "Not at all. When a cake is very small, we should not give it up, but rather make it bigger." Everyone looked at Zhong Yi with vague understanding, so Zhong Yi had to explain it in detail. "The police force has always been our territory, so we have to take full responsibility for all these village disputes, which greatly drains our energy. We should bring in members of other ninja clans, such as the Hyuga, the Ino Shikacho. We Uchiha will only be responsible for capturing and fighting you. As for investigation and judgment, we can leave those to other clans. That way other clans gain power, and we Uchiha save energy. A win-win situation." Seeing everyone lost in thought, Zhong Yi continued. "Of course this move is just a trial. By sharing power, the main effect is to bind the Uchiha clan together with the other ninja clans. When we become a community of shared interests, if our interests are harmed, the other clans will immediately jump out." Yashiro frowned. "Bring in outsiders. Then will the police force still be our Uchiha's police force? Once power is shared, it can't be taken back." Zhong Yi smiled. "Lord Yashiro, the cake is only this big. If we keep it all to ourselves, we get this much. But if we make the cake bigger and share a portion, what remains is still larger than the original. Moreover," he lowered his voice, "if other clans receive benefits from us, the third Hokage will be the first to oppose any future attempt to touch the police force." Yashiro was startled, then his eyes lit up. Fugaku asked hesitantly, Zheng Yi, what do you plan to do? Zheng Yi thought for a moment and said, at tomorrow's meeting, I will propose expanding the police force's size and adding a village internal defense coordination authority. In this way, even if we bring outsiders into the police force, our influence will become even stronger. Village internal defense has always been the responsibility of the Umbu, which selects elites from various clans. Their main tasks are to capture infiltrating spies and handle external defense. If the police force were just neighborhood patrols, those responsible for village internal defense would be the equivalent of criminal police and SWAT. The so-called Village Internal Defense Coordination Authority means the police force has the right to participate in Konoha's internal counter-espionage patrols, guard important facilities, and coordinate Umbu operations in emergencies. Once the Uchiha can get involved in this, their influence will naturally rise. Will the third Hokage agree? Fugaku's expression showed some doubt. Though it was just adding the 7 words Village Internal Defense Coordination Authority, having this authority would be a qualitative leap in their power. Zheng Yi said solemnly, Fugaku, you have misunderstood the most fundamental thing. It is not that the Uchiha need power, it is that Konoha needs us Uchiha. In the Third Great Ninja War, the Uchiha suffered the greatest losses. Over 300 combatants died. That was the highest casualty count among all ninja clans in the entire ninja world. We ourselves are Konoha's greatest trump card. There is no need to be timid. If we left Konoha, a Wagakure and Kumogakure would be begging us to come to them. Zheng Yi's words were not wrong. Though the Uchiha lost many combatants in the Third War, other villages also suffered heavy losses. But in another 10 years, a new generation of Uchiha children would grow up, and with their foundation, they would once again become a formidable force not to be underestimated. Everyone present nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Fugaku pondered for a long time and could not help but sigh inwardly. This Zheng Yi has keen insight. I am not his equal. At this moment he adjusted his attitude and asked in a tone of equals, then Zheng Yi, what is the next step? Do we leverage this to pry power from the village? But Zheng Yi unexpectedly shook his head. No. After binding interests with the other clans in the village, we Uchiha have only ensured greater stability for ourselves in Konoha. But that does not mean we have to fight for the third Hokage. Zheng Yi tapped the tatami. Over the years, the Uchiha's contributions to Konoha have been completely disproportionate to the rewards we have received. We excel at combat, yet we are trapped in Konoha playing politics with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Because we are too obedient, we are constantly sent to the front lines to be worn down. The Battle of Kikyo Mountain, the border war in the Land of Rain. Which time did the Uchiha not charge at the forefront? After returning from battle, the credit goes to others, and the casualties are ours. This is also one of the reasons for the Uchiha's decline. He glanced around the shrine's hall, then spoke slowly. The Uchiha should not be confined to Konoha. We ought to flourish in multiple directions. Don't limit ourselves to the police force. Consider this. Zheng Yi produced the ninja tool sharpness formula, iron slicing, drawn from the system. A metalworking formula that increased ninja tool sharpness by 30, capable of cutting through ordinary iron. He handed it to Fugaku. I stumbled upon this. It should help open another path for the Uchiha. Fugaku took it, his face brightening with astonishment. A 30 increase in sharpness. The potential of this metalworking formula was immense. That single sheet could generate substantial profits for the Uchiha. After examining it, Fugaku immediately passed it to Elder Hikoma beside him. The elder's expression shifted. Zheng Yi, you would entrust something so precious to the clan. Zheng Yi fully understood its value, but having come to this world, he wasn't about to live merely for wealth. He wanted to live vividly, freely, joyfully. Don't worry about it. When the cake is small, even if you devour it all, there's little to gain. But when the cake grows, what you can obtain becomes far greater. Leaving this formula to the clan to operate is far better than me handling it alone. Of course, this is just one avenue to broaden the Uchiha's development. We'll need to carve out many more paths in the future. Most importantly, from now on, every order from Konoha should be met with selective obedience. Reduce unnecessary losses. Only with more clansmen can the Uchiha thrive. Previously, meetings had revolved around how to handle relations between the police force and Konoha's villagers, or how to respond to complaints against the Uchiha. But Zheng Yi made them see the problem from a different perspective. Everyone's eyes lit up. That's the general direction. It's late now, we'll discuss other matters another time. Those with the Mangekyo Sharingan stay. The rest may retire for the night. After laying out his policy, Zheng Yi dismissed the meeting. Everyone rose, paid him a sincere bow, and withdrew. The elders took the metalworking formula to discuss potential collaborators. Soon only those with the Mangekyo Sharingan remained: Zheng Yi, Fugaku, Itachi, Shisui, and Inabi. Zheng Yi gestured and led them deeper into the shrine. They arrived before the stone tablet. Fugaku was curious how Zheng Yi knew of it, while Itachi speculated whether this tablet would bring change to the Uchiha. Take a look with your Mangekyo, Zheng Yi said to Shisui and Inabi, the only ones who hadn't seen it. When they activated their Mangekyo, both were startled. Inabi scratched his head. What does this mean? Zheng Yi smiled faintly. The tablet had few characters written in an archaic style, hard for Inabi, who disliked reading, to fully grasp. Shisui whispered a few explanations, then asked Zheng Yi, "Do you know what comes after?" Zheng Yi's lips curled. "Why must I know the rest?" Shisui froze. "But the tablet says the method to save the Uchiha." Zheng Yi cut him off with a sharp gesture. "What if it's a lie, eh?" Everyone was stunned. Honestly, they had never considered that. Even if most of the content is true, what if the crucial parts have been replaced with falsehoods? For instance, what if the later instructions demand sacrificing all clansmen? Would you still follow it? Fugaku and the others blanched. Impossible. He stared at the tablet, a complex flicker in his eyes. This stone tablet, the Uchiha's generations-old secret, could it really have been tampered with? Zheng Yi's face turned stern. He pointed to his own Sharingan. You all know well how much the Uchiha Sharingan influences its host's emotions. In the past, Madara Uchiha's stubbornness cost countless clansmen their lives. I wouldn't be surprised if someone in the future believes this tablet blindly. Zheng Yi's words sent a chill through the room. Itachi hesitated, then asked, "Senior Zheng Yi, could the masked man lurking near the shrine be inspecting the tablet?" Obito had already started moving around the Uchiha compound. Fugaku looked puzzled at Itachi, wondering who this masked man was. Is it possible he's altering the tablet? Zheng Yi deliberately spoke, ambiguously muddying the waters. After all, Black Zetsu had already modified the tablet. He had to prevent any Mangekyo user from being deceived. Itachi nodded solemnly. He had seen the masked man slaughter Uchiha clansmen. It was entirely plausible he had secretly altered the tablet. Seeing Fugaku's doubt, Zheng Yi didn't explain further, leaving that communication to Itachi. Tomorrow's meeting won't be too early. I'm going to sleep. Fugaku, if you have questions, ask Itachi. He knows the details. Zheng Yi waved his hand, ending the conversation. The Hyuga compound. In the main hall of the clan's estate, bright lanterns illuminated the room like day. Uchiha Fugaku has fully delegated authority to Uchiha Zheng Yi tonight. Perhaps the Uchiha are considering a different way to coexist within the village. Aoba, you'll come with me to the meeting tomorrow. See if we can collaborate with the Uchiha. Besides Hayashi, 4 others were seated in the room. 3 were elderly clan elders. The 4th was Hyuga Aoba, who had been promoted to manage the branch family after Hisashi's death. He was just over 20 with a handsome, cool face and was taciturn. He merely murmured assent to Hayashi's words. Elders, let's stop here for now. We'll reconvene after tomorrow's meeting. Hayashi didn't know what the Uchiha would propose, so after a brief discussion he adjourned. 2 years ago on Hinata's birthday, the incident of Hisashi's sacrificial death occurred. Essentially, Konoha had forced the Hyuga to sacrifice their interests to stabilize the village. Since then, relations between the Hyuga clan and the village had plummeted to freezing point. Particularly after the branch family began passive resistance following Hisashi's death, the rift with Konoha deepened. Though the 3rd Hokage had specially allowed Hyuga Hinata to approach the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki, such privileges were ultimately hollow promises. After all, whether the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would become a combat asset was still uncertain. The Hyuga were now tirelessly pacifying the branch family and actively seeking change. Now the emergence of Uchiha Zheng Yi marked that opportunity for change. Coincidentally, Hyuga Aoba thought so too, though he saw it not as a chance for the Hyuga clan, but for the branch family. He walked out of the main estate, watching the sun rise over the horizon. He felt as though Lord Hisashi was still watching him from the sky. Lord Hisashi, I will help you see that day come. The next day, the morning sun infused vitality and energy into the Uchiha clan's territory. Groups of Uchiha clansmen emerged from their homes, some tidying their courtyards, others opening their shops, as the clan area gradually became lively. A significant portion of the Uchiha clan consists of commoners. Although they share the Uchiha surname, their descendants do not necessarily inherit the abilities of their predecessors. It is possible for the Uchiha to have children with no talent at all. The Uchiha do not prohibit intermarriage with other clans, but children born from within the clan are more likely to possess talent. This is how the clan gradually grows. The previous night, all combat personnel were mobilized and many commoners in the clan were aware of it. Many of these combat personnel are their friends and relatives. Before they returned, everyone felt anxious. After all, combat signifies casualties. Fortunately, everyone returned safely yesterday. Throughout the morning, these commoners quietly discussed what had happened. However, combat personnel generally do not share these matters with them. Saying anything would only cause worry, so it's better left unsaid. The younger generation, of course, remains completely unaware. I'm full. I'm going to find Niz and Shaoji. Sasuke jumped down from the dining table and called out to his caretaker Uchiha Shaoji. Shaoji grew up in Fugaku's household and regarded Sasuke as her younger brother. Hey, Sasuke, be careful. Shaoji shook her head helplessly. 5-year-old Sasuke is lively and active. His favorite activities are practicing shuriken, throwing with his brother, or going out to shoot arrows. Last time he was scared silly by that wild boar, which was quite embarrassing. This time with his shuriken throwing technique, I must impress Nizan. He moved his short legs and arrived at Itachi's door. Nizan, let's practice shuriken throwing. After calling several times with no response from inside, he thought, Nizan should be awake by now. Sasuke, don't bother your brother. A voice from behind came, and his ear was already pinched. Hey mother, that hurts. It hurts. Shaoji released Sasuke's ear and said impatiently, Itachi didn't sleep at all last night. You should go practice by yourself. Sasuke felt a bit wrong, pouting as if he could hang an oil gourd. It's not easy for Nizan to rest at home. Shaoji sighed, lightly ruffling Sasuke's hair, her eyes filled with love and complexity as she looked toward Itachi's room. Itachi had spoken with Fugaku for a long time last night, and Shaoji had listened quietly. Itachi talked about his friend's death, while their father only cared about opening his eyes. He spoke about joining the Umbu, and how painful it was for him every day. He mentioned that their father never asked if he was tired, only demanding that he complete his tasks. He spoke of traveling through time and the extinction of the entire Uchiha clan. Fugaku finally understood how much Itachi was suffering inside, and learned about the Uchiha clan's future 2 years later. The father and son opened their hearts. Itachi's eyes were red from crying. After Fugaku went to bed, he quietly said to Shaoji, I was wrong. With a creak, the door opened, and Itachi appeared at the entrance in his pajamas. Nizan. Sasuke happily ran over and hugged Itachi's arm. Why aren't you sleeping a bit longer? Shaoji said with concern. Itachi wore a gentle expression. I can't sleep anymore, mother, I'll sleep tonight. All right, Shaoji nodded, and stood up to head to the kitchen. He'll go make you something to eat. Sasuke turned to look at Itachi, and noticed his brother seemed more vibrant than usual. Nizan, let's practice shuriken throwing together. Itachi crouched down, thinking about how 2 years later Sasuke would be all alone, his eyes reflecting emotions that Sasuke couldn't comprehend. He lightly touched Sasuke's forehead with his own. All right, I'll accompany you to practice shuriken throwing today. A blush crept up Sasuke's cheeks, feeling a bit shy as he ran outside. Then Nizan, I'll go get the shurikens. Watching his departing figure, Itachi's fondness turned into determination. Sasuke, this time I won't let you grow up alone. When Jinya woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. However, he did not get out of bed. Instead, he lay there reflecting on the gains from last night. Ding, Uchiha Shaoji, Uchiha Fugaku's fate has been altered, gaining 6 lottery chances. Ding gained recognition from Uchiha Shaoji, and Fugaku earning 2 lottery chances. Current lottery chances 8. Jinya had not prepared to hoard them, eager to see what good items he could draw this time. He immersed his consciousness in the prize pool and silently thought, draw. Golden light burst forth from the prize pool. Zhengye's spirit jolted, something good is about to come out. 1. Shuriken pack of 10. 2. Soldier pill recovery, ordinary restores stamina, one-time use. 3. Spirit attribute point, excellent spirit 1. 4. Smoke bomb, ordinary releases smoke to obscure vision, one-time use. 5. Healing talisman, excellent, slowly self-heals, 1-day durability, 100,100, can be dried if dampened. 6. Flying thunder god kunai replica, excellent, marks any object, can instantly teleport to mark point when touching the kunai, distance 10 kilometers, 3 one-way flight. 7. Steel wire, 30 meters, ordinary, used for traps and restraint, one-time consumable. 8. Sand of memory, rare, makes others lose memories of the past hour, one-time use. Jinya's attention lingered on the sand of memory for a moment before extracting the flying thunder god kunai replica. Its design resembles the ninja love sword of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. A distance of 10 kilometers is not too far, especially for an item of excellent quality. Moreover, the farther the flying thunder god moves, the more chakra it consumes, but this one has no consumption. Other useful items include the healing talisman and the spirit points. The rest of the ordinary ninja tools were casually stored in the prize space, not given much thought. He already had 2 of these talismans. If he got injured, he could see if they stack. Jinya thought this and decided to use the spirit point first. Strength 5, agility 4, constitution 4, spirit 12. 13. A wave of refreshing energy flowed into him from above, making Jinya involuntarily sigh with comfort. The energy expended last night quickly recovered, and the power of his Sharingan also increased a bit. After freshening up, Jinya bought food in the Uchiha territory while eating and strolling. Jinya, freshly baked flatbreads, would you like 2? The enthusiastic Uchiha uncle greeted him. Jinya smiled and pulled out his wallet. Then I'll have 2, please. Come by often. Chewing on the salty and fragrant flatbread, Zhengye's eyes sparkled. It is these Uchiha clansmen who together form the entire Uchiha clan. With my intervention, surely the clan won't be annihilated, right? Elder 4. The 3rd Hokage has informed that a high-level meeting will commence in 1 hour. The clan leader is waiting for you to go together. Dong Yu, who had approached Jinya first yesterday, appeared in front of him to report. Jinya nodded. I'll go over right away. Understood. He exhaled, looking at the clan area with smoke curling up. A new round of confrontation is about to begin. In the village of Konoha, within the Hokage's office building, the conference room was already filled with representatives from every ninja clan. The village operated under a joint power structure, with the Hokage presiding over 4 advisory elders and 20 honorary elders. Clans like the Hyuga, Ino, Shikacho, Inazuka, and Aburame each had at least 2 honorary elders, while smaller clans typically shared a single representative among several families. The honorary elders held the authority to nominate the Hokage and Jonin, as well as voting rights on major village affairs. However, the Uchiha clan had lost their honorary elder seats after the Ninetales rampage. Fugaku's position as police force captain was a duty, not a status. This had been a growing source of discontent among the Uchiha radicals in recent years. The third Hokage took his seat at the head of the table, flanked by Hamura Midokado and Koharu Uchiha. The chair meant for Danzo Shimura, however, remained empty. Already advanced in years, the third Hokage appeared weary, yet his expression remained calm, betraying no sign of the reputational blow he had suffered the previous night. Murmurs filled the room as everyone discussed the Uchiha clan, which had long been handled with a conciliatory approach, now led by a resolute new leader, Uchiha Zhongyi. Though only 18, his maneuvers overnight had earned him no small measure of respect. 2 chairs at the oval conference table bore the inscription Uchiha. Zhongyi and Fugaku entered the venue precisely on time. The moment they arrived, the entire room felt. Now that the Uchiha are here, let us commence today's meeting. The third Hokage declared the start of the session as soon as he saw the pair. I trust all elders are aware of the grave conflict that erupted yesterday between advisor Danzo Shimura and the Uchiha clan. Danzo is currently in custody receiving treatment. Once his injuries stabilize, he will be transferred to the interrogation division for a public trial. As Hokage, I bear the responsibility of inadequate oversight for the immense harm suffered by the Uchiha, and I offer my deepest apologies. The third Hokage removed his hat and bowed deeply toward Zhongyi and Fugaku. Neither man showed any reaction. This was merely a superficial gesture devoid of real meaning. Unmoved by their response, the third Hokage straightened and continued. Of course, as an inseparable part of Konoha to have been treated thus, the village intends to offer reparations to the Uchiha clan. Fugaku, you may state any demands the Uchiha have. Fugaku remained composed, speaking unhurriedly. Lord Hokage, I have recently found that clan affairs impede my training. I have transferred decision-making authority to other elders. Today, Uchiha Zhongyi, as the 4th elder of the clan, will fully represent the Uchiha. He had spoken at length with Itachi the previous night, and learned of Zhongyi's time-space tool that could traverse the future. One who had seen what lay ahead was far more astute than he who could not glimpse the future. His words drew knowing looks from everyone present. Indeed, the power structure within the Uchiha had shifted. Fugaku had not yet abdicated, but this was likely a transitional phase. The third Hokage turned his inquiring gaze to Zhongyi. Zhongyi showed no sign of intimidation. He surveyed the entire upper echelon of Konoha, rapped his knuckles on the table to draw everyone's attention. Before anything else, I wish to ask a question. Why, after the Ninetales rampage, were we Uchiha driven to the outermost edge of the village? Zhongyi's deliberate query left the attendees exchanging glances. They had not anticipated he would start here. Everyone knew the reason. The Ninetales rampage had been controlled by a Sharingan. After all, the massive Sharingan reflected in the Ninetales' eyes was common knowledge. Yet it remained mere suspicion without concrete evidence, and the third Hokage was still choosing his words. But Koharu Uchiha struck without warning, slamming her hand on the table. The Ninetales rampage caused immense grief to Konoha. Any potential danger cannot be left at the heart of the village. Her words were nearly a direct accusation that the Uchiha were behind the disaster. The other clans who had suffered heavy casualties had silently acquiesced to this policy because of the Uchiha's overwhelming suspicion. Fugaku opened his eyes, a flicker of anger stirring within. It was precisely due to the High Command's distrust that they had lost their honorary elder seats back then. Zhongyi placed a hand on Fugaku's shoulder, choosing not to argue with Koharu. After all, proving innocence was less effective than muddying the waters. I know every clan suspects the Uchiha, but after years of investigation, we have discovered who truly orchestrated the Ninetales rampage. How can that be? The moment Zhongyi spoke, the entire room erupted. Every clan had lost members in that disaster. Naturally, they harbored a deep hatred for the instigator. Though the third Hokage remained wary of the Uchiha, the true mastermind behind the rampage was Konoha's mortal enemy. He leaned forward, eyes sharp as blades. Zhongyi, who is it? Fugaku's pupils contracted. As clan leader, he knew the Uchiha had uncovered no such clues. What did Zhongyi mean by this? Yet outwardly, he remained cooperative, wearing a look of certainty. Zhongyi raised a finger and asked, first, during the rampage, did the High Command order the Uchiha to escort the villagers? Yes, the third Hokage confirmed. There was no denying that was indeed the order given. After the fourth Hokage's death per normal procedure, should a fifth Hokage have been elected? The attendees exchanged glances, suspicion dawning in their eyes. After Minato Namikaze's death, only one person could have been elected as the fifth Hokage. That person was Orochimaru. But Orochimaru was not under the third Hokage's control, so the latter did not immediately appoint a fifth Hokage. Orochimaru's eventual defection was a separate matter. Akinori Choza, the clan leader, interrupted impatiently. Zheng Yi, are you referring to Orochimaru? Zheng Yi shook his head. No, not Orochimaru. I am referring to Danzo Shimura. Impossible. Koharu objected at once. Danzo has devoted his entire life to Konoha. How could he collude with Orochimaru to instigate the Nine-Tails rampage? The High Command's fortunes were intertwined. Danzo would never do such a thing. Zheng Yi swept his hand forcefully, overriding the objection. Why not? Our Uchiha investigation has revealed that Danzo's arm was transplanted with Hashirama cells by Orochimaru. And the Sharingan on that arm were transplanted to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Those two are If the third Hokage had fallen in the rampage, the fourth Hokage, whose foundations were still unstable, would have been no match for the two of them. If the fourth Hokage died, the only candidate for the fifth Hokage would have been Orochimaru. After retrieving the Sharingan yesterday, we immediately conducted a chakra inspection and discovered that the eye belonged to Uchiha Kagami, the uncle of Uchiha Shisui. A man who would gouge out even his comrades' eyes. Such a person orchestrating the Nine-Tails rampage for the Hokage's seat is perfectly logical. Zheng Yi's words struck like a magnitude 10 earthquake, startling everyone present. After all, Uchiha Kagami was a teammate of Shimura Danzo, and alongside the current Koharu and Hamiura Kato, was once a disciple of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama. Had he removed the eyes of his teammates and fellow disciples to implant them into himself? Everyone shuddered with disgust, never imagining Danzo would stoop to such depths. Zheng Yi took in the expressions of all present. This was his true plan. Danzo's arm was indeed crafted by Orochimaru. When the fourth Hokage ascended, Danzo and Orochimaru were indeed in collaboration. As for whether the Sharingan on Danzo's arm belonged to Uchiha Kagami, Kagami had been dead for years. Whether it was or not, the Uchiha clan would have the final say. Danzo, you professional scapegoat, take this blame. To gain more political capital for the Uchiha, he had to clear the clan of suspicion regarding the Nine-Tails incident. Zheng Yi now saw doubt and wavering in the eyes of Koharu and Hamiura Kato. After all, his logic was entirely sound. He shifted his tone and continued. Moreover, even if the plan failed, he could easily pin the blame on the Uchiha. If I'm not mistaken, it was Shimura Danzo who proposed relocating the Uchiha from the village center. Koharu trembled. She said nothing, merely exchanging a glance with Hamiura Kato and the third Hokage. At the time of the discussion, only the four of them had been present. During the Nine-Tails incident, every clan suffered devastating losses. I would like to ask the third Hokage, did any members of Danzo's root participate in that battle? The third Hokage was silent, but the suspicion in his eyes deepened. A faint smile tugged at Zheng Yi's lips. He didn't need an answer to know they had not. In the original timeline, Danzo didn't even emerge when Konoha was flattened by a Shinra Tensei, let alone during the Nine-Tails incident. Danzo's strategy of preserving his strength made him far more suspicious than the Uchiha, who had fought in the battle. After a long deliberation, the third Hokage said gravely, "This is all your testimony and reasoning. There is no solid evidence." Zheng Yi had been waiting for that very statement. He narrowed his eyes, concealing a sharp gleam. Then where is the solid evidence that incriminates the Uchiha? The elders present exchanged glances and felt Zheng Yi's argument was reasonable. After all, Danzo now appeared far more suspicious than the Uchiha. Nara and Akichi looked at Zheng Yi's youthful face and lowered his gaze. The Uchiha have produced a clever one. The third Hokage was choked by this pointed question. Indeed, in the past, targeting the Uchiha based solely on suspicion was acceptable because they were the only suspects. But now a more suspicious suspect had emerged. The previous targeting of the Uchiha now seemed completely untenable. The third Hokage pondered for a moment. The Uchiha cannot return to their original location now. After the Uchiha moved out, the land had been distributed to other clans as post-war compensation for the Nine-Tails incident. Forcing them to return it would be extremely difficult. Zheng Yi waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned about not returning to the village center. In that case, we should receive appropriate compensation, shouldn't we? The third Hokage's expression sharpened. Let's hear it. Zheng Yi curled his lips. We'll discuss compensation for relocating later. First, let's talk about compensation for the damage Danzo has inflicted on the Uchiha. The third Hokage felt uneasy but nodded. Zheng Yi raised a finger. The Uchiha police force demands an expansion of both its establishment and personnel. A flicker of confusion crossed the third Hokage's eyes. The police force had always been composed solely of Uchiha members. They could decide on expansions themselves. Why was he presenting it as a condition? Was he not wasting his bargaining chips? How many additions do you want? Zheng Yi raised 4 fingers. 400. The third Hokage was taken aback, and Kohar Udatane asked directly, where would the Uchiha find that many people? The Uchiha had fewer than 500 combatants, and the police force already accounted for over 100. Adding 400 would exceed the total number of Uchiha combatants. Zheng Yi smiled. That's a matter for the police force. Agreed. He'll allow it. For the third Hokage, it meant paying salaries for 400 more people. But if it could tie down more Uchiha, it was worth it. A smile spread across Zheng Yi's face. He turned slightly to Hyuga Hayashi and said, Lord Hayashi, the police force requires more Byakugan for security management. I wonder if we could hire 100 people from the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Hayashi jolted his chair, creaking softly. He was stunned by this immense surprise. The Uchiha were actually inviting outsiders into the police force. This would directly elevate the Hyuga clan's influence. No problem. The Hyuga clan is very willing to cooperate with the Uchiha clan. Hayashi suppressed his excitement, ready to take the bait regardless of the others' intentions. Zheng Yi nodded slightly, then turned to Nara and Akichi of the Ino-Shikacho trio. He had only learned after crossing over that Shikaku had not yet assumed leadership. The trio were from the previous generation. Lord Inakichi, I also invite the Ino-Shikacho clans to assist in the police force. Could each of your 3 clans contribute 50 people? Agreed. The Ino-Shikacho clans accept cooperation with the Uchiha. Inakichi's eyes glittered with shrewdness, staring intently at Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi's move was clearly an attempt to bind the Uchiha with the major clans, but Inakichi suspected that Zheng Yi's true goal had yet to be revealed. Aburame. Inazuka. After reaching an agreement with the Ino-Shikacho, Zheng Yi allocated the remaining 150 slots to other clans. Even after distributing all 400 slots, he additionally used the positions originally held by Uchiha in the police force. It could be said that every influential clan in Konoha had been taken care of by Zheng Yi. The third Hokage frowned, unable to discern Zheng Yi's true intentions. But the Uchiha police force only managed public order. Even if power was shared, it would not significantly boost the influence of other clans. Instead, it would cause the Uchiha to lose control. It seems Zheng Yi's real goal has yet to be stated. Now regarding compensation for the Uchiha clan's relocation outside the village. Zheng Yi's lips parted, revealing his true intent. The Uchiha demands the addition of Village Defense Coordination Authority. In Konoha Village, inside the Hokage Tower's conference room, the meeting continued. Authority for Internal Defense Coordination. Zheng Yi's words swept through the entire conference room like a whirlwind, shaking everyone to their core. The representatives of the ninja clans who had previously shown joy at being assigned to the security team were now completely subdued. Internal defense was the responsibility of the Umbu, a direct authority of the Hokage. This was directly seizing power from the Hokage. The third Hokage fixed his gaze on Zheng Yi, his eyes filled with depth as he asked in a low voice, "What exactly do you mean?" Zheng Yi raised a finger. The literal meaning: the security team has the right to participate in Konoha's internal counterespionage patrols, guarding important facilities and coordinating Umbu operations in emergencies. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room fell silent. Torian Komatsu suddenly stood up. Impossible. Internal defense has always been the responsibility of the Umbu, and you security team manages public order. What basis do you have to interfere? However, Zheng Yi didn't even look at her, instead surveying the entire venue. What basis? Simply because the Uchiha have contributed the most to Konoha yet received no corresponding return. Based on our participation in the Third Shinobi World War, where the Uchiha had the highest number of combatants and suffered the heaviest losses. Based on the Nine Tails incident, where we Uchiha were the first to arrive on the scene, sacrificing 33 lives only to be driven out of the village's core area. Based on the persecution we faced from Konoha's upper echelons, yet we still strive to maintain Konoha's stability instead of inciting war. Zheng Yi's words were steady and powerful, each word striking the hearts of the crowd. Torian Komatsu's face turned pale, and just as she was about to say more, Mito Munin tugged at her sleeve. Her old partner shook his head at her, lowering his voice. This is not the time for a hard confrontation. The third Hokage remained silent, seemingly weighing his options. However, Zheng Yi revealed a confident smile. This proposal concerns the safety of the entire village, therefore I will initiate a high-level vote here. Elders in favor of granting the Konoha security team the authority for internal defense coordination, please raise your hands. Everyone in the room trembled at the words. The heads of the Hyuga, Inazuka, Yamanaka, and other clans exchanged glances. No wonder the Uchiha had allocated positions in the security team to them. Did this not mean they were also going to share in the Hokage's power? After just 2 seconds of silence, Hyuga Hizashi raised his hand. Following him were Inuzuka, Some Yamanaka, and other clans that had just agreed to the addition of the Internal Defense Coordination Authority, all raising their hands in agreement. On the Uchiha side, Fugaku and Zheng Yi did not raise their hands. They were not honorary elders of the village and had no voting rights. However, the current situation no longer required them. There were a total of 20 honorary elders with a couple of major clans, each having 2 honorary elders. The representatives of the smaller clans, seeing the major clans voting, also raised their hands in agreement. Just the votes from the honorary elders alone reached 16. The remaining clans that had not voted in favor were Sarutobi, Toriyun Mito Munin, and Shimura, each with 1 vote. Additionally, the Hokage himself had 2 votes, and the advisory elders each had 1 vote. But it was of no use. Even if they voted against it, Zheng Yi's proposal would be overwhelmingly approved with an absolute majority. Excellent. The votes have surpassed half. Hokage-sama, please announce it. Seeing the third Hokage's pale face, Nara Shikaku thought to himself, impressive. Zheng Yi never intended to negotiate with Konoha's upper echelons. Using the Danzo incident to ignite distrust among all the ninja clans towards the higher-ups. Using the pretense of compensation to tie Uchiha's interests with those of the village, leveraging for greater benefits. If the third Hokage opposes, it means going against most of Konoha. In this round, Sarutobi Hiruzen has lost. The third Hokage surveyed the surroundings, noticing that the major ninja clans were all determinedly waiting for him to announce. If it were a single ninja clan, he could suppress them, but now they formed a massive alliance. He deeply glanced at Zheng Yi, suppressing the frustration in his chest, and slowly spoke. The coordination authority for defense can be granted to the security team. But the Umbu is directly under the Hokage. If the security team is to participate, a clear agreement on responsibility division must be signed. Which situations can intervene, which cannot, must be written down in black and white rules. Zheng Yi's lips curled slightly. I, Uchiha, am just a rough fellow and not very familiar with these clauses. Here I would like to ask clan leader Nara and clan leader Hyuga to help negotiate. At such a time there was no need for him to step up himself. As it involved their own interests, these ninja clans would bargain hard with the third Hokage. Nara suppressed the helpless smile on his face, having guessed Zheng Yi's intentions. He exchanged a glance with Hisashi. No problem, we will help negotiate these matters. The third Hokage did not expect the responsibility to be passed to the Inuzuka and Hyuga clans, as they essentially represented the major ninja clans of Konoha. He was still facing most of Konoha. After staring at Zheng Yi for several seconds, he turned to Nara and Hyuga. The specific details will be drafted within 3 days jointly by the Umbu and you. With these words, it was as if the dust had settled. Sitting in his seat, Fugaku felt a weight lift from his heart, and then he could not help but grow excited. Once unable to touch the core of Konoha's power, while only managing public order, the Uchiha had finally torn a huge opening at the heart of Konoha's power. Compared to Zheng Yi's political ability, his previous ideas seemed ridiculously naive. It seems I am truly not suited to be the clan leader. Fugaku looked at Zheng Yi with admiration in his eyes. If Zheng Yi had been given power earlier, would the Uchiha have already become better? No, it is not too late now. Zheng Yi has proven himself. Moving forward, I should be at ease in delegating power. While Fugaku was in a whirlwind of thoughts, the meeting was not yet over. Hyuga Hisashi suddenly spoke up. Since the suspicions regarding the Nine Tails incident are unfounded, I propose restoring the Uchiha's honorary elder status. Nara immediately raised his hand without hesitation. I second that. After him, the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and other honorary elders who had just agreed to the addition of the Internal Defense Coordination Authority raised their hands in agreement. Zheng Yi slightly nodded, acknowledging the crowd. Having given so many benefits to the other ninja clans, it was only natural for them to return the favor. Moreover, the Uchiha were now in a position where their fortunes were tied together. Helping the Uchiha was equivalent to helping themselves. The number of elder seats has always been limited to 20. If one is added for the Uchiha, who will step down? Mito Munin was still struggling, but Nara calmly responded, there haven't been many matters requiring votes in recent years. Adding another seat is no problem. When other honorary elders retire due to illness, no new selections can be made. But Mito Munin still wanted to say something, but the third Hokage interrupted. All right, this matter is our responsibility, so let us restore Fugaku Uchiha's honorary elder status. At this moment, Fugaku stood up. Hokage-sama, I have already handed over the Uchiha's power. Let the honorary elder status be given to Zheng Yi. The third Hokage nodded, not surprised. In that case, the appointment letter will be sent to the Uchiha clan shortly. After all, they were all from the same clan. It did not matter whom it was given to. He scanned the room, asking, does anyone have any other proposals? Today's information load was quite heavy, and everyone's minds were basically saturated, so no one had any more proposals. In that case, the meeting is adjourned. Looking at the third Hokage on stage, Zheng Yi's expression was solemn. Saratobi Hiruzen, our clash has only just begun. Near the memorial stone in Konoha, a young man with white hair, his forehead protector covering one eye, came holding a bouquet of flowers to a grave. He first replaced the withered flowers, then stood there in a daze. Rin, he murmured, his voice hollow and filled with pain like a ghost devoid of life. This man was none other than the disciple of the fourth Hokage, Hatake Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi was serving as the captain of Aro team in the Umbu. Due to some changes in Umbu's duties, he had time off to come here. The patrolling guards were already accustomed to his presence and paid him no mind. Knowing Kakashi would leave by nightfall, they didn't bother him. Near the memorial stone was a large park with trees, fountains, and slides. Many young children loved to play there. 1, 2, 3 statue. 1, 2, 3 statue. You've gone down the slide twice, it's my turn. The children's voices filled the air with joy and vitality. But a yellow-haired child hid in the corner, the shadow of the building covering most of his thin, sallow body. He was about 5 years old. His clothes were so filthy it was hard to tell when they were last washed. It was hard to imagine that in a big village like Konoha there could be a child like a beggar. He was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konohagakure, the son of the fourth Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. His hands gripping the wall tightened, and yearning and longing shone in his eyes. Huff, puff. Naruto took 2 deep breaths, then shuffled a few steps forward. To the children playing statue he asked, Can I play with you? The children stopped their game and turned to look at Naruto, puzzled. Who are you? Naruto offered a fawning smile. I'm Naruto. You're a monster, one of the children suddenly shouted. Naruto's face froze. He waved his hands awkwardly and stepped back. I am not a monster. Is he the demon fox? The one who ate my moms? Beat him up. Naruto's worst fear had come true. He had encountered people calling him a monster again. Swoosh. The children playing statue picked up stones from the flower bed and threw them. Thud. Naruto felt a sharp pain on his head, and a warm trickle began to flow. But he had no time to cry out. Instead, he clutched his head and ran toward the memorial stone. Stop. Beat him. The children cheered when they saw Naruto hit, then swarmed after him. Naruto's face was covered in dirt and blood. He ran panting, falling twice on the way. Finally, he reached the memorial stone and flopped to the ground. As the children pursued him to the memorial stone, the nearby patrol guards stepped forward, their faces dark. What do you think you're doing? The children looked frightened and stammered. We're here to beat the monster. They pointed at Naruto. The guard glanced at Naruto, then turned back expressionlessly. This is no place for your mischief. Get lost. The children, scared, spat in Naruto's direction. You're lucky. Then they scattered and ran off. Naruto watched them go, a smug smile spreading across his face. I'm so smart. The patrol guard walked up to him. This is no place for playing. Leave now. Naruto wiped the blood from his forehead and said timidly, I know. He'll go right away. He walked slowly away, the smugness fading from his face, leaving only calm and loneliness. He limped as he walked, the setting sun stretching his shadow long. Naruto's small figure brushed past. Kakashi caught a glimpse of the golden blur from the corner of his eye, but did not turn back. As one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konohagakure had a large population. Any official decree was posted immediately on the bulletin board. For the illiterate, someone even read it. The news of the police force's expansion appeared on the board shortly after the meeting ended. Although nothing was mentioned about the village internal defense coordination authority. But the mere expansion of the police force stirred up a whirlwind of public opinion. The police force is expanding again. Oh heavens, those violent brutes will only increase. Damn it, we'll have to be more careful on the streets. It must be said that the Uchiha's innate pride made them show no kindness when commoners made mistakes. Coupled with Konoha's propaganda, the Uchiha were largely seen as barbaric and violent. But they were fellow villagers after all, so they never actually killed anyone, though they often received complaints. Now that the Uchiha were expanding, the villagers' first reaction was worry, not cheer. At the same time, inside the police force building, Zhang Yi was giving an important speech to the members. You all know me, so I won't introduce myself. I am now the 4th elder of the clan, responsible for all Uchiha external political negotiations and the operational guidance of the police force. The police force was organized in squads of 3, platoons of 12, and companies of 48. Those standing before Zhang Yi were all platoon and company leaders. Shisui was among them, but only as a platoon leader, as his easygoing nature would be a disaster in a higher position. After Zhang Yi's speech, everyone's eyes shifted to the Fugaku beside him. Fugaku coughed. As I've said before, I will gradually transfer clan authority. All matters regarding the police force are now under Zhang Yi's command. Yes, clan leader. Once the transfer of power was confirmed, everyone waited for Zhang Yi's instructions. Some of you with good sources already know about the expansion of the police force. I confirm it here, it's true. The new members are from other clans I invited. Hyuga Ino Shikacho, and others. Once Zhang Yi spoke, the men below exchanged glances, but remained composed. Of course, at the same time, our police force has gained the village Internal Defense Coordination Authority. After these new members join clan leader Fugaku will disperse them into your units. The meaning of the village Internal Defense Coordination Authority is when the clan members learned that their police force could seize power from the Umbu, they couldn't hide their excitement. Excellent. Our police force is no longer just for public order. Seeing his clansmen so delighted, Zhang Yi deliberately waited a few minutes before coughing to quiet them down. Since the police force has the village Internal Defense Coordination Authority from now on, whenever any conflict occurs in Konoha, the Uchiha will not mediate. After one warning, we arrest directly. Whether the person is guilty or not, all are brought back to the police force for trial. Don't worry about being complained about. That's not your concern. The clan's operational guideline for the police force is directly arrest, and if anyone resists, suppress with force. As long as they don't die broken arms or legs are fine. For the trial of these villagers or spies, don't use Uchiha members, they let other clan members handle it. The clansmen below all shuddered. Then joy spread across their faces. Uchiha were born warriors unafraid of hardship or pain, but they hated being restrained. Before, as public order officers, they couldn't kill or severely harm villagers, and even a heavy hand would get them complaints. Now the clouds had parted, and they would no longer have to endure such frustration. Shisui had a question in his mind upon hearing this. Wouldn't this intensify the conflict between the Uchiha and the villagers? But out of trust in Zhang Yi, he swallowed his doubt, planning to ask later. Alright, clan leader Fugaku will stay at the police force building to arrange the newly arrived clan members. Shisui, you take me to see the patrol routes. Dongyu and Junsha, you two come along. In Konohagakure, on the bank of a small river, Sasuke sat with a bag in hand, crunching noisily, his small cheeks puffing out sugar stains smeared across his lips. Neeson, you have some too. With that, he handed the bag of tricolored dango to Itachi, who stood behind him. Itachi smiled and ruffled Sasuke's hair, then took a bite of the dango. Sasuke chuckled foolishly. Neeson spent the whole day with me today. That's so rare. Your shuriken throwing still needs a lot of practice. You can't even hit the bullseye now. Itachi remarked casually. Sasuke chewed on the dango in his mouth. That's because usually no one practices. Itachi reached out and flicked Sasuke on the forehead. If no one's around to practice with, you should train on your own. You're not a child anymore. Ouch. Sasuke rubbed his forehead, then tugged at Itachi's sleeve and shook it. Neeson, can you practice with me more often from now on? He'll hit the bullseye soon, I promise. Ouch. Sasuke rubbed his forehead, then tugged at Itachi's sleeve and shook it. Neeson, can you practice with me more often from now on? He'll hit the bullseye soon, I promise. Oh, really? Sasuke was both surprised and delighted. He knew Itachi was extremely busy in the Umbu, sometimes away for days, so taking consecutive days off like this was very rare. Itachi nodded silently. Although he still held a position in the Umbu, it was essentially nominal. Previously, he had to act as a double agent, but now that he had openly clashed with Konoha, the village would no longer trust him. Naturally, he intended to return to the clan and help out. The transition of the police force would take a few days, giving him a short break. Leaving the Umbu was usually very difficult, as members often handled sensitive information. But Itachi was an exception, backed by the Uchiha clan. If he refused to go to the Umbu, even the third Hokage could do nothing about it. As Itachi was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed Sasuke running to the riverbank on his short legs, where a blonde-haired child was crouching. Is that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Itachi swept his gaze around, and indeed spotted 4 Umbu members monitoring from a nearby tree. He frowned slightly. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was a sensitive figure. He couldn't interfere rashly. The Umbu were watching, and any unnecessary move could bring trouble to the Uchiha. With that thought, he walked toward Sasuke. Crybaby, what are you doing here? Sasuke ran over to Naruto and patted him on the shoulder. He had often practiced the great fireball technique here, and frequently saw Naruto playing alone by the river. The two had known each other for a long time. A few times Naruto was caught crying, and Sasuke had nicknamed him Crybaby. Naruto, who had been silently weeping, saw Sasuke and hastily wiped his tears. Stinky brat, it's you. Sasuke noticed the wound on Naruto's forehead, and his expression darkened. What happened? Did someone bully you again? Naruto didn't want to trouble Sasuke with his problems. He pressed his forehead and stammered, No, I just fell by accident. Sasuke clenched his fists, his lips moving as if to ask more, but Itachi's voice interrupted. Let's go, Sasuke. Sasuke glanced back at Itachi, who urged him onward, then turned to look at Naruto. Naruto pushed Sasuke away. Go on, stinky brat, I'm fine. Sasuke hesitated, then suddenly shoved his bag into Naruto's hands. Here, take this. He turned and ran away, his footsteps pattering. Naruto stared blankly at Sasuke's retreating figure, a warmth spreading in his heart. He carefully opened the bag and found 2 skewers of tricolored dango. Naruto gingerly picked one up and bit off a piece. It was very sweet. The Umbu ninja in the nearby tree murmured, Should we report this to the 3rd Hokage? No need. Itachi deliberately called the boy away to avoid involvement. Let's not invite trouble. Yes, Captain. Tricolor dango is a snack made from glutinous rice flour mixed with various vegetable and fruit juices then skewered. In fact, it was a very cheap and ordinary treat. But Naruto had never tasted it. Living from meal to meal, he had no spare money for snacks. Even if he had money, no one would sell to him. After eating one skewer, Naruto felt a bit full. He couldn't bear to eat the last one, deciding to save it for dinner. He hugged the bag carefully to his chest and walked home along the outskirts of the residential area because the villagers were not kind to him. Naruto just wanted to get home quickly. The wound on his head was aching. But as luck would have it, fear came true. As he walked, a sudden force slammed into him from behind, knocking him to the ground. "Ah!" Naruto cried out in pain, landing heavily on the ground. Ignoring the scrapes on his arms, he quickly looked at the paper bag in his arms. But tragically, the bag had been crushed and the dango had rolled onto the ground. Naruto stretched out his hand desperately, trying to reach the skewer. That was from the stinky brat. For me. Squish. A foot landed on the dango, crushing it. Naruto looked up and saw a chubby boy about his age grinning maliciously. "Oh, you have dango. Where did—" He ground his foot into the ground, turning the dango into a muddy mess. Naruto's eyes instantly turned red. Bastard. Naruto lunged, pushing the fat boy to the ground. He pummeled the boy with several punches, making him cry out in pain. Ouch, ouch. Father. Thump. Naruto felt a sharp pain in his waist and was sent flying half a meter like a ball. A 30-year-old man helped the fat boy up. Damn demon fox. He kicked Naruto viciously in the back. Naruto grunted, curling up tightly on the ground, trying to protect himself. Sure enough, a storm of punches and kicks rained down on him. Thump. Thump. The dull sounds echoed as Naruto let out pained groans. Seeing Naruto's miserable state, the fat boy joined in excitedly, kicking Naruto's head repeatedly with the same foot that had crushed the dango. "You monster. Go die." The umbu in the nearby tree watched coldly, showing no intention of intervening. "Should we report to the Hokage?" The umbu Captain Mikawazawa shook his head. "No need. The Hokage is very busy lately. Naruto gets beaten every day. This trivial matter doesn't need to be reported." "Captain," the umbu beside him suddenly shouted. "Police force." Naruto writhed in pain on the ground, but the physical agony was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. He wept bitterly. Why? Why do I have to suffer like this? Whoa. Why won't anyone help me? Suddenly the beating stopped. A righteous male voice reached his ears. "Shisui, as the guardians of Konoha, it is our duty as the police force to stop all violence in the village." Naruto lifted his head with difficulty. Through his tear-blurred vision, he saw several figures in uniform. He shook his head and finally made out the clan emblem on their clothes. A fan. That's the Stinky Brat's clan. By the roadside of my village, a father and son were being pinned down by two Uchiha, letting out cries of pain. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Damn the security force. They'll file a complaint against you. Why are you hitting people? Shisui began to ask as usual, but Zheng Yi raised a hand, directly stopping him. Have you forgotten what I said? Shisui paused, recalling Zheng Yi's words in the security force, that henceforth the Uchiha would only make arrests. Ouch. What's wrong with me beating that monster? He deserves to die. Just you wait, security force. They'll report you. As Shisui pondered, the father and son continued to clamor. Dongyu and Juanxia, who were restraining them, looked at Zheng Yi, seeking his instructions with their eyes. Break their limbs and take them back for interrogation. Shisui was taken aback. They were civilians. But since Dongyu and Juanxia had decided to ally with Zheng Yi, they immediately complied. For a ninja, breaking limbs was as easy as snapping a cookie. They grabbed the father and son's arms, struck with a hand blade, and stomped hard on their shins. A chilling crack echoed. The pair's eyes bulged, their bodies jerking taut, like fish struck by a club. Piercing screams burst from their throats. Ah, my hand, my leg. The men who had been threatening to lodge complaints now lay on the ground, whimpering like beaten dogs. Zheng Yi waved his hand, and Dongyu and Juanxia immediately dragged the two away. He crouched down, looking at Naruto, who was covered in footprints and bleeding from the head. A flicker of pain and anger passed through his eyes. This was the hero's son, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Third Hokage, you are a beast. Like a magician, he pulled a skewer of tricolor dango from his chest. Kid, stop crying. Go home now. Naruto stared blankly at Zheng Yi, dazed. Zheng Yi sighed inwardly, stuffing the dango into Naruto's hand, while his own hand brushed against the flying thunder god, kunai, hidden in his robe. Then he left with Shisui. Looking at the dango in his hand, Naruto snapped out of it and glanced into the distance, but the other's figure had already vanished. He took a bite. It was sweet. Sweeter than the ones given by that brat. The nearby Yinbu Captain Sankawa had witnessed the entire scene. He instructed his subordinates, report everything that just happened to the third Hokage. Remember, no subjective speculation or judgment. Just report the facts. The subordinate nodded, then his figure vanished. Sankawa stared at Naruto, a hint of concern in his eyes. Was it intentional approach or mere coincidence? Lord Zhengyi, wasn't that method a bit too harsh? On the street, Shisui whispered to Zhengyi. Zhengyi walked leisurely, countering. You know his identity, don't you? Yes, he's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Zhengyi smirked, intending to enlighten Shisui using his own reasoning. And what if he had been beaten into a rampage? Naruto gets beaten every day, but he's never gone berserk. Zhengyi rapped Shisui on the head. The sound was crisp with a slight echo, indicating most of it was filled with water. Shisui rubbed his forehead. It hurt. Can you be absolutely sure he won't lose control? Can you bear the responsibility of the Nine-Tails rampage? Or can you ignore the risk of thousands dying from such a catastrophe and continue to watch Naruto be bullied? Hearing this, Shisui drew in a sharp breath. Yes, just because he hasn't lost control before doesn't mean he never will. If he does, the casualties in the village would not be small. Zhengyi saw the change in Shisui's expression and knew he had grasped the gravity of the situation. He continued, infiltration among the 5 great ninja villages is common. They might not steal major secrets, but could they not hide among the villagers and beat Naruto half to death? Chakra detection cannot distinguish genuine civilians. Do you think the Nine-Tails would rather watch its host die or break free and go on a rampage? Shisui gasped, a chill running from his feet to his crown. He suddenly felt that breaking the father and son's limbs was almost too lenient. Zhengyi clicked his tongue. In his past life, individuals who endangered national security would have been executed for at least 5 minutes. That these two were still alive after beating Naruto was a testament to his good nature. Shisui's expression flickered as he slowly exhaled. Then why has the 3rd Hokage allowed the villagers to bully Naruto all along? Zhengyi patted his shoulder. If you were starving, poorly clothed, and bullied every day, and someone provided you shelter, food, and comfort after you were bullied, would you be grateful to that person? Zhengyi's tone was light, but laced with sarcasm. Shisui had never considered this before. After all, the common folk were unenlightened and ignorant. Even the Uchiha were only slightly better in combat. Politics required either immersion from birth or innate talent. Shisui was evidently someone with no political aptitude. Otherwise, he wouldn't have foolishly revealed the existence of Konoha Tsukimi to the village's higher-ups, indirectly pushing the Uchiha into the abyss. But at least his intelligence was intact. With Zhengyi breaking it down so thoroughly, Shisui finally understood. His pupils dilated. The 3rd Hokage wants to completely control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Zhengyi leaped onto a tree and beckoned to Shisui. After Shisui joined him, he pointed at the endless rows of rooftops in the distance, a symbol of great prosperity in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a capable man. He contributed greatly to Konoha's development. But no one is perfect. Not every decision can be correct or flawless. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Uchiha's primary opponent, now we must exhaustively seek out his weaknesses and mistakes. Seeing Shisui deep in thought, Zhengyi continued, the villagers already have a poor impression of the Uchiha. No matter how you enforce the law, they will complain. So Zhengyi paused. Since we can't make them like us, let's make them fear us. Fear. Shisui savored the term. Zhengyi jumped down from the tree and Shisui followed. The Village Internal Defense Coordination Authority is meant to let you seize as much of ANBU's work as possible, not to fixate on the meager civilian mediation fees that barely keep you alive. I've already told Fugaku to allocate other clans members to positions like investigation and judgment based on their abilities. If the villagers are dissatisfied, we Uchiha only enforce the law, not pass judgment. Splitting our core responsibilities reduces the clan's energy spent on the security force. Our clansmen can then dedicate more time to combat training and commerce. That's how the clan grows and prospers. Even staying home to have children contributes to the clan's population growth. Shisui had never learned such things. After listening, he looked at Zhengyi's equally youthful face, a surge of admiration rising within him. This was the leader the Uchiha truly needed. The Hokage's office. Thick smoke swirled before the desk. The 3rd Hokage set down his pipe, holding an ANBU report in one hand. There were 3 reports. The first was the result of consultations among Naruto, Hyuga Hayashi, and the ANBU, specifically the Division of Responsibilities for the Village Defense Coordination Authority. The Ino Shikacho, represented by Roku, and the Hyuga clan, led by Hayashi, already had many clan members working in various departments of Konoha. The Hyuga, with their Byakugan, were especially adept at patrolling and guarding. Given the opportunity to expand their power, they were not about to let others take advantage. The Hyuga clan opened all patrol routes around their compound to the police force. The Ino Shikacho clans opened their respective compounds: Nara deer pastures, Akimichi, secret medicine workshops, Yamanaka flower gardens, and cultivation bases. The map was covered with crisscrossing blocks. The 3rd Hokage read through it from beginning to end. The police force could now intervene in almost every part of Konoha. The only places completely beyond their reach were the hospital, the academy, and the ANBU headquarters. Danzo had once done many dirty jobs for him, and now he had suffered a great loss because of Danzo. But the Third Shinobi World War had inflicted tremendous damage on the village, and the Third Hokage was now powerless to move against the Uchiha by force. Especially now that the Uchiha had revealed 5 Mangekyo Sharingan. With no high-level combat power at his disposal, the Third Hokage had sent word to Jiraiya, yet even then he felt uncertain. The Third Hokage sank into thought, a pair of golden snake eyes surfacing in his mind. If he were here, he could probably suppress the Uchiha. Shaking his head, he cleared his mind and picked up the second report. It detailed how Naruto had been beaten again, but this time Zhang Yi had suddenly stepped in to help him. The Third Hokage read it carefully, not dismissing the incident just because Zhang Yi hadn't spoken much to Naruto. He set aside other matters, dressed, and prepared to visit Naruto first. At the Konoha police force building, the usually empty entrance was crowded today. Among those present were members of the Hyuga Ino Shikacho, Aburame, Inazuka, and other major clans. Fugaku held a list and kept assigning tasks. With the increase in personnel, simply stuffing them into the daily patrols would cause chaos. The police force is temporarily divided into 3 branches: the Combat Division, the Reconnaissance Division, and the Judgment Division. Our Uchiha clan will primarily handle the Combat Division, while the Reconnaissance Division will be managed by the Hyuga, Aburame, Inazuka, and others. The Judgment Division will be led by the Nara clan. From now on, each division's functions will be clearly separated. The Reconnaissance Division reports where conflicts or spies occur. The Combat Division captures the perpetrators. The Judgment Division decides their crimes. Over time, we will gradually refine this system. The Hyuga clan sent Hyuga Chingyu to handle the handover. In other words, he was selected as the leader of the branch family. Since the main family would not leave their compound, Hyuga Chingyu already held the highest status among the branch family, a testament to how seriously they took this cooperation. Upon arriving at the police force, he began scanning the area with his Byakugan. In a very short time, he had mapped out the entire place, but the target he was looking for, Uchiha Zhang Yi, was nowhere to be found. Chingyu was patient. Since he was now part of the police force, there would be plenty of opportunities to interact with him in the future. A house in the central area of Konoha, located very close to the Hokage building, it was arguably the best positioned house in the entire village. But the room inside was horrifically messy. Dirty clothes, smelly socks, unwashed dishes, leftover noodle soup from instant ramen, and a bedsheet with a body-shaped imprint were everywhere. Yet the kitchen had brand new pots and pans seemingly never used. Click. The door lock turned. "I'm home." Naruto stood at the entrance for 2 seconds. The room was as cold and empty as ever. No sound, no one. Huh. Naruto gave a lonely smile. He pushed the dirty clothes off the stool and sat down. He looked at what he was holding, a stick of 3-colored dango. A faint smile couldn't help but appear on his face. He carefully bit off one piece and began to chew slowly. The soft, sweet, and sticky flavor bloomed in Naruto's mouth. For some reason, as Naruto ate the 3-colored dango, his mood improved considerably. Even the wound on his forehead seemed to stop hurting. That cocky kid's clan. Was it called Uchiha? Just a simple stick of 3-colored dango had already made Naruto feel a fondness for this unfamiliar clan. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic sound came from the door. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he rushed to open it. "Third Hokage, Grandpa, you're here." In Konoha, only the Third Hokage was kind to him, giving him a place to live and an allowance. Naruto was filled with gratitude and affection for the Third Hokage. The Third Hokage entered the room, a kindly expression on his face. "I came to see you." Seeing the wound on Naruto's forehead, he frowned. "Did someone bully you again?" Naruto lowered his head, a shadow of sadness on his face. The Third Hokage patted his head, his expression full of pity. "I'm too busy, otherwise you wouldn't have been bullied so much." Naruto quickly waved his hands, a look of urgency on his face. "I'm fine, Third Hokage, Grandpa." He was young, his speech not very logical, and he acted on impulse. He ran to the table, picked up the 3-colored dango that now had only 2 pieces left, and offered it to the Third Hokage. "Third Hokage, Grandpa, someone gave me this today. You can have it." The Third Hokage saw Naruto's eyes fixed on the dango while he secretly swallowed, and a flicker of approval passed through his own eyes. All the time and effort spent nurturing him has indeed paid off. He gently pushed the dango back. "Naruto, you eat it yourself? Who gave this to you?" Naruto, seeing that the Third Hokage was no longer blaming himself, bit off another dango ball. "I don't know him, but he's from the same clan as that cocky kid." The Third Hokage asked with a smile, "Did he say anything to you?" Naruto chewed the last dango ball, his mouth full. "No, he just told me to go home early." The Third Hokage nodded. Just then, rhythmic knocking came from outside. Knock, 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 knock. Upon hearing the code, the Third Hokage's expression changed slightly. He took out 1,000 ryo from his pocket and handed it to Naruto. "Spend it wisely. I have to go now." Naruto's face showed reluctance, but he knew the Third Hokage Grandpa was busy. Thank you, Third Hokage Grandpa." The Third Hokage patted Naruto's head and left. Outside an Yanbu was waiting for him. Hokage-sama Danzo has awakened. After parting with Naruto, Zheng Yi and Shisui toward the patrol route of their police force, imparting some of their... Then Zheng Yi returned to the clan's library. This world was much larger than imagined, and there was much to learn. Not only the history of the Uchiha clan, but also a great deal of geographical knowledge required intensive study. However, ninjutsu that was extremely rare outside was as common as ordinary books within the Uchiha clan. After all, the 3-tomo Sharingan could copy ninjutsu. As long as it wasn't a secret technique that required special conditions to use, it was all here. But in fact, even among the Uchiha, not everyone could copy and fight like Kakashi. Instead, they chose a few ninjutsu that matched their affinities to learn. Normal ninjas had limited chakra in their bodies. They could only release a few ninjutsu in a battle. The more proficient you were, the faster the release speed, and the higher the chance of victory. As for Zheng Yi, he was only proficient in lightning spear, lightning walk, and ordinary fire release. His original self was a relatively average Uchiha clan member with no particular specialization. Having inherited all memories and skills, he was not at a loss. Now he came to find the most functional ninjutsu in this world. Shadow clone technique and multiple shadow clone technique. His spiritual attribute was so high, even if he couldn't form an army like Naruto, being able to split a few shadow clones for training was a good thing. Zheng Yi quickly found the shadow clone technique and began to study it rapidly. It had to be said, having a clan as a backing was good, because this shadow clone technique scroll was filled with insights and annotations as detailed as could be. As long as one had enough talent, learning the shadow clone technique was no problem. After spending several dozen minutes, Zheng Yi formed hand seals, and with a poof, he created a shadow clone. The shadow clone, like a conjurer, produced a smoke bomb. Zheng Yi's heart relaxed. The shadow clone could also use those reward items. Leave the matters with Naruto to you, and act according to the plan. Although it was his own shadow clone, Zheng Yi still gave an instruction. The shadow clone rolled his eyes, and said somewhat irritably, "You are just bullying me, because I'm a shadow clone, otherwise I wouldn't be your cannon fodder." Speaking, he pulled out a flying thunder god kunai imitation, and with a whoosh he vanished instantly. The next second, Zheng Yi again took out the flying thunder god kunai imitation from the prize space, but the remaining uses were only 2. Not bad, saving a little is a little. Konoha Hospital. In the special care ward, a howl like a dying beast came from inside. How could this be? Damn it. The awakened Danzo obviously couldn't accept all this. Just for targeting Shisui, the Uchiha had such an extreme reaction. The most crucial thing was that he couldn't withstand the Uchiha's combat power at all. The charge of the Mangekyo Sharingan made his root members seem like paper. The other side had captured him directly from within the encirclement of the root organization. He didn't even have a chance to activate his Anaji. Moreover, the other side seemed to know exactly what was on his arm. Now awake with his limbs severed, and only one eye left, Danzo was left with only hatred and a trace of regret. If only I had struck first and wiped out the Uchiha. He turned his head, his single eye scanning the surroundings. The medical ninja had left, and now in the room only Yamanaka Fu was left. As his capable subordinate, Yamanaka Fu had long been brainwashed by him. He would not leave just because Danzo was reduced to a human stump. Tell me what happened after I fell unconscious. Yes. After Lord Danzo fell unconscious, Uchiha Zheng Yi. Starting from Zheng Yi using the Sharingan on Danzo's body as a reason, plus the armed intimidation of 5 Mangekyo Sharingan experts, forced the 3rd Hokage to convict and remove him from office. Now the entire route is in a state of lockdown, and the others have been locked up in prison under guard, but no interrogation has been conducted yet. The village held a high-level meeting. The Uchiha police force expanded its ranks. Many people from the Hyuga Ino Shikicho, Aburame Inazuka, and other clans were seconded into the police force. The notice board has been announced, but the content of the high-level meeting. Danzo's remaining single-eye pupil gradually shrank. He had fought with Sarutobi Hiruzen for so many years. Although his political wisdom was inferior to the 3rd, he still had some. He instantly perceived the brilliance of Uchiha Zheng Yi. This was equivalent to directly binding with other ninja clans. In Danzo's eyes, the Uchiha of the past were just a bunch of fools with only physical power, and Uchiha Fugaku was not a strong clan leader. He just needed to slowly boil the frog in warm water. The Uchiha Sharingan would eventually be his. But now it was no longer possible. The Uchiha had produced a smart person like Zheng Yi. Damn it. Danzo's teeth ground together. He hated Uchiha Zheng Yi to the bone. With a click, the 3rd Hokage walked into the room alone. He glanced at Yamanaka Fu, who tactfully... For a moment, there was no speaking. Danzo stared at the 3rd Hokage with his single eye, his voice icy. "Are you here to laugh at me, Hiruzen?" Although his tone was harsh, the 3rd Hokage did not take offense. "If I wanted to laugh at you, would I have spent a great price to protect you?" Danzo stared fixedly at the 3rd Hokage, the anger on his face slowly subsiding. He spoke again, his voice becoming somewhat hoarse. "Yamanaka Fu just mentioned that the Uchiha pulled members of other ninja clans into the police force. What else was said in the high-level meeting? The third slowly sat down on Danzo's bed, his tone heavy. The village granted the police forced the village internal defense coordination authority. What did you say? Do you know what village internal defense coordination authority means? Hey, beep, beep, beep. The blood pressure monitor by the bed emitted a shrill alarm. Danzo only felt his vision go dark. The medical ninja waiting outside rushed in immediately. Lord Danzo, please calm your emotions. Your current body cannot be so agitated. The medical ninja held a syringe ready to give Danzo a shot if he couldn't control his emotions. Huff, huff. Danzo trembled with anger, but was utterly unable to calm down. The medical ninja had no choice but to administer the injection intramuscularly to Danzo. The third Hokage watched all this expressionlessly, saying nothing. Meanwhile, at Uzumaki Naruto's home, a person suddenly appeared. At Uzumaki Naruto's home, after the third Hokage left, Naruto, who had seldom eaten his fill, fell asleep on his bed. His forehead scar and the bruises and scrapes on his body were healing at a visibly rapid pace. Little Naruto curled up into a ball on the bed, his face brimming with unease. After Zheng Ye's shadow clone arrived here, he immediately surveyed the surroundings. Seeing Naruto asleep, he thought to himself, at least I won't have to erase his memory. Using the perception ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan, he quickly confirmed that the Umbu were not inside the house, but were stationed outside the room. After all, a 5-year-old child didn't need constant surveillance inside. Zheng Yi glanced around the room. It was dirty and messy, but not impoverished. To be honest, Naruto's room lacked nothing: electric lights, a fan, a refrigerator, even a gas stove. Even within the Uchiha clan, many households had no electricity, let alone other appliances or natural gas. In Konoha, such amenities were only available in the central area and were not widespread. Yet having these conditions didn't mean Naruto lived well. The 5-year-old had no family, no one to teach him, and he couldn't cook, wash clothes, or tidy his room. If not for his constitution as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he would have starved or died of illness. Zheng Yi stepped up to Naruto, reached out, and placed his hand on the boy's head. The next moment, Zheng Yi activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. A surge of dojutsu power began to invade. His perspective shifted, and he found himself in a peculiar place: Naruto's inner world. He looked around. The inner world was a reflection of the soul. Here it was filled with stagnant water, and the sky was gray and gloomy. The harsh environment signified that Naruto had always lived in adversity. Zheng Yi walked forward and soon reached the end of this world, the massive prison gate. Dim light obscured the interior, but a colossal creature could be seen curled up inside. Yet the immense pressure of its chakra radiated outward like a scorching sun, full of hatred and madness. If one were to be eroded by this chakra, they would easily lose their sanity and become a mindless slaughtering beast. Suddenly a gleam of light appeared in the darkness. It was an eye as large as a doorframe. Upon seeing Zheng Yi appear here, a deafening roar erupted from Uchiha. Roar. After the fierce roar came a thunderous slam against the prison bars. Zheng Yi stood still, watching the Nine-Tails with slight amusement. It had been forcibly enslaved by Madara and Obito in turn, then imprisoned within the body of an Uzumaki. To be honest, it was rather pitiable. However, after being moved by Naruto later on, it willingly became a mentor residing within him, and only then did its days improve. Zheng Yi had come precisely to help Naruto and the Nine-Tails get acquainted earlier. Incidentally, he also intended to make some small arrangements. Zheng Yi knew the Nine-Tails was furious, so he let it vent its rage, allowing it to pound the seal with a deafening clamor. But Minato Namikaze's sealing talisman was firmly affixed to the gate. Though the door rattled loudly, it remained utterly unmoved. Since Naruto was still young, Zheng Yi had no intention of releasing Kushina and Minato yet. 3 minutes passed, then 10. The Nine-Tails remained in a frenzy. Growing impatient, Zheng Yi's 3 tomo instantly dilated into 3 four-cornered rhombuses. The dojutsu power of the Mangekyo Sharingan surged forward, crushing the beast. Damn it! The Nine-Tails, already bound by the seal, now found its body stiffening under the pressure of the Mangekyo. Its pupils were bloodshot, chakra roiled, and every hair on its body stood on end. But it was futile. Even with all its strength, the Nine-Tails could not move an inch. Its raging fury gradually subsided, turning into fear. After a long while, the pressure released, and the Nine-Tails slumped to the ground. Calm down, Nine-Tails. The beast exhaled a puff of scorching chakra, a flicker of wariness in its eyes. It bared its fangs and rumbled, "What do you want, Uchiha?" Zheng Yi fixed his gaze on the Nine-Tails. "Don't be so hostile. The Uchiha who controlled you before are also my enemies. I have no interest in controlling you." The Nine-Tails' ears twitched slightly, its hostility waning. "What do you mean?" Zheng Yi raised a finger. "Literally. The first one was Uchiha Madara and the One-Eyed later. Both are traitors of the Uchiha clan. When you broke out 5 years ago, our Uchiha clan took the blame. We're still being targeted because of it. From what you can sense outside, you should know we've been pushed to the outskirts of Konoha. So, I want them dead even more than you do. As the saying goes, an enemy of my enemy is my friend. With this explanation, most of the Nine-Tails' hostility dissipated. Yet it still wore a wary expression. Then what are you here for? Zheng Yi, having thought of a plausible excuse long ago, said, I happened to obtain a space-time tool and saw the future. In the future, you and this kid Naruto will fight side by side. So I hope you two get acquainted earlier. Old me. The Nine-Tails showed a human-like expression of astonishment, then let out a disdainful laugh. Haha, impossible. Zheng Yi smiled. Nothing is impossible, Ku. R.A., ma. The Nine-Tails' laughter cut off abruptly. It slammed heavily against the prison bars, producing a thunderous boom. How do you know my name? The name of a tailed beast was a secret. Unless one shared a bond of life and death, it was impossible to know. Zheng Yi shrugged. I told you I saw the future. You Kurama fought alongside Naruto and others against the Ten Tails formed from the demonic statue of the Outer Path. But unfortunately you lost, and were absorbed by the Ten Tails, vanishing forever. The Nine Tails, hearing that this man not only knew his name was Kurama, but also knew of the Ten Tails, immediately lost its earlier frenzy. Its pupils contracted in shock. It had been 1,000 years since it was separated from the Ten Tails, and it had become an independent entity. Being absorbed by the Ten Tails would mean eternal obliteration, which the Nine Tails naturally did not want. It fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a heavy voice. You truly saw the future. Zheng Yi replied nonchalantly, believe it or not, but it wouldn't hurt to get to know Naruto earlier. At least you'd have someone to talk to. After all, it's terribly boring here all alone. The Nine Tails snorted a puff of hot breath, and said grumpily, you came all this way just to tell me that. Of course not. Zheng Yi paused. If Naruto gets bullied again, you need to leak some of your chakra to intimidate the people outside. Humph. The Nine Tails gave a cold snort. What you said may be true or not. Even if it is, I won't bother helping some brat like him. In its eyes, besides wariness, there was a hint of pride. It had no intention of babysitting such a child. Zheng Yi was merely a shadow clone with limited dojutsu power. He gave the Nine Tails a deep look. You'd better do as I say, or it'll be you who suffers. With those words, he vanished from this world. Staring at the spot where Zheng Yi had disappeared, the Nine Tails' thoughts were tangled. The warning about the Ten Tails still seemed to echo in its ears. At that moment, it raised its head slightly, observing Naruto in the outside world with its eyes. Naruto was sleeping soundly, drool trickling onto the pillow. His bed was no better than a garbage truck. The Nine Tails looked speechless, becoming of one heart and mind with this brat. Impossible. In the special care ward of Konoha Hospital, after a flurry of activity by the medical ninja, the piercing sound of the blood pressure monitor gradually subsided. Lord Hokage, the side effect of this blood pressure stabilizing agent will cause Lord Danzo to become drowsy in about 10 minutes. The third Hokage nodded and waved for the medical ninja to leave. He knew that Danzo's anger stemmed not from the village granting this authority to the police force, but from the fact that Danzo had long sought to intervene in defense matters, yet the third Hokage had never consented. Now that he had been reduced to a human stump and the power he coveted was seized by the Uchiha, how could Danzo possibly accept it? Seeing Danzo calmed by the medication, the third Hokage said coldly, it's because you've been hoarding Uchiha Sharingan that Uchiha Zheng Yi claims you were the mastermind behind the Nine Tails rampage. Danzo's breath turned ragged, his teeth clenched. Nonsense. Those few Sharingan are utterly incapable of such a feat. The third Hokage gave him a deep look, believing him on this point. If those few Sharingan could control the Nine Tails, Jinchuriki Danzo would have been insufferably arrogant. The Sharingan belong to the Uchiha, so naturally they can say whatever they wish. Besides, during the Nine Tails rampage, your root members did not appear. Danzo's rage was stifled, almost choking him as he struggled to breathe. Fortunately, the medication he had just received helped him barely regain composure. Root is merely a training ground. How many combatants could it provide? Danzo snorted. The third Hokage ignored his sophistry, fixing him with a penetrating gaze. You obtained Shisui's Mangekyo Sharingan. Who were you planning to control? Danzo's eyes flickered for a moment. To control Uchiha Fugaku, of course, in order to best eliminate the Uchiha clan. But his first thought naturally was to control the third Hokage himself. In truth, it was extremely difficult for an outsider to use the Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo had only just installed the eye without fully understanding it before it was dug out. Whatever schemes he had were useless. At this moment he could spin a different tale. But the third Hokage had dealt with him for decades. The momentary flicker in Danzo's eyes revealed his intention to control the Hokage. This caused the third Hokage's face to instantly freeze. He stood up, saying, Root is disbanded. Once you recover from your injuries, I will see to it that you retire comfortably. Danzo's face alternated between ashen and pale, knowing the third Hokage had read his mind. Seeing the Hokage heading for the door, Danzo gritted his teeth and called out, Wait, Hiruzen. The Uchiha are gaining power. You cannot abandon me. The third Hokage paused briefly. In your current state, what can you possibly do? Seeing that the third Hokage truly intended to forsake him, Danzo blurted urgently. I still possess secret techniques and forbidden arts from years of research. The third Hokage flicked his sleeve and snorted, not pausing in his steps. Those were all incomplete forbidden arts, nowhere near fully developed. As the Hokage reached the door, Danzo rasped, Hiruzen Sarutobi, after all I've done for you over the years, do you think I have no contingencies? Back then, Nawaki Dan Kato. Silence. The third Hokage whirled around, his face brimming with cold, murderous intent. Danzo dared not provoke him further. He paused, then said, now that the Uchiha have changed leadership, how can you guarantee they won't cause internal strife? What about Uchiha Shisui's Koto Amatsukami? How will you handle it? Abandon me and the Uchiha will be even harder to contain. The third Hokage recalled the 5-man Gekyo among the Uchiha and forced himself to swallow his anger. He walked back to Danzo. What do you have in mind? Danzo exhaled slightly. Orochimaru. Recall Orochimaru. My physical condition can be resolved quickly and the stalled research on secret and forbidden techniques can be accelerated. If any problems arise, you can simply blame it all on me. The third Hokage was silent for a moment. Orochimaru will never return. Danzo's eyes flickered. Why not? You and I both know what really happened back then. But now the Uchiha have colluded with other ninja clans. Will only become more passive. If the Uchiha later push for a 5th Hokage candidate, how will you counter it? Having been trained under Tobarama Senju, the Konoha High Command led by the 3rd Hokage harbored deep suspicion toward the Uchiha. The 3rd Hokage would never allow the Uchiha to gain power. Now that so many clans are tied to the Uchiha through their means, further political moves from the Uchiha are inevitable. If the Uchiha were to forcibly propose the election of a new Hokage, how would I position myself? No, the clan has just begun to develop, a Shisui and a Suma have not yet matured. Seeing the shifting expressions in the 3rd Hokage's eyes, Danzo finally felt relieved. You don't need to get involved. They'll contact Orochimaru. Danzo seemed to be offering the 3rd Hokage a way out. The 3rd Hokage looked at Danzo, now a cripple, and slowly shook his head. They'll have Jiraiya contact Orochimaru. Your body is too weak now, rest well. Danzo was reluctant, but in his current state, he could indeed accomplish little. Fine. He'll wait for your news. After all this talk, the side effects of the earlier injection began to emerge. Danzo's eyelids grew heavy, and soon he sank into darkness. The 3rd Hokage stood up and pressed the call button beside him. A medical ninja quickly entered. Lord Hokage, do your best to restore his bodily functions. Yes. The 3rd Hokage gazed at the sleeping Danzo. The Uchiha are indeed troublesome now. I need to find more allies. At the Uchiha clan grounds. In the meeting room. After canceling his shadow clone, Zheng Yi felt a slight dizziness and rubbed his temples tiredly. I wonder how much that stubborn Ninetales took in. He'll go in person next time. The consumption of shadow clones isn't too high. I could try making more next time. Zheng Yi refocused and gave an apologetic smile to the elder before him. Elder, please continue. Elder Toko didn't mind Zheng Yi's distraction. He continued, the metal processing formula you provided has been handed over to the cat lady of the cat territory. They are already testing it. Results should be ready within 2 days. If the data is correct, we can open a high-quality ninja tool shop immediately. Zheng Yi tapped the tatami beneath him. Let's upgrade all of the Uchiha's own ninja tools first before considering external sales. Unless a clan member has no talent for ninjutsu, don't spend too much effort on this. We can also leave it to others to sell, it's just a matter of profit margins. The elder admired Zheng Yi's prudent style and stroked his beard approvingly. Zheng Yi turned to Fugaku. Our Uchiha must maintain a constant sense of combat readiness. Therefore, the police force duties should be rotated. If any police force members are reported for violent enforcement, Fugaku, you should transfer them to other positions. If the complaints are too severe, rotate them with those on external missions. Fugaku nodded repeatedly, now familiar with Zheng Yi's style. I've arranged for at least 1 non-Uchiha reconnaissance specialist per squad. Hayashi and Shikaku have already drafted a complete patrol route map. We can start patrolling the new routes tomorrow. Fugaku handed the documents to Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi took them, examined them closely, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. For the sake of their own clan's interests, the Hyuga Ino Shikacho and the 3rd Hokage are now at odds. Will the 3rd Hokage choose to retreat or make a move? Assign me a squad leader tomorrow. The lead a patrol. Fugaku, now fully trusting Zheng Yi, didn't ask further. All right, I'll arrange it. In the special care ward of Konoha Hospital, Danzo, with his single eye open, was studying the latest police force patrol route map brought by Yamanaka Fu. This Uchiha Zheng Yi is the most troublesome of all, he murmured. In just a short time his route had been dismantled, and he had lost all 4 limbs. From heaven to hell, it was entirely orchestrated by Uchiha Zheng Yi. One could say that Danzo hated Uchiha Zheng Yi more than anyone else. After committing all the information to memory, Danzo closed his single eye. How many people can we still mobilize? Yamanaka-fu was silent for a moment before replying no one. The rest are in prison. The third Hokage has postponed the interrogation but hasn't released them. Danzo slowly opened his eye. What about the informants in the village? Those informants are just civilians, not very useful. Root not only trained professional intelligence personnel, but also had some villagers they supported. Civilians are enough. A malicious glint flashed in Danzo's eye. Hiruzen Sarutobi's most sensitive nerve is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The police force's patrol route has expanded so much that they are bound to encounter him. Have those civilians confront the Jinchuriki, then send someone to the police force for help. Let's see how the Uchiha handle it. Yamanaka-fu stood up. Understood, Lord Danzo. I still have a list of informants. He'll make the arrangements. The next day, on the streets of Konoha village, Zheng Yi began his first official patrol. Unlike before when he was with Shisui, this time behind him aside from Uchiha Donyo, there was also a Hyuga clan member named Qingyu. He was also the person sent by the Hyuga clan to liaise with the Uchiha. Although he appeared to be in his 20s, he was steady and reserved indeed, looking like a leader. However, from the calluses on his hands and his gait, his strength should be considerable. Moreover, Zheng Yi's keen intuition noticed that the other party had been sizing him up. Although he didn't know the other's purpose, Zheng Yi didn't mind getting to know him. He also had many questions. Qingyu, how many of your clan members are stationed in the village, and how many are on missions outside? The other was stunned for a moment, then quickly replied, about half of them are in the village, and the other half are outside. Zheng Yi rolled his eyes. How many people are in your main family? Qingyu's eyes flickered. Zheng Yi's questions were not secrets, so he answered honestly, 31 in total. Zheng Yi stroked his chin. That was more than he had imagined. It seemed the Hyuga clan rules had been revised, or perhaps the main family had been larger before. But in any case, in Zheng Yi's view, if only one person per branch was kept in the main family, the numbers would only dwindle. And the appearance of the caged bird seal doomed the Hyuga main family to extinction. On one side was oppression, on the other side the increasingly declining main family. The rebellion of the branch family was inevitable. Of course, that was without external intervention. It's still early, let's go get a bowl of ramen. Zheng Yi had already studied the map earlier, and when he looked up he saw the famed Ichiraku ramen shop. No, to be precise, famed throughout the world. I should taste this ramen to see if it's really good. 3 of them walked in and sat down, finding that there was already someone. Zheng Yi took a look, and oh, it was an acquaintance. Silver-haired, spiky-haired Hatake Kakashi, wearing an umbu vest, was silently eating noodles. Kakashi naturally didn't have the ability to instantly eat noodles, so at this moment, he had also removed his mask. Zheng Yi looked him up and down and couldn't help but curl his lip. He really is handsome, no wonder he charms countless girls. He remembered that this body was in the same class as Kakashi, but Kakashi had graduated early ahead of everyone, so there wasn't much interaction between them. Kakashi's PTSD was still severe, he basically didn't care about anything outside. So even if Naruto was mistreated, Kakashi never paid any attention. Pathetic Kakashi, trapped in the past for life, unwilling to pull himself together. Zheng Yi revealed a contemptuous expression and beckoned his teammates to sit down. Uncle Tucci, 3 bowls of ramen. He'll have the tonkatsu. What about you two? Uchiha Donyu and Hyuga Qingyu nodded gratefully. He'll have the chashu. He'll have the miso. Hey, isn't this Zheng Yi? Long time no see. Tucci greeted Zheng Yi warmly. After putting the noodles to boil, he skillfully prepared the broth, his movements fluid, clearly having formed muscle memory. I've been busy with clan affairs. From now on, the patrol team's jurisdiction has expanded and your shop is within our area. If anything happens, remember to find me anytime. Zheng Yi casually chatted. Ichiraka looked a bit surprised, but still nodded. I understand, Zheng Yi. Oh, isn't this the copy ninja Hatake Kakashi? Zheng Yi greeted him casually, as if he had just noticed. The nickname, Copy Ninja, had only recently been given to Kakashi mainly because his fighting style was to directly copy enemy ninjutsu in battle. This fighting style required no thinking. After all, everyone's ninjutsu was the same. But others lacking Kakashi's wide repertoire of ninjutsu would quickly be defeated by his rich experience. However, with the Uchiha clan not yet exterminated, this nickname was ironic. Kakashi looked wary and pulled up his mask. Uchiha Zheng Yi, what do you want? Zheng Yi leaned forward, pointing a finger at Kakashi's side guard. Beneath that is our Uchiha Sharingan, so we Uchiha have the right to take it back at any time. Understand? Kakashi's face changed dramatically, and he leaned back slightly. This was Obito's gift to me. Zheng Yi's face showed a mocking expression. Obito and his grandmother were raised on clan charity. Every part of his body belongs to the clan first, and to himself second. Zheng Yi exuded an immense pressure, and said in a low voice, let alone the fact that he's dead now. Even if he were alive, this I belongs to the Uchiha. Kakashi had involuntarily stood up, his expression wary, but with a hint of panic deep in his eyes. Now all of Konoha knew that Zheng Yi possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and was implicitly the next candidate for Uchiha clan leader. Even the third Hokage was wary of him. If Zheng Yi demanded the Sharingan, Kakashi truly didn't know how to protect the eye left by his best friend. Dong Yu and Xing Yu both looked tense. Just as the situation was about to explode, Tucci brought the noodles and placed them in front of Zheng Yi and the others. Noodles are here, enjoy. Zheng Yi turned back, picked up his chopsticks, and began eating without saying the rest. Kakashi stood frozen, unsure whether to leave or stay. But he gritted his teeth and replied, "Back then clan leader Fugaku agreed to this, and I also offered the Chidori scroll." After taking his first bite, Zheng Yi found the ramen really quite good. Although a bit salty, it was still tasty. He then turned to Kakashi and said, "Do you think just Chidori is enough to exchange for a Sharingan?" Zheng Yi chuckled lightly. "The Uchiha have countless ninjutsu stored. Your Chidori is actually nothing special." Zheng Yi wasn't boasting on this point. Including himself, none of the other Lightning Attribute clan members had "You only got this eye because of your teacher, the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. In short, you're just a beneficiary of connections. Understand?" Kakashi's face alternated between pale and red. Having been immersed in his own world for years, he had never considered these things. Now he felt deeply uncomfortable. "So Zheng Yi, what's your goal?" Zheng Yi naturally wouldn't tell him his true intentions. He just slurped a mouthful of ramen and replied casually, "Nothing, just insulting you." Kakashi gritted his teeth, took a step back, snorted, and left Ichiraku Ramen. His steps were slightly hurt. Uchiha Dongyu and Hyuga Qingyu didn't understand what Zheng Yi meant, so they just kept their heads down and ate their. At this moment, the voice of Yamanaka Saki suddenly rang in Zheng Yi's mind. She was now the dedicated communicator in the patrol team. "Lord Zheng Yi, a fight has broken out near Ichiraku Ramen right on your patrol route. It involves the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I'm reporting to you now." Zheng Yi took a big slurp of ramen and swallowed it whole. "Qingyu, check where the fight is nearby. Dongyu, pay the bill. We've got a job." The two were stunned for a moment, then immediately sprang into action. One activated the Byakugan, the other took out money. Zheng Yi flicked his sleeve and walked out of the shop. Let us turn back time a little. Ming Ren stood at the street corner with a timid expression, the bruises from the beating having largely faded. The rumbling of his stomach constantly reminded him that it was time to eat. Every time he was beaten, his wounds would heal by the next day, but he would be extremely hungry. Ming Ren clutched the 1,000-yen note in his hand, uncertain if this money could fill his stomach. He looked around, hesitating for a long time. He dared not go to the bright places where adults lined up, choosing instead the inconspicuous stalls on the street. "Boss, give me 10 rice balls." Ming Ren's voice was very soft with a hint of fear on his face. The old woman selling rice balls glanced at him, her expression complex, from anger to resignation, and she tossed out a bag. Then she pushed the basket in front of her, signaling him to help himself. The basket was full of wrapped rice balls. Seeing this, Ming Ren was overjoyed. He carefully picked up the bag and packed 10 rice balls into it. He placed the money aside, turned around, and ran. The old woman pinched the 1,000-yen note, her mind drifting back to her son who had died 5 years ago, her eyes filled with grief. Ming Ren pressed the rice balls tightly against his chest, hurrying home. But a sudden force slammed into him from behind. "Ah!" Ming Ren fell flat on the ground, the rice balls spilling out of his pocket and rolling all over. "Are you blind? How are you walking?" A middle-aged man stood behind Ming Ren, his face full of savage flesh, his eyes fierce. Clearly he had pushed him from behind, yet he was the one to lodge a complaint first. "I am sorry." Ming Ren did not argue, just apologized out of habit, frantically picking up the rice balls from the ground. They were his food for the next few days. "Is sorry enough? Do you know how much this clothes cost?" The man grabbed Ming Ren by the collar and lifted him up. "It's you again, you demon fox. What a bad omen to look at you." The man seemed to have just recognized Ming Ren's appearance, his face full of anger and disgust. Ming Ren flailed his little hands, struggling constantly, his face flushed red. I didn't mean to. I'm not a monster. Not on purpose. I think you did it on purpose." The man swung his hand and slapped Ming Ren across the face. The crisp sound of the slap exploded in the street. The attention of the people around was drawn over. Blood trickled from the corner of Ming Ren's mouth and tears welled up instantly. "Look, it's this monster who killed so many people. And he still has the nerve to appear on the street." The middle-aged man shouted loudly, and soon a crowd gathered around, some being instigating villagers, others not. These people included men, women, old and young, all with ferocious expressions, shouting curses. "Damn demon fox, it's because of you that my father died. Go die, monster. He'll make you die. Get out of Muyi." Some of these people spat at Ming Ren, others threw things in their hands at him. Some even raised their fists and struck. One of them kicked Ming Ren to the ground and started stomping. Then a flurry of kicks and punches followed. Ming Ren curled up, covering his head with his hands, tears and blood mingling, muffled sobs escaping his mouth. He didn't dare cry out loud, for crying would only invite more severe beatings. At the street corner, not far away, stood 2 figures, one tall and one short. Similar faces and the clan emblem of the fan. They were Zuizhu and Yu. Zhuozhu stood there, his little hands clenched tightly, his face flushed red, about to step forward and rush over. Don't go. You pressed down on his shoulder. His voice was low. But Brother Mingren is being beaten. Zhuozhu didn't understand, his eyes red with urgency. The security force already has people there. You lifted his chin. Zhuozhu followed his gaze and saw at the other end of the street 3 people in security force uniforms standing there. 2 were observing the surroundings while the other had a hand on his forehead, as if using some secret technique. However, they did not step forward to stop it. Zhuozhu was anxious. Why don't they go help? You did not answer, Zhuozhu. Mingren's identity was sensitive. Acting rashly would easily bring great trouble to the clan. He had now learned to start considering the clan. At this moment, Mingren closed his eyes, burying his face deep in his arms. Why must I suffer such bullying? The fists and feet around him fell like rain. He felt pain in his stomach, his arms, and his back. But he no longer wanted to struggle. Anyway, no one would come. Just then, clang. The sound of a long blade being drawn exploded. My hand. As the scream rang out, the beating on Mingren stopped. The man who had been hitting Mingren the hardest had his right hand severed and was lying on the ground wailing. The others were all scared pale. Chua. Zheng Yi reached out with one hand and gestured. The security force members who had been nearby quickly came to Zheng Yi and bowed to receive orders. Lord Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi pointed at the circle of people around Mingren. Break all their limbs and arrest them. Yes. This security force team was composed of members from the Qiu Dao Shanzhong and Yuzhibwa clans. The Qiu Dao clansman named Shan Luan stood over 2 meters tall, as massive as a mountain. Hearing the order, he took his weapon, a thick wooden club as wide as a bowl, and swung it with a whirring sound. Crack, crack, the grating sound of bones breaking rang out. The middle-aged man who had just kicked Mingren had his legs snapped to one side, collapsing to the ground like a dead dog. How dare you? We are civilians. The security force cannot hit civilians. A woman screamed, then flailing her arms, she shoved toward the security force. The Yuzhibwa clansman named Zhong Si kicked her knee, and the scream abruptly stopped, turning into a howl. The others backed away with fear in their eyes. Seeing the approaching security force, they blustered, "We are righteous. What's wrong with beating the demon fox? The security force is attacking people. The security force is attacking people." Zhong Si, who had just been arresting people, frowned and was about to explain. A flash of white blade light. Zheng Yi swung his sword horizontally, and a hideous wound appeared on the neck of the man who had been shouting the loudest. Blood sprayed like a fountain, splashing 3 meters away. The man fell straight to the ground, twitched twice, and then stopped moving. The surrounding citizens recoiled in terror. Zheng Yi's gaze swept over. "All of you shut up." These people covered their mouths, tightly staring at him in fear, afraid that he would give them a slash too. Zheng Yi flicked the blood off his long blade, circled his left hand once, then clenched it into a fist and squeezed hard. "Whenever you encounter such things in the future, don't need to consult me. Directly arrest them. Those who dare to resist or flee, execute on the spot." Witnessing all this, Yuzhibwa Zhong Si's face flushed red with excitement. No explanations. No concessions. Direct arrests. Compared to the previous enforcement methods, this style of law enforcement was truly exhilarating. This is the true leader of our Yuzhibwa clan. The villagers, horrified by the sight of those who had been slashed across the throat, turned pale as death, their feet as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. They obediently waited in place, bound by ropes. Zheng Yi nodded with satisfaction, then crouched down beside Mingren. Mingren was trembling all over, his face covered in blood and dirt, his eyes red from crying, but now silent. A 5-year-old child's eyes should have been full of vitality, but instead they were hollow and numb. Zheng Yi's heart sank. Then a surge of inexplicable anger rose in his chest. Fine, Karama, you really don't take my words seriously. Just wait." He took a deep breath to suppress his anger, then reached out to brush the dust off Mingren's head. "Does it hurt?" Mingren's eyes focused, and he saw the same figure as yesterday, the one who had given him the 3. Wah! Mingren threw himself onto Zheng Yi, sobbing loudly. Thank you. Thank you." Zheng Yi gently patted Mingren's back, but his gaze caught sight of Umbu members approaching. "It's all right." He comforted Mingren casually, then waved at the nearby Zhuozhu and Yu. Zhuozhu quickly ran to Mingren's side and began examining him. "Mingren, are you okay?" Mingren sniffled a couple of times, then finally noticed Zhuozhu. A trace of embarrassment crossed his face as he wiped his tears and sniffled. "Zhuozhu, why are you here?" Zhuozhu's face was full of guilt, and he forced a strained smile. "I'm sorry, I couldn't save you." Mingren looked confused, unaware that Zhuozhu had already arrived earlier and witnessed him being bullied. Zheng Yi seemed to understand Zhuozhu's thoughts. He stopped Zhuozhu from speaking and said, "We're all from the Konoha military police force. Next time you're bullied, shout for help loudly. We'll come to save you every time." Mingren looked at Zheng Yi with hope in his eyes. Really? Zheng Yi nodded, his smile full of strength. Don't worry, the military police force will protect every Konoha. You then walked over and stood behind Susanoo, immediately offering an apology. I'm sorry, Senior Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi first ruffled Mingren's hair before standing up. He patted you on the shoulder, his expression gentle. I'm glad you're thinking about the clan, but I had already made up my mind about this matter. Just follow this approach from now on. You glanced at the 4 approaching Umbu members and nodded. Yes, Senior Zheng Yi, I understand. By then those who had insulted and beaten Mingren earlier were already tied up in a row. Those with broken limbs were also among them. Moans and pleas for mercy mingled together, the air in the street suffocatingly tense. The villagers hiding in the distance were all pale and weak-kneed. The Uchiha. Indeed, just as the rumors said, they were all madmen. Everyone showed fear and anger toward Uchiha Zheng Yi. At that moment 4 Umbu members approached Zheng Yi wearing masks that concealed their expressions. But their voices betrayed caution. Uchiha Zheng Yesima, you cannot take the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki away. Zhongxi, his eyes filled with reverence, saluted and reported from the side, Zheng Yesima. All criminals have been apprehended. Zheng Yi glanced at the Umbu, leaving them aside, and turned to instruct Zhongxi. Inform the judgment department. These people committed assault and created disturbances on the street. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the wounds on Mingren's face, attacking the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki with intent to incite a tailed beast riot. Charge them with treason against the village. Yes. Zhongxi saluted again and dragged all the prisoners toward the military police force building. Those with broken limbs couldn't walk and were dragged along the ground, their screams echoing endlessly. Only then did Zheng Yi turn to the Umbu, a hint of mockery on his face. If the Umbu can't protect Mingren, the military police force would be happy to take him away. The Umbu's voice sounded flustered. No, the military police force cannot take Mingren. Oh, a sarcastic smile appeared on Zheng Yi's face. Then if Mingren is beaten and causes the Nine-Tails to rampage, can you Umbu take responsibility? Zheng Yi's voice grew heavier, and immense pressure crashing down on the Umbu members like a mountain. The Umbu took a step back and gritted out, it won't happen. Mingren's seal is very sturdy, it has never. Just answer me. Can the Umbu take responsibility or not? Zheng Yi interrupted with a wave of his hand. The Umbu fell silent, not daring to answer. Although Mingren had never rampaged, what if he did? Hiss. He couldn't help but shiver. 5-year-old Mingren couldn't understand what Nine-Tails Jinchuriki meant. Whether combined or separated, these words were too difficult for him to grasp. He looked somewhat bewildered, not even sure if they were talking about him. But soon his attention was drawn to something else. The rice ball he had bought with his money had been trampled into a mess of mud. Mingren's eyes reddened again, tears falling silently. He would have to go hungry again. Susanoo had never known hunger, so he couldn't fully understand Mingren's pain. But seeing Mingren so heartbroken, a flicker of sympathy crossed his eyes. Don't cry, Mingren. Susanoo looked at you silently, asking if they could buy food for Mingren. But you looked at Zheng Yi, seeking his opinion. After all, saving Mingren was the military police force's duty, but approaching him was another matter entirely. Zheng Yi rummaged through his prized space. He took out a military ration pill, Restoration Singlus, and stuffed it into Mingren's mouth. You must be hungry. Eat something first. Having never eaten a military ration pill before, Mingren was caught off guard as a pill was shoved into his still pouting mouth. He looked at Zheng Yi with confusion, but the man who had twice saved him had already earned Mingren's trust. With a gulp, Mingren swallowed the pill. Within just a few seconds, a warm current surged from his stomach, and the gnawing hunger that had been growling was instantly satisfied. Instead of giving Mingren money directly, Zheng Yi ruffled his hair and pressed the portable ration. Compressed biscuit restores a small amount of stamina he had obtained earlier into Mingren's hand. When soaked, this expands a lot. It should hold you over for a bit. Holding the compressed biscuit, Mingren looked at Zheng Yi, his heart warming. Thank you. Can I know your name? Uchiha Zheng Yi. Remember that name. Zheng Yi's face bore a gentle smile as he looked at Mingren tenderly. Mingren scratched his head, his cheeks slightly flushed. Brother Zheng Yi, thank you. He nodded firmly, as if etching the name into his heart. Susanoo stamped his foot, an uncomfortable feeling washing over him, as if something of his had been taken away. He bit his lower lip. Next time I go out, I must bring my own money. Meanwhile, the Umbu stood frozen nearby, not daring to leave or approach, having sent someone to inform the third Hokage. They could do nothing. Like a helpless husband. Zheng Yi brushed the dust off Mingren's clothes. Go back and remember, if anyone hits you again, shout for help. The military police force will come to save you. I got it. Mingren glanced at Zheng Yi, then turned to greet Susanoo. Susanoo him off. Susanoo, hands in his pockets, grunted, and Mingren didn't notice Susanoo's mood, and clutching the compressed biscuit Zheng Yi had given him, quickly walked away. Seeing that Zheng Yi hadn't forcibly detained the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the Umbu members breathed a sigh of relief and vanished using the body flicker technique. Zheng Yi looked around. The residents who had been watching kept their distance, not daring to approach. but a silver-haired, spiky-haired figure still stood at the end of the street. Kakashi. He had come to check on the commotion. Seeing Zheng Yi approach, Kakashi instinctively moved aside, but Zheng Yi didn't let him off. He followed and whispered in his ear, "Oh, so you're not a nepotism hire. You're just an ungrateful ingrate." Kakashi's steps faltered, and he found it hard to move. Minato Namikaze lowered his face to protect your Sharingan, yet you stood by and watched his son be abused. Kakashi, you're a beast. A real beast. A beast. Beast. The relentless words echoed in Kakashi's ears, rippling across the surface of his heart. When he came to his senses, Zheng Yi had already left with you and Susanoo. He couldn't even tell if it was Zheng Yi speaking or if he had been hit with a genjutsu. Kakashi's expression shifted from complexity to guilt, then to confusion. He stood there motionless for a long time. Am I a beast? Konoha. The spot where Naruto was just beaten still bore traces of blood. Two figures, one tall and one short, had grim expressions as they shrank into the crowd witnessing the entire ordeal. From the moment Naruto was pushed down to the moment Jinye drew his sword and killed, and to his unyielding warning to the Umbu, they absorbed every word. Brother, should we still take action? The shorter brother stammered. The taller brother's face showed clear signs of fear. Let's go back and report first. The two quickly navigated through the streets and soon arrived at the abandoned warehouse behind the Konoha hospital. They waited patiently. After some time, a young man with orange hair approached. He was none other than Yamakaze, one of the few remaining subordinates of Danzo in the village. How did things go? The tall brother's face was awkward. Sir, we didn't act, and Naruto was beaten up. Yamakaze responded, isn't that good? The shorter brother's expression was somewhat embarrassed and fearful. But the security team intervened, and the person who acted has been killed. Yamakaze was taken aback. Detail it. Then the brothers recounted how Naruto was pushed to the ground, how Jinye saved him, and the warnings given to the Umbu. Yamakaze fell into deep thought after listening. Danzo's plan was initially to stir trouble. Naruto being beaten and a bloody conflict occurring was a failure of the security team's duty. If the security team intervened in Naruto's bullying, it would imply an attempt to involve the Nine Tails. No matter the outcome, it would agitate the nerves of the third Hokage. After all, the host of the Nine Tails had always been a forbidden subject for the third Hokage, one not to be touched by others. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Jinye directly confronted the Umbu. It seems the third Hokage should already know about today's events. There should be a conflict with Uchiha Jinye. Previously, there were spies from the Root organization within the Umbu, making information easy to obtain. But now the Root organization is gone. Even if there are still spies in the Umbu, whether they will listen to Danzo remains uncertain. Yamakaze could only speculate. As Danzo's right-hand man, he did not need to report such matters. He simply knew the other party's thoughts. Let's find another opportunity next time. The brother who came to report looked somewhat fearful, but Uchiha captured so many people this time. Yamakaze's expression turned serious. You need to understand that it was Danzo who lent you 500,000 through medical charity funds, allowing your mother's illness to be treated. To this day, you haven't repaid a single cent of that 500,000. The brothers' faces turned grim. Danzo indeed lent them a substantial amount of money in the past. But over the years, they also did a lot for him. Gathering intel, spreading rumors, relaying information. Even though they were ordinary people, these tasks were not lesser than what ninjas do. Yet with every task completed, their debts did not lessen, and they were always paid meager wages. For a ninja, 500,000 can be earned back in just a few missions, but for ordinary people living in Konoha is quite challenging. Making money is also very hard. Seeing the two looking troubled, Yamakaze's tone softened slightly. Don't be so afraid. The security team is not a prison. At most, you'll only be held for a few days. The two brothers exchanged glances, sensing something different about the current security team. Yamakaze continued to entice them. How about this? If you accomplish this task, all your debts will be forgiven, and you won't have to do these things anymore. The two looked somewhat tempted and surprised. Yamakaze quickly added fuel to the fire. All you need to do is incite the crowd. Even if you get caught, it's just 2 days of detention. The brothers exchanged glances, and it was clear to see the excitement in their eyes. The older brother swallowed hard and made a firm decision. Oi, we'll do this one last time. Yamakaze nodded in satisfaction. Good, go arrange it. You can do it in the next few days. The two brothers left, their faces filled with excitement and trepidation. Yamakaze's expression turned cold as he contemplated before reporting to Danzo. Hokage's office. Uchiha Jinye killed a villager who attacked Naruto and delivered some food to him. At the desk, the Umbu reported everything that had just transpired to the third Hokage. The third Hokage's brow furrowed tightly as he heard the report that Uchiha Jinye said the security team is quite willing to take Naruto away. His grip on the smoking pipe tightened. Clearly, Jinye had begun to challenge his authority directly. Now it was a matter of who would yield first. The gleam in the third Hokage's eyes flickered. He would not allow this step to pass. From tomorrow onward, the number of Umbu monitoring Naruto will be increased to 12. If anything similar occurs again, immediately isolate the security team from Naruto's contact. Combat is permissible, but it should be limited, and inform me quickly. The Umbu responded seriously, yes Hokage-sama, I understand. Then their figures swiftly vanished. The third Hokage picked up his smoking pipe and moved to the window, just preparing to take a few puffs. Suddenly a hand reached in from outside the window. The third Hokage looked at the hand, his eyelid twitching. He was about to get angry, but his expression changed to one of annoyance. A robust figure flipped in from outside the window. This person had white hair, wore a brown ninja outfit, and over it was a red cloak with wooden clogs on his feet. Wearing a forehead protector with a swirl symbol, his long white hair reached down to his waist. It was none other than Jiraiya, the sage of the toads. Old man, I'm back. Jiraiya landed with a hearty laugh, striking a dashing pose. Why not use the door, and instead climb through the window? The third Hokage picked up his smoking pipe and struck Jiraiya on the head. The pipe hit the forehead protector, making a dull sound. Ouch! Jiraiya exaggeratedly yelled, looking aggrieved. Old man, why are you so angry? The third Hokage glared at him. What were you doing all these years searching for Orochimaru's whereabouts? Jiraiya's expression faltered, and he awkwardly replied, he should be active near the land of rain. I haven't found him yet. Haven't found him? The third Hokage snorted, still haven't gone looking. Jiraiya's embarrassment vanished in an instant. He cleared his throat and said seriously, old man, you know I also have my missions. I must search for the child of prophecy and gather inspiration. Even if I found Orochimaru, it seems. Wouldn't be of much use. Jiraiya said vaguely that it wouldn't be of much use, for the third Hokage had ordered him to find Orochimaru. But even if he found him, he hadn't been ordered to capture or kill him. Given Orochimaru's abilities, Jiraiya wasn't sure he could capture him. They were still comrades and brothers. After years of friendship, Jiraiya found it hard to take action. The third Hokage fell silent for a while, then spoke softly. What if I were to prepare to exonerate Orochimaru? What? Jiraiya, who had just sat down, suddenly stood up, his face filled with joy and disbelief. Old man, are you? The third Hokage slowly inhaled from the pipe, then exhaled slowly. Danzo's root was annihilated by Uchiha. I found a lot of information inside. The experiments on infants were actually Danzo's doing. Jiraiya's expression changed, and after a moment of silence he asked, so is Orochimaru being wronged? The third Hokage shook his head slightly. The one performing the experiments was him. That doesn't count as being wronged. However, the third Hokage paused. The truth is no longer important. What matters is that I can represent the village to pardon him. Jiraiya clenched his fists, desperately suppressing his joy, yet his voice still trembled. Old man, are you really saying this? The third Hokage nodded. Then I'll go find him right away. Jiraiya declared, eager to leave Konoha. Wait. The third Hokage shot him a glare. This matter isn't that simple. Why are you in such a hurry? The troubles in the village haven't been resolved yet. Jiraiya took a deep breath, barely suppressing the excitement in his heart. You mean Uchiha? Exactly, the current Uchiha is particularly troublesome. The third Hokage slowly began to recount the recent events in the village one by one. Apart from what Jiraiya knew about Danzo being reduced to a mere tool, the most important issue was the expansion of the security team's powers in the high-level meeting, with the Hyuga clan, Inuzuka, and Nara clans leaning towards the Uchiha. As Jiraiya listened, his expression grew increasingly grave. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, Zheng Yi led the brothers Sasuke and Itachi toward the direction of the police force headquarters. Senior, I wonder where we are headed next. Itachi asked in a low voice. He had grown accustomed to the bustling days in the Umbu, and after 2 days of leisure, he felt the urge to return to work. Zheng Yi gave a wry smile. Others are always thinking about slacking off, yet you're the only one who wants to work. Now our police force has stepped onto a new level. Everyone is waiting to see our changes, and the third Hokage is also waiting for the Uchiha to make a move. Just rest easy for a few days. If you have free time, go to the Uchiha library and read some books. That way you won't be so easily swayed by a few words of flattery. A flicker of complexity crossed Itachi's face. He knew Zheng Yi was referring to his past days of being praised by the third Hokage. Yes, Senior Zheng Yi. I understand. Little Sasuke, only 5 years old, couldn't grasp what Zheng Yi and the others were saying. Recalling the incident with Naruto, just now Sasuke kept pouting, his expression stubbornly fixed on his face. But when he heard that Itachi could rest for a few days, a smile immediately bloomed on his face. Niz and I want to go to the library with you. Itachi ruffled Sasuke's hair with affection. Alright, you should read more books too. He used to believe combat ability was the most important thing, taking Sasuke hunting, teaching him shuriken throwing, or having him practice the great fireball technique. But after Shisui's incident, Itachi realized that vision and mental fortitude mattered most. His gaze toward Zheng Yi was filled with reverence. If not for Zheng Yi, Shisui would have died, and 2 years later he himself would have wiped out the entire clan. As if reminded of something, Itachi suddenly asked Senior Zheng Yi, what do you think of Sasuke's talent? Zheng Yi stroked his chin, lost in thought. This question was rather difficult to answer. If he said Sasuke was talented after the clan's annihilation, he barely awakened a single tomo. If he said he wasn't talented by 17, he became the second strongest in the shinobi world. Though the suspicion of the Six Paths old man handing him a cheat existed, being Indra's reincarnation destined him for greatness. Unfortunately, with no one to guide him after the clan's destruction, his arrogance grew too quickly. As soon as he awakened the Mangekyo, he went straight to pick a fight with Killer Bee. If not for his teammates rescuing him, he would have died on the spot. After obtaining the eternal Mangekyo, he immediately challenged Madara and was reduced to near death with a single slash. Amaterasu burned nothing but white zetsu. His life could be summed up as the sky clears, the rain stops, and second pillar thinks he's hot stuff again. Though his future achievements were not low, Zheng Yi felt there were too many uncertainties. Seeing Zheng Yi lost and thought Sasuke couldn't help but feel a hint of anticipation. Even at 5 years old, he had heard the legends of the Mangekyo Sharingan within the clan. Zheng Yi was such a person possessing divine power. Sasuke was also particularly eager to know what kind of evaluation this man would give him. Heh! Zheng Yi reached out and flicked Itachi's forehead. Just like Itachi flicked Sasuke. There's already a genius right here. Why gamble on Sasuke's uncertainty? Sasuke is not as good as you. You are the true genius. Itachi was stunned, then a trace of awkwardness crossed his face. He had always thought Zheng Yi felt only disappointment and wariness toward him. After all, he would have massacred the Uchiha clan 2 years from now. But unexpectedly, Zheng Yi actually acknowledged him. Senior, you flatter me. Sasuke bit his lower lip, feeling a little wronged. He glanced at Itachi, hoping for comfort from his brother. But this time Itachi's attention was not on him. Instead, he stared fixedly at Zheng Yi. Sasuke stomped his foot and ran off without a word. Itachi snapped out of his daze, glanced at the direction Sasuke had run, but didn't rush after him. After all, they were within the clan grounds, and it was safe. Instead, he immediately apologized to Zheng Yi. Senior, please forgive me. Sasuke is still a child. Zheng Yi shook his head slightly to indicate he didn't mind. He watched Sasuke run off with a smile. I wasn't exaggerating. Though your thinking is immature and you've been led astray, that doesn't negate your talent in combat. Even someone as mighty as Uchiha Madara was a fool in politics. So don't sell yourself short. I understand your thoughts, but instead of grooming Sasuke, why not become a towering tree yourself, shielding Sasuke from? Zheng Yi patted Itachi on the shoulder. To err is human, and to correct is admirable. I have more faith. Feeling Zheng Yi's trust, Itachi's eyes reddened slightly. He took a light breath. Thank you, Senior. I won't let you down. After all, he's still just a child, Zheng Yi mused inwardly as he watched Itachi's moved expression. Let's go to the police force to see the results of our first day. In the Hokage's office, Jiraiya listened to the whole report, his expression turning grave. He was silent for a long time before exhaling. The Uchiha were hiding deep. Jiraiya simply couldn't believe that the 5 Susanoo were newly awakened by the Uchiha. He thought everyone like Fugaku had long possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, but had been hiding it. Yet there was a particularly contradictory point. If the Uchiha had been this strong all along, why had Fugaku acted like a quail in the past, letting anyone bully him? It must be because Danzo went too far. Jiraiya had never liked this root leader who always lurked underground. Learning about all the things Danzo had done made him despise the man even more. Now that Danzo is crippled, why keep him around? Jiraiya had little understanding of politics. He was a standard guardian of Konoha, believing that such a rotten tree should be executed immediately. The third Hokage took his pipe and tapped it twice on the desk. He didn't explain other matters to Jiraiya, but instead picked the topic Jiraiya cared about most. If Danzo dies, who will bear the crimes of Orochimaru? Jiraiya suddenly realized. He gave an awkward laugh. That's true. Now the Uchiha are starting to get close to Naruto. It's hard to tell what they're after. The third Hokage's brows furrowed with worry. Naruto, how is he doing? Jiraiya asked. He's a 5-year-old kid just playing around every day. Don't worry, I'll go see him later, the third Hokage said casually. Jiraiya gave a non-committal "oh." He had little interest in entertaining children, but the name Naruto reminded him of that brilliant disciple. What a pity. Alright, I'll stay in Konoha for a while. With that, Jiraiya snapped back to reality, placed his hand on the window, and prepared to vault out. The third Hokage frowned. Where are you going now? Jiraiya's face twisted into a lecherous grin. It's been too long since I've been back. I'm going to see if there's any new material. The third Hokage's forehead vein bulged. He roared, get out. Get out. Jiraiya flinched, then the third Hokage snorted, picking up his pipe. As if suddenly struck by a thought, oh no. The police force's patrol range has expanded. Is Uchiha Zheng Yi going to cause trouble for Jiraiya? Forget it. I'll go see Naruto first. The village of Mai has a prison affiliated with it. However, the security team only has a detention room. After all, for public order issues, the maximum sentence is just a few days, and only serious cases would be transferred to prison. Now the detention room is overcrowded with 5 rooms that are usually empty now crammed with at least 20 people each, making it difficult to even turn around. Let me out. You damned Uchiha, I want to file a complaint against you. I was the one who got beaten, why am I being I was wrong, I won't hit anyone again, please let me out, my leg hurts so much. The room is filled with noise with loud curses and soft moans of pain, which the security team ignores. Shikaku brought 2 people to the detention room and dragged out a person whose hands had been broken. Although he had not yet assumed the position of clan leader, his succession was practically assured. At this moment, he was specifically dispatched to manage affairs at the security team building. Of course, he was responsible not only for members of the Nara clan, but also for several others from different ninja clans. It is well known that the Nara clan possesses exceptional intelligence, and these ninja clans all look up to Shikaku. Shikaku pointed to the adjacent interrogation room, saying, "Take him in for questioning." In interrogation room number 1, 2 members of the Yamanaka clan were waiting. The elder was Yamanaka Kaido, while the younger was a junior from the clan. Don't be nervous. Use the secret technique to probe his chakra nodes in the brain, and you will be able to tell if he is lying. If there's an error, then their injuries will be considered a punishment for disturbing public order. Understood. I got it, Lord Kaido. In the second punishment room, a villager was hanging from a pillar, while a Kimichi Choji stood beside him pointing at his leg and explaining, "This is a weak point in the human body, striking here can directly break bones." As he spoke, his large hand struck down, producing a chilling crack that echoed throughout the punishment room. The criminal's eyes bulged and muffled sounds of pain escaped from his covered mouth. The few young ninjas nearby nodded repeatedly. They had just graduated from the ninja academy and were still inexperienced, only capable of basic techniques. Their usual tasks involved chasing after stray cats and dogs, far from advanced missions, so familiarizing themselves with human anatomy is beneficial. In interrogation room number 3, several youths wearing medical white caps were being guided by their teacher in treating the villagers' broken bones. Why are you learning about human anatomy? Apply some force, the bones need to be reset, otherwise they will heal incorrectly and leave him lame. Don't shake your hands. There are 20 more people waiting to have their limbs broken, and you need to reset at least 5. Interrogations were being conducted, sentences were being carried out, and treatments were being administered. Each clan of ninjas was performing their respective duties. Previously, there had been no rule about breaking limbs. This was a temporary addition made by Shingetsu. After all, immediate punishment is necessary to instill fear in the villagers. Establishing authority was the primary goal. The villagers had no idea what a Jinchuriki was. They merely heard rumors and speculated that Naruto was a demon fox. Some children had completely inherited their parents' hostility. The third Hokage didn't step forward to dispel the rumors, as the chaos caused by the Ninetales attack had resulted in too many casualties, and the villagers needed an outlet for their anger. Another reason was that he could later come to play the savior role, bestowing grace upon Naruto, thus making it easier to control the strongest force of the village. The third Hokage's objectives were mostly achieved, but this left Naruto, the poor child, suffering. Despite being the son of Minato who sacrificed his life to save the village, he was bullied every day. If Naruto were not the reincarnation of Ashura, he would probably grow up to be the first to destroy Konoha. While Shingetsu was establishing authority over the Uchiha, he was also inadvertently helping Naruto, which could be considered a good deed. Indeed, the effects were remarkable. The cries of despair in the security team were mostly people shouting, "I will never hit anyone again. I will never bully anyone again. I will never cause trouble again. Woo, please let me go. I will never file a complaint again." First break the limbs, then have inexperienced interns reset them. If they make a mistake, they will have to break them again for a second reset. They are continuously tormented. These villagers were genuinely terrified. When Shingetsu brought Itachi over, he saw this busy scene. Itachi looked surprised and said, "Shingetsu-senpai, shouldn't those criminals be in prison?" He truly did not know that the security team was arranged this way. "Oh, that's such a waste. This is called reusing waste." Shingetsu waved his hand with a look of, "Why are you surprised? In this world, there's no such thing as sewing machines. The most labor-intensive tasks for criminals are forced labor in quarrying and mining. But those are jobs assigned to long-term prisoners. Those with shorter sentences are just kept locked up." To Shingetsu, it seemed too wasteful, so he mentioned it briefly to Fugaku and the Inuzuka clan. He didn't expect the efficiency here to be so high. They immediately put it into practice. When they arrived, they were greeted right away. "Shingetsu, you're here. There haven't been any problems, have there?" Shingetsu scanned the surroundings. Fugaku wore a confident smile. There were no issues when the security team was smaller. Now that Shikaku and the others are helping, there have been even fewer problems. The only problem worth mentioning is that the detention room is insufficient. It is now completely full. Heh. Shingetsu chuckled lightly. "It doesn't matter, they're all criminals. If there's not enough room in the detention room, just tie them up outside." Fugaku looked around, seeing everyone busy, then lowered his voice, saying, "Come with me for a moment." Shingetsu followed Itachi into Fugaku's office. When the door closed, it cut off the noisy sounds from outside. Fugaku lowered his voice, saying, "You need to exercise restraint when using the Manjikyu, as it has side effects." He was too busy to spare even a moment, and immediately thought of informing Shingetsu and Itachi. Shingetsu was aware of this matter, but Itachi did not know. He was momentarily stunned. What side effects? Before Fugaku could answer, Shingetsu interjected, "Your vision will gradually deteriorate, eventually leading to blindness." Itachi's breath hitched. He had not expected the Manjikyu to have such a flaw. He had just awakened the Manjikyu, and although his eyes were uncomfortable after use, he thought it was just due to overexertion and would improve in a few days. Fugaku's lips twitched, but he swallowed the words he was about to say. "So you knew Shingetsu?" "Yes," Shingetsu nodded. "Itachi's body is still developing, so the strain from the Manjikyu will be even harsher on him. Over these years you need to make sure to replenish your energy and practice your physical techniques, otherwise you may die young." "Yes, Shingetsu-senpai, I understand." After his pride was shattered, Itachi became much better at listening to others' opinions. Fugaku, seeing that his son respected Shingetsu more than himself, felt a twinge of jealousy. He coughed lightly, saying, "Actually, there is a way to address the issue with your eyes." Itachi looked over in surprise. Shingetsu continued, "That is to evolve into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." Fugaku. He looked at Shingetsu with a helpless expression, clearly indicating, "You've said everything, what more can I say?" But seeing that Shingetsu seemed to know everything, he didn't take the conversation back. Shingetsu then began to tell Itachi the story of Uchiha Madara and Izuna. Meanwhile, the third Hokage returned to Naruto's home once again. At Ming-Ren's home. Though his stomach had been filled after eating the military ration pills on the street, upon returning home Ming-Ren felt hungry again. He poured some water into a bowl, and the compressed biscuit given by Zheng Yi quickly softened and swelled slightly. Ming-Ren stirred it twice with a spoon, watching in surprise as the biscuit turned into a thick paste in the bowl. He took a spoonful. It was soft with a savory sweet flavor and a hint of milkiness. This was far more delicious than the plain rice balls. After 2 mouthfuls, the hunger in his belly rapidly subsided. The softened biscuit paste smeared all over his lips. Ming-Ren wiped his mouth carefully, eating every bit of food from the corners. Though it was merely a simple biscuit, for Ming-Ren, being able to eat his fill was the greatest happiness. At that moment, Ming-Ren did not know that outside the window a solitary eye was watching him. "Is this what Ming-Ren usually eats?" Kakazai's voice was calm, as if making an ordinary inquiry. As the captain of Team Kaka, she had already completed many missions abroad. He enjoyed some fame and prestige in Muyi and was also a capable subordinate of the third Hokage. Though the Umbu guards here were older than Kaka, they treated him with great respect and answered all his questions. Sometimes he goes out to eat ramen, or buys rice balls, or catches fish himself. Seeing Ming-Ren covered in bruises, yet wearing a happy expression after a full meal, she felt a pang of sorrow. His Adam's apple moved as he suppressed the surging emotions, speaking in a deliberately indifferent tone. "Has he been taken to the hospital for these injuries?" The Umbu was somewhat puzzled, but answered honestly, "Lord Kaka, she need not worry. Ming-Ren has a strong constitution. He basically recovers after a night's sleep. There's no need for the hospital. Anyway, he gets beaten every day, so he's used to it." Upon hearing this, Kakazai's hand quietly clenched, then forced itself to relax, as if nothing had happened. Kakazai's chest felt heavy. He saw Ming-Ren small in stature, yet enduring all this for years. Scenes from the past surfaced in his mind. His teacher Shui Min had helped him refine the Qian Niao technique. His teacher's wife Jiu Xianai would bring delicious food after their strenuous training. The child he had protected from the moment Jiu Xianai became pregnant until birth. He never expected it to come to this. Kakazai's long-sealed heart was suddenly cracked open. After years of being closed off from the world, a massive wave of guilt washed over him. "I really am a beast." Kakazai's hand clenched tightly, a sharp pain piercing his palm. The Umbu guard beside him suddenly bowed, interrupting Kakazai's thoughts. Kakashi then noticed the third Hokage approaching. "Lord Hokage." Kakashi, what are you doing here?" The third Hokage was curious, since Kakashi was usually unsociable, either on missions or standing before the memorial stone. Kakashi reacted quickly. "There was a disturbance on the street earlier, so I came to check on the situation. I didn't realize Ming-Ren had grown so much." The third Hokage picked up his pipe, gave Kakashi a meaningful glance, and simply hummed before going to find Ming-Ren. Kakashi hesitated, then decided not to stay. With a flicker, he vanished toward the memorial stone. At Ming-Ren's home. Knock, knock, knock. Just after eating, Ming-Ren heard the knocking and bounced up from the stool, rushing to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, it was indeed the third Hokage. "Grandpa, third Hokage, you're here." Ming-Ren jumped up happily, because when the third Hokage came to see him, it meant he would give him money and he could eat his fill. Though his little mind didn't understand why Grandpa Third Hokage gave him money, that didn't stop him from thinking Grandpa Third Hokage was a good person. Seeing Ming-Rin so happy to see him, the Third Hokage stroked his beard, feeling greatly pleased with himself. He became even more convinced of the correctness of his decisions. He lovingly patted Ming-Rin's head, his face wearing a precisely appropriate expression of concern. I know everything. The ones who bullied you today have been arrested. I came specially to see you. Ming-Rin was easygoing, though the wound on his forehead still throbbed, and there were several bruises on his body. He was used to it. Now that he was full, he felt much better. He scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Grandpa Third Hokage, I used the money you gave me to buy rice balls, but the rice balls were all stepped on and ruined. It's okay. It's not your fault. The Third Hokage naturally knew. He probed, what did the people from the guard team say to you today? Speaking of this, Ming-Rin beamed. Grandpa Third Hokage, I met someone from the same clan as you. His name is Yuzhibo Zhengyi. He's really nice. Last time he gave me 3-color rice balls, and this time he gave me biscuits. He told me that if I'm ever bullied, I should shout for help and the guard team will come to rescue me. Ming-Rin smiled. He also said that the guard team protects everyone in Muyi. He's a really great person. Ming-Rin's eyes sparkled, clearly fond of Yuzhibo Zhengyi. In Muyi village full of malice, there were few who showed Ming-Rin kindness, so Zhengyi's figure was especially dazzling. A flicker of understanding passed deep in the Third Hokage's eyes. As expected, he's trying to get close to Ming-Rin. But you only just met him now. How could you possibly compare to me? Though the Third Hokage was confident, Zhengyi's actions still put some pressure on him. He pulled out 3,000 yen notes from his pocket and placed them in front of Ming-Rin. Ming-Rin, you're getting a bit older now, and you eat more. He'll give you a little more money from now on. Ming-Rin was stunned by the surprise. Though he hadn't started school yet, he knew the difference between what 1 note and 3 notes could buy. Great. Thank you, Grandpa Third Hokage. Grandpa Third Hokage, you're the best to me. Rest well. They'll come see you again next time. The Third Hokage was also very busy. Having achieved his goal, he prepared to leave. As Hokage, he had many duties. Moreover, today many villagers had filed complaint letters, and he was still considering how to use this to deal with the Yuzhibo clan. Grandpa Third Hokage. Ming-Rin grabbed his arm. The 5-year-old's face showed a hint of reluctance. It's been so long since we went fishing and grilled fish together. Looking at Ming-Rin's innocent and hopeful eyes, the Third Hokage was silent for a moment. Though somewhat impatient inside, he nodded. Then let's go together in a few days. That's great. Ming-Rin jumped up, waving his arms and legs. They'll be going now. Goodbye, Grandpa Third Hokage. The Third Hokage walked far away, then turned back to see Ming-Rin still waving at him from the doorway. His eyes flickered, then he headed toward the Hokage building. It seems it's time to let Ming-Rin understand the will of fire. In the security force captain's office, Xingye recounted the entire story of Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna from beginning to end. He then said to Itachi, the way to resolve the Mangekyo Sharingan is to fuse 2 pairs of eyes into one, elevating them to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi was still immersed in Zhengyi's story. Fugaku smiled bitterly beside him. Xingye, it seems there is nothing about the clan that you don't know. Xingye rolled his eyes. Our Uchiha clan history is so long with so many books in the clan. If Itachi had read more of those books in the library, he would naturally know these things. The losses the Uchiha have suffered over the years are mostly due to a lack of reading. Fugaku was speechless. Although he had been the clan leader for many years, he also did not enjoy reading. Yet he felt that Zhengyi's lesson was correct. Itachi, however, was not thinking about the eternal Mangekyo at that moment. Instead, he looked at Fugaku with some concern. Then what about your eyes, father? Fugaku pointed to the bookshelf beside him. I can no longer see the characters on that row. Xingye turned to look. At 2 meters away, Fugaku could not even discern characters as large as a thumb. These eyes are probably nearsighted by 300 or 400 degrees, or maybe astigmatic by over 100 degrees, Xingye estimated using his own eyes from his past life. He quickly realized that Fugaku's vision was now at its end. Though he could still see, it was a great disadvantage in battle. Fugaku sighed. So whenever I can avoid a fight, Xingye hadn't expected that Fugaku's leniency had this underlying reason. Then Fugaku smiled with relief. But with you young ones having Mangekyo, I can leave these eyes to Itachi. Father. Itachi opened his mouth to refuse, but meeting Fugaku's already blurred eyes, the words stuck in his throat. He hadn't realized that Fugaku had already decided to give him the precious Mangekyo. A look of emotion crossed Fugaku's face as he patted Itachi's shoulder, his eyes full of affection. After their heartfelt conversation, both had resolved their misunderstandings. Fugaku thought every day about how to make amends. Giving his eyes to Itachi was something he had long planned, to fulfill his son's potential and ensure the clan's future. He already knew of Itachi's combat talent. Now with the ideological education complete, Fugaku had no doubt that Itachi could surpass Uchiha Madara. But Xingye interrupted their father-son moment. Oh, so you don't plan to take care of Sasuke? A hint of an unreadable smirk appeared on Zheng Ye's face. Fugaku and Itachi were both stunned. At that moment Sasuke was just an ordinary 5-year-old child, playful attached to Itachi, and only able to perform the great fireball technique after much practice. He was decent compared to ordinary people, but not outstanding within the Uchiha clan. He showed no sign of. They could never have imagined that Sasuke would become a six-paths level powerhouse at the age of 17. Fugaku's eyes flickered with hope as he looked at Jinya and asked cautiously, "Are you saying Sasuke will also awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan?" After asking, he felt a bit greedy. How could the Mangekyo Sharingan so precious be possessed by his entire family? Itachi also looked at Jinya with confusion. Jinya chuckled. "I only said Sasuke is not as talented as you, not that he will be an ordinary person. The emergence of Itachi and Shisui has made everyone define genius based on combat talent in early childhood. Actually, most Uchiha are mediocre in childhood. Not to mention the Mangekyo, even ordinary Sharingan, places a heavy burden on the body. It is only when the body can withstand the drain of the Sharingan that an Uchiha enters a period of rapid development." Fugaku nodded involuntarily. Indeed, once an Uchiha awakened the Sharingan's subsequent progress, I have seen the future. Sasuke will definitely awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he has not experienced the heart-wrenching pain of the clan's annihilation, so it may take some time. "So are you sure you want to leave these eyes to Itachi?" Fugaku fell silent. It wasn't a matter of favoritism, but even if he leaned towards Itachi's love for Sasuke would surely not agree. The two were now at a standoff, staring at each other. Seeing their dilemma, Jinya waved his hand. "No need to rush. Both Itachi and Sasuke are still young. We can discuss this later." Both father and son breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, Sasuke was only 5. These matters were years away. Jinya glanced at the clock. It was dinner time. "I'm going to eat. Fugaku, take care of the security force. Get things in order these days. Be prepared for the third Hokage to make a move at any time." Jinya hadn't forgotten that despite Naruto being beaten so badly, the Nine Tails remained silent. It seemed the other party had ignored his words. He would have to find the Nine Tails tonight and have a proper talk. Rain country. The sky over the hidden rain village was overcast with a light drizzle falling, and the air always carried a damp smell. In the dense forest outside the village, a creature like a pitcher plant emerged from the ground and said to the man wearing a tiger-striped mask, "There have been big changes in Konoha. You might need to go back and see." The two were Zetsu and Obito, who was currently pretending to be Madara. Obito let out a soft grunt, his tone tinged with doubt. "What change is worth telling me specifically?" He had recently gone to the Land of Water, leaving the situation in Konoha entirely to Zetsu. The Uchiha clan has produced 5 Mangekyo Sharingan users at once. Fugaku, Shisui, Itachi, Inabi, and Jinya. They overthrew Root, and Danzo was reduced to a human stump. 5 Mangekyo. Obito's body trembled, his voice full of shock. How is that possible? That Fugaku, as clan leader for many years, having a Mangekyo was not surprising. Shisui, a renowned figure for years, was somewhat acceptable. Itachi, Inabi, Jinya. Jinya. That guy was in my squad, wasn't he? He has a Mangekyo now. Obito recalled the Jinya he had studied with years ago, someone he wasn't familiar with, and felt a momentary daze. Then his thoughts returned, and he sensed trouble. Over the years he had relied on his Kimui ability to deceive and coerce, even using Madara's name as a banner. But that was all based on fooling outsiders. Deceiving the Uchiha clan would be much harder. Previously, the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha was so strained that he believed the village's higher-ups would eventually find a way to deal with the clan. Unexpectedly, the situation had reversed. "In that case, I suppose I should go and see." Obito muttered, then his body sank into a swirling vortex that rose in the air. Watching Obito leave, Zetsu's voice was filled with frustration. "I didn't expect the Uchiha clan to suddenly become a variable. This is troublesome. The plan probably won't go smoothly." Then he too sank into the soil. As night fell in a messy room filled with an unpleasant odor, Naruto lay asleep on the bed. Suddenly a flicker of light and shadow appeared beside him, revealing a figure. Zheng Yi used the flying thunder god mark he had left last time to teleport here. As soon as he arrived, he quickly surveyed his surroundings. Fortunately, Naruto had the presence of mind to close the curtains while sleeping, or perhaps he simply forgot to open them. Although he noticed that the number of Umbu outside had increased, there were no members of the Hyuga clan among them. Zheng Yi wasted no time placing a hand on Naruto's head as his ocular powers surged and invaded. In an instant, his vision shifted dramatically. He found himself back in the dark underground prison. The enormous fox eyes within had already opened. Why? The voice of the Nine Tails was tinged with confusion. After all, Zheng Yi was not controlling him. The last time he came was to let him get to know Naruto sooner, which was utterly ridiculous. You didn't come back for that reason again, did you, eh? Zheng Yi stared at the Nine Tails, his expression unchanged. "It seems you didn't take my last words seriously." The Nine Tails snorted, exhaling a hot breath, unconcerned as it lay within the prison. Your Mangekyo Sharingan can at most control me, what can you do if I don't cooperate? Unless you help me tear apart the seal and let me out. The Ninetales was currently trapped within the 8 trigram seal, and Zheng Yi would either have to reach into the seal or break it. Otherwise, controlling the Ninetales with the Mangekyo would not allow him to do anything else. Do you think that with this seal I can't do anything to you? The Ninetales felt a jolt of alarm, but maintained his composure, his eyes narrowing into slits. If not, you can come in yourself. Mangekyo Sharingan. Ocular technique, heavenly gravity. An invisible weight descended upon the Ninetales. The Ninetales felt Mangekyo Sharingan. Ocular technique, heavenly gravity. An invisible weight descended upon the Ninetales. The Ninetales felt a jolt in the center of its brows, but it was merely a slight discomfort. Controlling gravity, huh? Interesting. Having lived for many years, the Ninetales had seen countless strange techniques. Even the manipulation of gravity only surprised him slightly. You think this little gravity can teach me a lesson? Right. As he uttered the last few words, the Ninetales sensed something amiss. With the rotation of Zheng Yi's Mangekyo Sharingan, the gravity weighing down on the Ninetales was increasing at an exponential rate, doubling every 2 seconds. In just 10 seconds, the Ninetales was under 5 times the normal gravitational force. Damn it. Uchiha. The Ninetales opened its massive maw, letting out a furious roar as its fur bristled with agitation. Yet the Ninetales that should have been wildly thrashing about were completely pinned down, unable to lift. The Ninetales trembled, its limbs shaking uncontrollably. Zheng Yi felt his ocular power rapidly depleting like mercury spilled onto the ground. Seeing the Ninetales still holding on, Zheng Yi's expression hardened as he increased the input of his ocular power. Gravity doubled again. With a hum, the air around them seemed to thicken. Ugh! The Ninetales let out a painful wail, crashing down to the ground. A sinister cracking sound echoed from its body. That was the sound of bones breaking. Zheng Yi's gaze hardened as he fixed his stare on the Ninetales. Even while sealed, he could still inflict serious injuries on it. If the Ninetales continued to resist, he wouldn't mind letting it lie there for months. The Ninetales was pinned to the ground, blood frothing from its mouth, yet it couldn't even open its mouth to speak. Its eyes transitioned from anger to fear, now reflecting a sense of dread and retreat. Zheng Yi exhaled, seeing the Ninetales in such a state. He also released the ocular technique. Ugh! As the weight lifted, the Ninetales took a deep breath, finally alleviating the crushing sensation in its chest. But, damn it! The Ninetales' eyes flickered with rage and fear, its form shrinking back in trepidation. Yet as a proud beast, the Ninetales could not bring itself to plead for mercy. Zheng Yi understood that the Ninetales was a proud creature and did not expect it to speak. Instead, he warned, "If Naruto encounters similar situations again and you remain indifferent, I will come to see you again next time." With that, he vanished in a flash. Huff! The Ninetales sighed in relief only after Zheng Yi had left. It felt as if every part of its body had been crushed, pain continuously stabbing at it. Damn it, do I really have— Zheng Yi exited Naruto's mental world. A massive wave of pain surged over him, and his vision began to darken. He reached up to touch his eye socket, his fingertip stained with a hint of blood. Ugh! The consumption is immense. Although the Ninetales was sealed, it merely turned it into a live target it couldn't escape. Moreover, he was not forcefully controlling it, rather he was using an ocular technique to attack. The consumption of ocular power was far greater than anticipated. However, Zheng Yi did not regret it. He could always replenish his power. At worst, he could expend some more mental energy to compensate. He had initially planned to sneak out from here, but his current condition was too poor. Zheng Yi pulled out a Flying Thunder God Kanai replica from his pocket. With a whoosh, he instantly returned to his room, thankful that he had marked the spot in advance, otherwise it would have been difficult to return. He looked down at the Flying Thunder God Kanai, noticing that the usage count had changed to 03 before it completely shattered and disappeared. Zheng Yi shook his head, not bothering to wash up. With pain in his eyes, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage leisurely puffed on a cigarette, flipping through the stack of complaint forms on the desk. Almost all of them were complaints against the security team, citing either violent law enforcement or random arrest. Unlike before, when only the Uchiha were complained about, now other ninja clans were involved as well. While those villagers and various ninja clans could be related, there was a fundamental difference between them and the true noble families. Complaints against other clans were disregarded by the third Hokage. Only those against the Uchiha clan were. The third Hokage stacked the papers, totaling around 30 complaints, a notably high rate of grievances. Next, he picked up another document to review. This document detailed the UMBU's investigation of the security team's current operational procedures. The reconnaissance unit identified public safety issues, and the combat unit immediately apprehended without mediation. They would directly bring suspects back to the security team, where ninjas skilled in interrogation would question them. Moreover, villagers caught by the security team faced inhumane torture for serious offenses. They would first have their limbs broken, then a group of rookies would treat their fractures only to be imprisoned afterward. The security team was essentially akin to hell. Anyone who had been through it would never dare to return. The key point was that even for serious crimes they were not sent to the Konoha prison. The third Hokage continued tapping on the desk. The Uchiha clearly seems to be establishing a second control system. It's time to test their limits. In the outskirts of my village, two figures sneaked onto the street where Naruto often bought rice balls. It was the pair of brothers previously mentioned by the messenger from the mountains. Bro, are we really going to do this? The younger brother's voice trembled. The elder brother gritted his teeth, saying this is the last time. Once we finish this, all debts will be settled, and we won't get involved in this again. They exchanged a glance and entered an alley. In the alley, 7 or 8 villagers gathered, familiar faces filled with deep-seated hatred for Naruto. However, after someone was taken away by the guards for assaulting Naruto, these individuals had restrained themselves considerably, yet their anger remained undiminished. Only now it was concealed. Clearing his throat, the elder brother lowered his voice and said, "Everyone, that nine-tailed fox has come out again today. I saw him buying something at a shop on the street. The shopkeeper was too scared to sell to him, and he just loitered at the entrance, making the shopkeeper too frightened to open the door. What? That beast. I've said all along we shouldn't let him live." Several people immediately became agitated. A middle-aged man in faded work clothes crossed his arms and said darkly, "I don't care if he spits. My son was only 4 during the Nine-Tails incident and had his leg crushed by a collapsing beam. He still limps when he walks." He paused, his voice filled with suppressed hatred, years in the making. "Who do I hold accountable for this?" Nearby, a middle-aged woman chimed in, "Exactly. My husband was a ninja and died during the Nine-Tails incident. He didn't even leave a word behind. For all these years I've raised my child as a widow. Was it easy? Why does that nine-tailed fox still get to live in peace?" Seeing the atmosphere heating up, the younger brother hurriedly added fuel to the fire, saying, "I heard from the guards that the seal on that nine-tailed fox has been unstable recently. If he goes berserk, one day our whole area will be finished." The crowd fell silent for a moment, but they weren't scared as someone recalled the previous events. A thin, middle-aged man shrank his neck and said softly, "But weren't those who attacked the nine-tailed fox taken apart by the guards? My neighbor is still in jail. Those Uchiha from the guards are ruthless." Mentioning the guards, several faces visibly changed. Some instinctively took a step back, while others rubbed their arms as if afraid of being broken at any moment. "Yeah, what if we take action and the guards come?" Another young man hesitated. "That Uchiha Seiya is known for killing in broad daylight." The bald, muscular man stiffened for a moment. Fearless by nature, he nonetheless felt his legs tremble at the memory of Jinye's throat-cutting scene. The villagers were already filled with trepidation, and the elder brother sensed trouble. He quickly took over the conversation, lowering his voice deliberately and speaking mysteriously. "You guys don't know this, do you? My cousin works in the Umbu. He said today the Umbu will specifically keep an eye on the guards, preventing them from coming. Is that true?" Some were skeptical. The younger brother chimed in, "Absolutely. The Hokage has long been displeased with the guards' random arrests. The Umbu is here today to stop them. We just need to act. The guards won't come." Besides, the elder brother looked around, raising his voice slightly, "We are seeking justice for our deceased loved ones, not randomly attacking people. Even if the guards are tough, can they really arrest us all?" These words acted like a reassurance, suppressing the fear in the hearts of the crowd. The bald, muscular man banged his thigh and shouted, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Go. Kill that nine-tailed fox." In the crowd, a bald man rolled up his sleeves, excitement glowing on his face. In truth, he had no real connection to the Nine-Tails incident. He was elsewhere during that time and only arrived at my later. But he naturally enjoyed bullying others, especially those weaker than him. Naruto wouldn't fight back, and no one would care if he did. He was his favorite target for venting. Another woman with curly hair cursed endlessly. She didn't have any deep hatred for Naruto. During the Nine-Tails incident, her entire family was evacuated by the guards. Yet as her neighbors all cursed the nine-tailed fox, if she didn't join in, she would seem out of place. Over the past 2 years, she had grown accustomed to it. If she didn't curse Naruto a couple of times a day, she felt something was missing. Right, she echoed, "That kind of monster should be killed." Half of the crowd originally had no deep-seated grudge against Naruto. They were just swept along to join the frenzy. But they all shared a clear understanding: insulting and beating Naruto was right and justified. Seeing that the time was ripe, the elder brother raised his arm and shouted, "Let's go. We're going to find that nine-tailed fox and seek justice for our deceased loved ones. Seek justice. Kill him." A dozen people picked up sticks and stones, rushing out of the alley towards the direction Naruto usually went. However, among the crowd, one person looked coldly at the two brothers. "No traces or clues should be left. It's about time to send you on your way." He moved like water, quickly reaching the brother's side. With a slight motion of his hand, 2 explosive tags were stuffed into the brother's arms. Then he quietly slipped to the side and stood in the shadow by the street, forming the hand sign for mind transfer tech. At that moment, Naruto was squatting by the roadside, feeling the 3,000 yen given to him by the third Hokage in his pocket. He hesitated between eating at Ramen Ichiraku, buying a bento, or getting rice balls. Although there was quite a bit of money, he had no idea when the third Hokage would give him money next. After thinking for a long time, Naruto made up his mind. It's been a while since I had ramen. Oh, let's go see the hand-pulled noodles uncle. Over there. A loud shout rang out, startling Naruto and making him shiver all over. Instinctively, he ducked and covered his head, but a stone whistling through the air struck him on the back. Ow! A sharp pain hit him, and Naruto cried out as he fell to the ground. Looking back, he saw a large group of people rushing towards him, led by that bald, muscular man who held a wooden stick and wore a grotesque grin. Nine-tailed fox. Die. Return my son's life. Naruto instinctively curled up and covered his head. But this time he did not silently endure as he had before. He remembered that person's words. Next time you're bullied, shout for help. We will come to rescue you. Bang. The stick hit Naruto's back, and he stifled his cry of pain, instead taking a deep breath and shouting with all his might, help. Guards, help. His voice echoed down the street, still daring to call for help. The bald, muscular man kicked and struck while feeling relieved in his heart. It really is as those two brothers said, the guards haven't come. At that moment, a patrol team from the guards happened to pass nearby. Leading them was yesterday's Uchiha Seiya. Hearing the cries, his expression changed. It's Naruto. Quick. The three-man team rushed out a few steps when dozens of dark shadows descended from the sky, blocking their path. It was the Umbu guarding Naruto. The team now increased to 12, surrounded the three guards. The Umbu captain Mikawazawa, wearing a fox mask, spoke coldly, guards, halt. This matter is under the jurisdiction of the Umbu. As he spoke, his hand rested on the hilt of his sword, exuding a fierce aura. Zongsi frowned tightly. Didn't you hear Naruto calling for help? Get out of the way. By the Hokage's order, the safety of the nine-tailed Jinchuriki is the sole responsibility of the Umbu. You have no authority to intervene. Mikawazawa stood his ground. Zongsi clenched his fist. Although Jinya had instructed him that they could take action, the Umbu were directly under the Hokage. They were completely different from ordinary villagers. Without orders, he could not directly act against the Umbu. Furthermore, there were too many of them. The three of them couldn't get through. He exchanged glances with Yamashiro Kaki, who nodded slightly, already forming hand signs. He would send word about the situation here. At that moment, Jinya was patrolling another street, holding a bag of Suddenly a voice rang in his heart. Naruto is in trouble, and the guard team has been blocked by the Umbu. Jinya's expression turned cold. Is this the plan set forth by the third Hokage? Help! Help! Naruto's cries grew weaker and weaker as fists, feet, and clubs rained down upon him like a storm. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were swollen shut. Yet he kept shouting. Security force. Help! Would the one who promised to save him actually come? Just as Naruto began to abandon hope, a sudden glimmer of light appeared before his eyes. Brother Zhongyi. Naruto reached out his hand, trying to grasp toward the front. A wooden club struck his hand in an instant. Naruto let out a scream of agony and collapsed to the ground. You're asking for death. A terrifying, killing intent descended from the heavens. The surging chakra, fueled by the wielder's raging fury, radiated outward in all directions like crashing waves. The villagers who had been beating Naruto suddenly froze, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. In particular, the burly man who had struck Naruto with the club felt the deepest dread rising from the depths of his soul. He barely had time to turn his head, but all he saw was a flash of brilliant blade light. Thump! A head soared into the air, blood spurting forth like a fountain. The hands of the nearby villagers began to shake. They wanted to flee, but their legs refused to obey. Only when the blood poured down upon them did some villagers let out terrified screams. It's Uchiha Zhongyi. At this moment, the 12 Umbu surrounding the security force, upon seeing that Zhong Yi had slain someone upon arrival, were both shocked and enraged. They immediately abandoned Sosuke and his team, encircling Zhong Yi instead. Sosuke led his squad and instantly flashed behind Zhong Yi. Uchiha Zhongyi, this area is under Umbu jurisdiction. You cannot. Before Mikawazawa could finish, he heard his teammates' teeth chattering. See, Captain. Nine tails. Only then did he realize that Zhong Yi wasn't looking at him at all, but at Naruto. Naruto had already fallen unconscious, and from his prone body, a violent, manic, and oppressive chakra began to emanate. Gurgle, gurgle. Bubbles continuously formed on the surface of the crimson chakra cloak. Though no tails had grown, and only a thin layer of chakra covered him, the sight still drained the color from everyone's faces. The villagers who had just beaten Naruto went weak in the knees, collapsing to the ground, their trousers soaked. The demon fox has transformed. Run! Thump! Zhong Yi cleaved the shouting villager beside him in two with a single stroke, spraying blood all over himself. Thinking you can beat people without consequences, huh? He roared aloud. You have assaulted the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, intending to provoke another Nine-Tails rampage and bring calamity upon Konoha. The Mangekyo pattern in his eyes gradually ceased its rotation. Damn, Nine-Tails won't show its hand until it sees the rabbit. It only released its chakra when it saw me coming. You obstructed the security force from rescuing the victim, so you must be spies from other villages. The Umbu were stunned. They had been assigned to watch Naruto for years and had never witnessed the Nine-Tails chakra leaking out. Panic suddenly seized them. They were placed here by the third Hokage to look after Naruto, and now that the Nine-Tails chakra had leaked, they would bear the greatest responsibility. At that moment, two figures rushed over from afar. Shisui, Itachi, the elite combatants of the Uchiha clan. Zheng Yi, Senior Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi pointed at the Umbu. They obstructed the security force from rescuing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I suspect they are enemy spies. Capture and kill them all. Yes. Boom. Just as Zheng Yi was giving orders, two villagers nearby suddenly exploded. Their bodies burst into a mass of shredded flesh. The neighboring villagers were utterly dumbfounded. Only when the flying chunks of meat struck them did they let out horrified screams. Zheng Yi looked at the two who had been blown to pieces. His pupils constricted slightly. Clearly this was a silencing of witnesses. He shot a glance at Sosuke beside him. Arrest all those villagers. Kill anyone who resists. Itachi and Shisui lunged at the Umbu. Sosuke, along with Akimichi-yama and Yamanaka-saki, moved to apprehend the villagers. Zheng Yi flashed to Naruto's side and lifted him into his arms. The 5-year-old child's body was covered in purple bruises, his eyelids swollen shut, and fists, palms, and footprints marred every inch of him. These villagers are addicted to bullying, aren't they? They think they can torment Naruto without paying a price. Silencing witnesses. Fine. Today I'll show you that the living have their uses, and the dead have theirs too. Zheng Yi's thoughts raced with ruthless intent. He waved his hand fiercely. Those villagers are all spies. No need to spare them. Kill them all. Sosuke hesitated for only a moment, then a cruel grin twisted his face as he switched the back of his blade to the edge. With a thump, he decapitated a villager who had just beaten Naruto, sending a head rolling to the ground. Those nearby cried out in terror. No, please. I just came to watch the commotion. Sosuke paid them no heed, slashing one across the chest, nearly cleaving him in two. Blood splattered all over Sosuke's face. Akimichi-yama and Yamanaka-saki hesitated, but only knocked the others unconscious, leaving Sosuke to finish them. These villagers who had just been raining blows on Naruto one by one became corpses beneath Sosuke's blade. On the other side, the battle between Itachi and Shisui against the Umbu was far more intense. Shisui had awakened his Sharingan years ago, and when he fought at full strength, he was terrifying. He clasped his hands together, unleashing his ocular power without any reservation. As the foremost Jinjutsu master in the ninja world acted, 7 of the 12 Umbu instantly collapsed. Seeing this, the remaining Umbu were terrified out of their wits. The Uchiha are rebelling. Quickly informed the Hokage. Shizui's form flickered and split into 4, chasing after 4 of the fleeing Umbu. Itachi faced off against Mikawazawa. Although the opponent was an elite Jonin, Itachi had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mikawazawa had some experience fighting Uchiha, so he dared not look into Itachi's eyes. He only dared to watch the part below Itachi's neck. Itachi had only recently awakened his Mangekyo, but his physical abilities had also surged significantly. Combined with the fact that his opponent dared not meet his gaze, Itachi quickly gained the upper hand. He held his sword with one hand, while rapidly forming hand seals with the other. Exploiting a blind spot in his opponent's vision, he launched a great fireball while moving swiftly. By the time Mikawazawa saw the flames, it was already too late. He hurriedly dodged sideways. But Itachi's body was already waiting for him, a flash of blade light. Itachi's sword pierced through Mikawazawa's right shoulder, impaling him completely. NGH. Mikawazawa grunted in pain, his body immobilized and unable to defend. Itachi grabbed his arm as a pivot leaped into the air and kicked him in the side of the face. Thud. A dull, heavy impact. Mikawazawa's head took a severe blow. His vision went dark and he lost consciousness. As Itachi dealt with Mikawazawa, Shisui had already dispatched the remaining Umbu. One of the 4 fleeing Umbu escaped. The other 3 were slain on the spot by Shisui. Shisui didn't pursue the one who fled. Zheng Yi's intention was to let him report the news. Of the 12 Umbu, 1 escaped, 3 were killed, and the remaining 7 plus their captain were taken down. Zheng Yi glanced at Mikawazawa, who had been subdued by Jinjutsu. Keep only this one Umbu alive. Kill the rest. Yes. Shisui hesitated for a moment, but Itachi immediately responded and began to carry out the order. He approached the Umbu caught in the Jinjutsu, swept his long blade, and slit another Umbu's throat. Shisui let out a breath and stepped forward to help. The 7 Umbu under Genjutsu helpless as baby chicks were slaughtered without any resistance. On the scene, the corpses of the Umbu and the villagers who had beaten Naruto totaled more than 30. The pungent stench of blood drove all other Konoha villagers to flee far away. But more gazes fell from the distant eaves, members of other ninja clans observing. The intelligence of what had happened here spread at an alarming speed. Their faces were pale with terror not from the corpses, but from the crimson Nine-Tails chakra on Naruto. Zheng Yi examined Naruto's external injuries. As the Nine-Tails chakra leaked out, the wounds were healing at an astonishing rate. Seizing the opportunity, he once again invaded Naruto's mindscape. Zheng Yi's vision shifted. Still the same enormous prison, but the Nine-Tails looked at him warily upon his entry. However, Zheng Yi wasted no words upon seeing the Nine-Tails. His Mangekyo Sharingan world. The Dojutsu Tian Chongli. A massive gravitational force descended with a hum, slamming onto the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails' pupils contracted sharply. Wait. Zheng Yi remained silent, continuing to cast the technique. As the dojutsu persisted, the gravity quickly reached 5-fold. This brat seal is too perfect. It took me some time to release my chakra. The Nine-Tails blurted out a quick explanation, its body already pinned firmly to the ground. Heh, is that so? Zheng Yi sneered. He increased the dojutsu input again, 6-fold gravity. Bang! A dull explosion sounded as the Nine-Tails' entire body was crushed to the ground. If you don't make the Nine-Tails feel pain, it will still be outwardly compliant, but inwardly defiant. Zheng Yi's expression turned ruthless as he increased his dojutsu output again. 7-fold gravity. PFF. Large blossoms of blood burst from the Nine-Tails' body, its bones cracking in a series of reports. Roar ah! The Nine-Tails let out a miserable howl, collapsing to the ground as its limbs were gradually flattened. Zheng Yi stared coldly at the Nine-Tails. Only after seeing the plea in its eyes did he abruptly cancel. Huff! Huff! The Nine-Tails panted heavily, lying on the ground, unable to stand. Zheng Yi asked expressionlessly, according to you it takes this long to release your chakra? The Nine-Tails' throat bobbed. It had a premonition that if it answered poorly today, might not end well. It lifted its head slightly, its voice weak. It's only the first time that slow. From now on I can release it in. Zheng Yi stared at the Nine-Tails with a cold expression for a few seconds, then said coldly, remember what you said today? Later when I tell you to retract your chakra, you will retract it. Then his figure dissolved into the space. The Nine-Tails let out a long breath, every part of its body aching. Why did I have to be so foolish as to oppose him? Hokage's office. The third Hokage sat behind his desk, facing Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi, Naruto has grown a bit. The third took a puff from his pipe, and said slowly, as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he needs to understand what the will of fire is. You were once Minato's student, it's most fitting for you to guide him. Kakashi's body stiffened slightly. Naruto. Teacher Minato's son. His mind flashed back to that day by the window. The scene of a bruised Naruto holding a softened cookie, smiling happily. And the voice echoing in his ear. You're a real beast. Yes, Kakashi lowered his head. The third nodded approvingly. Good. Starting tomorrow you will. Lord Hokage. An Umbu suddenly flashed into the office. It was the same Umbu that Zheng Yi had let go. He said urgently, bad news. Uchiha Zheng Yi led Shisui and Itachi to engage our people in the residential area. Hattori and the others have been killed. What? How? The third Hokage stood up abruptly, his pipe falling onto the desk. Kakashi also looked up, his eyes full of shock. The Umbu continued. They claimed Hattori and the others were spies intending to incite the Nine-Tails rampage and attack directly. A flicker of doubt passed through the third Hokage's eyes. He had only intended to clash with the Uchiha, but unexpectedly they turned the tables and pinned the blame. However, the logic was flawed. The Uchiha's words were completely untenable. At that moment the Umbu swallowed and added, the Nine-Tails. Its chakra is leaking. The third Hokage's vision went dark. It's over. Send orders. Gather all available Umbu, summon the barrier team, and notify Jiraiya to come immediately. The third Hokage grabbed his hat and strode out of the office. Kakashi followed behind, his heart churning with complex emotions. As soon as they reached the corridor, a piercing scream exploded in their ears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Continuous warning flares burst in the sky. That was the highest level village-destroying warning flares. The third Hokage and Kakashi's faces changed drastically. They instantly shattered the corridor window and leaped out. At the same time, the pillars and elites of various clans in Konoha rushed out of their residences, heading toward the direction where the flares had risen. Let's rewind time a bit. Zheng Yi exited from Naruto's inner world. Having just used a great amount of two streams of blood, tears immediately flowed from his eyes. Shisui and Itachi, greatly alarmed, surrounded him. Senior Zheng Yi, what's wrong? Zheng Yi pressed one hand on Naruto's head and gave them a reassuring look. Then he deliberately said loudly, I am using my Mangekyo to suppress the Ninetales rampage, but I don't know if I can succeed. Send the highest level warning flares immediately. Shisui's expression flickered as he understood Zheng Ye's intent. He took out a red signal flare from his bosom and shot it into the sky. As a squad leader of the police force, he had access to flares of this level. By then more police force members had gathered. At Shisui's signal one after another, the highest level signal flares were launched into the sky. All of Konoha's elite combatants swarmed toward Zheng Ye's location. The Ino Shikacho members arrived even faster than the third Hokage due to their proximity. What's happening? What's wrong with the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Led by Liu He, the Ino Shikacho members saw Naruto's body continually emitting crimson Ninetales chakra. Everyone's expressions turned grim. Itachi under Shisui's cue also understood. He extended his hand to block Liu He and the others. Shisui explained, "Don't go over. Elder Zheng Yi is using his Mangekyo to suppress the Ninetales rampage." The signal flares were launched to ensure everyone is prepared for battle in case the suppression fails. As he spoke, the Hyuga clan arrived. Hayashi and Shin Yu led a large number of branch family elites to the scene. All of them activated their Byakugan and saw Naruto's chakra spilling out like a volcano. Everyone held their breath, their hearts heavy. Zheng Yi had just expended a huge amount of dojutsu power to subdue the Ninetales. His eyes truly ached, and his dojutsu power was indeed greatly depleted. However, his chakra had not diminished. His chakra now radiated outward like tides in all directions. Except for the Uchiha clan, outsiders naturally did not understand the principle of using dojutsu to suppress the Ninetales. Seeing Zheng Ye's painful appearance, they tightened their grip on their weapons, sweat beading on their foreheads. The Ninetales rampage had only happened 5 years ago, and the people of Konoha still vividly remembered that disaster. Everyone prayed that Zheng Yi would succeed in suppressing the Ninetales. Zheng Yi was indeed exhausted. Seeing that the act was nearly over and catching sight of the third Hokage arriving with the barrier team and many Umbu, he let out a loud shout, "Seal!" The crimson Ninetales chakra on Naruto slowly receded. Seeing that evil red chakra finally disappear, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. The third Hokage also felt relieved. He waved his hand, and the barrier team hurried forward to examine Naruto's condition. "Stop!" Zheng Yi held the unconscious Naruto with one hand and drew his long blade with the other. The barrier team members stood frozen in place. The third Hokage walked over, glancing at the more than 30 corpses on the ground. "Zheng Yi, what do you think you're doing?" Zheng Yi sneered, "What do I think I'm doing? Spies from other villages have infiltrated your Umbu, attempting to overthrow Konoha. How exactly are you guarding the Ninetales Jinchuriki?" His words shocked everyone present. In Konoha village, the third Hokage felt as though he had been struck on the head with a club by Zheng Ye's accusation. He did not answer immediately, instead rapidly thinking over the situation in his mind. "All the operatives I sent to monitor Naruto are my most trusted subordinates. There is absolutely no way they could be spies. This is a trap set by Zheng Ye." Before the third Hokage could speak, Koryudatane, who had just arrived, angrily scolded, "Uchiha Zheng Ye, what nonsense are you spouting? How could there be spies in the ANBU? I think you're trying to take the Ninetales Jinchuriki for yourself." Zheng Ye, still with blood on his face, glared at her, a fierce aura rushing toward Koryudatane. "Take the Ninetales Jinchuriki for myself? If it weren't for me suppressing the Ninetales, it would have already rampaged. All of you would be dead." Koryudatane, having arrived later, had not witnessed Zheng Ye suppressing Naruto's chakra. Startled by Zheng Ye's imposing aura, she staggered back in fear. You. Koryudatane stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. "What you? If you don't know, then get out of the way." Shikaku Nara quickly pulled her aside and whispered an explanation of the earlier events. Zheng Ye ignored her, pointing at Yamanaka Yama and Akimichi Senko. "You two tell me what happened today." Akimichi Senko and Yamanaka Yama felt a jolt of panic, then looked to their respective clan heads. The clan heads' expressions were tense. "Just tell the truth." Akimichi Senko said solemnly, "We heard the cries of someone being beaten and came to intervene." Yamanaka Yama continued, "But Captain Uchiha Sosuke was stopped by the ANBU. He pointed at the ANBU member Mikawasawa held by Shisui. He said the police force stops here. This matter is under ANBU jurisdiction." Captain Sosuke repeatedly negotiated, but was blocked by the ANBU. During that time, no one stopped the mob from beating Naruto until the Ninetales chakra leaked, and then Uchiha Zheng Ye arrived. As Yamanaka Yama's words fell, the atmosphere in the scene plummeted to freezing point. Zheng Ye casually wiped his face. The bloodstains made him look like a vengeful ghost. "Third Hokage, what do you have to say for yourself?" The third Hokage gritted his teeth so hard they creaked. He didn't know where the error lay, but he absolutely could not take the blame. "This is slander. It doesn't prove that the villagers who beat Naruto had anything to do with the ANBU. At most, the ANBU was negligent in allowing Naruto's Ninetales chakra to leak." Now those villagers are all dead without a witness. Everything here needs to be investigated. Zheng Ye's reaction, however, surprised the third Hokage. He sneered, fine. Then investigate. But I don't trust you. I want an on-site investigation. These villagers died recently. There should still be information in their brains. He turned to look at the crowd. More and more members of the major ninja clans were arriving. A familiar face appeared in Inoichi Yamanaka, the next clan head of the Yamanaka clan. Then let Inoichi Yamanaka extract the information on the spot. Inoichi Yamanaka, who specialized in this, was mentally prepared when called upon. He exchanged a glance with the current clan head, who nodded slightly. All right, I'll do it. Without wasting time, he formed hand seals and placed his hands on the heads of the corpses while the death was still. Inoichi worked quickly, switching to a new body every dozen seconds. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but his hands never stopped. Fugaku, who had received the news, arrived in a hurry. But he did not come alone. He brought a group of Uchiha elites with 3 Sharingan fully armed to the teeth. Fugaku immediately looked at Jinye upon arrival. Jinye always acted aggressively, and Fugaku was genuinely afraid that a fight had already broken out. Jinye gave him a reassuring look, and the weight lifted from Fugaku's heart. He waved his hand, and the elite squad stood behind Jinye. Itachi exchanged a glance with Fugaku and activated his Jinjutsu. In an instant, he pulled Fugaku into the illusion and quickly explained the situation. In a flash, Fugaku's eyes cleared. Knowing that Jinye had acted on his own initiative, he couldn't help but feel anticipation. He wondered what surprise Jinye would bring to the Uchiha. Inoichi Yamanaka completed his technique quickly. Within minutes, he had extracted all the residual memories from the villagers' brains. He stepped into the center and said to Jinye and the third Hokage, these people were instigated to come specifically to beat Naruto. But the one who instigated them. The third Hokage's heart skipped a beat, an overwhelming sense of foreboding washing over him. The method and modus operandi could only be. But Inoichi Yamanaka looked around at everyone, then at the 2 piles of flesh that had been blown to pieces. They have been silenced. The third Hokage relaxed involuntarily, taking a puff from his pipe. So Zheng Ye's sudden laughter made the third Hokage tense up again. Uchiha Jinye, Jinye pointed at the third Hokage and declared loudly, can't you all see? The fundamental problem today is that the villagers of Konoha are hostile to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, allowing spies to exploit the situation and incite them to beat Naruto. Jinye signaled with his eyes. Itachi squeezed Mikawasawa's arm, and the man immediately woke up. But upon awakening, he found himself in the hands of Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, almost all the high-ranking members of Konoha were present. His heart sank in a sense of dread. Zheng Ye's subsequent voice echoed in everyone's ears like the whisper of a demon. The third Hokage deliberately made the villagers hostile to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki so that he could rightfully approach, brainwash, and manipulate Naruto under the guise of the Hokage. He wants to monopolize the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha for himself. That's why he strictly forbade the Uchiha from rescuing Naruto. Zheng Ye's words struck like a boulder, crashing into the hearts of everyone present. The third Hokage's ears rang with the impact. This was exactly what he had planned and done, but he could absolutely not. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki belongs to the village. I never intended to manipulate him. The third Hokage had fallen into Zheng Ye's trap of self-justification, but he had to declare his position. As Hokage, it was perfectly fine for him to supervise the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and seek closeness. The other ninja clans wouldn't care much given the hierarchy. But today was different. He had messed up. His control strategy had a fatal flaw. The Nine-Tails had rampaged. The entire village was nearly destroyed. He had to give an explanation to the other ninja clans. But Zheng Ye's true killing blow was yet to come. As if he knew exactly how the third Hokage would answer, Zheng Ye fixed his cold gaze on Mikawasawa and asked, you tell me, were you sent by the third Hokage to stop the police force from rescuing Naruto? Or are you a spy from another village deliberately provoking the Nine-Tails rampage? In the village of the crowd gathered, the atmosphere heavy and somber as water. Hearing Zheng Ye's question, everyone couldn't help but turn their gaze toward this Umbu captain. Sanchuan was now completely frozen. Having attained the position of captain, he was not lacking in ability. Having heard the foreshadowing in Zheng Ye's words, how could he dare utter a single word in response? Answering that he was a spy would mean death. Answering that the third Hokage had sent him to obstruct the Uchiha would bring even graver consequences. The Uchiha might even use this to demand the third Hokage's resignation. Sanchuan was ensnared in immense terror and inner turmoil. As an Umbu, guarding secrets was second nature. Yet when faced with death, how could he not fear it? He turned his head with difficulty toward the third Hokage, whose eyes were like a deep pool, their depths unreadable. But Sanchuan recalled the kindness the third Hokage had shown him over the years. Thinking of his young child and wife at home, a fierce resolve hardened in Sanchuan's expression. He moved his mouth to bite the poisoned sac. but Itachi, who had been watching him closely, would never give him that chance. You wish to die? A pair of iron-like hands clamped his jaw shut. Itachi's Sharingan spun, and under the combined force of Jinjutsu and Taijutsu Sanchuanzai was pinned in place. Then a punch to the jaw, and he reached into the mouth to extract a poison tooth. Having been an elite Umbu himself, Itachi knew all too well the methods Umbu used to end their own lives. Now under the control of Jinjutsu Sanchuanzai was utterly immobile. Zheng Yi gave Itachi a nod of approval, then turned his gaze back. It seems this Umbu captain would rather die than divulge information. A wry smile curled on Zheng Yi's face as he swept his eyes over the third Hokage and the mass of elite Umbu behind him. Very well, I do not like to force others. Since the Umbu are unwilling to speak, let the third Hokage himself tell us. Did you order the Umbu to prevent the police force from rescuing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, or are they? Zheng Yi locked eyes with the third Hokage. Spies. A stir rippled through the crowd. Everyone understood the venom in Zheng Yi's words. If the third Hokage admitted it was his order, he would be confirming his desire to control the Nine-Tails alone. If in the presence of so many Umbu he falsely accused this captain of being a spy, many Umbu would become disaffected, and the third Hokage's grip on the Umbu would plummet. The critical issue was that the Umbu captain was still alive. If the third Hokage's answer did not satisfy Zheng Yi, he could be handed over to the Yamanaka clan, who would still unearth the truth. However, the Umbu had done countless shady deeds in the shadows. If the Yamanaka clan probed his memories and uncovered other secrets, it would be even more detrimental to the third Hokage. The third Hokage's pipe trembled slightly in his hand as he hesitated to speak. He was now caught between a rock and a hard place, unable to advance or retreat. For a moment the air seemed to solidify. The other high-ranking members of Konoha looked at Zheng Yi with complex expressions, admiration, wariness, and a trace of fear. Only Hyuga Qingyu of the Hyuga clan had a glimmer of fervor in his eyes. What a remarkable stratagem. If such political acumen could help our branch family. Third Hokage-sama, if you cannot bring yourself to speak, I will have the Yamanaka clan read his memories. Zheng Yi had no intention of wasting time waiting for the third Hokage to dawdle. He pressed the issue directly. Wait. The third Hokage's face darkened with a look of burning his boats. It was I who feared that the Uchiha clan would control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and so I ordered the Umbu to prevent the police force from approaching. This allowed foreign spies to incite villagers to attack the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, nearly causing her to go berserk. The responsibility for this matter lies with me. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. No one had expected the third Hokage to shoulder the blame. A flicker of movement passed through Zheng Yi's eyes. This old fox is no simpleton burning his boats like this. The third Hokage was clearly sacrificing his own reputation and political errors to secure the Umbu's loyalty. Now the Umbu standing behind the third Hokage gazed at him with fervent eyes ready to die for him. Though Zheng Yi could not claim to be infallible in his schemes, he always accounted for multiple contingencies when laying plans. At this moment, it is unrealistic to force the third Hokage to step down. The best course is to extract political benefits. Seeing the situation, he immediately adjusted his strategy. Since the third Hokage has made such a grave error, I propose that a Hokage advisor be elected immediately to correct any future mistakes the third Hokage might make. The onlookers drew in a sharp breath. The Hokage advisor indeed had the power to amend the Hokage, but the previous Hokage advisor was Shimura Danzo, who was in cahoots with the third Hokage, allowing them to act with impunity in Konoha. Now the Uchiha were seeking to install their own man at the highest level. The third Hokage's jaw tightened as he stared at Zheng Yi in disbelief. You want to elect a Hokage advisor right now? Zheng Yi smiled faintly indeed. As I recall, one of the Hokage advisor's duties is to correct the Hokage's mistaken decrees. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe. That is correct. Suddenly Mito Kato Hamura interjected. Uchiha Zheng Yi, you have only just been restored as honorary elders. You are still a bit short of qualifying to run for Hokage advisor. Zheng Yi glanced sidelong at him. Who said I want to be the Hokage advisor? I have too many other matters to attend to, no time to play political games in the Hokage's office. I hereby nominate Nara Roka as the Hokage advisor. All in favor raise your hands. Though this was not a high-level meeting, most of Konoha's high-ranking officials were present. The vote was perfectly valid. The Ino Shikacho trio were utterly stunned. They had thought this was a power grab by the Uchiha, but suddenly a pie had fallen from the sky. Zheng Yi tilted his head. Do the elders of Ino Shikacho not approve? A slightly teasing voice came, and the Ino Shikacho members snapped out of their daze, hurriedly raising their hands. Hyuga Hayashi's gaze shifted between the third Hokage and Uchiha Zheng Yi, then he too raised his hand. Many other honorary elders from various clans, seeing that Ino Shikacho and the Hyuga had agreed, followed suit. Zheng Yi fixed his eyes on the third Hokage. Does the third Hokage-sama not agree? The third Hokage's face darkened. Having just admitted his own fault, it was only reasonable to elect a respected figure with the power to amend the Hokage's erroneous decrees. He had no choice but to raise his hand as well. With the third Hokage's consent, there was no longer any doubt. Thus Naruto was elected as the Hokage advisor with a high vote. Naruto was a man of deep cunning. Though inwardly pleased, he did not show it fully. He merely nodded to the surrounding clans. From now on I will adhere to my duties and assist the third Hokage in governing Konoha. And his gaze shifted to Zhang Yi, meeting his eyes. Correct the third Hokage's mistake. Clearly upon returning, Roko would thoroughly examine which decrees concerning the Uchiha were unread. Cough. Naruto cleared his throat and spoke directly. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, being the village's most crucial strategic weapon, should no longer be monitored solely by the third Hokage. The third Hokage glanced at Ruka and asked, "What do you mean by assisting Ruka?" Ruka replied candidly, "It should be jointly overseen by the defense force and the Umbu." At this moment, the third Hokage could not refuse. The defense force now represented not just the Uchiha clan, but also the interests of other ninja clans in Konoha. No problem. I agree. We will monitor Naruto together to ensure his safety. This alone is not enough. Zhang Yi raised his index finger and shook it, saying Naruto is viewed with hostility, which is due to the villagers' ignorance of what the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki truly is. I demand the knowledge of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki be publicly disseminated. As soon as Zhang Yi said this, a hush fell over the surroundings. Torian Komatsu was the first to speak. "I oppose this. The information about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is the most crucial thing and must not be leaked." Zhang Yi looked at her with a gaze of disbelief. Who in the village doesn't know that Naruto is the demon fox? Anyone from outside can easily find out who the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is. Are you deceiving yourself? Torian Komatsu's expression stiffened. This was indeed a fact. If such widely known information needed to be concealed, that would be too foolish. Previously, the lack of dissemination to the villagers was merely because the third Hokage wanted to exploit the villagers' hatred to gain Naruto's favor. But now it had all gone awry. With the defense force now involved, there was no way any villager could come into contact with Naruto. The third Hokage had naturally anticipated this, and he looked towards the newly appointed Ruka. In that case, let Ruka handle this matter. Ruka agreed, but was deep in thought. Zhang Yi's actions seemed to offer no benefits to the Uchiha. Does he simply want to build a good relationship with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Now Zhang Yi, please put Naruto down and let the sealing team check the seal. The third Hokage spoke. His greatest concern was that Zhang Yi might tamper with Naruto and then control him directly when needed. He could compromise on other matters, but this one had to be investigated thoroughly. Zhang Yi waved to the sealing team, and 4 ninja from the sealing team quickly stepped forward. They approached Naruto, began forming hand seals, and placed their hands on Naruto's abdomen. A massive 8-trigram seal emerged. This was a high-level sealing array formed by a combination of the double 4-symbol sealing technique. They studied it for a while, their expressions showing uncertainty. The third Hokage stepped forward and asked, "Have you found the reason for the Nine-Tails chakra leakage? Is there still a possibility of going berserk?" The sealing team reported in a low voice, "The seal left by the 4th Hokage has inherent gaps. If Naruto is enraged or his life is in danger, the Nine-Tails chakra will leak out. As for the possibility of going berserk again," the sealing team members shook their heads. "We cannot guarantee that." Clap, clap, clap. Zhang Yi applauded and said, "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Anger or being on the brink of death, isn't that what those ignorant villagers do every day? These villagers can seek death for themselves, but they must not put the safety of the entire village at risk. On behalf of the Uchiha, I declare that as long as our defense force is on duty, any villagers who dare to bully Naruto will be executed by us." Hinata and the other ninja clans exchanged glances and nodded, feeling that Zhang Yi's statement was reasonable, as it was for the safety of all Konoha. The third Hokage approached Naruto, staring at the 8-trigram seal for a long time. He ignited a flame on each of his 5 fingers. On it, the 5 characters for water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning were faintly visible. Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes. 5-element seal, indeed a master of ninjutsu capable of anything. Who? The third Hokage's hand, surrounded by wind, quickly pressed down on Naruto's abdomen. The unconscious Naruto let out a pained groan, his brows tightly knitted together. Unable to interfere with the 8-trigram seal, should I simply add another layer of seal from the outside? Zhang Yi was not surprised. Orochimaru and Jiraiya had both used the 5-element seal to suppress or dissolve the chakra resonance between Naruto and the Nine-Tails. This was the safest method they could think of. The third Hokage exhaled, saying, "I have added the 5-element seal to the original seal, making Naruto's seal even more secure. Furthermore, I will assign Kakashi to take care of Naruto long-term, completely preventing such incidents from happening." Zhang Yi did not care that the third Hokage continued to patch up. His goal had already been achieved. But that didn't mean his offensive would cease. In that case, the alarm is lifted. The people around had just relaxed and were ready to disperse, when Zhengyi added, however, third Hokage Shimura Danzo should be awake by now. When is his trial set? The third Hokage's expression flickered. He had originally planned to suppress the Uchiha, hoping to have some leverage during Danzo's trial. But in just a few days he had been thoroughly outmaneuvered by Zhengyi. Now he was struggling to cope. Danzo is in a weak state and can hardly say a few words. He needs at least 7 more days of rest. Zhengyi curled his lips, his body pressing forward with dominance. Then we Uchiha will wait for the trial in 7 days. He bent down to pick up Naruto. Naruto is badly injured and needs to be taken home. The third Hokage signaled Kakashi with his eyes, and Kakashi immediately followed. Zhengyi greeted the people around him before gradually departing. A targeted attack on the Uchiha initiated by Danzo ended with the third Hokage's crushing defeat. After Zhengyi and the others left, the other ninja clans quickly dispersed. Itachi and Shisui threw the discarded Sanchuan Zei to the ground and also left. Sanchuan Zei felt somewhat ashamed. He lowered his head and approached the third Hokage. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama. The third Hokage patted his shoulder. Don't think too much. They all have Sharingan. Losing is normal. You are my most loyal subordinates, and I will never abandon you. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Sanchuan Zei bowed, his eyes filled with the emotion of loyalty for those who understand him. At that moment, a robust man with white hair finally arrived. Old man, what happened? Jiraiya awkwardly asked upon seeing so many dead and the other ninja clans gradually leaving. The third Hokage stared intently at the lipstick marks on Jiraiya's neck and faced devoid of even the strength to be angry. He waved his hand helplessly. The people you were supposed to notify, go notify them now immediately. Now, Jiraiya was somewhat astonished. The third Hokage suddenly glared at him. Now. Immediately. Use Myobokuzen for a transfer. Understood. Jiraiya, seeing the corpses all around, realized he had indeed gone too far, and hurriedly the third Hokage looked at the unreliable Jiraiya and suddenly felt weary. If only Orochimaru. At Naruto's home, after delivering him, Zhengyi yawned and lay down on Naruto's bed to take a short nap. Kakashi was left dumbfounded. He couldn't comprehend what Zhengyi was doing. Was he planning to stay at Naruto's house? Zhengyi, why are you sleeping here with Naruto? Zhengyi's eyes hurt terribly, and he didn't open them. At that moment he clasped his hands behind his head. Does it matter where I sleep? This place is about as safe as my clan's land. Zhengyi was indeed correct. This was the heart of Konoha, right next to the Hokage building. Not only was Kakashi here to look after Naruto, but there were also guards from the security team and Umbu outside. Kakashi was at a loss for words. But Zhengyi, your staying here is meaningless. Zhengyi shot Kakashi a glare. I'm just waiting for Naruto to wake up so I can brainwash him, alright. You should clean up Naruto's house since he has no parents and can't do housework. Kakashi felt somewhat speechless at being ordered around by Zhengyi. However, seeing that Naruto's place resembled a garbage dump, he reluctantly rolled up his sleeves and began to clean. Zhengyi's earlier inquiry had a significant impact on Kakashi's mind. Now whenever he saw Naruto, he felt a twinge of guilt. Kakashi also wanted to do something for Naruto. He quickly found some cleaning tools that had hardly been used and transformed into a janitor, starting to tidy up. Thud, thud, empty, dark, and sinking further down. Drowsy Naruto arrived at a strange place. The ground was covered in stagnant water, and the sky was gloomy. In the distance, a heavy prison door connecting heaven and earth was tightly shut with a talisman affixed to it, inscribed with a large character for seal. Where is this? Naruto scratched his little head, a bit confused about the situation. Just now it seemed like Zhengyi came to save me. The name Zhengyi seemed to trigger something, and a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened inside the prison. Wow! Naruto abruptly opened his eyes, waking from his stupor. As soon as he woke up, he realized he was back home, and he had hardly any injuries. Am I dreaming? Then Naruto noticed Zhengyi lying on his bed, and Kakashi cleaning in the room. Huh? Zhengyi, why are you here? Hey, who are you? Zhengyi opened his eyes, slightly still feeling. He barely managed to keep his eyes open. No one in the village will bully you again from now on. Naruto was astonished. This seemed utterly impossible to him. Really? Zhengyi ruffled Naruto's golden hair. Indeed, I promise. Our security team will always be by your side to protect you, and no one will bully you again. That's wonderful. Thank you, Zhengyi. Naruto exclaimed, joyfully bouncing up and embracing Zhengyi, his face flushed with excitement. As for this person, he is my classmate named Kakashi, and he was sent by the village to protect you. Also, he will take care of your daily needs. Whenever you're hungry, just find him, and he will take you to eat. Naruto jumped off the bed and rushed to Kakashi, waving his little hand. Hello, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. He has also suffered great trauma before, so he doesn't like to talk. You need to get used to that. 5-year-old Naruto didn't understand what trauma meant, but nodded. He has also suffered great trauma before, so he doesn't like to talk. You need to get used to that. 5-year-old Naruto didn't understand what trauma meant, but nodded as if he understood. I understand, Zhengyi. Thank you for saving me. Zhengyi took out a bag of dorayaki from his pocket. I bought this on the street. have some to fill your stomach. Hee thank you Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi ruffled Naruto's head. Alright, I have other matters to attend to, will come see. Seeing the food, Naruto's eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed a dorayaki and stuffed it into his mouth. Zheng Yi flipped over and jumped out of Naruto's window, glancing back at the wall inside Naruto's room, where the second hand of the clock had become somewhat blurry. Naruto worked quickly. In just under an hour, he had drafted an announcement to publicize the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and posted it on various bulletin boards. Not every villager was literate, so there were people nearby to read the announcement aloud. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is a person used as a cage and vessel to contain the Nine Tails. Therefore, Naruto is neither a monster nor the Nine Tails. Additionally, to prevent the Nine Tails from breaking free when Naruto is injured. Now any villager is strictly prohibited from bullying Uzumaki Naruto. Violators will be executed without question. Oh my god, is it really like this? Is that child helping to seal the Nine Tails? Aren't we hating him wrongly? Who knows when the Nine Tails inside him will come out? Then we can't hit him anymore. Right. Executed without question. You guys probably don't know, but over 20 villagers from West Street were all killed for attacking Naruto. Oh, really? Of course it's true. The blood on West Street hasn't even dried yet. I heard it was all done by the security team. Lee-san from West Street was cut in half. The villagers debated, some regretting, some indifferent, but more were after all, too many people had bullied Naruto, and now they just hoped they wouldn't be held accountable. This only increased their fear of the security team. Zheng Yi endured the pain in his eyes, and after bidding farewell to Kakashi and Naruto, returned to the Uchiha clan's land. He nodded perfunctorily at those who greeted him. Once back in his room, he collapsed onto the soft bed. He shifted his gaze to the second hand of the distant clock, which had already become somewhat blurry. Zheng Yi chuckled at himself. He used to mock Sasuke for the rapid consumption of his ocular power, but now it hadn't even been a week for himself. Looks like he'll have to use it sparingly from now on. Ding. Uzumaki Naruto's fate has been altered, gaining 3 lottery chances. Ding gained recognition from Uzumaki Naruto, gaining 1 lottery chance. Current lottery chances 4. Naruto's childhood has been completely rewritten, so his life trajectory will naturally be different. Little Naruto is easily gullible and has already accepted him. Zheng Yi grinned at the 4 lottery chances, wondering if they would be worth the investment. After a busy day, Zheng Yi felt somewhat fatigued. He planned to initiate the lottery tomorrow. With his eyes closed, he fell into a deep sleep. However, the healing talisman on him began to emit a soft glow. A healing power started to swirl around Zheng Yi's eyes. In the land of rain, beneath a hilly region, numerous caves had been excavated. Though the light was dim, the ventilation was adequate. A figure clad in a black robe with red clouds, possessing golden pupils, and wearing Magatama earrings with a pallid complexion, was bent over a table modifying a scroll. It's done. Now the consciousness summoned by the impure world reincarnation will no longer be affected. A hoarse voice came, tinged with self-satisfaction and pride. Old man, even without being in Konoha, I can still perfect the impure world reincarnation. Kabuto, how are the preparations you were asked to make? A young man with round glasses and a scholarly demeanor bowed slightly behind him. Dashi-wansama, the corpses of ninjas who possess special abilities in life are ready. Experiments can be conducted at any time. Dashi-wan adjusted his black robe with red clouds. He had originally joined the Akatsuki merely as a transition, but the organization's waters ran far deeper than he had imagined. Every member of the organization was formidable, especially the leader Pain. To this day, Dashi-wan remained uncertain whether the man was alive or some kind of puppet. Yet he knew well how powerful Pain was. Moreover, those pale violet eyes seemed to possess a peculiar quality. However, Dashi-wan had found no records about them. Thus he had no choice but to continue lying low. Once we fully control the daimyo of the land of rice fields, we can establish a new hidden village. Dashi-wan's research philosophy was unrecognized, and his own teacher, the third Hokage, had sought to arrest him. After being expelled from Konoha, Dashi-wan had always felt deep shame. No matter what he had to prove himself, prove that his ideas were correct, prove that he was superior to Shuemin, and even surpass the third Hokage. Thus, continuing research on forbidden techniques, perfecting them, and building a new hidden village became the direction of Dashi-wan's efforts over these years. Once Dashi-wansama's technique is perfected, our development speed will multiply. Yao Shirdo, a highly capable individual, naturally saw the potential of the impure world reincarnation. This statement was not mere flattery. Dashi-wan was more rational. The impure world reincarnation still requires sacrifices of corresponding strength. This limitation cannot be circumvented. What intelligence do we have from the outside recently? He often became so engrossed in experiments that he would not leave the lab for a month or 2. All external intelligence was gathered by Yao Shirdo. Yao Shirdo knew that Dashi-wan was particularly concerned with information from Konoha. Tuanzong of Konoha has been removed from his position due to conflict with the Uchiha, and a public trial is imminent. The police force has been expanded, but not with Uchiha members, rather with other ninja clans. Deshiwan was startled, his face filled with probing curiosity. That old fox Tuanzong on trial. What exactly happened? It seems the Uchiha have undergone some change. These measures are not something Fuyu could have done. Do apologized beside him. Our informants in Konoha are only ordinary villagers capable of gathering only superficial intelligence. My apologies, Deshiwan-sama. Deshiwan nodded, not blaming Do. Though he once had many subordinates and followers, all had been purged or exiled by Konoha. These were newly developed informants. As he pondered, accompanied by a rustling sound, a venomous snake with a crimson tail as thick as an arm crawled down from above. Upon seeing it, Deshiwan's eyes lit up with curiosity. He extended his tongue and licked his face. Red Tail, why have you come? The other party was a small snake from the Long Didong cave, which sometimes delivered messages to Deshiwan in exchange for supplies. Red Tail rose upright and spoke in human tongue. Zilai, you spent a great deal to have Miao Mushan send you a message. Last time Deshiwan had summoned Red Tail here, and only Red Tail could track his whereabouts. As it spoke, Red Tail's belly bulged, a lump gradually rising, and it opened its mouth to spit out a scroll covered in slime. Hearing it was from Zilai, Deshiwan frowned deeply, but he still pulled out the scroll. I will send an extra batch of supplies next month. He formed hand seals, imprinting a reverse summoning seal on Red Tail's head, and with a poof, Red Tail vanished. Then Deshiwan opened the scroll and read it. The scroll was long, and when Zilai wrote it, he had naturally learned about the conflict during the day. Thus the content began with Tuanzang's plot to seize Jishu's, followed by the Uchiha's forceful counterattack, using 5 Mangekyo Sharingan to storm the route and capture Tuanzang. Then during the high-level meeting, using the Sharingan on Tuanzang's body as evidence, they pinned the suspicion of the Nine Tails incident years ago onto Tuanzang. The Uchiha allocated the expanded positions of the police force to other ninja clans, and under the pretext of compensating for the relocation of their clan grounds, added the Village Defense Coordination Authority to the police force. Then came the events of the previous day. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki was attacked, chakra leaked, and the Uchiha seized the opportunity to push for the position of Hokage's assistant, granting it to Naradir Union, the representative of the Ino Shikacho clans. And therein lay the key intelligence. The Uchiha clan had revealed their trump card, 5 Mangekyo Sharingan. The core figure was a highly skilled politician and Mangekyo Sharingan wielder, Uchiha Zhengyi. Under Zheng Ye's leadership, the Uchiha situation in Konoha was almost instantly reversed. They had now secured a foothold, and it was only a matter of time before they aimed for the Hokage position. Wonderful. Wonderful. Deshiwan let out a hoarse and chilling laugh. But Yao Shirdo could tell that Deshiwan was delighted to have pushed the old man to such a corner. Truly remarkable. The scroll was written by Zilai, and naturally, it was not euphemistic. It plainly stated the old man wants you to come back. But Deshiwan was exceedingly clever. It was clearly that the third Hokage could not withstand the Uchiha's offensive and was asking him to return and salvage the situation. Huh, what do you take me for? After laughing, Deshiwan's expression turned extremely cold, and the murderous intent in his eyes made the nearby Do shiver. Yao Shirdo had not seen Deshiwan so unhinged in a long time. Do knew that Deshiwan was highly rational and would not vent his anger on others, so he did not beat around the bush and directly asked, "What happened, Deshiwan-sama?" Deshiwan casually handed the scroll to Yao Shirdo and sat back down at the experiment table. However, he did not continue his experiments, but instead frowned deep in thought. Yao Shirdo quickly finished reading its contents. But his focus was on Tuanzang. For years ago, Tuanzang had planned to silence Do, and Yinayu orchestrating them to kill each other. As a result, Yinayu died at Yao Shirdo's hands, causing immense psychological trauma to Do. Tuanzang and Do shared a mortal enmity. Now seeing Tuanzang reduced to a limbless torso, Do did not laugh aloud, but the upturned corners of his mouth revealed the inner delight. Yet this was not enough. Tuanzang had not yet experienced utter despair. Seeing Deshiwan sitting in a daze, Yao Shirdo knew that the other was unable to let go of his pride. Cough. Yao Shirdo gave a soft cough. Lord Deshiwan, I think it might be worth considering. Deshiwan turned to look at Yao Shirdo. Consider. His tone was calm with no sign of anger. At this moment, a thin layer of sweat broke out on Yao Shirdo's back. He spoke cautiously. What could be more satisfying than having those who once looked down on you beg for your survival? Back when you left Muyi, Tuanzang played no small part behind the scenes. Now he has to come begging you. Deshiwan's expression shifted slightly. Go on. And although the Sandai Huaying still has resources now in terms of combat strength and political capability, he has completely fallen behind the Ujibwa clan. Being overthrown by the Ujibwa is only a matter of time. Given the Uzibo's temperament, it's uncertain whether the Sandai Huaying will have a way out. Lord De Shiwan's return would allow you to enjoy the endless resources of Muyi and also see if the Wanhuating Xia Linyan is worth studying. If the Sandai Huaying does not satisfy Lord De Shiwan, you can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. The initiative is entirely in your hands. De Shiwan was clearly tempted. He was a very intelligent man and a very rational one. In the entire ninja world, others relied on talent, while he alone relied on science. His intellect was self-evident. It was just that he had never hypothesized about this aspect before, and with a touch of pride, he had naturally been unable to reconcile. After Yao Shidou's words, De Shiwan naturally began to consider the feasibility. His eyes flickered, and after only a dozen seconds of thought, he had already made up his mind. Calculate for me. What are the supplies we are most lacking recently? Yao Shidou was stunned by the question, then asked cautiously, Lord De Shiwan, are you planning to? De Shiwan extended his tongue to wash his face. If the old man doesn't show some sincerity, does he think he'll just come back? Muyi Special Care Ward. The Sandai Huaying pushed open the door with a gloomy expression, the force causing the door to bang loudly. Tuan Zhang's expression froze for a moment, and Shan Zhongfeng by his bedside was so frightened he hardly dared to breathe. He strode up to Tuan Zhang and stared at him. You did the thing with Ming Ren, didn't you? Tuan Zhang's eyes flickered. Rijan, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The Sandai Huaying narrowed his eyes. You understand. You want to use the Joe Renju Li to provoke the Yu Jibua. Tuan Zhang closed his single eye. I don't know what you're talking about. If you want to pin a crime on me, bring out the evidence. The Sandai Huaying pointed to a corner. The surveillance here has been running all along, but I don't need to check it. His voice was laced with suppressed anger. I know it could only be you. Tuan Zhang suddenly opened his single eye. He first turned his neck with difficulty to scan the corner. There was actually a hidden camera there. He turned to glare at the Sandai Huaying and gritted his teeth. So what if it was me? Are you just going to stand by and let the Yu Jibua get their hands on the Joe Renju Li? The Sandai Huaying took a deep breath. Idiot. Why didn't you inform me when you did something like this? This time Ming Ren was beaten until the Joe chakra leaked. Do you know that? Joe chakra leaked. Tuan Zhang looked at Shan Zhongfeng, who wore an awkward expression, clearly taken aback by this as well. And he hadn't had time to tell Tuan Zhang yet. Yu Jibua Zheng Yi became the hero who suppressed the Jiawei rampage, while Mianbu became the culprits who nearly caused the Jiawei to rampage again. As a result, I not only had to give the position of Huaing Fuzhua to Niliang Luhi, but now I also have to let the Jingbei Dui monitor Ming Ren together. The Sandai Huaying cursed angrily. What angered him was not that Tuan Zhang had schemed against the Yu Jibua, but that he had once again failed to inform him, leading to the accident where the Jiawei nearly went berserk. Before entering the hospital, Tuan Zhang had been the Huaing Fuzhua, and although he had been removed from office upon entering, he had held that position for many years. Hearing that his position had been given away like this, Tuan Zhang was also furious. How was I supposed to know that the Jiawei chakra on Ming Ren would leak? He had been beaten for so many years without incident, right? And you actually gave away the Huaing Fuzhua position because of this reason. In just a few days the Yu Jibua are about to climb over your head. Bastard, the Sandai Huaying roared. It's your bad move that has increased the Yu Zibo's voice in the village. Yuan Fei Rijan. Tuan Zhang was also a bit hysterical. A week ago, as the darkness of Mu Yi, he had people, power, and money. In just a few days, having been reduced to a cripple, he couldn't even go to the bathroom alone. For a man of such pride, the pain was immense. I became like this for the sake of Mu Yi. Why should the Huaing Fuzhua position I worked so hard for years to attain be given to someone else? I disagree. Bang! The Sandai Huaying slammed his palm on the bedside, producing a loud noise. Enough, Tuan Zhang. I am the Huaing. How things are done is not for you to discuss. The Sandai Huaying stood up and walked out. With his back to Tuan Zhang, he said in a calm voice, In 7 days the village will put you on trial. Rest assured I will do my best to save your life. Tuan Zhang glared at the retreating figure of the Sandai Huaying, his voice icy. You will regret this, Rijan. The Sandai Huaying had already reached the door and gave a cold snort. Bang! The door slammed shut. Muyi Village. Yu Jibua Clan Grounds. Zheng Yi slept until the afternoon of the next day before waking up. Oh, that was a good sleep. Zheng Yi twisted his neck and his body let out a series of cracking sounds. Soon he sensed something wrong. He tried to look at the clock at home and found that the second hand was no longer blurry. His eyes, had they recovered somewhat? Zheng Yi checked the items on him. Most were ordinary items. The only useful one was the healing talisman. Slow self-healing, 1 day. Zheng Yi held the talisman and carefully sensed it. After a long moment, he shook his head. He was perfectly healthy now, unable to tell if the talisman had taken effect, but its durability was 98,100. Was it normal wear, or had it healed him? Zheng Yi walked toward the bathroom while pondering. The outskirts of the clan grounds had no gas supply yet, so he could only wash with cold water. Fortunately, it was summer. Zheng Yi didn't mind. He splashed his face and headed straight for the Jingbei Dui building. He was eager to find out whether this slow self-healing could cure the side effects of the one-whiting. Jinbei DUI office. Yujibwa Fuyu was sitting at his desk handling the affairs of the Jinbei DUI. There were many tasks involving the reassignment of squads that needed to be dealt with. There were also some patrol routes that needed adjustment. Although they were all minor matters, someone had to do them. His excuse to the outside was that he wanted to cultivate and improve his strength, but Fuyu knew that with his eyes his strength was bound to decline. How I longed to fight on the front lines. Fuyue, who had won great merits in the third ninja war, naturally yearned for battle, but circumstances did not allow it. Bang! Zhang Yi pushed the door open with considerable force and strode in. Fuyue, holding a pen, looked somewhat surprised. He could tell that Zhang Yi was impatient. What's wrong, Zhang Yi? Zhang Yi came to a stop in front of Fuyue, finally steadying his mind. He pulled out 2 healing talismans from his pocket and solemnly placed them in Fuyue's hand. Keep these on you and don't get them wet. Tell me how you're feeling tomorrow. Seeing Zhang Yi's serious expression, Fuyu carefully took them and stored them close to his body. I understand. Is that all you came to give me? Zhang Yi took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. This certification takes time. No matter how anxious he was, it was useless. Any movements from Lu He? Hearing Zhang Yi's question, Fuyu pulled out several documents from the side. Yes, Lu He moved quickly. Starting yesterday, he traced back 6 erroneous policies of the third Hokage and corrected them. Zhang Yi picked them up and glanced over them. There were orders reducing the border patrol area of the police force, refusing to reimburse the police force for ninja tools illegally, sealing Uchiha street shops, and cutting the Uchiha's voting rights for Jonin nominations. Each one was a tangible benefit for the Uchiha. For a ninja clan to have a solid foundation, territory, funds, and power, none can be lacking. In the 5 years after the Nine Tails incident, the third Hokage had been secretly eroding the Uchiha's foundation. In just one day, Lu He had found 6, and there would undoubtedly be more in the future. It seems Lu He is a smart man. Zhang Yi revealed a satisfied smile. He hadn't discussed it with Lu He beforehand. It was entirely mutual understanding. Although he had some cleverness, it was all built on the foundation of 9 years of compulsory education. Finding loopholes in various administrative matters on his own would take too much time. Moreover, the third Hokage would throw obstacles in his way, and he didn't want to bother with bickering. His philosophy was to let professionals handle their own fields. The Nara clan had always been Konoha strategists. By offering a position of Hokage advisor that the Uchiha didn't really need, he could make them work for him. This deal was a good bargain. Fuyu's face also showed delight. Some of these benefits were exactly what he had voluntarily given up, and he hadn't expected them to be reclaimed so easily. He hesitated for a moment, then asked in a low voice, Zhang Yi, when do you plan to take over as clan leader? In just a few days, Fuyu had been completely won over by Zhang Yi's methods. Now he only wanted to be a pawn under Zhang Yi's command. Zhang Yi waved his hand. That sort of thing doesn't matter. After Danzo's matter is settled, I'll make the next development plan for the Uchiha. At least in terms of livelihood, many things would better break away from Konoha. Zhang Yi felt that if he were to become clan leader, he first had to make the clan members live well. The current livelihood within the clan was also a crucial aspect. For example, the clan still had no electricity or gas. They also relied on purchasing food from Konoha, all of which were urgent issues to resolve. After all, if conflicts with the third Hokage intensified in the future, they might be strangled. Fuyu nodded. He knew that the confrontation between the Uchiha and the third Hokage still lacked this final step. After all, the other was the third Hokage. There would be many more opportunities to create obstacles. By the way, our police force's Hyuga clan members have detected that Jiraiya has returned. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. Jiraiya? Then why wasn't he here yesterday? The flare they had sent up yesterday was at the village destruction level. If Jiraiya had seen it, he couldn't have not shown up. That's right. He returned to Konoha yesterday, but he went to the pleasure district to drink. Then Fuyu gave Zhang Yi a knowing, ambiguous look that said, men understand. Probably too tired and overslept. Zhang Yi twitched the corner of his mouth, not knowing what to say. They'll go patrol and check today's situation. With that, he pointed at the talismans. Remember to tell me your condition tomorrow. Zhang Yi didn't linger. After instructing Fuyu, he left. At the same time, Jiraiya, with his hands behind his head, began strolling around Konoha. Haven't been back in a few years. Konoha has become quite prosperous. And these clothes are nice too. Jiraiya put on a carefree appearance, but his eyes kept scanning the women who were scantily clad or had good figures. After wandering for a while, he saw steam rising ahead, what turned out to be the Konoha hot spring. Oh no. Jiraiya grinned, revealing a lecherous smile, and walked inside. Let's see if there's any good material. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha had a relatively strong commercial atmosphere. Caravans of various merchants hauling goods could be seen everywhere entering Konoha. In recent years, Konoha had opened gates in the east, southwest, and north. This was to divert the flow of people for easier management. The West Gate area was the main zone for commercial activity. Merchants coming to do business were restricted to this area, ensuring they could trade quickly with Konoha, while also preventing them from wandering around. Of course, this was also a high-conflict area. At any time, caravans or Konoha merchants would argue for various reasons, even coming to blows. For example, right now, this batch of goods is clearly damp, and you still want to sell it at the price of good goods. Do you take us Konoha folk for fools? A well-dressed Konoha merchant slapped the wagon shaft, his voice loud enough to be heard half a street away. Opposite him was the leader of a merchant caravan from another village full of stubble, burly with a dozen guards behind him. He didn't back down, slapping a crate of goods. Damped. I transported it from the land of fields protected from rain and sun all the way. Don't you slander me here. I think you're trying to lowball me. Lowball it? I wouldn't even want this junk if you gave it to me for free. The Konoha merchant spat. What did you say? The bearded man's eyes blazed with fury, and he waved his hand. The guards behind him stepped forward in unison, hands on their sword hilts. The Konoha merchant stepped back in fright, but seeing the large crowd of Konoha villagers watching, he felt emboldened and puffed out his chest. What? You dare to start a fight on Konoha turf? You outsiders have some nerve. Aren't you afraid of our police force? So what if we fight? The bearded man sneered. Your Konoha police force sticks their nose into everything, but can they meddle in business disputes? I've traveled far and wide for years. I've complained about the Uchiha at least 8 times, if not 10, and nothing ever happened. The surrounding merchants from other villages chimed in. Exactly, the police force just scares people. Last time I took an extra 2 feet of stall space, they just scolded me a couple of times. The Konoha villagers heard this and wore strange expressions. Someone muttered quietly, what he said. That was a week ago, right? Sure, don't say anything. Let's see how they die. At that moment, powerful footsteps echoed from outside the crowd. Make way. A squad of security personnel in gray uniforms pushed through the crowd, and at the forefront was Uchiha Zongsi. Behind him followed Chiou Dao Shenluan and Shan Zhongqi, the 3 of them advancing in a triangular formation, radiating an imposing aura. The previously arrogant Konoha merchant, upon seeing Zongsi's face, felt his legs weaken, his complexion turning pale. Stammering, he said, Sir, I didn't lay a hand on him, I was just reasoning with him. Zongsi didn't even glance at him, striding directly to the bearded man. You just said you had complained about the Uchiha, but nothing happened. The bearded man scrutinized Zongsi with an indifferent expression. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong? What else can you Uchihas do besides scaring people with your Sharingan? He continued, I've been doing business in Konoha for 5 years, isn't it always just a matter of losing some money to settle things? Zongsi nodded expressionlessly, acknowledging that the Uchihas had indeed been like that a few days ago. But now things were different. He raised his chin slightly toward Shenluan. Shenluan stepped forward, his body towering over 2 meters like a wall, his large hand gripping the back of the bearded man's neck, lifting him as if he were a chick. What are you doing? The bearded man's guards drew their swords in unison. Zongsi glanced at them, saying, anyone who dares to move will be charged with assaulting an officer. The guards froze. The bearded man was pressed to the ground, his face against the stone slab as he struggled, desperately shouting, on what grounds are you arresting me? I want to file a complaint. I want to speak to your commander. Zongsi pulled out a cloth from his pocket and skillfully stuffed it into the man's mouth. Take him away. Shenluan lifted the man up, treating him like a sack of goods, striding towards the security building. The guards exchanged glances, ultimately trailing behind dejectedly. Only then did Zongsi turn to the Konoha merchant. The merchant was trembling all over, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Sir, I didn't do anything. Zongsi narrowed his eyes slightly. You were the one who started the argument, right? I. Considering this is your first offense, I won't arrest you this time. Zongsi raised a finger and pointed at his chest. But if there's a next time, regardless of who is right or wrong, everyone will be taken away first. The Konoha merchant nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, I promise I won't dare do it again. Zongsi didn't look at him again, leading Shan Zhongqi to patrol down the adjacent street. The onlookers automatically made way, falling silent. The Konoha merchant nearly collapsed as his legs gave way. Someone nearby murmured, is this still the security team? It's like they've been replaced. Don't you know? An old man nearby lowered his voice. Yesterday, over 20 people who attacked the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki were all killed. The current security team is truly willing to take action. The people nearby gasped, quickly sealing their mouths. At the western gate, 3 figures happened to witness the entire scene. Sarutobi Asuma, with a cigarette in his mouth, stared wide-eyed, oblivious to the ash falling onto his clothes. Yuhi Karini had her lips slightly parted, her expression one of disbelief. Mike Guy, clad in a green tight suit, showed no concealment of his shock in his thick brows and large eyes. Is this the security team? Asuma lowered his cigarette, his voice changing. When did they become so domineering? The 3 had just completed a mission and were returning to the village with a merchant convoy through the western gate. Upon seeing the conflict, Asuma had intended to step in and mediate. After all, he was the son of the third Hokage and still had some influence in Konoha. Plus, with Kurini beside him, Asuma wanted to show off a bit. However, before he could speak, the security team had already subdued the individuals involved. That merchant said he wanted to complain about the Uchiha, and he was directly gagged and taken away. Kurini murmured, "Wasn't it usually just a matter of mediating a few words?" Guy scratched his head. "Did something major happen in the village while we were out these past few days?" Asuma furrowed his brow and walked toward a young man in Uchiha clan attire nearby. The young man leaned against the street, casually munching on a dorayaki, mumbling to himself, "No wonder Doraemon likes this, it's not a bad snack." He chewed a couple of bites and glanced up at Asuma. "Hey, don't you worry about being complained about when you enforce the law like..." The young man turned his head, sizing up Asuma with a half-smile on his face. "Oh, isn't this Konoha's #1 prodigal son, Asuma?" Asuma choked for a moment. Although he had indeed been somewhat of a prodigal in the past, he had been improving over the years. This was the first time someone had mocked him to his face. Asuma tried to recognize the young man, feeling he looked familiar, but unable to recall who he was. The young man continued chewing on the dorayaki, speaking indistinctly. "It's no problem. The team members who are complained about can simply be reassigned to other tasks. Don't you worry that too many complaints will lead to higher-ups being held accountable." The young man chuckled. "Higher-ups? Our people are in the higher-ups now, there's no problem." Asuma was momentarily speechless. He had never anticipated that the Uchiha had become this arrogant. At that moment, Zongsi and his group, who had just dealt with the dispute, swiftly approached the young man, greeting him with enthusiasm. "Lord Jingya." Jingya patted Zongsi's shoulder. "Well done. If we have more of these incidents, there will be fewer problems." Zongsi praised, puffed out his chest. "Yes, understood, Lord Jingya." At this moment, Shan Zhongqi's expression suddenly changed. He held his forehead, the gesture indicating the use of the heart-to-heart communication technique. "Lord Jingya, someone reported to our security team that someone was using ninjutsu to peep at the women's bath in the hot spring house." Jingya frowned. "Just arrest them directly." Shan Zhongqi took a deep breath. "That person is Jiraiya." Jingya raised an eyebrow, not expecting to run into Jiraiya so soon. "Caught in my hands, you must be in for a harm. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen comes, I will still arrest him without hesitation." Jingya chewed, swallowing the dorayaki. "This is what our security team manages. Call people to surround the scene. I want to teach Jiraiya a good lesson." "Yes, Lord Jingya." Zongsi was the first to respond, and Shan Zhongqi immediately communicated with nearby team members using their mind connection. Asuma and his companions heard everything clearly. Asuma's face turned ashen. Jiraiya was his father's disciple, one of the legendary 3 of Konoha, and he was actually peeping at the women's bath. Kurini's face turned a bit red as she spat. "How shameless." Guy scratched his head. "It's youth. But peeping is indeed wrong." Asuma hesitated for a moment, but still decided to follow. He wanted to see how this Uchiha Jingya would. Kurini and Guy exchanged glances and followed behind a group of people marching towards the hot spring house. In the village of Mai, on the commercial street outside the hot spring house, when Zhengyi arrived with his men, 3 teams of the security squad were already stationed at the entrance, and Jishui was also there. A man was speaking to Jishui with his head down. "What happened?" Upon Zheng Ye's arrival, all the Uchiha members brightened up as if they had found their backbone. Jishui approached Zheng Yi and whispered, "Just now this customer discovered that Jiraiya had used ninjutsu to create a hole between the men's and women's baths for peeping." Zheng Yi surveyed the area. Most of the people around were civilians. Seeing Yuhi Kurinai, Zheng Yi stepped forward to greet her. "Yuhi Kurinai, could you help call everyone out from the women's bath? It will be chaotic during the capture, and it might scare them." Kurinai was taken aback. She didn't expect that they were actually preparing to arrest someone, and was quite considerate. "All right, no problem." Without any hesitation, Yuhi Kurinai quickly walked inside. With a wave of his hand, Zheng Yi commanded, "Spread out. If you see anyone climbing over the wall to escape, shout immediately." "Understood." Yuhi Kurinai acted swiftly. Within about 3 minutes, many female customers clutching their clothes and with their hair still dripping wet rushed outside. The customers were mostly young, and there were even 4 girls around 10 years old coming out together. Their expressions were filled with embarrassment and even fear, but no one screamed. As the number of female customers dwindled, a figure that looked like an ordinary villager but was sneaky slipped out from inside. Zheng Yi fixed his gaze on him and suddenly shouted, "Jiraiya." The man's face changed instantly. He pushed off the ground and leaped to the wall. Just as he was about to jump again, a bright light flickered from Zheng Ye's hand. Lightning released lightning spear. Whoosh! A blue-white beam shot out like lightning. The man's expression changed drastically as he crossed his hands to shield himself. Squeak! The power of the lightning spear was not very strong, but was enough to knock him down from midair. With a thud, the transformation technique was undone, and it was indeed Jiraiya. "In broad daylight you dare to peep. I see you don't take our security squad seriously." As Zheng Yi spoke, he drew his long knife with a sharp sound, and ruthlessly swung it towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya had just seen the people from the women's bath quickly leaving, and since something was wrong, he didn't expect a security squad waiting outside to catch him. Seeing many people surrounding him, his face stiffened. He narrowly dodged the incoming strike and reached for Zhang Ye's wrist. "Wait, I am Jiraiya." Jiraiya lowered his voice. "Even if you are Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciple, I will still arrest you." Jiraiya was somewhat irritated. "I was just here to gather some material, why won't you let it go?" Zhang Yi twisted his knife, forcing Jiraiya's hand back. Hearing this kind of talk from the other party, he understood that this person had a very different worldview from his own. A cruel smile appeared on his face as he took a deep breath. "Even if you are the disciple of the third Hokage Jiraiya the Toad Sage, as long as you peeped into the women's bath, our security squad will bring you to justice." He advanced with his long knife aiming straight for Jiraiya's chest. Upon hearing the shout, Jiraiya felt a sense of dread. He had been identified and the old man would probably flay him alive. He flipped his hair, countless white strands grew longer wrapping around Zhang Yi. "Umph." Zhang Yi scoffed coldly, twisting his wrist to unleash a flurry of blade light. With the sound of sizzle sizzle, the white long hair continuously turned into shredded strands. However, Jiraiya leveraged the length of his hair to retreat further. Zhang Yi slightly closed his eyes, and then suddenly opened them. The 3-demo in his eyes exploded into 3 diamonds. The Kaleidoscope Sharingan Eye Technique 10 Eternal Stand. A heavy pressure suddenly bore down on Jiraiya. Jiraiya's feet sank, and with a crack he crushed a tile under. "What is this?" Jiraiya's expression was filled with terror. He pushed off the ground forcefully and leaped again. But this time in midair his body felt twice as heavy. The immense gravity forced him down from his intended jump of 7 or 8 meters to about 3 meters. Jiraiya thought it was bad. With his chakra activated, his white hair wrapped around his body, and he plummeted to the ground. Crack, crack, crack. Upon landing, the bluestone slab was smashed into a large dent. Zhang Yi stared at him, the Sharingan continuously applying pressure. For times the gravity pressed down. Buzz Jiraiya felt as if the air had become viscous. Bang! He smashed heavily onto the ground, his face covered in blood. Jiraiya did not expect the situation to turn so dire. He wanted to raise his hand to use blood to form seals. But Zhang Yi had already stabbed his knife next to his neck, speaking softly. "If you cast another technique, I will slit your throat." Jiraiya's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhead. The murderous intent in the other's words was unmistakable. This was truly a threat to kill him. Jiraiya did not want to die so inexplicably, so he despondently lowered his hand. Zhang Yi released the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, and Jiraiya felt a bit of relief. Huff! Jiraiya took a deep breath. He had just been pressed to the point of nearly suffocating. Zhang Yi waved his hand, and the security squad members stepped forward, dragging Jiraiya up and starting to bind him. He reached into his prize space and pulled out a length of steel wire, tossing it on the ground. "Use this so Jiraiya doesn't break free." Jiraiya looked at the finely woven steel wire and said angrily, "Kaleidoscope Sharingan, you must be Uchiha Zhang Yi, right? I am just collecting some material. Is this really necessary?" The chief immediately went to work wrapping Jiraiya's hands and feet with the steel wire. Zhang Yi stood by, laughing in anger. "Your logic is really interesting, as since you think that way, I will let you be collected by someone else." "Chief, strip him bare." "Yes, Lord Zhang Yi." In the chief's eyes, Zhang Yi's words were orders from above, and he immediately started to take off Jiraiya's clothes. Hey, are you serious? I am Jiraiya." Jiraiya finally panicked. He realized that the other party was not going to show him any courtesy or talk about identities. Strong and forceful, they crushed him with their own logic. Zhang Yi. Seeing that Jiraiya was stripped down to his underwear, Asuma hurriedly stepped forward to plead. Even if Jirizama peeped, he should be detained. There is no need to strip him. Zhang Yi frowned and turned to glare at Asuma. "If you are sick, go get treated." Kurenai was bathing in the women's bath, you idiot. Asuma trembled all over. He turned his head to see Yui Kurenai, crossing her arms, looking at him with eyes that once held warmth, but were now filled with disgust. Clearly his earlier plea for Jiraiya had already angered the woman he was pursuing. "Kurenai, I didn't mean it that way," Asuma explained awkwardly. Yui Kurenai snorted and turned to leave. Asuma jumped up as if his butt was on fire. He no longer cared about Jiraiya and hurried after her. My guy was also a bit stunned. "Oh, the security squad is really diligent." "No, I was wrong, don't strip me. Jiraiya kept twisting his body, but his hands and feet were tightly bound by the steel wire, and struggling was futile. The chief, annoyed by his struggles, knocked him out with a chop, swiftly stripping him down to nothing. "Lord Zhang Yi, what should we do next?" The chief dutifully completed Zhang Yi's orders. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. "Hang him outside the Hokage building. Then use a loudspeaker to repeatedly announce the disciple of the third Hokage Jiraiya has been punished by the security squad for peeping into the women's bath." Konoha Village. Hokage's office. The office that originally only had the third Hokage now had another person. I'm not clear about the budget cuts for this batch of the police force. It should be re-reviewed. Naang Luha held an old decree circling a section with a red pen. Then he pushed it to the third. The third Hokage glanced at it and said slowly, Luha, the Uchiha won't care about such petty gain. Luha lifted his head, speaking calmly. Lord Third Hokage, the peace of a village should come from stability and peace. We the Ino Shikacho have always wanted to make Konoha stronger. Although these are small issues, they cannot go uninvestigated. After all, a small leak can sink a great ship. The third Hokage's hand tightened, his expression gloomy. As the leader of Konoha for decades, his prestige was once unparalleled. No one questioned whatever he did. But everything changed from the day Danzo gouged out Shisui's eye. The Uchiha, citing Konoha's coveting of other clans' bloodline limits, tore a huge rift in the trust that the major clans had in the Konoha higher-ups. Then in several consecutive incidents, the third Hokage was on the defensive, especially when he attempted to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but a misstep caused the Nine-Tails chakra to leak, nearly leading to a second Nine-Tails rampage. Now his position as Hokage was precarious. Rather than saying Naang Luha came to assist him, it was more accurate to say that he represented the Ino Shikacho to oversee him. Just as he was about to speak, urgent knocking interrupted their conversation. After the urgent knocking, an Umbu immediately entered and reported, Lord Hokage, Lord Advisor Lord Jiraiya was caught peeping at the women's bath by Zhongyi, and now he has been stripped naked and hung on the railing outside. What? The third Hokage's pipe smashed onto the desk, making a clattering sound. Even Naang Luha stood up in astonishment. They both went to the window and looked outside. Zheng Yi had already tied the unconscious Jiraiya to an Next to it, a loudspeaker was continuously broadcasting. This person is Jiraiya, the disciple of the third Hokage, caught peeping at the women's bath and punished by being hung here by the police force. The third Hokage's vision went dark, his blood pressure spiking. He swayed, barely steadying himself. Without even grabbing his pipe, he flung open the window and jumped out. Luha went to the desk and straightened the third Hokage's pipe to prevent a fire. He walked to the window, his expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. This Zheng Yi. With his intelligence, he could easily guess that only Zheng Yi would do things this way. The third Hokage's face would be completely disgraced. Zheng Yi stood under the eaves nearby, arms crossed, looking up at Jiraiya hanging in midair with an expressionless face. Beside him, Zhongxi had already directed the police team to set up cordons, keeping the crowd 10 meters away. Shisui was still a bit dazed. He quietly came to Zheng Yi's ear and asked, Zheng Yi, is it okay to humiliate Jiraiya like this? Zheng Yi glanced at Shisui, frowning. Didn't I tell you? Don't miss any chance to strike at the third Hokage. Don't forget how the Uchiha have been slandered over the past 5 years. Shisui's eyes shifted, recalling the villagers' harsh words and the third Hokage's equivocation, and fell silent. Come, everyone come see. A police officer with a loudspeaker shouted dramatically, this is the legendary one of the 3 ninja, the Toad Sage Jiraiya, the direct disciple of the third Hokage. Guess what he did? He peeped at the women's bath, using ninjutsu to make a hole in the wall to spy on girls bathing. He didn't even spare 10-year-old girls. Utterly depraved, the scum of scum. The crowd of villagers grew, some covered their mouths, snickering, some showed contempt, and young women's faces flushed with anger. And he's the Hokage's disciple. How shameless. Exactly, and I used to think he was a hero. The police officer, seeing the atmosphere, added fuel to the fire. And this isn't the first time. This Lord Jiraiya travels far and wide calling it gathering material, but in reality, he peeps on women everywhere, then draws what he sees printed into books, and sells them across the entire ninja world. What? Is that true? The crowd erupted. Several young women's faces turned from red to white, their eyes full of shock and anger. They could not imagine the scene of those women having their naked bodies spread across the ninja world without their knowledge. I heard that book he wrote, Make Out Paradise, is full of that stuff, a middle-aged woman said angrily. My daughter is still in the ninja academy, if she is contaminated by such books. Hawk. Shameless. Curses rose one after another. What Zheng Yi had shouted was not at all exaggerated. Jiraiya was indeed a lecher who drew pornographic pictures, wrote erotic stories, and peeped and visited prostitutes everywhere. Transportation in this world was extremely inconvenient. Many commoners never left their own towns in their entire lives. They had no idea that their naked bodies had been spread across the ninja world. Even if some knew, they still couldn't afford to offend Jiraiya. His only superior was the third Hokage of Konoha, one of the 5 great ninja villages. There was simply no one to punish Jiraiya. In such circumstances, ordinary people could only swallow their grievances. Zheng Yi's upbringing made him deeply detest such objectification and humiliation of women. Even if there were no other benefits, he would still deal with Jiraiya. Not to mention that now there could be other gains. He looked up. The third Hokage had already jumped down from the Hokage building and rushed to the cordon in a few steps. He was in plain clothes without even his hat, the wrinkles on his face seeming to have deepened several years. "Move aside," he barked. Zhong Si of the police force completely ignored him, instead looking at Zheng Yi. Only after Zheng Yi gave a slight nod did he make way. The third Hokage walked up to Zheng Yi, looked up at Jiraiya hanging in the air without a single undergarment, his eyes twitching violently. "Uchiha Zheng Yi." The third's tone was low, each word squeezed out through gritted teeth. "You've gone too far. Even if Jiraiya was wrong, he should be dealt with by Konoha's judicial system. What gives you the right to strip him naked and hang him on the street? There are so many children in the village." Zheng Yi turned facing the third and asked coldly, "Lord Third, you are right. But do you know that your beloved disciple took the women he peeped on, drew them into pictures, printed them into books, and sold them across the entire ninja world?" The third Hokage choked. "Those women he peeped on without their knowledge, their naked bodies have been spread across the 5 great nations." Zheng Yi's voice was clear, heard clearly by everyone around. "What would their children, husbands, and parents think when they see those pictures? Do you know how many families Jiraiya has destroyed with his art?" The populace was ignorant, and they had never contemplated such profound matters before until Jinya dissected them. The crowd of onlookers fell silent for a moment, then erupted into even greater fury. "Beast! Hang him! To think he's a ninja of Konoha." Several elderly women, trembling with rage, picked up stones from the ground and hurled them at Zilai. The stones struck Zilai, who grunted and opened his eyes. The moment he did, he found himself suspended in midair, witnessing the seething crowd below. Overhearing snippets of conversation, he realized how Jinya had tarnished his reputation. A sense of dread washed over Zilai, and despite being bound, he shouted, "Old man, save me." The third Hokage's face alternated between pale and red. He opened his mouth to defend Zilai, but found himself utterly speechless. The peeping was a fact, as was the creation of lewd drawings and books. The third Hokage could at most satisfy his own curiosity with a crystal ball, but Zilai, this was far beyond that. The outside world would only think that he as a teacher had failed in his guidance. He took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said in a low voice, "Jinya, speak plainly. What exactly do you want?" Jinya looked around, his gaze settling on the rows of houses surrounding the Hokage building. Here at the very heart of Konoha, lights blazed, and every home had electricity and gas. Even Mingren, who couldn't use gas, had such amenities in his home. He withdrew his gaze and spoke unhurriedly. "Lord Hokage, as you know, our Uchiha clan was driven to the outskirts of Konoha due to baseless suspicion. Over there is not even electricity, let alone gas. In winter, the elderly and children have to chop wood and boil water. In summer, they can only use fans, not even electric ones." As Jinya spoke with heartfelt sincerity, several nearby Uchiha clan members wore peculiar expressions. True, they had no electricity, but they never needed to chop wood, for the Uchiha were wealthy. The clan bought charcoal directly and had a central boiler room. The third Hokage's brows twitched. "You want to bring electricity and gas to the Uchiha?" "Not just the Uchiha," Jinya corrected. "All residents on the outskirts of Konoha, including the Uchiha and other commoners living there. A village cannot have its center like heaven and its edges like a slum." The third Hokage was silent for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "The quotas for the power plant are already exhausted, and there are no additional plans for gas pipelines. This matter cannot be resolved at my command." Jinya seemed to have anticipated this response. He did not argue, but merely looked up at Zilai hanging in the air and said slowly, "Then let Zilai hang for a while. According to village regulations, he should be detained for 7 days. Hanging counts as detention. Besides, the weather is hot. Let his restless heart cool down a bit." The veins on the third Hokage's forehead bulged. He knew that Jinya was threatening him. Under the security force's propaganda, many villagers had already learned the full story. Now, every minute Zilai hung, the Hokage's face lost more dignity. It was only a matter of time before Zilai's scandal spread across the ninja world. But if he could be freed today, the third Hokage could at least claim it was a misunderstanding and minimize the damage. If he were left hanging for an entire day, the third Hokage dared not think about it. He gritted his teeth, his voice barely squeezing through them. "There are truly no extra quotas for the power plant or gas. Even if you hang Zilai to death here, there is none." Jinya saw that the third Hokage had not relented even at this point, so the quotas for the power plant and gas must indeed be exhausted. However, he was not concerned and directly shifted his approach. "Very well, then Lord Hokage, convert the corresponding quotas into money and issue it to us Uchiha first. And hand over all relevant information regarding the power plant and gas company to us." The third Hokage's pupils contracted. "You? Could you be planning to build your own power plant?" Jinya said nonchalantly, "The security force building is due for expansion, and the few wires you've allocated won't suffice. A power outage in such a crucial location would be a serious problem. The Land of Fire had abundant timber resources and countless underground coal mines. Konoha's power plant was also a thermal one, and its principles were not overly complex. But Jinya was unsure whether the equipment in the thermal power plant incorporated ninjutsu, so he needed to review the materials. As long as the funds were in place other things, he didn't necessarily have to rely on Konoha. Independence was best. The third Hokage's eyes flickered. After all, you Uchiha can't possibly buy generator sets. It's merely a loss of some money. I will have Luha recalculate and send you the budget within a month. Jinya shook his head. 3 days, 7 days. The third Hokage's veins bulged again. The village's financial allocations are all planned. The fastest we can approve it is 7 days. 5 days. Jinya held up 5 fingers. I give you only 5 days. If we don't see the money, the next place we hang Zillai will be the Hokage Rock. Zeni's meaning was clear. Zillai was to be detained for 7 days. If the money wasn't delivered, he would have to hang for 2 more days. The third Hokage stared at Jinya, his chest heaving violently. The surrounding villagers held their breath watching the standoff. After a long moment, the third Hokage exhaled heavily. Fine. 5 days. Zeni's lips curled slightly. He turned and waved at Zongsi. Release him. Zongsi then ordered his men to untie the ropes, and Zillai dropped from midair. He twisted frantically in the air. The third Hokage waved his hand, and several Umbu members flashed into the sky to catch him. After landing, Zillai looked at the third Hokage with an awkward expression. The third Hokage's eyes blazed with fury. He glanced at the Umbu around him. Beat him. Hey, old man, let's talk. The Umbu moved swiftly. Regardless of Zillai's protests, one of them kicked him to the ground, and fists and feet rained down like a storm. Hey, ow, ow, ow. Old man, I was wrong. Stop, stop. Zillai, still bound with wire on his hands and feet, could only writhe in pain enduring the blows. The third Hokage bowed to the surrounding crowd. It is my failure in discipline that allowed Zillai to develop these bad habits. As the third Hokage, I apologize to all villagers. I will ensure he reforms. The bewildered villagers, seeing Zillai being beaten and the Hokage apologizing, spoke up one after another. Oh Lord Hokage, you are too kind. This has nothing to do with you. Yes, this is Zillai's doing. How can it be blamed on you? Lord Hokage, no need to apologize. Jinya watched coldly. Zillai, though beaten, was struck in non-vital areas. The Umbu, unlike the foolish rude operatives, naturally wouldn't go all out. It was all a performance. Since he had already secured his gains, he cared little about the third Hokage's face-saving act. Enough. Jinya saw that Zillai was covered in bruises. Take him away, Jinya ordered. Zongsi and his men stepped forward, but the third Hokage blocked them. Jinya, the security force's detention cells are cramped. Keep him in Konoha prison instead. The third Hokage was genuinely afraid. The security force was Uchiha territory, and if Jinya wanted to do something, he couldn't control it. For Zillai, Konoha prison was safer. Zeni's expression was inscrutable, as if he understood the third Hokage's concerns. Fine, take Zillai away then. With that, he turned away, no longer watching Zillai being beaten, and led his team off. The crowd gradually dispersed, their murmurs rising and falling. This Uchiha Jinya, he's got some nerve. I think he did the right thing. Someone like Zillai deserves a harsh lesson. The security force is really something now. They even dare to arrest the Hokage's disciple. That's right. We'd better behave from now on. The Hokage is really unlucky to have such a disciple. Oh, that's not the Hokage's fault. That Zillai is already decades old. A person in the shadows silently watched everything, then flickered and vanished. Outside the Konoha village forest, a vortex appeared in midair. Obito, who had been spying on the streets of Konoha, stepped out of it. He was still utterly bewildered. The intelligence gathered over the past few days left Obito completely dumbfounded. The Uchiha clan's modus operandi had completely changed under the leadership of Seiya. They were killing everyone equally. Just 1 day passed, and Konoha suffered another loss. Did Uchiha Seiya's acquisition of the Mangekyo Sharingan also make him smarter? If the Uchiha continue to develop like this, they might become the biggest obstacle to the Moon's Eye plan. A huge sense of crisis surged in Obito's heart. At that moment, a black and white-faced pitcher plant slowly emerged from the ground. It was Zetsu. During this period, the Akatsuki organization was still expanding, and the White Zetsu army was still being cultivated. Obito's mission was to weaken the 5 great shinobi villages while extracting profit. Zetsu was also curious about Obito's thoughts on the sudden rise of the Uchiha. The enemy of my enemy. Obito, now wearing a mask, deliberately disguised his voice, emitting a low and magnetic tone. That was Uchiha Madara's voice. I went to investigate the Konoha prison. Root only conducted a nominal investigation. In reality, they are just temporarily detaining them. It means the third Hokage still doesn't want to kill Danzo. Zetsu let out a frivolous, strange laugh. But Danzo has already become a human stump. Don't tell me you still want to cooperate with him. Heh. Obito raised his slightly pale right hand. Isn't that good? If he hadn't been pushed into a corner, how could we negotiate terms with him? Well, that's a pretty good idea. It seems he'll have a new companion soon. The frivolous voice had just finished speaking when it switched to a low, hoarse tone. When are you planning to go? Now. Konoha prison. Inside the spacious and bright special cell, two people were talking. TSK. Old man, you're really ruthless. You almost beat me to death. With a bruised and swollen face, Jiraiya complained. He poured medicinal oil into his hands and rubbed the bruises on his face and body. That way it wouldn't swell up by the next day. Who told you to let Uchiha Seiya catch a hold over you? Do you know how much trouble you've caused me? Jiraiya knew he had made the third Hokage bleed again, but he was also resentful for being beaten so badly. He muttered discontentedly. You also used the crystal ball. Shut up. The third Hokage said with disappointment. You've been caught, you know. Isn't the pleasure district enough for you? Jiraiya said seriously. Old man, you don't understand. Only natural expressions can reveal a woman's beauty. The women in the pleasure district are too affected. The third Hokage looked at Jiraiya's lecherous demeanor, his eyes full of helplessness. The shinobi world was now in an era of transition between old and new ideas. The old ideology considered common people as lowly with no human rights at all. Human life was like grass, and women were merely resources and goods. But the new ideology believed that even ordinary people could create benefits for the village, and shinobi advocating that their lives were as precious as shinobi, and they should enjoy equal human rights. Konoha, as one of the top 5 great shinobi villages, and the most human rights respecting place, the third Hokage always showed great respect for human rights externally. For example, a few years ago he used Orochimaru's evil human experiments on infants as a reason to expel him from the village. In reality, as a disciple of the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, how could the third Hokage be so benevolent? He had seen his teacher kill no fewer than 1,000 people with various forbidden technique experiments. It was just that times had changed, so the third Hokage naturally had to put on a mask of respect for the people. This brought him better business and more popular support. Jiraiya was also a person with very poor moral standards. It was just that because of his strength no one could deal with him. This time he fell, but that didn't mean he thought he was wrong. It was just that this time he was targeted. Such a mindset that did not move with the times was clearly not befitting of a village leader. The third Hokage also knew that Jiraiya was completely useless to him in this regard. So he just changed the subject and asked, you fought him. How is his strength? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression turned serious. His Mangekyo ability is extremely strange. He can apply gravity on my body. In just a few seconds my body became 4 times heavier. I was completely no match for him. The third Hokage paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, then turned and asked, what about using Sage Mode? In the current shinobi world, only Jiraiya knew Sage Mode. How strong it actually was, only he himself. Jiraiya thought for a long time. I'm not sure how long his technique can last, or if it can continuously increase gravity. With the power of Sage Mode, I can probably withstand 6 times the gravity. He also hasn't used Susanoo. Moreover, even if I could win against him, the Uchiha have more than one Mangekyo user. Jiraiya spread his hands looking helpless. The third Hokage closed his eyes, his brow filled with worry. Any news from Orochimaru? Jiraiya scratched his head. I forgot for a moment. Let me ask. He dipped his finger in the blood at the corner of his mouth, formed hand seals, and slammed his palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Poof. After a puff of smoke, a red toad about 30 centimeters tall appeared in the cell. Jiraiya, you finally summoned me. The toad looked like it had been waiting for a long time. Kosuke, any reply from Ryuchi Cave? Toad Kosuke spat out a scroll from his mouth, complaining, don't send me there next time. I almost got eaten. Jiraiya picked up the scroll and apologized sheepishly, sorry. This time was urgent. Next time I'll buy you some white bean caterpillars as compensation. Toad Kosuke's expression softened. Alright, call me if you need me. I'm off. With a poof, he turned into smoke and disappeared. Jiraiya opened the scroll and read it, his eye twitching. Old man, it seems Orochimaru is not willing. Let me see. The third reached out his hand. Jiraiya hesitated. Maybe you shouldn't read it. He said unpleasant things. The third Hokage frowned and snatched the scroll directly. The content first scolded the third Hokage thoroughly without even saying whether he would come back. It only told Jiraiya that he lacked funds and some special equipment. For example, multimodal cell activity, recorder, constant temperature chakra, oscillation incubator, high purity chakra serum, centrifugal separation tower, 3-dimensional chakra, meridian tomography scanner. Jiraiya knew each character of these equipment names individually, but when combined, he didn't recognize any of them. The third Hokage's brow relaxed when he saw this. He's just resentful. A few harsh words don't matter. These medical devices are not easy to buy through outside channels. He deliberately wrote them in here to test my sincerity. Jiraiya's expression brightened. So, does this mean Orochimaru is willing to come back? The third Hokage suppressed the joy in his brows. He'll make arrangements first. These things won't be easy to gather all at once. Then he thought of Danzo, who was still in the hospital. Indeed, keeping Danzo alive was the right choice. Orochimaru still has some old subordinates. I need to recall them all. Let Asuma take care of it. Meanwhile, in the special care ward where Danzo was staying, an uninvited guest arrived. Morning. In the Uchiha clan territory, Zhang Yi was pondering while washing himself in the bathing area. In fact, the Uchiha had built the boiler hot water room themselves. In the cold season, the hot water room would burn continuously for 24 hours, allowing clan members to fetch hot water at any time. Even elder-level clan members had dedicated pipes delivering hot water to their homes. However, for someone like Zhang Yi who had lived in the new century, this still felt inconvenient. As for electricity, aside from a power line running to the security team building for lighting, even Fugaku's home had no electricity. He knew how convenient this energy source was. Although Jiraiya's matter was coincidental, as a member of the Uchiha clan seeking benefits for his clan was ingrained in his instincts. Only with a powerful clan could he have the strongest support. Once the clan was stabilized, Zhang Yi could begin his path to becoming stronger. Swish. Step. Step. The sound of someone climbing over the wall and landing indicated that someone had arrived at his home. Zhang Yi, come out quickly. Fugaku's excited voice came from outside. Zhang Yi's heart stirred as he stepped into the courtyard. Seeing you so excited while climbing over the wall means it must be effective. Fugaku's face was flushed with excitement. Zhang Yi, where did you find this divine object? He had noticed this morning that his vision was clearer than usual. The chart he used to test his eyesight had revealed an additional layer. Fugaku's eyesight had actually improved a bit. He couldn't contain his joy, and without knocking directly leaped into Zhang Yi's yard. Carefully, he took out a healing talisman from his pocket, which looked ordinary, just like a regular protective amulet. But Fugaku was cautious, afraid of damaging it. How much has it recovered? Zhang Yi nodded at his eyes, but did not answer Fugaku's question. Fugaku suppressed his inner excitement. About 5%, I guess. Originally, Fugaku's eyes were not blind, and it seemed that a daily 1 recovery could quickly restore his eyesight. Zhang Yi patted Fugaku's shoulder. I stumbled upon this thing by chance. He then reached out to take 1 back from Fugaku, saying, I had already discovered its ability to heal injuries. I want to give you 2 to stack the effects and quickly check if the Sharingan can function properly. I will keep 1, and you will keep 1. With this talisman, our Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan will no longer be so restricted. Zhang Yi glanced at the durability, which had dropped from 98,100 to 96. Fugaku nodded repeatedly. Although he had 1 less talisman, it would fully recover in just over a month, which was more than sufficient. An Uchiha no longer restricted by the damage to their ocular power. Fugaku seemed to see a bright future. Zhang Yi shook the talisman and looked towards the Hokage building. It seems the plan needs to change. Danzo keeping him alive is pointless. Fugaku's eyes sparkled. Are you planning to kill him? Zhang Yi nodded. Let's wait for the public trial. He won't be able to turn the tables. At Konoha Hospital in the special care ward, Danzo still lay on the hospital bed like a human stick, but his complexion had improved a lot. Yamashiro Wind was reporting to him about Jiraiya being hung up outside. Trash, truly more of a hindrance than a help. To think he was caught by the Uchiha again. His expression was somewhat dejected, and everything seemed to be developing in the worst direction. Previously, he had a fierce argument with the 3rd Hokage. Although Danzo had made threats, he was even more anxious inside. He understood that the 3rd Hokage was preparing to make him a scapegoat. Now, aside from having extracted the Mangekyo Sharingan from Uchiha Shisui and the fact that he was being hunted, he also bore suspicion of being the instigator of the Nine-Tails incident. Moreover, the other Sharingan he had were also of unknown origin. Each one of these was a death sentence. Danzo did not want to die, but the 3rd Hokage said he would protect his life, which made him afraid to die with him. Even if he could drag the 3rd Hokage down with him in the end, what significance would it have if he were dead? Danzo, unable to think of a solution, was living in torment every day. At this moment, a vortex suddenly rose in the ward. A person in a gray robe wearing a tiger-striped mask appeared here. Who are you? Yamashiro Wind instinctively blocked in front of Danzo upon seeing the suddenly appearing figure. He framed his hands and assumed a ready stance. But the next moment, Yamashiro Wind locked eyes with the other party. Boom. His mind felt like it was struck by lightning, and everything went dark as he fainted. Danzo's expression was sinister upon seeing the masked figure that had just appeared, but he was not panicked. In fact, a flicker of hope ignited deep within his eyes. After all, he was now at the end of his rope with nothing left, and any unexpected development was a variable. Who are you? Danzo asked calmly. The other party's appearance was through space-time ninjutsu, indicating that he was not simple at all. Uchiha Obito, he said slowly in a deep voice. He scanned the room, confirming there was no presence of Umbu chakra or other detection barriers. Danzo's pupils shrank. Impossible. Uchiha Obito should have been dead long ago. Heh. Obito chuckled lightly, seemingly dismissive of debating. He fell silent, and the atmosphere became tense. Danzo's gaze flickered, and he no longer cared whether the other party was real or not. You came to find me. What is your purpose? Uchiha. Uchiha. Danzo asked, puzzled. Obito clasped his hands behind his back, walked to the bedside, and spoke slowly. When I left the village back then, no one from the clan followed. They were all traitors. Danzo quickly glanced at Obito's side, but Obito stood at the window appearing profound and did not notice. So do you want to destroy the Uchiha? Danzo asked coldly. After a few seconds of hesitation, Obito replied, don't you want to? Danzo smirked, making a mocking sound, with you. Even if you really are Uchiha Obito, what of it? The Uchiha now has 5 Mangekyo Sharingan. Obito under the mask was filled with anger and turned his face towards Danzo. A mere 5 Mangekyo are not worthy to be compared with me. Danzo clearly saw the Mangekyo Sharingan under the tiger-striped mask. Shock spread across his face as he stammered in fear. You also have the Mangekyo Sharingan. You really are Uchiha Obito. Obito was particularly pleased with Danzo's fearful expression. He turned his head, looking proudly out the window. Naturally, Danzo's eyes flickered quickly and his voice carried fear. It's you. You are the instigator of the Nine Tails incident. Obito was slightly surprised that the other party had guessed it this way. Naturally, he had to maintain the demeanor of Uchiha Obito. It was just releasing a beast. If I hadn't been injured, I wouldn't even have had to use it. The gleam of joy in Danzo's eyes vanished in an instant. He seemed somewhat defeated by the other party's mystery and power as he said with a hint of despair, with my current state, how can we cooperate? Obito turned to look at Danzo. Those are minor issues. As long as you survive the trial, I will come find you again. With a slow wave of his hand, his body gradually faded into the void and disappeared. Danzo let out a long breath, burying his head deep into the pillow. It took him over 10 minutes to slowly open his eyes. My village. A few days passed in a flash. The third Hokage, having seized leverage over Zillai, did not meddle with the power plant or gas supply. All relevant documents were handed over to the Uchiha. But after reviewing the materials, Zhengye realized that the greatest difficulty in building a power plant was the ultra-large generator set. Such equipment was considered high-end mechanical goods in the ninja world. Currently, only the Hua country, Lei country, and Tu country possessed it. The Tu country and Lei country did not sell it externally, while the Hua country required a queue due to quotas, with the waiting list stretching several years. But the gas was not the natural gas Zhengye initially thought. It was biogas. Although the documents were vague, Zhengye had relevant knowledge. This was biogas produced from wood waste, daily excrement of tens of thousands of people, and kitchen waste through sealed anaerobic fermentation. Knowing what it was, Zhengye was no longer in a hurry. After all, he had secured the funds and other matters could be solved step by step. Now the day of Danzo's trial had arrived. Danzo's trial was held in the high-level meeting room. All high-ranking officials of Mai were present, and Jounin, who were interested, could choose to observe. After discovering the healing talisman, Zhengye decided to change his plan and send that old man Danzo to his grave. Although the talisman had durability, it could still be used for a long time. Within this period, he might draw another item that could restore Mangekyo chakra. Now with 5 Mangekyo Sharingan that would not go blind, the Uchiha self-preservation was no longer a problem. When he and Fugaku arrived at the venue, most people were already there. But the third Hokage, who usually arrived, my hospital, special care ward. The third Hokage, accompanied by 4 Umbu, pushed the door open. Although Danzo was to be tried today, they still needed to negotiate which charges he would admit and which he would deny. Here, Danzo, no longer showing the dejection of the past few days, was very calm. The third Hokage nodded. Your assault on and extraction of Uchiha Shisui's eye is an established fact and cannot be contested. But the charge of killing other Uchiha to seize their Sharingan can be changed to grave robbing and theft of Sharingan. Danzo's expression did not change. He nodded almost imperceptibly. Killing Uchiha clan members for eyes and stealing eyes from corpses were vastly different. The third Hokage found it strange that Danzo, who would usually have jumped up, was so calm today. But he continued, as for the Uchiha clan accusing you of being the instigator of the Nine Tails incident, although there is no evidence, your suspicion is greater than that of the Uchiha clan. Even if you survive, you may need to be under long-term surveillance by the Uchiha. Danzo looked at his body. No limbs, just a head and torso. Being under long-term surveillance by the Uchiha in this state would likely mean they would find ways to torment him. After the Uchiha had their fun, Danzo, with no hands or feet, would die from 8 kunai in the back, labeled a suicide. What about Orochimaru? Danzo asked calmly without making a fuss. The third Hokage took a puff from his pipe. He asked for some supplies. The word stopped halfway. But Danzo, who had known the third Hokage for years, understood. Orochimaru asking for things meant he was open to negotiation, though both sides might need a way out. In the short term, Orochimaru could not return. The Nine Tails incident has nothing to do with me, Danzo said calmly. The third Hokage slowly exhaled. I know, but the Uchiha want to smear you. Danzo shook his head. The Nine Tails incident was the work of the Uchiha. The third Hokage was somewhat annoyed. I told you right now, your suspicion is greater than the Uchiha's. Danzo suddenly interrupted, "What if I have evidence?" The third Hokage's eyes narrowed. Seeing Danzo's confident gaze, his heart sank. Yamanaka Fu. Yes. The nearby Yamanaka Fu took out a videotape and handed it to the third Hokage. The third Hokage stared at the tape for a few seconds, then waved his hand. "Go get a playback device." Yes. An Umbu quickly brought in a TV and VCR. After inserting the tape, clear images and sound appeared. The third Hokage's expression slowly changed. Shock, complexity, disbelief, and a hint of hidden delight. "It doesn't matter if I'm nominally removed from office, but I cannot fall into the hands of the Uchiha," Danzo said calmly. Whether he was the root leader or an advisory elder, such superficial positions were meaningless. It all depended on the third Hokage's word. Now that Danzo himself had to rely on the third Hokage, it was irrelevant. The third Hokage watched the looped images on the screen, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. "Don't worry, I agree." He turned to the nearby Umbu. "Go to the meeting room and summon the Hokage assistant and Hyuga Hayashi." Yes. The Umbu vanished in a flash. The third Hokage looked at the screen slowly, bringing the pipe to his mouth. "Uchiha, high-level meeting room." Jinnya sat in his chair watching as an Umbu entered to specifically summon Luha and Hinata Hayashi. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Interesting. Could there be another variable? Fugaku turned to look at Jinnya, questioning him with his eyes. Jinnya shook his head slightly. "No need to rush. Let's wait and see." Fugaku reached into his inner pocket to touch the healing talisman. Recalling Jinnya's political acumen, he turned to look at Shisui and Inabi standing behind him and thought of Itachi, who hadn't come from the clan. His restless heart gradually calmed. The Uchiha's combat power is now the strongest in the ninja world. What can't we handle? The other elders in the meeting room also sensed something amiss and murmured among themselves. But the third Hokage did not keep them waiting long. Instead, he walked in with Luha and Hayashi, followed by Danzo in a wheelchair pushed by an Umbu. The looks Luha and Hayashi gave Jinnya were complicated, and Jinnya couldn't read them. The third Hokage wasted no time and directly announced, "The public trial regarding Danzo now begins." He held a notebook in his hand, his gaze sweeping across the room, regarding the charges against former Hokage assistant and advisory elder Shimura Danzo. "First, the Uchiha accuse you of pursuing and attacking Uchiha Shisui and gouging out his Mangekyo Sharingan." Danzo closed his eyes, his voice hoarse but clear. "I admit it." The entire room erupted in uproar. Many did not know why Danzo had been arrested, and now they knew the truth. "Second, the Uchiha accuse you of repeatedly killing Uchiha clan members and taking their Sharingan for your own experiments." Danzo raised his head, his single eye fixed on the third Hokage. "Regarding this charge, I do not accept it. I admit I obtained some Uchiha clan members' Sharingan through illegal means. But those were taken from corpses not killed by me. Including your claim that it contains Uchiha Kagami's eyes is a slander. After Kagami died, his body was handled by you Uchiha yourselves while I was lying in the hospital. Impossible." "Bullshit." Inabi, standing behind Jinnya, was furious. "There are 3 full Sharingan on your arm. What do you have to say?" Danzo's gaze was calm. "I told you I stole them from corpses." The third Hokage raised his hand to calm the upcoming commotion. "The Umbu will continue investigating this matter. Proceed to the next charge." Jinnya's eyes were placid. "Umbu investigation. Just a formality." Inabi shut his mouth resentfully, but his gaze remained dangerous as he looked at Danzo. Although Danzo believed the third Hokage would protect him, being stared at by Inabi made his scalp tingle. "Third, the Uchiha accuse you of being the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails incident, attempting to seize the position of Hokage through the chaos." This time Danzo did not answer immediately. He slowly turned his head to look in Jinnya's direction, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. "The Nine-Tails incident has nothing to do with me." Jinya squinted slightly, seeing Danzo's confident expression, but did not respond. Danzo continued, "But I know who the real culprit of the Nine-Tails incident is." For a moment the entire assembly was stirred. In the high-level meeting room of Konoha village, the Uchiha clan accused Danzo of being the mastermind behind the Nine-Tails incident. Danzo flatly denied it, and said, "But I know who the true culprit is." He turned to the third Hokage. "I request permission to present evidence." The third Hokage nodded. "Granted." Danzo gestured to Yamanaka Fu beside him. Yamanaka Fu stepped forward, pushed a small projection device to the conference table, and pressed the play button. On the screen appeared a blurry image. Danzo's hospital room. A figure wearing a tiger-striped mask stood by the bed, his voice low and clear. "I left the village, and not a single clan member followed me. They are all traitors. It was just releasing a beast. If I weren't injured, I wouldn't have even needed it." The footage cut off. The room fell into dead silence. All eyes shifted from the screen to Fugaku and Seiya. The footage clearly showed the other party attempting to collude with Danzo, and Danzo skillfully extracting information. A perfect piece of evidence. Seiya's expression remained unchanged. Fugaku looked at him with some confusion. But Itachi and Shisui's eyes burned with fury and hatred. The third Hokage set down his notebook, his voice not loud, but clear throughout the room. Based on the above evidence, the mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident is someone else unrelated to Shimura Danzo. He paused, looking at Seiya and Fugaku. Uchiha Seiya, Uchiha Fugaku, do you have anything to say about? Everyone's attention converged on Seiya. Seiya felt a bit speechless inside. This nickname Uchiha Seiya is really not without reason. What a foolish move, pretending to be Uchiha Madara and getting brainwashed. What an idiot. How could Danzo, that old fox, believe you? After a moment of thought, Seiya stood up, crossed his arms, and wore a sarcastic expression. First of all, this person is not Uchiha Madara. The clan's records clearly show that Uchiha Madara never used space-time ninjutsu. Age, personality, appearance, none of them match. Anyone who believes that is a fool. I suspect Danzo simply found someone, implanted a Sharingan on them, and staged this whole act to clear his name. After all, a detainee awaiting trial secretly installing recording equipment in his hospital room. Who authorized that? Or is this itself a means for Danzo to evade punishment? The surrounding elders nodded and murmured. Indeed, Danzo had already stolen Sharingan. It's possible he was acting. This is too fake. Knowing Danzo would be accused of the Nine Tails incident, the other party just shows up. I agree, too coincidental, too fake. Clearly Danzo's reputation was poor, and many were leaning towards Seiya. Ahem. Koharu Uchiha deliberately coughed. Let me explain. The special care ward is uniformly equipped with cameras. The purpose is to monitor everything about special patients. That camera was installed long ago. Seiya wagged his finger. Even if the recording device was pre-installed, it doesn't prove this person has no connection to Danzo. This so-called evidence is entirely a conversation between this person and Danzo. There is no concrete proof. The Nine Tails incident might have been planned by Danzo and this person together. A cunning gleam flashed in Seiya's eyes. Unless you can capture him, you can't clear Danzo's name. After Danzo's trial, the other party will come looking right. That's the best opportunity. Danzo hadn't expected Seiya to be so tenacious. Even with this evidence, Seiya kept pressing him. He couldn't help but look at the third Hokage. Now a cripple, he could only place his hope in this old friend. The third Hokage's eyes were deep. He naturally wanted to capture the one who was likely the mastermind of the Nine Tails incident. If he could seize him, the greatest stain on Konoha would be washed away by his own hands. The prestige of the third Hokage would also reach its peak. However, space-time ninjutsu. Such techniques were extremely rare and possessed superior mobility. Correspondingly, methods to counter them were even fewer. Moreover, the activation principles of space-time ninjutsu varied. No one knew if his countermeasures would work. After all, no one used such techniques, so why would you think about how to counter them? If the Hokage feels uncertain, the Uchiha clan would be happy to help capture this suspected mastermind of the Nine Tails incident. Seiya's lips curled into a half-smile as he looked at the third Hokage. Everyone in the room shifted their gazes between the two. Once again, Seiya had put the third Hokage on the spot. To clear Danzo's name, they had to capture the person alive. They didn't know the principle of his space-time ninjutsu, so they didn't know how to proceed. If they asked the Uchiha for help, and the Uchiha failed to capture him, that would be fine. But if the Uchiha succeeded but accidentally killed him, it would be a case of dead men tell no tales. Even if Danzo's name was cleared, the mastermind of the Nine Tails incident would have been caught by the Uchiha. That would have nothing to do with the third Hokage. Konoha would only remember that the Uchiha did a great deed with no credit to the third Hokage. Thinking this, the third Hokage said firmly, no need. The village's strength is more than enough to capture someone with space-time ninjutsu. Seiya nodded and sat back down. He stretched out his hand. Then, aside from the third charge against Danzo, the penalties for the first two charges should be announced, shouldn't they? The third Hokage took a light breath. Shimura Danzo attacked and pursued Uchiha Shisui, seized his Mangekyo Sharingan, and stole the eyes of Uchiha clan corpses. Therefore, he is stripped of his advisory elder status, and his root base is dissolved. Seiya tapped the table and shot a sidelong glance at the third Hokage. That's all. The third Hokage's face twitched. Although Shimura Danzo committed crimes, he did not cause serious consequences for the Uchiha clan. Considering his meritorious service to Konoha, he is spared the death penalty, but must be permanently imprisoned in Konoha Hospital. Seiya tilted his head and uttered two words again. That's it. Though he said nothing more, the third Hokage felt a jolt of unease. He took a light breath, suppressing the urge. He continued. In view of the harm caused to Uchiha Shisui by this incident, and since Danzo's removal leaves a vacant elder position, I specially appoint Uchiha Shisui as an honorary elder of Konoha. Shisui was not yet 20, so he couldn't be a full advisory elder, but an honorary elder was still a meteoric rise. Yet Shisui neither expressed nor thanked. He only looked at Seiya, waiting for his word. Seiya stood up, placed both hands on the table, leaned forward slightly, and asked the third Hokage, I want haggle with you. I'm just asking you, Hiruzen Sarutobi, are you certain you want kill Danzo? He didn't even use the title Hokage, and the third Hokage felt disgraced. He said stiffly, Danzo's crimes do not warrant death. Very well, the Uchiha clan will remember this. Let's go. Without acknowledging the third Hokage's reaction, Seiya turned and left. Fugaku, the Uchiha clan leader, didn't ask a single question and immediately followed him. Inabi and Shisui also silently trailed behind Seiya. Seiya didn't engage in a war of words with the third Hokage. When the other party was still the supreme leader of the ninja village, there were plenty of excuses to protect someone. He would handle this matter differently. The people in the room exchanged glances. If the Uchiha had lost their temper, they would have felt more at ease. Now the Uchiha were silent, clearly preparing something big. Everyone present felt uneasy. The third Hokage hadn't expected Seiya to walk away without bargaining. At this moment he didn't know their plan either, but didn't want to show weakness, so he forced calm. Let's first discuss how to capture this imposter claiming to be Uchiha Madara. Zheng Yi walked out of the conference room with Fu Yue Shui and Dao Hua, his expression unreadable. The three followed closely behind him, not daring to breathe. After returning to the clan, Zheng Yi passed by the shop run by Uchiha Shosho. Uncle Shosho will have 10 cakes, please. All right. Shosho skillfully packed the cakes and handed them to Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi took a few out and casually passed the rest to Shui behind him. You're hungry, right? Have something to eat. Shui cautiously glanced at Zheng Yi's expression before taking the cakes and sharing them with Fu Yu and the others. What a waste of my time with that stupid meeting, Zheng Yi grumbled as he stacked 2 cakes together and took a bite. Senior Zheng Yi. Upon hearing they had returned, Itachi from the clan also came over. Let's go, we'll head to the conference room first. Zheng Yi greeted and took the group of Sharingan users with him. The conference room was quiet with only the sound of Zheng Yi chewing. Shui, Fu Yue, Dao Hua, and Itachi held the cakes, but did not eat. They stared blankly at Zheng Yi as he enjoyed his meal. What are you staring at? Aren't you hungry? Zheng Yi asked curiously. Aren't you angry, Zheng Yi? Fu Yu was particularly curious. Logically, someone Zheng Yi's age confronted with such matters should be furious. Yet Zheng Yi showed no sign of anger and even seemed to enjoy his cakes. At this time, Itachi had already heard from Shui about the results of the meeting and was also curious about Zheng Yi's thoughts. Zheng Yi chuckled softly and calmly said, never let emotions interfere with decisions. Even when faced with injustice, you can express anger, but don't express it in anger. Besides, I had already prepared for the outcome that appeared today. The others lowered their heads to ponder Zheng Yi's words, and Dao Hua hesitantly asked, should we help Konoha deal with the masked man? Having experienced the future world, Dao Hua knew that the person responsible for the Uchiha massacre was also involved. He harbored a deep hatred for Obito. Zheng Yi had a mocking smile on his face. If they want to exclude us Uchiha only, they will be humiliated. Moreover, with such an unknown enemy existing, it should be Konoha that is troubled, not us Uchiha. I have also visited a more distant future, and the masked man is involved in a larger conspiracy later on. However, I can't tell you too much right now. I can only say that keeping him alive is more beneficial than killing him at this moment. Fu Yu exchanged glances with the others. Although they were somewhat confused, Zheng Yi had already built enough trust with them, so they did not ask further. What about this incident with Danzo? Zheng Yi looked at the 4 pillars of the Uchiha clan and said, as Uchiha, what we need to learn is not to argue or justify, but to take offensive action. So where do you think we should start our attack? Fu Yu and the others each pondered. Suddenly a strange sound rang in Zheng Yi's ears. Curious, Zheng Yi took the opportunity while the others were deep in thought to check his life reincarnation system. The 4 lottery chances provided by Naruto were still available. A new line of notifications appeared below. Active change of event result, Danzo's downfall, Uchiha's turnaround, event reward. The next 10 draws from the prize pool will guarantee rare or higher grade items. Extra lottery chances X10 Ding Shimura Danzo Yamanaka Takatora's fate, altered gaining lottery chances X6 current lottery chances 20 Zheng Yi's heart trembled. He wondered why after making Danzo suffer so badly there was still no reward. In the past numerous chances had been rewarded, now he had to save up 10. With exactly 20 lottery chances, Zheng Yi felt a spark of inspiration. Let's go for a 10 consecutive draw. As countless starlights flowed into the prize pool, colorful lights exploded in Zheng Yi's mind. 1. Common substitute would creates a false substitute at the original location, teleports 10 meters. The false substitute explodes when attacked. One-time use. 2. Common explosive tag X5 standard explosive items. One-time use. 3. Find Cinetamade healing tag accelerates healing, does not set bones, provides extra healing for fatal wounds. One-time use. 4. Find agility attribute point agility 1. One-time absorption. 5. Find memory shuriken copies 10 minutes of memory, allows others to experience it. 6. Find free attribute point can be freely allocated to any attribute 1. One-time absorption. 7. Rare Sharingan Evolution Potion Pseudo temporarily evolves the Sharingan by 1 stage e.g. from 3 Tomo to an experimental Mangekyo lasts for 10 minutes. Ineffective for those without a Sharingan one-time use. 8. Rare Eye Power Increase Potion permanently increases Eye Power limit by 20. One-time use limited to 1 use per person. 9. Rare Ninja Technique Scroll Grade instantly learn 1 grade or lower ninja technique. One-time use. 10. Rare Sealing Scrolls Sealing Technique Advanced Seal 1 a grade ninja technique or a large summoning beast. One-time use. 3 rare items. 2 attribute points. Zheng Yi immediately allocated the attribute points, adding the free attribute point to his constitution. His attributes were now Strength 5, Agility 45, Constitution 45, Spirit 13. Zheng Yi felt the muscles in his body tighten, slightly swelling. He took a deep breath, feeling his stamina and resilience slightly improve. As for agility, he couldn't feel much of a difference. His gaze swept over the 3 rare items. The Eye Power Increase Potion was undoubtedly valuable, but it was one of those items that became more advantageous the later it was used. Better to wait until after unlocking the Eternal Mangekyo, as the increase would be significant. Using it now would be a waste. He placed it aside with the previous chakra crystals. The Ninja Technique Scroll would save him a lot of learning time, as grade and lower techniques offered a very wide. Enriching his combat system was beneficial. In comparison, the Sealing Scroll's value seemed average, and Zheng Yi couldn't think of any immediate use for it. The Sharingan Evolution Potion, however, held significant value. He wondered if he could research the substances within. If he could produce it himself, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Zheng Yi's eyes. Zheng Yi had spent some time checking the system, and Fu Yu and the others had finished their thoughts and raised their heads, as if they had found their answers. Fu Yu hesitantly asked, should we attack him based on the unfairness of the 3rd Hokage? Daohua's idea was simpler. I think Zheng Yi means we should directly go and assassinate Danzo. After all, Konoha can't do anything to us. Itachi and Shisui hesitated and didn't speak. They felt that Zheng Yi's idea of attack wasn't that simple. Zheng Yi smiled and shook his head, dismissing Fu Yu's idea. Attacking the 3rd Hokage is not as simple as spreading rumors. That would be very inefficient. Daohua touched on part of it, but it's not that simple. Zheng Yi noticed that Itachi and Shisui remained silent, and he did not wait for them to think or tease them. He raised his finger and asked, what does Konoha fear most about us, Uchiha? They fear us leaving Konoha, fearing that the village's weakness will attract the covetousness of other villages. What do we Uchiha need? We need independence and improvement in our livelihood. We can gradually improve food procurement, but there's an opportunity at hand that could enhance our Uchiha's livelihood and expand our influence. Fu Yu and the others straightened their backs. A power plant and a biogas plant. Fu Yu expressed confusion. We know nothing about the technology of biogas plants. Buying generator sets in the Land of Fire requires queuing for 3 years. Zheng Yi stood up and walked over to the huge map hanging next to the conference room, pointing to it. We don't need to wait for large generator sets from the Land of Fire. Remember what I said last time? Don't categorize us Uchiha under Konoha or the Land of Fire. We Uchiha are a separate force. So let's contact them. The others looked at where Zheng Yi was pointing. In the Konoha prison, in a brightly lit special cell, Jiraiya lay on the bed, lounging with his legs crossed, engrossed in a book titled Intimate Paradise. At times he displayed a look of ecstasy, while at others a lewd chuckle escaped his lips. The rapid sound of footsteps interrupted Jiraiya's reading. Just as Jiraiya set down the book, the iron door was suddenly pushed open. Old man. Jiraiya looked up to see the 3rd Hokage standing at the door, a grave and urgent expression on his face. What's going on? Weren't you supposed to keep me here for 7 days? There are still 2 days left. The situation has changed, the 3rd Hokage replied tersely. Come with me. Jiraiya paused for a moment, then rolled out of bed, following the 3rd Hokage out of the prison. The two hurriedly made their way, and along the way the 3rd Hokage informed him that the trial of Danzo had already concluded. However, the focus was on how the masked man had been colluding with Danzo. So this masked man claims to be Uchiha Obito, and is the true mastermind behind the Nine Tails incident. The 3rd Hokage nodded. Pretty much. This person possesses extremely bizarre space-time ninjutsu. During the Nine Tails incident, the only way he could have infiltrated Konoha would be through space-time ninjutsu. He could strike at any moment to find Danzo. We must set up an ambush and take him down, the 3rd Hokage said coldly. Time is of the essence. Oh, we don't have a second chance. Jiraiya furrowed his brow. Then, why not call Uchiha for help? Don't they have 5 Manjikyu Sharingan? The 3rd Hokage did not recount everything discussed in the meeting. He simply explained, if the Uchiha gets involved, things will become very complicated. Moreover, while the Manjikyu Sharingan is powerful, our people are not weak either. Jiraiya stroked his chin. But the other side has space-time ninjutsu. Capturing him won't be easy. The barrier team has completed the regional space-time teleportation seal. As long as he enters the designated area, he won't be able to escape with space ninjutsu. The third Hokage paused. At least theoretically it should work. Jiraiya looked into the third Hokage's eyes. Years of mutual understanding led him to comprehend. Old man, you aren't confident, are you? So we need to hurry. The third Hokage did not deny it. Before he shows up again, I will try to set up more. Jiraiya sighed. Although he didn't understand why the third Hokage wouldn't let the Uchiha help, he guessed it was likely a political consideration. Alright, count me in. The third Hokage turned around. Let's go. The barrier team is already waiting for us. In the night sky, the clouds slowly moved, obscuring the moonlight. Obito appeared from the void, scanning the surroundings with his single eye beneath the mask. After confirming his position, he patiently awaited. Did Danzo agree to collaborate? Obito crossed his arms, a hint of pride in his tone. We finalized the deal the day before. He has been cornered. His limbs are crippled, his power seized, and even the third Hokage is considering abandoning him. Today's verdict means he will be imprisoned forever, unable to turn the tide. Now besides me, no one can save. No one else has noticed you, right? Zetsu asked hoarsely. I checked. There were no chakra responses, no barrier. Obito's tone was firm. A waste lying on a hospital bed, a mere mountain dweller who can only turn his body, can't stir up any trouble. That's good to hear. Zetsu's voice shifted from hoarse to a teasing tone. It seems the name Uchiha Obito is still quite useful. We may have another pawn in Konoha. Obito glanced at the sky, his body slowly sinking into the void. Wait for my news. In Konoha Hospital, in the intensive care unit, Danzo lay with his single eye closed, breathing evenly. Yamenka Fu sat in the corner, fully alert. Suddenly the air in the hospital room distorted and Obito's figure emerged from the whirlpool. His appearance could be described as extremely mysterious and eerie. You're back again. Danzo opened his single eye, his tone calm. I heard you would be imprisoned here forever. Obito's tone carried a hint of mockery. I'm offering you a chance to cooperate with me. I can give you a new body and restore your power. Or, Obito's tone turned cold. You can stay here and be slowly tortured to death by the Uchiha. Danzo remained silent. He stared at Obito's mask, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a smirk. Obito sensed something was off. What are you looking at? Looking at a fool, Danzo's voice dripped with unabashed sarcasm. Do you really think I would believe you? Obito's pupils constricted slightly. At that moment, attack. The third Hokage's voice came from outside the door. Windows, doors, and walls of the hospital room exploded simultaneously as dozens of figures lunged toward Obito. Jiraiya charged in at the forefront, hands forming seals, fire-style toad oil flame bullet. The scorching flames mixed with toad oil surged toward the center of the room like a torrent. Simultaneously, the third Hokage swung his adamantine staff from the side, and a massive ceiling barrier rose from all directions, completely enveloping the hospital room. It formed a pale white cage. Obito did not evade. The flames passed through his body, crashing against the wall, leaving behind charred marks. The adamantine staff pierced through his chest like a phantom in water. The dark ops, whether with long swords or shuriken, all passed through him. Phasing. Jiraiya's pupils contracted. His body is immune to physical and ninjutsu attacks. The leader of the barrier team shouted, the space-time sealing array has been activated. He can't escape. Obito's hands were hidden in his sleeves, slightly tightening. But he merely stood still, surveying the surroundings. 18 Dark Ops, Jiraiya, the third Hokage, plus the barrier team's lockdown. What a grand welcome ceremony. His voice was low, devoid of emotion. Yet he turned his head to look at Danzo on the hospital bed. Danzo, why did you notify them? Danzo lay on the bed, a near sickly delight on his face. Your identity itself is questionable. Do you think I would abandon Konoha, which I have fought for years, just because you said a few words, eh? He paused, his voice dripping with disdain. You are so naive. How could you possibly be Uchiha Obito? Obito's cheek twitched beneath his mask. He prided himself on being clever, using the identity of Uchiha Obito to manipulate Nagato and Konan, never anticipating that this Konoha identity would not work. Little did he know that Konan and Nagato had been wandering since childhood, struggling just to fill their stomachs, let alone read or study. Though Danzo had been scheming, always lurking in the shadows, others had been elite students since childhood, growing up and dedicating themselves to researching forbidden techniques and competing against the third Hokage. Faced with Obito, Danzo was completely overpowering him intellectually. Moreover, Danzo continued to stab at him. Even if you are the real Uchiha Obito, what is there to pledge allegiance to in an era that has abandoned you? Danzo's teacher was Senju Tobarama, the one who despised Uchiha Obito the most. If Obito had read more books, he would have known that the name Uchiha Obito would only have a counterproductive effect on Danzo. Jiraiya had already taken the opportunity to form hand seals, with both hands puffing his cheeks. A loud quack erupted, creating a translucent wave in the air that surged toward Obito. However, it was still ineffective. The attack passed through Obito's body. Jiraiya frowned since a moment ago this person's body had been like an illusion with no physical point to strike. Obito had a rough idea of the reason for this failure, but at this moment, he didn't rush to shed his identity. He merely cast a cold glance at Danzo, sweeping over everyone present. I will remember this performance today. Upon hearing his intention to retreat, the third Hokage shouted, "Stop him. We cannot let him escape." Outside, the barrier squad formed hand seals again, and a faint yellow barrier aura spread out, enveloping everyone inside. But Obito only let out a cold laugh, his figure resembling a phantom as he sank directly into the floor. He continued to descend, ultimately vanishing without a trace. The third Hokage's face turned ashen. "Barrier squad. Didn't you set up a barrier to prevent Earth-style?" Jiraiya walked over with a grave expression, feeling the ground. "Old man, he didn't use Earth-style." The ground showed no reaction to it. The space sealing array just now didn't stop him. His space ninjutsu principles are different. The third Hokage fell silent for a moment. As a ninjutsu scholar, he could discern these things with a little investigation, but he had indeed subconsciously directed his anger at others. One could only say that the failure of this mission had dealt him a considerable blow. The third Hokage took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions in his chest. "Send word down. Starting today, all barrier nodes in Konoha will be replaced. Upon encountering this masked individual, report immediately and do not act independently." He paused. "Designate him as enshrank dangerous individual, codename Void Mask." The Umbu beside him swiftly recorded this. Additionally, the third Hokage added, "What happened tonight must be kept absolutely confidential, especially regarding the Uchiha. Not a word must leak." Zhang Yi was unaware that Obito had already gone to find Danzo and had faced a setback. Naturally, he didn't care. If Obito were truly that easy to kill, he wouldn't have stirred up such great turmoil. At this moment, Zhang Yi was in the clan's library, selecting suitable ninjutsu. He was proficient in both lightning and fire, so he was naturally looking for techniques within those realms. After searching for a long time, he finally picked out a relatively difficult one which he had never encountered before: Uchiha Fireflame Formation. This ninjutsu required a certain foundation in formations which Zhang Yi had not studied before. Zhang Yi flipped through the pages and found that it indeed required considerable time. He took out the recently acquired ninjutsu secret scroll brank, allowing him to immediately learn a brank ninjutsu. Once, he slammed the Uchiha Fire Flame Formation down, and in an instant the ninjutsu secret scroll in his hand dissolved into light. The related techniques of the ninjutsu and the skills required for the formation immediately surfaced in Zhang Yi's mind. He went outside, formed hand seals, and his hands glowed with dark red chakra. He slammed his palm on the ground, and a 3-meter-high red fire wall surged up around him. Zhang Yi withdrew his hands, a smile spreading across his face. What pleased him the most was that learning this technique also taught him a great deal about formation knowledge. With a rustling sound, Itachi's figure landed down. "Senior Zhang Yi." Zhang Yi turned his head. "Has the message been sent?" Itachi replied, "It has been sent through the black market. They have a group of summoning beasts specifically for this purpose, and they can get it there within half a day. Although the ninja world has gradually begun to see electricity and related electrical products, there are no telephones. This is not because the technology for phones is difficult. It is purely due to inconvenient transportation and no place to lay telephone lines. In the ninja world, long-distance message transmission generally uses messenger birds. The fastest method is summoning techniques. If the summoning beasts have their respective clans, those contracted to the same beast clan can transport the summoning beasts across vast distances with just one summoning technique. If a time is agreed upon or a summoning beast for message transmission is designated, it can send messages in as little as dozens of minutes. However, those with summoning talent are not as numerous as one might imagine, and intelligent summoning beasts are also rare. This is considered a high-end and scarce service. Zhang Yi nodded. "It will take a few more days for the people from Yunin to arrive. I also bundled and sold recent intelligence to the black market. Senior, is it all right for us to leak such large-scale intelligence?" Zhang Yi picked up the summoning technique book and began to read. "We are at odds with Konoha. With so many personnel on that day, it is uncertain when the information will leak. Rather than passively enduring, we might as well actively expose it and exchange it for some money. On the other hand, the clearer our conflict with Konoha, the less they will dare to act against us." Itachi's eyes widened, filled with admiration. Such a strategy from Senior Zhang Yi is truly suitable for leading the Uchiha. "Go accompany Sasuke, you won't be back so soon." "Understood, Senior." Itachi didn't linger, his figure unfolding as he headed toward Sasuke's training ground. Zhang Yi looked toward Konoha, his eyes narrowing slightly. Whether Danzo lives or dies, he truly doesn't care, but the third Hokage daring to poison him is another matter. After all, it's rude not to reciprocate. Danzo Shimura had already been moved from the special care ward to here. Although he was disabled, he did not have any additional wounds that required daily treatment. Thus he was confined in this sick room. Of course, given his lack of hands and feet, there was nowhere else for him to go. Lord Danzo, our base has been sealed, and all personnel have been imprisoned in the cells. There are currently no operating funds available. Even the funds for the next payment to those cooperating personnel are insufficient. The wind in the mountains quietly reported in front of Danzo. Apart from those at the root base, there were also some dispatched out or collaborating with them. These individuals are spies in other countries or villages responsible for collecting and transmitting intelligence and scouting good items or talents to send back to the root. They could be gone for several months or even a year and a half without returning to Konoha. The root base collapsed just a week ago. If the time for the next payment arrives and it doesn't happen, then these individuals will drift away like kites with severed strings. It would be impossible to rise again in the future. Danzo opened his eyes. The third Hokage did not send him out. On one hand, Danzo held some secrets that could not be exposed capable of ruining the third Hokage's reputation. On the other hand, the third Hokage wanted to use him as a target to draw fire from the Uchiha. When will Orochimaru return, and whether he can properly reattach his limbs, he had no certainty at all. Now there is not even any funding left. This time can be said to be his most difficult period. Sarutobi really is heartless, just leaving me here to rot. Danzo snorted coldly. The third Hokage leaving him hanging was clearly a fishing tactic. The Uchiha were clearly dissatisfied with this trial, but they hadn't made a move yet. We cannot sit idly by. Danzo gave a glance to the mountain wind, who understood and leaned in. After whispering for a long time, the mountain wind bowed. Lord Danzo, rest assured, I will handle it well. Go, but be careful. The mountain wind did not delay, leaving immediately with numerous umbu hidden along the way monitoring. He also spent some effort to shake off the umbu. The mountain wind was going to find the dark line that Danzo had traded. In the past, Danzo had provided plenty of Konoha intelligence to Yunin through the route, but Yunin didn't know who Konoha village Naruto's home. The usually quiet room was now steaming with the rice cooker's indicator light on and the washing machine rumbling. Kakashi-senpai, what is this white thing for? Naruto stood by the washing machine, his eyes sparkling as he watched the foam inside the spinning drum. That's laundry detergent. Kakashi leaned against the wall for once without his mask. Pour it in and the clothes will get clean. Oh. Naruto nodded excitedly. And this button? What happens if I press it? It will spin dry the clothes. Naruto reached out and carefully pressed the button. The washing machine emitted a whirring sound that accelerated, startling him into pulling his hand back, but then he laughed. He had never known how to use these things at home before. After Kakashi came, he taught him one by one, and each day had become much better than before. Kakashi-senpai, you're amazing. You can do everything. Kakashi looked at Naruto's excited little face, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. It's nothing. It's just that you didn't know how before. Click. The rice cooker emitted a beep. Naruto ran back to the living room and opened the rice cooker. White steam billowed out, revealing perfectly cooked rice, each grain plump and glistening. It smells so good. It wasn't the first time he had cooked rice, but Naruto was still delighted. He took a bowl and scooped some rice, then glanced at the plate beside it. The curry beef and potatoes Kakashi had brought. Can I eat now? Naruto wolfed down his food, his cheeks bulging and grains of rice sticking to the corner of his mouth. So delicious. Kakashi-senpai, you eat too. I've already eaten. Kakashi wasn't much of a cook, but Naruto's standards were low. A child who had never had enough to eat would find anything delicious. Watching Naruto eat ravenously, Kakashi's heart trembled. He recalled the words Jinya had said to him not long ago, "You're a beast." Back then he had indeed ignored Naruto completely. Now, though he couldn't claim to be making amends, at least he could let the boy have a hot meal and wear clean clothes. All right. Kakashi pulled some loose change from his pocket. Tomorrow buy yourself some snacks. Don't keep eating instant noodles. Naruto took the money and blinked. Kakashi-senpai, will you come tomorrow too? Yes. Seeing Naruto's beaming face, Kakashi pinched his cheek. I won't come every day from now on. You need to learn to take care of yourself soon. Naruto grinned stupidly. I understand, Kakashi-senpai. Kakashi turned around and looked out the window. The streets of Konoha under the moonlight were much quieter than usual. He noticed that when Naruto went out lately, although people still gave him a wide berth, no one threw stones at him, no one cursed him, and no one chased him anymore. After all, the patrol squad members, unlike the Umbu, didn't conceal themselves. They stood openly not far from Naruto. Anyone who didn't want to get their limbs broken and be charged with treason dared not bully Naruto anymore. Naruto ate every grain of rice in his bowl earnestly, his face flushed with contentment, wearing a bliss. The gloom that had shrouded Kakashi's heart for years seemed to dissipate a little. In front of the memorial stone, the moonlight was cold. Obito's figure emerged from the void and landed before his own grave. Kakashi, he whispered, but didn't see the familiar figure nearby. In the past, whether day or night, Kakashi would always linger here. But Kakashi hadn't come for the past 2 days. The various seal nodes and barrier lines of Konoha were being altered, he would no longer be able to move through Konoha so freely as before. It's fine. Obito's voice betrayed no emotion. He cast a final glance at the memorial stone, then slowly sank into the void. For a short while. I can't come again. Land of Lightning, Kumogakure Village. The village lay among mist-shrouded mountains, implementing a military management system centered on successive raikages. All leaders inherited the title Ei. They excelled in taijutsu and lightning release. The village's shinobi generally had dark skin and favored swordsmanship. Besides the current raikage, notable strong figures included two Jinchuriki. Although their resources were not as abundant as the Land of Fires, the people had an open culture and free trade. They did not rely on traditional bloodline limits, but devoted themselves to researching science and the industrialization of chakra. Externally, Kumogakure pursued an aggressive diplomacy of might makes right. The previous shinobi world wars had all been sparked by local conflicts they initiated under the pretext of protecting their own interests. The fourth raikage, though hot-tempered, was not a mindless brute. The invasions he led always seized resources and then quickly withdrew, avoiding prolonged entanglements. Since the end of the Third Shinobi World War, Kumogakure and Konoha had had intermittent friction, but after the Hinata kidnapping incident, it had completely ceased. The two countries were not on good terms and trade was minimal. But today a special scroll was delivered through the raikage's office. Behind the wide desk sat a muscular giant 2 meters tall, like an iron tower. His muscles bulged all over, his arms were armored, and he wore a broad belt. This was the supreme leader of Kumogakure, the fourth raikage Ei. Beside him sat the courtier of successive raikages, the brain of Kumogakure, Tsuchi. After the raikage finished reading the scroll from the black market, Tsuchi took it. The letter's content was simple and official. The Uchiha were committed to external development and actively seeking more partners. It invited someone from Kumogakure to come to the Uchiha for business negotiations. It specifically noted that the invitation was from the Uchiha clan, not from Konoha. Tsuchi quickly finished reading the document, and then picked up the intelligence that had just arrived on the desk. Content: because Danzo had plotted to seize Uchiha Shizui's Mangekyo Sharingan and pursued him. The Uchiha clan, led by Uchiha Jinya, attacked the root base. 5 Mangekyo Sharingan users acted together, hacking Shimura Danzo into a bloody mess. Afterward, they expanded the patrol squad and added Village Defense Coordination Authority, wresting power from the third Hokage. In the following 2 days, Konoha's high command shifted. Narashika became the Hokage's assistant, and many neutral clans were won over by the Uchiha. Shimura Danzo was demoted and imprisoned. The root base dissolved, and Konoha's power structure underwent a... The most critical part of this intelligence was that the Uchiha had revealed 5 Mangekyo Sharingan users, and their political stance toward Konoha had completely changed. Tsuchi finished reading the intelligence and tapped his fingers on the paper. This intelligence did not come through the black market. It was delivered directly via an unknown anonymous line. Kumogakure didn't know who the other party was, only that they had a very high-level information channel within Konoha. Although the price was high, the information was highly reliable. Go. We must go. Tsuchi slapped the intelligence onto the desk. His eyes gleamed. The Uchiha are clearly dissatisfied with Konoha. This invitation for cooperation is probably not just about business. The raikage was hot-tempered, but not a fool. He could clearly see the implications in the intelligence. His fingers drummed on the desk in a rhythmic pattern, producing a tap-tap-tap sound. So who should we send? Samui or Mabui? Both were jonin of the village, and Mabui was the raikage chief secretary. Sending either of them would show considerable sincerity. Tsuchi thought for a moment, then shook his head. No, they are too conspicuous. The third Hokage will pay special attention. Send C. The fourth raikage's tapping fingers stopped. C was a versatile shinobi skilled in Jinjutsu, medical ninjutsu, and sensing. Though currently a Tokubetsu jonin, he was already regarded as a rising star in Kumogakure. Crucially, he was motivated, sharp-minded, and an exceptionally talented person. Isn't he a bit young? Tsuchi retorted, it doesn't matter. This is a good chance for C to gain experience. The Uchiha are the largest clan, but their ties to Konoha are deep. Their current actions, whether they aim to seize power in Konoha or something else, we need to observe first. Sending C is the most suitable. The raikage nodded. All right, Tsuchi, teach C what he needs to negotiate and send him on this trip. Yes, raikage. At the same time, the top-secret intelligence that Kumogakure had purchased for 10 million was placed on the black market intelligence counter at a much cheaper price. The keywords were the total number of hidden experts in the Uchiha, the full story of the recent conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha, changes in Konoha's power structure. Each keyword was enough to stir the sensitive nerves of major powers in the shinobi world. Basically, every major power bought a copy of this intelligence. The discord between Konoha and the Uchiha was now laid bare. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. In my village, at the Fire Shadow office, with a loud bang, the third Fire Shadow slammed the documents onto the table, erupting in fury. Why has all the intelligence from the village been completely leaked? The umbu below had just returned from the black market bringing the very information that Zheng Yi had asked you to sell a few days ago. Xuanqin Xiaochun and Shuihu Menyan exchanged glances, unsure of how the intelligence had been leaked. The recent events had all been scandals for the my higher-ups, and thus the news had been tightly sealed. Nara Luha picked up the intelligence and glanced at it, his eyes narrowing slightly. It can only be someone from the high-level meeting who leaked it. It must be Uchiha Zheng, yes, doing only he would act this way. Luha knew it in his heart, but did not speak out. The third fire shadow also had his suspicions, but he had other suspects. Xiaochun, how is Danzo's situation? Has he sent anyone out? Xuanqin Xiaochun shook her head, not him. Although he sent Shanzhong Feng out for some activity, he did not go to. I don't know exactly what he did, but no one came to see Danzo and Danzo didn't go anywhere. The latter half of the sentence was somewhat redundant since Danzo had no limbs. Keep an eye on Danzo. The Uchiha will not let this go easily. The third fire shadow ordered cautiously. Nara Luha kept his eyes down, appearing as if he had not intervened in their conversation. Though his position as Fire Shadow's assistant was elevated by the Uchiha, he would only correct some of the third Fire Shadow's previous erroneous policies and provide some economic convenience to the Uchiha. But at this moment, he would not engage in political strife. He represented not just the interests of the Nara clan, but the collective interests of the other ninja clan alliances across Mai. Moreover, from his understanding of Uchiha Zheng Yi, the other party did not need his help at all. He was already completely suppressing the third Fire Shadow. A knock came from the door, and an umbu flashed in, reporting quickly. Fire Shadow-sama, the outer patrol team found 3 people from Yunin heading toward the Uchiha clan grounds. Their stated purpose is commercial negotiation. Yunin. The third Fire Shadow's heart skipped a beat, his face drastically changing. Nara Luha sighed inwardly. It has come as expected. Outside the Uchiha clan grounds, she gazed at the sprawling clan territory located at the outermost edge of Mai, a flicker of emotion in his eyes. The Uchiha's ambition, this time, is likely considerable. Several figures landed before she. Seeing his forehead protector, Dong Yu, a member of the Uchiha patrol, asked, "Are you from Yunin?" "Yes, I am," she, the representative of Yunin. "These 2 are my guards." She immediately produced the invitation letter that you had sent out earlier. Dong Yu examined the invitation and gestured, "Please follow me, the 3 of you." At the Uchiha meeting room, she entered, led by Dong Yu. Fuyu was not there. Instead, it was Uchiha Zheng Yi. Seeing the other's golden hair and handsome features, Zheng Yi instantly recognized who he was. She who would become the Raikage's right hand in 10 years. Zheng Yi extended his hand in a welcoming gesture. "I am Uchiha Zheng Yi, the 4th elder of the clan. Please have a seat." She had long studied the intelligence and knew that the recent changes in the Uchiha were all due to Zheng Yi, who was likely the next clan leader of the Uchiha. Although Zheng Yi was only a few years older than him in terms of both combat power and status, they were on completely different levels. She bowed politely. "It is an honor to meet you. I am she, currently responsible for liaison with the Uchiha. Speaking of which, Yunin has lost quite a number of people to the hands of the Uchiha. May I ask what kind of cooperation you, Lord Zheng Yi, intend to pursue with us?" After speaking, he waited for Zheng Yi to respond. Zheng Yi did not beat around the bush. He tapped twice on the table as an opening. "Although we suffered mutual casualties during the Third Ninja World War, that was because we belonged to Mai. As a mercenary family, we naturally fight for whoever pays us." Zai's pupils suddenly contracted as if struck by a heavy hammer. The information contained in Zheng Yi's words was substantial. She took a light breath. "But wasn't Mai founded by the Uchiha and Senju in cooperation?" Zheng Yi revealed a helpless smile, spreading his hands. "There's no choice, you see. Mai has been established for many years, and we've had 4 generations of Fire Shadow, but none of them have been Uchiha. How many Uchiha died in the previous wars? The income and expenditure are simply not proportional." His words were blunt, but they were also the truth. For cooperation, she naturally would not believe Zheng Yi just because of a few words. After all, they had been fighting each other just a few years ago. He probed, "But you have been in Mai for so many years." Zheng Yi responded, but suddenly changed the subject. "I heard that the Lei country has developed a more advanced, ultra-large generator set than the Hua country." A flicker of confusion passed through Zai's eyes, unsure why the other had suddenly shifted topics. But he remained composed, switching to a business mode. Lord Zheng Yi is well informed. He glanced around. The Uchiha meeting room was bright, but all light came from natural sources. There were no electric lights. Indeed, the generator set developed by our Lei country has surpassed that of the Hua country. Your Hua country's generator set can only convert 38 of heat into electricity. With our Lei country's special technology, the efficiency reaches 50. Zheng Yi stroked his chin, heating and pressurizing. Zai's pupils shrank sharply, and his Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. But he forced a smile. "I didn't expect Lord Zheng Yi to have studied this aspect." Zheng Yi said casually, It's not really research, just common sense. Just pressurizing water to supercritical state. I have that basic knowledge. How do you sell this large? She put on an apologetic expression. Sorry, Lord Zheng Yi, our large generator set is not for sale. Zheng Yi's expression did not change as he asked, then you Yunin also have the relevant technology for large biogas digesters, right? She bowed slightly. Sorry, Lord Zheng Yi, this technology is also not for sale. Zheng Yi wagged his finger. It's not that it's not for sale, just that the price hasn't been enough. She looked at Zheng Yi with some hesitation. I don't understand what Lord Zheng Yi means. Zheng Yi brought the topic back. You just mentioned that we Uchiha have been in my for many years, right? She nodded. Go back first and prepare the large generator set and biogas digester technology one need. Keep an eye on the news from Mai. As if struck by a thought, Zai's pupils contracted. He stood up. Then I will await Lord Zheng. Yes, good. Zheng Yi had Dong Yu escort him out. He then walked to the map in the meeting room and pointed his finger at the location of the Yu country. It is time. The people of Yunin did not inform the third Hokage when they came to Konoha this time. Moreover, upon arriving at the Uchiha clan grounds, they left shortly after. It was evident that Yunin and the Uchiha were discussing matters they didn't want the third Hokage to know about. Yunin's departure certainly made things easier. The third Hokage, however, was drenched in sweat. Especially considering Uchiha Zheng Yi, who never lost, had just recently been at a disadvantage due to Danzo's schemes. It was hard to guess what the other side intended to do. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage was grimly smoking. He looked at Nara Shikaku and said, Shikaku, please go to the Uchiha. No matter what grievances the Uchiha have, we can discuss them behind closed doors. However, if outsiders intervene, it would cross a line. Although Shikaku was clever, he couldn't anticipate what Zheng Yi was planning. He genuinely worried that Zheng Yi, in a moment of impulse, might collaborate with Yun-in and defect from Konoha. Using the term defect might not be entirely accurate. If the Uchiha truly united with Yun-in, a violent coup was also very possible. As for the outcome, one could only say that it would undoubtedly result in more deaths than the Kyubi incident. As a representative of the other ninja clans in Konoha, Shikaku could not allow such a thing to happen. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I understand the gravity of the situation, and I will go immediately. After bowing, Shikaku promptly headed to the Uchiha clan grounds. The third Hokage felt an uneasy twitch in his brow and quickly ordered, go fetch Jiraiya. At the Uchiha clan grounds. Training ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of slicing air, 3 shurikens flew 10 meters, firmly embedding themselves in the target center. Yay! 5-year-old Sasuke suddenly jumped up, his excitement clearly visible on his face. He bounced over to Itachi and tugged at his sleeve. Brother, look, I hit all of them. Clad in his gear, Itachi affectionately ruffled Sasuke's hair and replied, yes, I saw. You're improving quickly. Of course you wouldn't expect anything less from the brother of such an outstanding person. Sasuke beamed with a wide smile, and if he had a tail it would probably be wagging like a propeller. Itachi stood up and noticed Shisui approaching, his expression flickering slightly. He leaned down and told Sasuke, I've just finished my recent break and I need to undertake a long-term mission. You'll have to practice on your own from now on. Sasuke was instantly taken aback, unable to accept this. He couldn't help but tug at Itachi's sleeve. Why didn't you tell me in advance, brother? How long will you be gone? The time is uncertain. It could be 6 months, or even a year. A year? That's so long. Sasuke felt as if the sky had fallen. Thinking about how he wouldn't see his brother for a long time, Sasuke's eyes turned red. It's time to go, Itachi, Shisui urged from nearby. Itachi made an apologetic gesture. Seeing Sasuke's red-rimmed eyes, he smiled helplessly and then extended 2 fingers, tapping Sasuke gently on the forehead. Forgive me, Sasuke. Then in a flash, he and Shisui leapt into the trees. Sasuke covered his forehead, tears of grievance streaming down his face. Brother, you have to come back soon. Itachi turned back, nodded at Sasuke, and then he and Shisui vanished from sight. At the Uchiha clan grounds, Zheng Yi stood in the depths of the clan's training ground, lightly biting his finger. He quickly formed hand seals, gathering chakra in his palms before slamming it down onto the ground. Summoning technique. Boom. A puff of smoke exploded, and a completely black crow stood before. The crow lifted its head, its dark eyes darting around as it assessed Zheng Yi, then it let out a hoarse cry. Caw. Zheng Yi tossed the crow into the air, and with a bang it disappeared. It seems my summoning talent isn't too great. Oh, I can only call one out. The crow he contracted was part of the group working with Shisui. To be precise, most of the crows in this group were raised by Shisui. Both Shisui and Itachi could summon a large number of crows at once. They could even use their Sharingan to employ advanced techniques like crow substitution. But Zheng Yi couldn't, his talent only allowed him to summon one. The duration couldn't be too long. While it was unlikely to be useful in combat, it was certainly adequate for relaying messages. At that moment, Dong Yu's figure appeared at the edge of the training ground. Lord Zheng Yi, Hokage's advisor Nara Shikaku has arrived and wishes to see you. Let him come over. Zheng Yi replied without looking up. He glanced at the wound on his hand, pondering whether to get a needle for convenience in using the summoning technique in the future. Right here, Dong Yu asked in confusion. It's not particularly important, no need to go to the conference room. Zhen Yi waved his hand, dismissively not caring. Dong Yu bowed and withdrew, and soon Shikaku's figure appeared at the other end of the training ground. Shikaku was dressed in his usual attire, his hair meticulously styled. Although he appeared calm, Zhen Yi could see the slight hint of tension hidden in his eyes. Shikaku, what a rare visitor. Though Shikaku was much older, Zhen Yi remained seated as his status was not inferior. Shikaku disregarded the formalities, focusing his gaze on Zhen Yi, I want beat around the bush. Did someone from Yun-in come to the Uchiha today? Yes, Zhen Yi nodded, I invited them. Shikaku took a deep breath, organizing his words. Zhen Yi, you're a smart person. You should know that if issues within Konoha attract outside assistance, the nature of the situation changes. The conflicts within the village can be discussed behind closed doors. But once outsiders intervene, things can spiral out of control. Zhen Yi did not refute or respond, merely watching him. Seeing that he remained silent, Shikaku's tone grew more serious. You should be clear about my position, Zhen Yi. I am not on the side of the third Hokage, who I am on the side of Konoha. The stability of Konoha, the alliance of Konoha's ninja clans, the survival of Konoha. These are my bottom lines. He paused, lowering his voice. If the Uchiha truly intends to join forces with Yun-in for something, I will not stand idly by. Hehe. Zhen Yi's light chuckle interrupted Shikaku's serious expression. Shikaku, you're overthinking. I invited the people from Yun-in solely for business negotiations, to purchase generator sets and biogas technology, and to develop the clan's livelihood. These matters have nothing to do with Konoha's politics. Shikaku narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhen Yi, as if weighing the truth of his words. Just business negotiations. Zhen Yi lifted his eyelids. The entire ninja world knows. We Uchiha have 5-man Gekyo. Shikaku's pupils constricted slightly. Zhen Yi's statement undoubtedly indicated that the black market information was disseminated by them. His deeper meaning, just as Shikaku was considering it. Zhen Yi chuckled softly, but we Uchiha have many people, not everyone listens to me. Shikaku seemed to recall something dreadful, his pupils instantly shrinking to the size of a needle-tip. Zhen Yi. But seeing the other party's calm demeanor and unwillingness to speak, he knew the other side would certainly not divulge anything. Shikaku hurriedly said, then I'll take my leave. Zhen Yi smiled and nodded, take care. Shikaku appeared somewhat anxious as he quickly exited the Uchiha clan grounds, directly using the body flicker technique to rush to the Hokage building. Hokage office. Just as Shikaku entered the office, before he could speak, an ANBU member burst in, looking extremely flustered. Hokage-sama. Urgent report. The third Hokage felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Speak. The ANBU's voice trembled slightly. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi have just attacked Danzo's rehabilitation area in the back mountain of Konoha Hospital. The two launched a surprise attack, and the ANBU guards suffered heavy casualties. As of now, 20 ANBU operatives have been confirmed dead. Lord Jiraiya is currently engaged in battle with them. Continuing from the previous narrative, Liu He, feeling uneasy, had just returned to the Hokage's office when an ANBU arrived to report that Uchiha Shisui and Itachi had attacked the Danzo recovery area on the rear mountain of Konoha Hospital. With over 20 ANBU casualties, already Jiraiya had engaged the two in combat. Upon hearing the news, the third Hokage shot to his feet, his pipe falling to the floor with a sharp clatter. There. Target is Danzo. The ANBU gritted his teeth. Yes, they made no effort to conceal their objective, advancing straight toward Danzo's ward. By the time Lord Jiraiya arrived, Uchiha Shisui was already near the ward with Itachi, holding off our reinforcements. The third Hokage's expression shifted rapidly. He turned abruptly to face Liu He, who had just entered. Any unrest in the Uchiha compound? Liu He's face bore traces of exhaustion and helplessness, for he had already discerned what Zheng Yi intended to do. No, everything is normal there. Zheng Yi hasn't moved from within the compound. But he said he can't control what individual clan members might choose to do. The third Hokage's eyes flickered. He turned to the waiting ANBU and said, dispatch more men immediately. Capture them at all costs. A cruel expression twisted the third Hokage's face, dead or alive. Yes. He turned to Liu He, come with me. Let's go see. At the long-term recovery area on the rear mountain of Konoha Hospital. Under the moonlight, the blood-stained corridor echoed only with the roar of battle. By now, Itachi and Shisui had been completely blocked, having fought their way to within 20 meters of Danzo's room. Yet in less than 10 minutes, the ANBU casualty count had climbed to over 30. Dark red blood meandered across the floor like a stream. The ANBU, though masked, all cowered in fear. Terror spread like a plague. The blades of Itachi and Shisui were drenched in viscous blood. Their breaths came in pants, for though the battle had lasted less than 10 minutes, its intensity was immense. That the two had forced their way in with swords sustaining only minor injuries was already nothing short of miraculous. But the dominance of the Mangekyo lay not only in Susanoo and specialized taijutsu, but in a comprehensive enhancement of perception and jinjutsu. With every muscle stretch and twist of their opponents, Itachi and Shisui could instantly read their movements. Two masters of jinjutsu, each wielding the Mangekyo Sharingan, worked in perfect tandem. The battlefield was filled with afterimages of Shisui, while Itachi used the transformation technique to take on Shisui's appearance. Amid the phantom clone technique, they swiftly reaped the Umbu. Only when Jiraiya arrived did the Umbu manage to stabilize their crumbling defense. Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Itachi, why are you doing this? Are you planning to betray the village? Jiraiya's heart bled as he beheld the 30-plus fallen Umbu. These operatives were at least Chunin, yet they had died not in defense of the village but at the hands of their own comrades. He was a steadfast guardian of Konoha, and the village suffering such a grievous loss pained him deeply. He had already summoned the two toads, Shima and Fugaku, onto his shoulders. Seeing the corpses strewn about, and having been told in whispers by Jiraiya amidst the chaos that their opponents wielded the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, the two toads refrained from their usual bickering and silently began accumulating sage chakra. Shisui's face remained impassive. Though a pacifist at heart, he prioritized the survival of his clan above all. These Umbu were, after all, the third Hokage's private force. He killed them without hesitation, for he had witnessed them and the root members slaughtering his clansmen on the night of the massacre. Betray the village. Shisui shook his head. I am merely seeking justice. Danzo coveted the Uchiha bloodline limit and hunted me down. He deserves to die. Though Jiraiya held no fondness for Shimura Danzo, he could not stand by and watch him be killed. His voice heavy with sorrow, he said, I know you've been wronged, but the village has compensated you with the title of honorary elder. Even if you are dissatisfied, you should not retaliate with such violence. Do you realize how much trouble this will bring upon the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya kept talking, but he was merely buying time for the two toads. Shisui and Itachi had received orders from Zheng Yi, which included probing the combat capabilities of Sage Mode. Though they knew Jiraiya was stalling to prepare his sage arts, they did not stop him. They also paid no heed to Jiraiya's psychological warfare, focusing solely on conserving their stamina. Little Jiraiya, it's ready. Shima's warning invigorated Jiraiya. Since he refused to speak, he'll have to. Sage Mode activate. A low hum resonated. A profusion of runes emerged on Jiraiya's face. Because the natural energy was being converted by the two toads, small bumps appeared on his nose, and his face swelled to a larger size. Though his appearance became grotesque, his combat power surged exponentially. With a crack, the stone floor beneath Jiraiya shattered, and he launched himself like a cannonball toward the pair. So fast. Shisui and Itachi tensed. His speed far surpassed that of taijutsu specialists. Seizing the opportunity, the Umbu drew their blades and charged. The two moved in perfect synchronization. Itachi stepped forward to intercept Jiraiya, unleashing a burst of ocular power and chakra from his body. An orange-eared skeletal frame materialized before him. The heavy fist of Sage Mode collided with the skeletal Susanoo. A dull thud resounded and Itachi was driven back 2 steps. Jiraiya's devastating blow had actually cracked the Susanoo's ribs. The Umbu's spirit soared. The Susanoo is breaking. Charge. Kill. They pressed forward, some hurling shuriken, others striking with their blades. Yet Itachi's cracked skeleton held firm against all their attacks. Shisui then leaped into the air, his hands forming the initial gesture for a fire release technique. The Umbu braced themselves to dodge. Jiraiya raised his hand, a swirling mass forming in his palm and rapidly expanding. The big ball Rasengan. But no one anticipated that Shisui's move was merely a feint. While everyone watched for Shisui's fire technique, 2/3 of them were dragged into a mental space. All they saw was a colossal yellow sun blazing behind Shisui. The light of the sun grew ever more intense until it finally exploded. This was Koto Amatsukami light. Act. The Umbu who had surrounded them were struck as if by lightning, a detonating tag exploding in their minds, and they collapsed to the ground. Dark blood seeped from their eyes, noses, and ears. When Jiraiya thrust his big ball Rasengan forward, Itachi did not evade. The Susanoo's fierce fist lashed out at Shima. Jiraiya's eyes narrowed as he raised his hand, meeting the Susanoo's fist with the big ball Rasengan. A massive explosion of chakra followed. Itachi shuddered, his Susanoo shattered, and he stumbled backward. Jiraiya, however, barely paused, already preparing his next move. Jiraiya formed hand seals with both hands. Senjutsu Yellow Spring Marsh. The ground instantly softened, ensnaring Shisui and Itachi like a swamp. The two struggled hard, but found their feet firmly stuck. Shisui took a deep breath and his eyes began to spin rapidly like a kaleidoscope. A green Susanoo rose from the ground. Unlike Itachi's skeletal form, Shizui's Susanoo stood at a height of 6 meters, towering like a two-story building clad in imposing armor. The armor of Susanoo pushed through the ground, completely enveloping Shizue and Itachi. The chest of Susanoo opened, and a massive tomo began to spin. Countless green light arrows shot towards Jiraiya and the Umbu, who were trying to assist him from behind. Senjutsu Needle Earth God. Jiraiya's hands came together, and his white hair surged and hardened, completely wrapping around his body. The other Umbu quickly took cover behind him. The green light arrows struck the Needle Earth God, making a spitting sound. At this moment, the third Hokage, wearing a battle outfit Narashikaku, and a large number of Umbu appeared in sight. Shizue and Itachi saw more and more people coming to their aid. They leaped into the air, beginning to break through towards the village outskirts. Catch them! The third Hokage looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, his eyes blazing with anger. Jiraiya and the others immediately regrouped and pursued. Although this place was close to the walls of Konoha, the massive sounds of battle and the waves of chakra drew the attention of many. The patrolling guard quickly transmitted the news outside. As Shizue and Itachi stood atop the Konoha wall, Uchiha Tsukasa and his small team, along with several elite shinobi from other clans, rushed over. Uchiha Tsukasa looked at the bloodied pair in shock. Shizue, Itachi, what happened? Shizue gave Tsukasa a hand sign, a combat gesture used internally within Uchiha. It meant don't ask, don't come, secret mission. Tsukasa halted abruptly. Uchiha Shizue. The third Hokage stepped forward, exuding immense pressure. Surrender now. Your only escape is to... Shikaku remained silent behind the third Hokage while the other clans exchanged confused glances, unsure of what was happening. But seeing the Uchiha from the guard not moving, they all paused. Shizue didn't even glance at the third Hokage. Although he and Itachi were surrounded, only a few top-tier masters among the crowd could hold them back. Seeing that there were enough people surrounding them, Shizue declared loudly, Shimura Danzo stole my Sharingan and hunted me down, ultimately spared only due to the third Hokage's selfishness. We will no longer stay in such an unjust Konoha. Saying this, both drew their kunai and drew a horizontal line across their forehead protectors. Everyone present widened their eyes in shock, and then an uproar. This was a public declaration that both he and Itachi had betrayed the village. Good. 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 The third Hokage's anger made his beard stand on end. Now, no matter what reason the other side had, it held no ground. Such a blatant provocation could not go unanswered. The third Hokage would surely become the laughingstock of the entire village. Kill them. With a furious shout, he extended his Rui Jingu Bang toward the two. At the same time, Jiraiya bent his body, a mass of white hair hardening and shooting towards Itachi and Shizue like a torrential rain. Senjutsu Thousand Needle Hair. Other Umbu also drew throwing ninja tools, aiming at the two. Though they seemed to be in a desperate situation, Itachi held a trump card in his hand. Susanoo. Shizui's green Susanoo shielded the two. Itachi's right eye slightly closed, then suddenly opened wide. Amaterasu. The black flames immediately struck Jiraiya. The primary target, Shinzaku. Ku. Oh. Shinzaku and Shimaru screamed in agony. They used water release against each other, but the water they sprayed only ignited, unable to extinguish Amaterasu. Jiraiya was performing Thousand Needle Hair, reacting quickly. At the moment the flames touched his hair, he forcibly twisted it into Needle Earth God. Even so, the violently burning Amaterasu was rapidly scorching his hair. He quickly generated more hair, while retreating, actively severing the burning strands. Bang! Bang! Shinzaku and Shimara didn't even have time to shout out a warning. They wailed as they returned to Mount Myaboku. But Itachi's opened eye was not just aimed at Jiraiya. Instead, his gaze swept across the third Hokage's Rui Jingu Bang, the bodies of the Umbu and the walls of Konoha. Who? Everything in his line of sight fell into the terrifying black flames. Even the members of the guard nearly got burned. Fortunately, Tsukasa reacted quickly, pulling his men back. The third Hokage's Rui Jingu Bang, transformed by the monkey demon, could not withstand the burning of Amaterasu, and with a bang it vanished in a puff of smoke. Ugh! Oh! The Umbu cried out desperately, trying to extinguish the flames of Amaterasu. They had come to hunt them down, naturally standing at the forefront. With the third Hokage joining the fray, he naturally stood at the front. A full 16 Umbu were burned by Amaterasu, rolling on the ground in pain, howling. Except for one who brutally severed his burning arm, all the other Umbu perished in the painful cries of the being killed by a blade and being burned alive were two entirely different sensory experiences. Neither the third Hokage nor Jiraiya could express their anger. It was as if cold water had been poured on their raging flames. Everyone was left pale with fear. Looking up, Shizue and Itachi were calmly leaving under everyone's gaze. Jiraiya saw the unquenchable black flames and took out a scroll, quickly writing. He swiftly formed hand seals, sealing technique, fire's sealing method. Slapping down chakra surged from the scroll, enveloping the flames of Amaterasu and slowly drawing them inside. However, Itachi's Amaterasu was far too abundant. One sealing scroll was filled, and only a quarter of the flames were contained. Old man, we can't let the flames spread. The third Hokage looked around. The entire Konoha was terrified by Itachi's Amaterasu, and his prestige as Hokage had suffered another heavy blow. Barrier team, seal the flames first. At this moment, he didn't act himself, but called over the barrier team who had just arrived. The barrier team members flashed around, and the leader of the barrier team took out a scroll and gave it a vigorous shake. The scroll in his hand was much larger than Jiraiya's, measuring 1 meter wide and 15 meters long. For members of the barrier team immediately formed seals. Sealing technique, fire sealing method. Greater chakra surged from the scroll, covering all the flames of Amaterasu, the scorching heat brushing past everyone. Finally, all were sealed inside the scroll. Although the flames disappeared, the charred bodies burned by Amaterasu still lay on the ground. The stench of burnt flesh and the blackened claw marks on the ground reminded everyone present that these people had been burned alive. The third Hokage gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping over the Uchiha in the guard. There was pride and schadenfreude in their eyes without a shred of sorrow. He took a deep breath and shouted angrily, "Go to the Uchiha clan's land." A large group set off towards the Uchiha clan's land. Tsukasa and the others had already exchanged glances with Yamanozaki, prompting him to use the heart-to-heart technique to notify Uchiha Shinjin. Yamanozaki hesitated for a moment, but still performed the technique, placing his hand on his forehead. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, Seiya, who was practicing the summoning technique, soon heard Zongsi's thoughts. He told Zongsi to inform Sashi not to worry and that he would handle it. Dong Yu, go fetch Fuyu and Daohua. Yes. Dong Yu, who had been practicing shuriken nearby, immediately set off upon hearing Seiya's order. When Seiya leisurely walked to the gate of the clan grounds, he saw from afar the third Hokage and his entourage, dozens of people approaching in a formidable manner. Uchiha Seiya, the third Hokage, roared, seething with rage. "Oh, what brings the third Hokage here in such a grand manner?" Seiya replied with a languid air, forming a stark contrast to the murderous aura of the third Hokage. "Just now Shisui and Itachi attacked the medical recuperation area of Konoha Hospital, killing no fewer than 50 ANBU. What exactly are the Uchiha trying to do?" Seiya put on an exaggeratedly surprised expression. "Oh dear. How could this happen? What does this have to do with us Uchiha? Look, our clan members are all going about their duties, doing nothing wrong." As he spoke, Seiya pointed behind him. Within the Uchiha clan grounds, the sounds of food vendors hawking there were children playing and laughing, and the smoke from cooking fires rising from nearby houses were all clearly visible to everyone. Even if a few combat personnel occasionally stopped to watch, they were very few in number. The third Hokage was fuming. Without orders, Shisui and Itachi could not have suddenly attacked ANBU and defected from the village. But Seiya stubbornly denied any knowledge, and the other clan members showed no unusual movements. He felt like a mouse trying to bite a turtle, unable to find a way in. Just then footsteps sounded, and Fuyue, who had been at the police force, and Daohua, who had been on duty in another part of the village, arrived. "Third Hokage, what is the meaning of this?" Fuyue, dressed in his police force uniform, approached with a serious expression. "Bringing so many people to our clan grounds." Daohua, with his fiery temper, glared at the third Hokage's side and said in a hostile tone, "If you want trouble, I'm game." Although the third Hokage had dozens of people with him, his opponents were Seiya, Fuyue, and Daohua, 3 Uchiha with Mangekyo Sharingan. Having just been routed by 2 Mangekyo users, their momentum faltered. The third Hokage suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Uchiha Fuyu, your son Uchiha Itachi and Shisui killed over 50 ANBU and defected from Konoha." "Oh." Fuyu replied indifferently, his expression unchanged. This reaction nearly gave the third Hokage a cerebral hemorrhage. His blood pressure surged, and his vision blurred. At that moment, Uchiha Koharu, who had received the news and cleaned up the mess at the hospital, also arrived. She came before Fuyu and shouted angrily, "Uchiha Fuyu Itachi is your son, and Shisui is also an elite member of your clan. Now that they have defected from Konoha, you are inexcusable." Fuyu remained unmoved. "So what? They are not infants. What does their defection have to do with me?" Some members of the police force gradually gathered, whispering among themselves, recounting the actions of Shisui and Itachi. The Uchiha clan members all had expressions of satisfaction in their eyes. Although they did not know the reason, they all stood behind Seiya and the others. The other ninja clans remained silent, standing to the side. The whole affair was shrouded in strangeness, and they dared not speak. "Uchiha, are you trying to shirk responsibility?" Uchiha Koharu was also taken aback, never expecting that a man like Fuyu would start playing dirty. "Zongsi, you were at the scene. Tell us why Shisui and Itachi defected." Just as the two sides were deadlocked, Seiya spoke up from the side. Zhongxi, called upon by Seiya, immediately brightened up and said loudly, Shisui said the third Hokage shielded Danzo for his own selfish reasons. Konoha is unjust, so we won't stay here any longer. Hearing this, the Uchiha clan members began to clamor, Shisui speaks the truth. Konoha itself is unjust. Even after Danzo's actions, the third Hokage still protected him. That's favoritism. Shisui had his eyes gouged out and was hunted down, yet Konoha offered no explanation. Good riddance. What? Shisui couldn't take it anymore and fought back, and now you can't accept it. Serves you right. What bringing so many people to confront us, Uchiha? Do you think we are easy to bully? The Uchiha people were filled with disgust for the third Hokage and his loyal ANBU. Even if they were in the wrong, they would never admit fault, let alone now when they were in the right. Moreover, they were not known for their good temper. Now they unleashed a torrent of abuse at the third Hokage. Seiya raised his hand and made a pinching gesture, and all voices instantly subsided. He looked at Lu He with a leisurely expression, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Third Hokage, every member of our Uchiha clan is an independent individual. We cannot control what they want to do. Whether you want to put a bounty on them or hunt them down, it has nothing to do with us Uchiha. Of course, if you continue to pressure the Uchiha, who knows, someone else might defect as well. As soon as Seiya spoke, some Uchiha clan members nearby could not restrain themselves and drew their weapons. The sounds of blades being unsheathed rang out incessantly. The third Hokage felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, his mind clearing from the haze of anger. He finally understood Seiya's meaning. Seiya was expressing his dissatisfaction with the third Hokage's previous decision to protect Shimura Danzo. If they continued to pressure, the Uchiha would truly defect from Konoha. Naruto, he stepped up to the third Hokage's ear and whispered a reminder. Lord Third Hokage, the Uchiha have recently made contact with Kimobukure. This sentence struck the third Hokage like a flash of lightning. All of Seiya's actions suddenly connected. Seiya's message was clear. Shisui and Itachi were a statement. If you refuse to let it go, we will ally with Kimobukure. Although the Uchiha clan grounds appeared calm, their members might already be prepared for an all-out clan battle. Or perhaps Kimobukure was simply waiting for Konoha to descend into chaos. Had they already begun deploying troops to the border? In an instant, the third Hokage shivered, a chill running down his spine. He stared incredulously at Uchiha Seiya, only to see him smiling, revealing gleaming white teeth. That smile held unmistakable provocation and a hint of hysterical madness. The third Hokage's face alternated between pale and green, but he could not utter a word for a long time. Naruto, he sighed inwardly, raising his evaluation of Seiya yet another notch. He shook his head at the third Hokage, indicating that the situation was unfavorable. The third Hokage closed his eyes, afraid of provoking the madman Seiya. Yet he had come with such a grand entourage, slinking away empty-handed would be utterly humiliating. Naruto, he perceived the third Hokage's predicament and stepped forward to mediate. Seiya, Shisui, and Itachi are after all members of the Uchiha clan. They killed so many ANBU and then suddenly defected. The third Hokage's inquiry is a normal procedure. There is no intent to pressure. Since you claim to be unaware, let this matter rest here. Lu He's lengthy speech was a significant loss of faith. The third Hokage's prestige would plummet. But in such a sensitive moment, if a fight broke out, even Jiraiya at his side might not be able to guarantee his safety. Moreover, Jiraiya was still dealing with the remnants of Amaterasu and could not come along. The two Mangekyo users had already thrashed them thoroughly. Now they faced three older and more experienced fighters. Seiya looked at Lu He with a smile, then waved his hand. Please leave. The Uchiha clan does not welcome any of you. The third Hokage dared not even utter a threat. He flicked his sleeve, snorted coldly, and retreated with his men in disgrace. Oh, ha ha ha. Look at them. Many clan members cheered and rejoiced. Fuyu's gaze seemed. Indeed, the more assertive the Uchiha, the more hesitant the third Hokage became. Seiya turned around and scolded the other clan members. Go back to your business. From now on, only the Uchiha will scheme against others. No one else will dare to scheme against us. Yes, fourth elder. The Uchiha clan members beamed with pride, shouting in unison before dispersing in small groups. The other ninja clan members in the police force noted the events and left to report to their superiors. Seiya turned his gaze toward the direction the third Hokage had departed. Don't worry, third Hokage. There are more surprises in store for you. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage Kohyutane Hamura Midokado and Shikaka Nara sat together, beginning to discuss how to handle the Uchiha matter. 63 UMBU members died on the spot, 17 were severely wounded, and 6 were crippled and withdrawn from the battle ranks. Among them were 2 Jonin, and the rest were Tokubetsu Jonin and Chunin. Kohyutane spoke in a low voice. She was in charge of the medical system, and some of the UMBU in the hospital had connections with her. But now half of them were dead, making it even harder to gather intelligence. The third Hokage pinched the bridge of his nose. Monkey King Inma is burned. As for Jiraiya, I don't know how badly Fukasaku and Shima are hurt. Hamura Mitokado added, judging from the scene. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi still had strength to spare. These words plunged everyone into silence. The Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha had not appeared for decades. Their combat power could only be estimated. Who knew it would be this formidable? Over 100 men plus Jiraiya, yet 2 Mangekyo Sharingan users managed to escape unscathed. Ahem. Shikaka Nara coughed, drawing everyone's attention. He placed some documents on the table. This is the record of the first Hokage's battle against Uchiha Madara's sister. By the time the third Hokage could remember, Madara had already left Konoha. Although Madara returned once later, the third Hokage was not even qualified to watch the battle between Madara and Hashirama. Though the outside world was turned upside down, the third Hokage had no idea how strong Madara really was. He picked up the materials describing the Warring States period and quickly scanned them. The descriptions were quite exaggerated. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo towered over 100 meters each, attack leveling mountain peaks and cutting off rivers. The wooden golem summoned by Hashirama Senju matched the Susanoo in size. The battle between the two shattered mountains diverted rivers and flattened valleys. The area has been barren ever since. The third Hokage threw the documents onto the table. These materials are utterly useless. Konoha Uchiha picked them up and skimmed through. Leveling mountain peaks. We've seen the Uchiha clan's Susanoo. Fugaku's and Shirsui's were larger, but still under 10 meters. Over 100 meters. Hamura Mitokado tapped his finger. That's not a ninja, that's a tailed beast. Shikaka Nara interjected, if it were just 1 or 2 records it might be exaggeration, but all the Ino Shikacho archives are documented this way. We also saw that Itachi, being young, had the smallest Susanoo, while Fugaku's and Shirsui's were larger. So, it's not impossible. The third Hokage and the others fell silent. They couldn't even handle the 2 youngest, Itachi and Shisui. How strong would Fugaku Inabi and Yashiro's full Susanoo be? Having never experienced battles of that scale, and facing such overwhelming power, the third Hokage and his council were naturally intimidated. Regardless, Danzo's matter is over. Bowing to the Uchiha again is out of the question. The third Hokage declared in a deep voice. After all the trial had been conducted in front of the other honorary elders, to immediately backtrack would be a slap in his own face. The third Hokage's authority and the credibility of Konoha's high command would be ruined. Konoha Uchiha slammed the table. Issue an immediate wanted notice for Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. They've left the clan. They're alone now. Hamura Mitokado rolled his eyes. Who can defeat them? Koharu fell silent. The village's strongest combatant, Toadsei Jiraiya, had been driven back. No one else stood a chance. Shikaka Nara understood the third Hokage's predicament, but with the Uchiha so assertive, he had to mediate to prevent outright war within Konoha. Lord Hokage, the initiative is no longer in our hands. Shisui and Itachi have nominally defected. Our Konoha ninja outside could be attacked by them at any time. The third Hokage's face stiffened. He hadn't considered that possibility. Konoha Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado also realized the gravity. The issue was no longer whether they issued a wanted notice, but whether Shisui and Itachi would retaliate. And this move by the Uchiha left them helpless. They couldn't even subdue the Uchiha clan still in the village. Shikaka Nara paused, then continued, moreover, Uchiha Seiya likely has further schemes. Those intelligence reports that appeared in the black market. The third Hokage's expression changed. He pressed a button on his desk. An umbu immediately pushed open the door. Lord Hokage, go to the black market at once and see if there's any special news. In the forest surrounding Konoha, Itachi leaned against a large tree, slowly opening his tightly shut eyes. Though the bloodstains at the corners of his eyes had been wiped away, the bloodshot veins still looked dense and heavy. The consumption was enormous. My vision has deteriorated significantly, Itachi said in a low voice. His use of Amaterasu had just forced back all of Konoha's forces. But using his dojutsu so recklessly was too much for the 11-year-old Itachi. It felt as if he had been drained dry. If such a battle happened 4 or 5 more times, his Mangekyo would be rendered useless. Shisui held a scroll, writing rapidly. After Itachi caught his breath, Shisui helped him up and solemnly took out a charm, placing it in Itachi's hand. Seiya gave this to you. Don't let it get wet, and keep it on you at all times. Itachi took the charm curiously. What is this? A protective talisman. He had a strange feeling. The pain in his eyes seemed to ease slightly after holding it. Shisui didn't explain. Just keep it safe. You'll understand in a couple of days. We need to go to the black market first. Seiya's plan still lacks a crucial piece. I understand. The two figures moved swiftly, heading toward the black market. As its name suggests, the black market is a place for trading sensitive intelligence and shady missions. Though the 5 great shinobi countries had officially ended the war and formed alliances, they secretly wished each other dead. Missions that couldn't be openly issued in the various villages were placed in the black market. Of course, the black market also served as a major hub for selling intelligence. Outside the 5 great ninja villages, no other place had its own intelligence network. Sometimes without intelligence it was impossible to complete a mission. The black market became the best place to obtain information. When Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi arrived at the black market, they did not hide their faces. When someone spotted their Konoha rogue ninja headbands, a cry rang out, Uchiha Shisui. How did he become a rogue ninja? In the black market closest to Konoha, someone recognized Shisui. The words silenced the bustling market. Everyone stared blankly at Shisui and Itachi. Ignoring them, Shisui led Itachi, also wearing a rogue ninja headband, to the intelligence sales area. As they entered a booth, the outside erupted. What happened? What's going on in Konoha? Is the one beside Shisui Uchiha Itachi? Wait, I think Konoha must be in big trouble. Moments later, a black market employee walked out with a piece of intelligence and posted it on the public notice board. 2 Mangekyo Sharingan masters, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, killed over 50 Konoha Anbu and defected from Konoha due to injustice. They are now seeking organizations willing to take them in and accepting all missions targeting Konoha. The words on the board were like a boulder crashing into water. The entire black market erupted in frenzy. The Rain Village. A light drizzle fell from the sky, the air thick with an unending dampness. A pair of colossal white wings sliced through the gloomy sky, heading toward the tallest spire in the village. On a platform halfway up the spire stood a figure with orange hair and pale purple eyes. With a flap of wings, Conan landed on the platform. Many things have happened in Konoha recently. Pain sounded puzzled. Shimura Danzo plotted to seize the Uchiha Sharingan, leading to a violent conflict with the Uchiha. And the Uchiha, abandoning their previous conciliatory stance, retaliated fiercely. Conan then recounted from Zheng Ye's counterattack to Shisui and Itachi's defection to the black market, where they issued a statement. Danzo was chopped into a human stump by the Uchiha, then ambushed by Uchiha Shisui and Itachi at the recovery zone. His life and death status is unknown. But the feats of Shisui and Itachi in Konoha are likely true. Their combat prowess cannot be underestimated. The black market has just synchronized the intelligence. Should we contact them? 9 years ago, Danzo and Hanzo conspired to kill Yahiko, and Conan had always sought revenge. But Danzo had always hidden in Konoha, never leaving. For the sake of Yahiko's dream, they couldn't directly attack Konoha. Now that Danzo was in such a miserable state, it was extremely satisfying for Conan. The Akatsuki was in a phase of continuously recruiting members to strengthen itself. For experts with Mangekyo Sharingan, Conan naturally wanted to recruit them. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi don't seem like impulsive people, rather this appears to be a scheme of Uchiha Seiya. Pain gazed at the rain outside the window, his Rinnegan calm and unruffled. Then, won't we recruit them? Conan pondered for a moment and asked cautiously. Their actions were antinomian. If these two were agents of the Uchiha clan, it would be somewhat risky. No, contact them as soon as possible. Regardless of whether they are backed by the Uchiha clan, they can be used. Understood. Conan responded, I see. What about Orochimaru? Pain inquired. Conan shook her head. Although he has joined our organization, he rarely goes out. He is probably studying secret techniques. Let him investigate the specific situation in Konoha. It will also test his loyalty. The news of Uchiha Shisui and Itachi's defection caused an uproar across the entire ninja world. Prior to this, the intelligence of the Uchiha having 5 Mangekyo Sharingan had already been exposed. Both Shisui and Itachi possessed Mangekyo. Coupled with their formidable achievements during their defection, many factions were intrigued. Among them, Kumogakure was naturally the first to react. C had only left with his 2 guards a day ago when monitoring the black market intelligence. C immediately sent a messenger hawk back at top speed to ask the Raikage for instructions. The Raikage received 2 pieces of intelligence almost simultaneously, one synchronized from the black market to Kumogakure and the other from C. In the Raikage's office. Does this mean the Uchiha want to ally with us against Konoha? The Raikage wondered. Suchi carefully read the intelligence and pondered for a moment. The defection of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi should be the work of Uchiha Seiya. He is clearly forcing Konoha to admit its mistake, and we are the sword in their hands. The Raikage suddenly understood. They want to use our influence. They even want large generator sets and biogas technology. This Uchiha Seiya has quite an appetite. Suchi tapped his fingers on the table. No, Uchiha Seiya is not just leveraging our influence. He is also assessing whether we are worthy allies. The defection of Uchiha Shisui and Itachi is a warning to the third Hokage and a demonstration of their power. By having C monitor the intelligence at all times, Seiya is telling us that the Uchiha have the strength to overthrow the current Konoha. And if Kumogakure wants to gain benefits, they must show sincerity. Suki's analysis was thorough, and the Reikage immediately grasped the intricacies. Large generator sets and biogas technology are worth about 2 billion. Should we sell them to the Uchiha for 2 billion? Kumogakure had never sold such items before, but large generator sets in the Land of Fire cost about 1. Kumogakure's technology was superior with a thermal conversion efficiency 18 higher plus the biogas technology. 2 billion was actually quite reasonable. The Reikage felt they weren't making much profit, just building a friendship. Suchi flatly rejected it. Even if the Uchiha are a millennium-old clan, they cannot have 2 billion in liquid funds. The Reikage hesitated. Then give it to them for 1 billion. Suchi thought for a moment, his eyes sharpening. No? Well, give it to the Uchiha for free. The Reikage drew a sharp breath. This was 2 billion worth of goods. For comparison, his head was worth only 150 million on the black market. Before he could ask, Suchi explained. Although our supercritical generator sets and biogas technology currently lead the ninja world, the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth will catch up in a few years. Right now is when these technologies are most valuable and profitable. Giving them to the Uchiha for free is a huge favor. The third Hokage will probably lose sleep if he... Moreover, the Uchiha are openly doing business with us this time. Given their pride, they won't just take the advantage and do nothing. Even if we don't collaborate to attack Konoha, we can exchange intelligence without issue. This move carries risks, but the rewards are substantial. The decision is up to you, Reikage. The Reikage sat in his chair, tapping his index finger on the desk in an unhurried rhythm, producing a ticking sound. Kumogakure's foreign policy had always been external plunder, believing that might makes right. But after 3 great ninja wars, all 5 great nations had suffered heavy losses, and Kumogakure was no exception. Before the next generation of ninjas had matured, the Reikage did not want to engage in large-scale warfare. But if a little money could drive a wedge into the Land of Fire by planting the Uchiha thorn, it was worth it. Boom. The Reikage slammed his palm on the desk with a dull thud. All right, I agree. Immediately prepare the supercritical generator sets and biogas technology. Include the core technical drawings and have our engineering team stand by. If we give Kumogakure gives the best. Suchi was satisfied with the Reikage decision. Good. He'll go prepare a statement to provoke Konoha. Konoha Village. In the Hokage's office. Over the past 2 days, news from the outside world had been pouring into the third Hokage's ears. Especially the statement made by Shisui and Itachi in the black market, which had caused Konoha's prestige to plummet. Yet the third Hokage was helpless, and he dared not issue a full-scale wanted notice for them. He smoked with some click. The door opened, and Jiraiya for once did not climb in through the window. But his face was grim. At least it was the first time the third Hokage had seen Jiraiya look so downcast. The third Hokage's heart sank, fearing more bad news. What is it? Jiraiya sighed. Fugaku and Shima are seriously injured. I won't be able to use Sage Mode for a while. The third Hokage's face paled. This was indeed bad news. Jiraiya's Sage Mode could barely match Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Now with Sage Mode unavailable, Konoha's high-end combat power was no match for the Uchiha. Sigh. The third Hokage let out a helpless sigh. He knew he would have to concede again. Faced with Uchiha Jinya's aggressive style, the third Hokage currently had no better solution. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had not yet become a combat asset. Apart from him, Konoha lacked decisive combat power. The third Hokage hadn't expected the Uchiha strength to be so formidable that within half a month he had been forced into a disadvantage. Now he could only find a way gradually. Were the supplies sent to Orochimaru last time? Yes, they were sent. They should have arrived by now. Send him the latest news as well, including the abilities of the Uchiha's Mangekyo users. Orochimaru will definitely be interested. Jiraiya paused. Isn't it inappropriate for me to keep relaying like this? Old man, if you want Orochimaru to come back, you need to talk to him directly. The third Hokage nodded slightly. Alright, I understand. I've already sent Asuma to recall Orochimaru's former subordinates. Don't leave Konoha recently. Got it, old man. With his combat power greatly diminished, Jiraiya was also worried about what the Uchiha might do, so he had no intention of leaving. Along the coast of the Land of Fire stood a border watchtower. It connected to the Land of Rivers and also served as the nearest sea route from the Land of Wind to the Land of Fire. During the Third Great Ninja War, it was used as a bridgehead for Sunagakure to transport supplies. Fierce battles took place here between Suna and Konoha. Both sides suffered countless casualties. But in times of peace, this place was merely a land of exile. Exiled were the former subordinates of Orochimaru. Once Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin. During the Third Great Ninja War, he was also a prominent figure of Konoha and a frontline commander, leading Konoha shinobi in numerous battles against enemy ninjas. Naturally, he gathered a large group of followers. But when Orochimaru defected, he was driven out by the third Hokage in great haste, leaving no time to care for these former subordinates. They were left to fend for themselves. Orochimaru could defect because of his overwhelming strength, but these followers dared not flee. They lacked the backing of the Uchiha clan like Shisui and Itachi. They could not withstand the pursuit of the ANBU either. Those who followed Orochimaru were all capable. Imprisoning them was a waste, but using them invited distrust. So the third Hokage sent them all to the border to perform the most arduous duty as border guards. These places were completely isolated without water or electricity, and they had to provide their own food. But every now and then the third Hokage would release those who had the slightest connection to Orochimaru, keeping these former subordinates clinging to a thread of hope. Not long ago, however, Konoha unexpectedly sent a large group to replace all of Orochimaru's former subordinates stationed here, rotating them back to the village. Now led by Asuma, these people had returned to Konohagakure. Alright everyone, you have worked hard during your years stationed outside. Nothing in the village has changed, your residences remain the same. Rest well first and await orders from your superiors. As Asuma spoke, everyone looked incredulous. Just like that they were allowed to return. Weren't they going to be silent? Standing at the front were Matsuzaki and Dohachi, two elite jonin, who had fought valiantly for Orochimaru during the Third Great Ninja War. Beside them stood one who, though not as powerful, was Orochimaru's only disciple, Mitarashi Anko. Although Orochimaru had left Konoha only 4 or 5 years ago, the long exile had made these people suffer greatly. Everyone looked gaunt and malnourished. Anko, who had some acquaintance with Asuma, pulled him aside and asked cautiously, "Asuma, what's going on? Have we been cleared of suspicion?" Asuma glanced around and whispered in Anko's ear, "A lot has happened in the village recently. Shimura Danzo is under investigation. There might be more to the story of your teacher's defection. So they've let you all come back." On the day Jiraiya was captured, the third Hokage had sent Asuma out telling him of the village's predicament before he left. Now Asuma was also in the know, but he remained cautious in his words. After all, whether Orochimaru would return and when remained unknown. Anko understood the subtext of Asuma's words. Orochimaru might return to the village. This shook her to the core. Years ago, when Orochimaru defected, he had not taken her with him. Anko had always felt resentment, bitterness, and confusion. But she had lost a part of her memory and didn't know that. She had thought she would never find the answer in this lifetime, but now the turning point had suddenly arrived. Then, "Teacher, know when will Orochimaru return?" Anko asked in a low voice, her expression conflicted and complicated. Asuma shook his head. He only spoke because he was familiar with Anko, but he couldn't control Orochimaru's will. Patting Anko's shoulder, Asuma said, "Rest for a couple of days first. We'll talk about the rest later." Anko didn't press further. If she could be told, she would have been told already. Watching Asuma's retreating figure, Anko touched the cursed seal on her neck. "I will know the truth, Orochimaru Sensei." At Ichiraku Ramen, Seiya sat resting after eating a full bowl. After he had pressured the third Hokage and the latter realized that the Uchiha clan's strength was beyond his control, the third suddenly fell silent. For now, neither Uchiha Shisui nor Itachi had been declared rogue ninja, nor had any bounty been issued. Within the village, no one even spoke of the incident on the surface. As if Konoha had not been humiliated, as if the ANBU had not died, as if Shisui and Itachi were merely on a mission. After discovering that the talisman could heal the Mangekyo Sharingan's injuries, Seiya realized it was an ultimate trump card. If used wisely, the Uchiha's Mangekyo could quickly earn a fearsome reputation in the ninja world. Unable to gauge the Uchiha's true strength, the third Hokage could only endure. On the other hand, Seiya was eager for the Akatsuki to make contact soon. After all, besides changing the fate of this world, actively initiating changes that reshaped the ninja world's landscape also brought rewards. To stir up trouble, the most efficient way was to get involved with the most notorious terrorist organization in the ninja world. It all depended on when the Akatsuki's HR Konan would approach Shisui and the others. Boss 1 Tonkatsu Ramen. At that moment, a young kunoichi with purple-gray hair, a fishnet shirt, and shorts lifted the curtain and walked in. Seiya studied her features, his gaze falling on the cursed seal on her neck. He identified her, Mitarashi, Orochimaru's only disciple. Anko's face was still youthful now, unlike her more mature appearance 7 years later, and certainly not like the plump figure she would have 30 years later. In Seiya's original memories, Anko had been missing for several years. Rumors said she had been exiled because of Orochimaru's defection. Now that she had appeared in Konoha, was it because she was supposed to return at this time, or? Seiya narrowed his eyes. He did not approach Anko, but left Ichiraku Ramen and headed toward the police force headquarters. Anko turned her head and glanced at Seiya, a flicker of confusion passing across her face. "Does he know me?" Police force headquarters office. Fugaku was still stationed there, dealing with trivial matters every day. But with his eyes recovering daily, he was in a very good mood. "Fugaku." Seiya pushed open the door. "After Orochimaru left, how did the village handle his followers?" "Orochimaru." Fugaku frowned, then answered without hesitation. "All of them were exiled by the third Hokage to guard the borders. As the clan leader, he knew these basic facts and answered quickly. And Orochimaru's disciple Mitarashi Anko. She was also among the exiled and has been missing for years. What is it, Seiya? Seiya narrowed his eyes. I just saw Anko appear in the village. Fugaku's expression changed. Seiya, are you saying the third Hokage has recalled Orochimaru? Seiya waved his hand. Not sure yet. At least for now, Orochimaru hasn't returned. Immediately order the Uchiha clan members in the police force to check if any of Orochimaru's former subordinates are showing up in the village. Understood. He'll assign someone to investigate. Fugaku said solemnly. During the Third Great Ninja War, Fugaku had fought alongside Orochimaru on the battlefield. Orochimaru regarded people as mere pawns with a venomous nature and cunning methods. If he truly returned to the village, he would be a troublesome opponent for the Uchiha. Don't worry too much. First, gather intelligence to see if Orochimaru really will come back. Cat Village. This was originally the habitat of the Ninja Cat clan, but after years of development, it has become a hub for intelligence trading and ninja tool forging. However, few outsiders were welcomed here except for the Uchiha clan members who had long cooperated with the Cat Village. Itachi woke up in a round cat nest. He touched his eye, gazing at the palm lines on his hand with disbelief. The injury to my eye has truly lessened. How much has your vision recovered? Shisui, leaning against the doorframe, asked Itachi. Itachi quickly stood up. About 10%, Shisui. What is happening? Shisui pointed at the charm on Itachi's chest. Then rest for another half-month and your injuries will almost be healed. That's the effect of Zheng Ye's charm. It can heal physical injuries, including those of the Mangekyo. Itachi was astounded. He had already experienced the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and now this thing could actually heal Mangekyo injuries. The strategic significance of this was self-evident. Then this should be given to father. Itachi thought immediately of Fugaku, whose eyesight was already poor. It's fine, there are two such talismans, the other one is with the clan leader. It's precisely because of this talisman that Zheng Yi sent us out. We must quickly make a name for the Uchiha's Mangekyo. The stronger we are, the safer the clan will be. I understand. Itachi nodded firmly. Once lost, he had not known how to bring peace, and had ultimately walked the path of annihilating his own clan. Now Zheng Yi had paved the way for him, and he no longer needed to struggle or think, because the future was all bright and visible. The experiment on the steel-cutting metal processing formula that Zheng Yi provided is complete. It is now in mass production. Ew, I just got this from Granny Cat. With that, Shisui tossed a long blade to Itachi. Itachi caught it, and drew the standard-issue short sword from his back, clashing them together. A crisp clang sounded. His original blade had been nicked. A flash of astonishment crossed Itachi's eyes. This formula was actually this excellent. While carrying out missions, we must also promote it. This is a matter of raising funds for our clan. Shisui remarked from the side. Itachi caressed the new weapon, his eyes full of fondness. The strength has increased greatly. Such ninja tools will definitely sell well. A ding sounded as Shisui flicked the weapon with his finger, producing a crisp note. The formula is called steel cutting, and these weapons shall be named steel cutting as well. Let's go check the black market for suitable missions. I expect quite a few factions will want to make contact with us. Rain Country. In a cave hidden beneath the wasteland. Orochimaru and Kabuto looked at the multimodal cell activity, recorder, constant temperature chakra, oscillation incubator, high purity chakra serum, centrifugal separator, and other medical devices before them, their expressions complex. The old man really spared no expense sending these things to me so quickly. The total value of these items exceeded several hundred million, and some were high-end goods that couldn't even be bought on the market. Earlier, Orochimaru had only listed them to test the third Hokage's sincerity. Unexpectedly, the other party sent them all without missing a single one. To be honest, Orochimaru had not been doing well outside Konoha these past few years. Many experiments could not proceed due to lack of equipment and funding. Now that the third Hokage was acting as if he would grant whatever was asked, Orochimaru was actually a bit tempted. It seems the Uchiha are putting a lot of pressure on the third Hokage. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses, a hint of emotion in his voice. Orochimaru picked up the scroll that Akane had sent over and began to read it. After a moment, a flash of fervor passed through Orochimaru's golden snake eyes. Itachi's inextinguishable black flames, Zheng Ye's suspected gravity, manipulation, Shizui's ability to silently alter others' will. Interesting, very interesting. Each of these Mangekyo techniques is equivalent to a secret art. Orochimaru casually handed the scroll to Kabuto, indicating that he wanted Kabuto to give him his thoughts. Kabuto quickly scanned through it, focusing on Jiraiya's description of Itachi's Amaterasu, burning the Anbu defector to death. Lord Orochimaru, if the intelligence is accurate, then Fugaku and Inahi should also have different ocular techniques. The combat power of those three is definitely much stronger than that of Shisui and Itachi. Moreover, the Uchiha are actively approaching Kumogakure, Their ambitions are not small. The situation in Konoha is already critical. The third Hokage has placed all his hopes on you, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru was a smart man, he could naturally see these things. But it felt different to have someone else say it out. Hehehe. Orochimaru let out a series of hoarse laughs. Back then they thought I was uncontrollable and wanted to drive me away, and now they come to beg me. Has the old man become so weak? Kabuto did not answer this question, he reminded from the side. Lord Orochimaru, all your former subordinates have been recalled. Orochimaru acknowledged, indicating he understood. Among these former subordinates besides Anko, he didn't care much about the others. However, the third Hokage's actions showed he was determined to recruit him back. Let's wait and see if the old man hasn't reached the point of desperation yet. It was rare to see someone politically outmaneuver the third Hokage. Orochimaru found it very interesting. After the defection of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, as announced in the black market, Kumogakure also joined in the excitement. They immediately released an external business cooperation declaration to all villages of the shinobi world. Kumogakure and the Uchiha clan have reached a commercial cooperation agreement. The content covers full-set technology for supercritical generator sets, large-scale biogas digester engineering plans, including core blueprints, engineering standards, and personnel dispatch. Currently, Kumogakure leads the shinobi world in these technologies, and the Land of Fire has no equivalent level. Here, Kumogakure also congratulates the Uchiha. You have cleared your unjust blame for the Ninetales incident. This is a good thing and deserves respect. The Uchiha have always been distinguished in battle, founding heroes of Konoha. With 5 Mangekyo Sharingan appearing simultaneously, any village would treasure them. However, everyone has seen how Konoha handled this matter. 2 Mangekyo users, Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, were forced to defect and even issued a statement on the black market. Whether this issue is the Uchiha's fault or Konoha's pressure, everyone in the shinobi world will judge for themselves. Kumogakure is doing business, not taking sides. But when doing business, one must consider whether it is worth cooperating. The Uchiha have strength technical needs and are willing to step out of Konoha to cooperate with the outside world. We are willing to open this door. The large generator sets and biogas digester technology are being shipped today to the Uchiha clan grounds, escorted by the Raikage Direct Guard Force, without passing through any Konoha department review. Our cooperation partner is the Uchiha, not the Hokage. What the third Hokage thinks is his business. Kumogakure decides where to deliver its goods, wishing the Uchiha smooth development. Also wishing Konoha resolves its internal relations soon. Issued by the 4th Raikage A of Kumogakure Village, countersigned by Advisor Tsuchi. As soon as this declaration was released, Konoha was immediately put on the spot. Almost everyone in the shinobi world was ready to see how the third Hokage would respond. In the village of Konoha, inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat behind his desk, his face dark as he looked at the intelligence report in his hand. Seated beside him were Koharu Uchiha, Hamura Midokado, and Shikaku Nara. With a sharp slap, the third Hokage tossed the black market intelligence onto the desk. Take a look. Kumogakure is about to escort supplies through our territory. The other 3 merely glanced at it symbolically. They had already known before coming to the office. Now the entire shinobi world was watching Konoha's reaction. Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Midokado remained silent, though they had families behind them and wielded power as advisory elders. They commanded a large number of low-ranked shinobi and not a few high-ranked jonin, but their combat strength was incomparable to that of the Uchiha clan with their Mangekyo Sharingan. Whether it was Shisui Uchiha or Itachi Uchiha, the Susanoo's unified offense and defense made ambush nearly impossible. Itachi's Amaterasu had claimed the lives of over a dozen ANBU in an instant. Shizui's Jinjutsu didn't kill, but every one of the rescued became a mindless idiot, drooling even after treatment. The defection of these 2 alone had dealt Konoha an unprecedented blow during peacetime. Now they couldn't think of a way to restrain the Uchiha. Of the original Konoha, F4 Danzo was already crippled, leaving only the 3 of them, and they could no longer suppress the Uchiha. The third Hokage, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Midokado, disciples of the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, had long continued Tobirama's vigilance and suppression of the Uchiha. Tobirama often said the wicked Uchiha. As a Hokage uttering such words, his disciples naturally did their utmost to oppress the Uchiha. But Shikaku Nara, sitting on the other side, held a different view. These troubles were all stirred up by you against the Uchiha. Now that the Uchiha have produced a Zhongye who is pushing back forcefully, you can only bear the consequences. He coughed, drawing everyone's attention, and spoke proactively. In fact, if we just let the Uchiha vent their anger, we can coexist peacefully. Impossible. Koharu retorted instinctively. Shisui Uchiha and Itachi killed so many ANBU. How can we just let it slide? Shikaku, seeing her stubborn refusal to face reality, rarely lost his temper. Unless you want to go to war with the Uchiha, what else can you do but de-escalate? If you had executed Danzo during the trial, it wouldn't have come to this, letting the entire shinobi world laugh at Konoha. What the Uchiha want is fairness and compensation. If you persist in obstinacy, the situation will only worsen. Though Shikaku addressed Koharu, his words were also a veiled warning to the third Hokage. It was a tactful way to admonish the third Hokage without losing face. Koharu and Hamura understood this and fell silent, looking at the third Hokage. The third Hokage remained silent for a long time. Danzo holds too many dark secrets. If he dies, the next to be exposed might be me. He sighed. Let bygones be bygones. I can try to coexist peacefully with the Uchiha, but Danzo is already protected. That decree cannot be changed. Shikaku was a shrewd man. Seeing that the third Hokage was still intent on protecting Danzo, even at this point he knew there must be an undisclosed reason. But Danzo was now a cripple. The Uchiha didn't necessarily want Danzo dead. They wanted the third Hokage to bow. In that case, we have to start with the commercial activities between Kumogakure and the Uchiha. We must first send a group to receive the Kumogakure convoy. Hamura hesitated. Can't we just approve their entry directly? Shikaku, weary of this stubbornness, said, what we need to show now is that this matter is an internal conflict. The more generous we appear externally, the more it reflects Konoha's tolerance. Going forward, we must not only refrain from obstructing the Uchiha's trade with Kumogakure, but even support them. This is the only way to bridge the rift between the Uchiha and the village. With that, Shikaku had essentially said all he could. Hamura shut his mouth and looked at the third Hokage. The third Hokage had a good eye for talent. Shikaku was highly capable, and the Nara clan had always served as the village's strategist. He chose to follow the wise advice. In that case, summon Kakashi Asuma Kurenai and Might Guy. Shikaku, you also draft a public statement for release. Shikaku, relieved that the third Hokage was willing to compromise, said, good. Leave the statement to me. In the Uchiha compound. At the office of the security force building. Jinya leaned casually against the desk, while Tsukasa reported beside him. Lord Jinya, according to clan members' investigation, a large number of Orochimaru's former subordinates have returned to the village. Although they are not flaunting themselves, they are not hiding either. They seem to have been released from surveillance. Jinya clasped his hands. Are you sure? Tsukasa nodded. Some clan members recognized the people among them. After Orochimaru defected, these people were sent to guard border posts, essentially exiled. This time Asuma Sarutobi personally brought them back. And their previously sealed residences have all been. Jinya immediately understood the third Hokage's intention. I didn't expect the third Hokage to actually be planning to recall Orochimaru. Orochimaru is probably still in the Akatsuki, now hasn't established the Hidden Sound Village, and is likely strapped for funds. Thinking about it, he might actually return to Konoha. You may leave now. Continue normal patrols. If you come across any relevant intelligence, take note. Yes, Lord Jinya. Tsukasa bowed and quickly left the room. Jinya actually felt a fondness for Orochimaru. After all, in a world ruled by bloodlines, he was the only one pursuing science. Though he knew what Orochimaru wanted, communicating with him was no easy task, and gaining his trust would be even. This matter required careful planning. Just as he was pondering how to proceed, Fugaku entered. Jinya, the third Hokage, has approved Kumogakure's entry and dispatched Kakashi Asuma Kurenai and Might Guy to receive them. Oh, interesting. Jinya stroked his chin. It seems the third Hokage is trying to find a way to back down and make peace with us. Fugaku's face showed a hint of satisfaction. Haha, the village has always oppressed us, Uchiha. I never thought the day would come when they would bow their heads. Jinya, what's our next move? Seeing Fugaku's eyes gleaming as if eager for Jinya's next plan to trample the third Hokage further, Jinya poured cold water on him. For the clan to develop, we cannot indulge in momentary gratification. No matter how strong the five of us are, we are only five. Without a holistic improvement of the clan, we will face a gap in generations. Jinya lectured Fugaku with an air of experience, but Fugaku felt no discomfort. Through their time together, Fugaku had come to realize that Jinya far surpassed him in strategy. Fugaku calmed down, then we developed for a while. Jinya nodded. Acquiring benefits is the most important. The first batch of ninja tools from Cat's Village is ready. The experimental results are excellent, and there will be substantial profits later. This commercial cooperation with Kumogakure should also earn us a good sum. Moreover, we need to prepare. Orochimaru is likely to return. Hearing this, Fugaku suppressed his restless eagerness. I understand. So should we welcome the Kumogakure people when they arrive? Jinya stretched lazily. Yes, I'll go with Toho. Fugaku was a bit surprised, both you and Toho. Jinya knew what Fugaku meant, that the gesture was too high profile. Two Mangekyo Sharingan users going. How much importance would that convey? Jinya patted Fugaku's shoulder. They're coming to bring us warmth. Why shouldn't I go? The Uchiha must not be overly arrogant, it brings misfortune. At the north gate of Konoha, Kakashi, Asuma, Might Guy, and Kurenai Yuhi had their packs ready, preparing to depart. Kakashi, it's been a long time since you've gone on a mission with us. Guy was the most delighted among them as he had the closest bond with Kakashi. Kakashi had already changed out of his Umbu uniform and into a Jonin vest. Apart from looking younger, there wasn't much difference from 7 years later. I've transferred out of the Umbu. There'll be chances to go on missions together in the future. Kakashi nodded to everyone. Lately he had been taking care of Naruto, touched by the boy's innocence, and now he seemed to have regained some vitality. He looked much better than his former half-dead self. Might Guy flashed a thumbs up and said excitedly, "That's wonderful, Kakashi. Youth is only passionate with you by my side." Asuma cast a surprised glance at Kakashi, clearly noticing the change in him. "If that's the case, it's really great." Kurenai also smiled and nodded at Kakashi. "Since everyone is gathered, let's set off. We'll pick up the Kumogakure envoy early and return early." A lazy voice came from behind. "The Kumogakure people are carrying a lot of goods. They want move fast." Hearing this voice, Kakashi's heart gave a start, and he looked up. The recent celebrity Uchiha Seiya, the fourth elder of the Uchiha clan and possessor of the Mangekyo Sharingan, had arrived. Behind him stood another heavyweight Uchiha Daihua, also a Mangekyo Sharingan user. The remaining two were also elite members of the Uchiha clan, Dongyu and Junsha. "Elder Seiya, why have you come?" Asuma stepped forward to negotiate. In Konoha, Seiya held the title of honorary elder, hence the address. "The Kumogakure delegation is here to do business with the Uchiha, so naturally, we must go to greet them in person. Just follow behind us." Seiya immediately took charge, even attempting to incorporate Asuma and his team into his own squad. Asuma's mouth twitched, but recalling his father's instructions before departure, not to provoke the Uchiha, he swallowed his words. They exchanged glances and then stepped behind Seiya. After all, the village was about to bow to the Uchiha, so with Seiya present, they had to follow his lead. Moreover, Seiya, as an honorary elder, outranked them and could command them. As for the political struggle between the third Hokage and Seiya, Asuma had no intention of getting involved. He had never liked such matters, having once left to serve as one of the 12 guardian ninja in the Land of Fire. Now that he was back, he still wished to stay out of it. Seiya waved his hand, and the 8 of them vanished in a flash, heading out of the village. In the recuperation area behind Konoha Hospital, Danzo's room. When the third Hokage pushed open the door, Yamanaka Fu was feeding Danzo. Seeing him arrive, a flicker of complex emotion crossed Danzo's face. "Leave us." "Yes." Yamanaka Fu gathered his things and withdrew. Danzo and the third Hokage faced each other in silence, neither speaking for a long time. "You know the intelligence from outside the village, don't you?" The third Hokage took a deep breath and broke the silence. "Do you regret it now, eh?" Danzo retorted bluntly. But the third Hokage did not react with anger as Danzo had expected. "The combat power displayed by the Uchiha's Mangekyo is far stronger than we imagined. The village cannot view the Uchiha with outdated eyes. Purely suppressing them by force is no longer feasible. On the wall, you know how many people were killed by Shisui and Itachi when they defected. Now, even Jiraiya's strength has been severely depleted. If you continue to be so stubborn, he'll leave." Danzo's heart tightened, and he remained silent for a moment. The third Hokage had already been quite candid, and in his current state, Danzo could no longer afford to His tone softened slightly. "What do you have in mind?" The third Hokage put his pipe in his mouth, took a puff, slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke, and then spoke. "I plan to first make concessions to the Uchiha, then pardon Orochimaru. If Orochimaru returns to the village, well, deal with your body first." Danzo did hope for Orochimaru's return, as his body was still relying on the man for a cure. But he knew the third Hokage hadn't come just to tell him that. Somewhat impatiently, he said, "Just say it directly. What do you want me to do?" The third Hokage set his pipe aside and said in a low voice, "When we drove Orochimaru out back, then we went too far. Now we can't just give the other clans a half-baked explanation. So, who did you send for that infant kidnapping incident?" Danzo closed his remaining eye as if 1 second, 2 seconds. After more than 10 seconds, Danzo opened his eyes. It was Yundlongma who did it. He's in the land of Earth now. Though Danzo had fallen from grace, it hadn't been long, and many of the spies he had sent out were still outside Konoha. "You want to move against him?" The tip of the third Hokage's pipe glowed. "Someone has to take responsibility." Danzo closed his eyes and leaned back against the pillow. "I have no one left to use. Even if I gave the order, Yundlongma might not come back." Yundlongma was an elite jonin, not a fool. With Danzo's fall from power in Konoha, he could continue his spy work for money, or if the pay stopped, he could simply defect. Getting him to return was simply impossible. He might not necessarily die, he just needs to take responsibility for this matter. Danzo kept his eyes shut and did not reply. The cards he had left were dwindling, and if he was to take the blame, the third Hokage would have to offer something in return. He'll release the root members currently in prison. But from now on, they can only operate under your command as Umbu members. The third Hokage knew Danzo wouldn't relent without a reward, so he showed his hand. Root members all bore the cursed seal of the tongue, and after Danzo's constant brainwashing, they were of no use to Konoha. Keeping them in the dungeon was a waste of food. This was merely a favor. After all, in the future struggles with the Uchiha Danzo's role would be indispensable. Danzo opened his single eye, and a clear look of interest flickered in it. With only Yamanaka Fu by his side, he felt completely insecure. When Shisui and Itachi defected earlier, he could only wait in his room to die. Now that this opportunity had arisen, he didn't haggle. Fine. He'll tell you where he is. The mountain graveyard was located in a desolate wilderness. Above ground were only barren mounds. No one knew that beneath them lay the base of Obito and Black Zetsu. It was also where the Geto statue and the other white Zetsu were stored. In midair, a vortex formed and Obito's figure emerged from it. He stomped the ground, and a white Zetsu popped up from below. This type of white Zetsu was used for reconnaissance and message relay, mindless but effective. What's been happening in the shinobi world lately? Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi defected from Konoha. Obito leaned against the wall to rest. He had just finished wiping out a Kekkai Jinkai clan in the Land of Water under the control of Yagura. Even though he was manipulating Yagura, both a Mizukage and a Jinchuriki, the clan had put up fierce resistance, and it had taken considerable effort to subdue them. The Land of Water was now completely sealed off due to his actions, and intelligence from the shinobi world took 10 days or half a month to reach it. He had no idea what had happened here. Upon hearing of Itachi and Shisui's defection, his eyes snapped open. But before he could figure out the reason, the white Zetsu's next piece of intelligence pushed it to the top of his priority list. Kumogakure and the Uchiha clan are entering a business partnership, and an envoy is currently on its way to Konoha. Obito set aside the question of Shisui and Itachi's defection for now. Instead, he pondered how to handle this situation. He had suffered a humiliating ambush in Konoha earlier. Now, if the Kumogakure merchant caravan was annihilated, not only would Kumogakure be enraged, but the Uchiha would also face serious trouble. Obito was unaware of the strategic significance of the generators and biogas tanks, and he was physically exhausted. But the thought of causing trouble for Konoha reinvigorated his spirit. If they died on the road, the third Hokage and his people would be at their wits' end. After hearing the white Zetsu's full report, his form slowly sank into the Kemui dimension. In the forest of the Land of Fire, the 8 members of the Zhongyi squad who had been traveling all day were setting up camp in a sheltered spot. As seasoned veterans of long-term missions, their cooperation was commendable. Pitching tents, lighting a fire, fetching water, and hunting prey were all done swiftly. The group sat around the campfire roasting a freshly caught cicadere. Might Guy recounted amusing anecdotes of his past duels with Kakashi, while Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai chatted in low voices. Dong Yu and Jun Xia exchanged insights on swordsmanship, and the others listened in silence, the atmosphere harmonious. Though Zhang Yi was on his first long-distance journey, he had the memories of his original body, so he acted naturally. He had even brought along a generous amount of barbecue seasoning to sprinkle on the meat, determined not to let his stomach suffer. The Land of Fire was vast. Even as a group of elite jonin, they had not reached the border after over 10 hours. The Kumogakure group was even slower. Zheng Yi and his team were not forced to use soldier pills to save time, so they rested whenever possible. A fluttering sound of wings broke the air. A messenger bird landed on Asuma's hand. He removed the strip of paper from its leg, read it, and reported to Zheng Yi. Lord Zheng Yi, Kumogakure's position has been confirmed. We'll set off at dawn tomorrow. By evening, we should be able to rendezvous with them. Zheng Yi, while sprinkling seasoning on the roasting meat, replied, "All right, let's eat and sleep early tonight." Zheng Yi beckoned to Kakashi. Kakashi paused for a moment, then moved to sit beside Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi handed him a skewer of meat and asked, "How is Naruto doing lately?" Kakashi took the meat and replied, "Much better. No one dares to bully him on the streets anymore. I've also taught him how to use the washing machine and cook." Zheng Yi responded as if merely inquiring about Naruto's well-being. Kakashi fell silent for a moment, then looked at Zheng Yi and said, "Thank you, Zheng Yi." Zheng Yi understood what Kakashi was referring to, but he did not acknowledge the gratitude. He merely gestured with his finger toward Kakashi's covered left eye, saying, "You are still young and do not yet realize that there are many other precious things in this world." Zheng Yi's words carried a heavy didactic tone incongruous with his age. Yet Kakashi did not mind. He could even sense the admonition behind Zheng Yi's words. "I will take good care of Naruto," Kakashi murmured. Zheng Yi made no comment. His words were not limited to, but for now Kakashi was only beginning to improve, and Zheng Yi was not overly impatient. Kakashi was a versatile talent, yet he had wasted too much time. If he could emerge from the shadows of his past sooner, he might prove useful in the future. At the very least, Kakashi was more reliable than Sasuke and Naruto. Of course, the gesture of pointing at Kakashi's eye was also to confirm something. At that moment, Daohua approached and whispered in his ear, "Zheng Yi, I sense someone watching us." Zheng Yi's expression remained unchanged as he sliced another piece from the deer leg, skewered it, and roasted it over the fire. He replied softly, "It's not your imagination. I feel it too." Stay alert. We'll take turns keeping watch tonight. Understood, Zheng Yi. Daohua had spent many years navigating the shinobi world and would not entrust his safety to the likes of Kakashi, who were his juniors. Oh, you might say Zheng Yi is also a junior. Sorry, but he possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. That's a colossal upgrade in seniority. Far away in the dense forest, Obito's body was half hidden within a tree, only his head exposed, as he surveilled Zheng Yi's group. The border of the Land of Fire was long, and locating Kumogakure would have taken Obito some effort. But luck was on his side. He encountered Zheng Yi's party. Given their route and personnel composition, it was highly likely they were heading to meet Kumogakure. Thus Obito followed them. However, the squad's composition was formidable. Every member was at least a jonin. The strongest were naturally the two Uchiha with Mangekyo. He was too far away to hear the conversation between Zheng Yi and Kakashi. But the gesture of Zheng Yi pointing at Kakashi's eye made Obito's heart skip a beat. Could it be that the Uchiha want to reclaim the Sharingan? But then he saw that Kakashi showed no signs of resistance, which seemed unlikely. After all, that was his gift to Kakashi. If the Uchiha tried to take it back, Kakashi would surely have reacted violently. Doubt gnawed at Obito's mind, so he lingered nearby like a sinister shadowy specter watching them. Such formidable combat power. I alone am insufficient. Thinking thus, Obito slipped into the Kimui dimension. He's gone, Zheng Yi suddenly said to Daohua. Do you know who it was, Zheng Yi? Daohua asked in a low voice. Yes, Zheng Yi replied. Someone who could vanish so silently and was concerned about Kakashi's eye could only be one person. Uchiha Obito. Moreover, the fact that his presence didn't merely fade but completely disappeared confirmed this. This escort mission is likely to be turbulent. We must be cautious. Zheng Yi knew Obito was insidious. After monitoring for a while, he vanished, likely plotting something greater. Meanwhile, as Zheng Yi and his team set out to meet Kumogakure, Konoha also issued a public statement. Regarding the business cooperation between Kumogakure village and the Uchiha clan, the Hokage's assistant Naraluha made the following statement on behalf of Konoha. First, Konoha expresses its gratitude for Kumogakure's friendly investment intentions. The Uchiha clan, as one of Konoha's founding ninja clans, has made irreplaceable contributions to the village's construction and development over the long term. Konoha welcomes any commercial exchanges aimed at peaceful development. Regarding the recent misunderstandings between Konoha and the Uchiha, the village's high-ranking officials have initiated internal discussions and will properly handle the relevant issues while respecting the facts. It should be clarified that this is an internal matter of Konoha. We have both the capability and the willingness to resolve differences through dialogue. Konoha also thanks Kumogakure for its attention and support toward the Uchiha. Hereby, Konoha also commits to providing necessary assistance to the Uchiha clan's commercial activities within the village, ensuring that their legitimate rights and interests are not affected. Konoha will not waver in its judgment due to external rumors. The Uchiha will always be part of Konoha. This will not change because of anyone or anything. Hokage's assistant Naraluha. After this statement was released, many in the shinobi world laughed, mocking the third Hokage for having been subdued by the Uchiha. But the statement did serve a purpose. Regardless of whether the third Hokage or the Uchiha had conceded, it was classified as an internal village affair. Many people thus turned their attention away. Outside the black market of the Land of Rain, Shisui and Itachi had just completed a mission of infiltrating and stealing documents. Now they had taken on a new assignment to hunt down a rogue ninja from Iwagakure. But as they walked a short distance outside, a loud flapping of wings echoed through the air. Looking up, they saw a massive white wing streak across the sky heading straight for them. Shisui and Itachi exchanged a glance, a faint smile curling at the corners of their lips. They had completed many missions recently, and various factions were eager to approach them. But they had ignored them all, because Zheng Yi had given them a mission to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization. Now that Conan had finally taken the bait, how could they not be delighted? Please wait a moment, you two. Conan, clad in a black robe with red clouds, descended from the sky with a faint, cool expression. Shisui and Itachi looked at her warily. Who are you? My name is Conan, a member of the Akatsuki. I have come to invite you both to join the Akatsuki. The Akatsuki. Never heard of it. Shisui shook his head, feigning caution. Since you two have defected from Konoha and have no place to go, why not try joining our organization? Our organization has excellent intelligence operatives who can provide substantial support to its members. Conan did not start by claiming that the Akatsuki was dedicated to peace or any other lofty ideals. Instead, she negotiated with Shisui and Itachi using very practical terms. The ninja world was vast, and the difficulty of many missions lay not in how to complete them, but in how to find the targets or objects. The 5 great ninja villages each had their own massive intelligence systems, enabling them to quickly locate leads for any mission. Rogue ninjas lacking their own intelligence networks struggled with any task. For ninjas with high attack power but low defense intelligence was everything. Without it, the danger escalated sharply. The Akatsuki's intelligence was gathered by Zetsu, and his white Zetsu subordinates unparalleled in the ninja world. Conan believed that once Itachi and Shisui spent some time in the organization, they would surely come to appreciate this mutually beneficial arrangement. As Shisui pretended to deliberate, he asked Conan, "Are there many people in the organization?" Conan shook her head, slightly a hint of pride in her expression. "We follow an elite path. Only class rogue ninjas like you receive invitations. So you invited us because of our feats during the defection from Konoha?" Shisui stared at Conan, pressing for an. Conan did not dodge the question. "Indeed. With your formidable strength, it would be a pity to waste it on minor tasks." "Not a pity at all." Shisui smiled. Then in an instant his eyes transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. The four-cornered windmill began to spin. Kodo Amatsukami. An invisible surge of ocular power silently invaded Conan's mind. Just as she was on guard upon seeing Shizui's Mangekyo, the wariness instantly dissipated. She felt as if Shisui was the most trustworthy companion in the world. "Haven't you come to find us?" Conan nodded, feeling a deep affinity for Shisui. "In truth, our organization also harbors the ideal of achieving lasting peace in the ninja world." Shisui looked somewhat fatigued. He exchanged a subtle glance with Itachi. "Then it seems your organization is decent. Well joined." Conan did not notice any inconsistency in Shizui's words. She simply felt that his joining was only natural, as if they were always meant to be comrades. "Very well. Our organization has a relaxed management style, with few rules. This scroll contains our organization's attire. If you need intelligence support, go to the contact points listed here. Let me also explain a few things you need to be mindful of within the organization." Shisui and Itachi took the scroll. "All right. We look forward to working with you." Having just recruited them, Conan immediately handed over all the formal member materials to Shisui and Itachi, without sensing anything amiss. Shisui played along perfectly. It was as if they had known each other for a long time. The Hidden Rain Village. The sky was overcast with a steady drizzle falling. Pain stood atop the tall tower of the Hidden Rain Village, channeling his chakra into the rain to monitor the war-torn village. Although Conan had gone to recruit the Uchiha Mangekyo Sharingan, Pain was not worried about Conan's safety. She was exceptionally strong and could fly away if anything went wrong. In a ninja world where flight abilities were rare, Conan was quite safe. Whoosh! A translucent vortex appeared in the air, and the masked Obito emerged behind Pain. "Not in the land of water. What brings you here?" Pain turned around, his face cold as he regarded the so-called Uchiha Madara. Obito did not exchange pleasantries with Pain. Their relationship had always been delicate. "Did you see the announcement from the hidden cloud?" Obito asked in a mature voice. Pain did not reply, so he continued, "They brought the best generator sets and biogas technology this time. These are things that even the Hidden Rain Village cannot buy with money." To be honest, Pain was not wealthy. The Akatsuki was still recruiting, so no one was earning money for the organization. The Hidden Rain Village, a country surrounded by the great nations, became a battlefield every time the Ninja World War broke out. This had left many civilians displaced. Although it had recovered somewhat in recent years, it remained very poor. Many parts of the village had no electricity, and the villagers lived a hard life. Pain had grown up here and knew exactly what the villagers lacked. However, Pain also had his concerns. That is a commercial cooperation between the Hidden Cloud and the Uchiha. "Do you want me to draw the attention of both major powers at the same time?" Obito rolled his eyes internally, feeling that Nagato's years of playing the god had addled his mind. "Your puppet can avoid wearing the Akatsuki robe. No one will recognize it anyway. The Hidden Rain Village is so isolated. If you successfully steal the goods, you can use them secretly in the village. Even if you fail, both Jinnya and Daohua from the Uchiha have Mangekyo Sharingan. You can also gauge their Pain remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. It was not easy for him to go out. Pain appeared invincible, but was merely a puppet. Nagato's true body had a limited operating range, and Nagato's body was now extremely frail. If anyone got close, he would be like a fish on a chopping board. He tried to stay hidden as much as possible, but at this moment his consciousness was using the Rain Tiger Owl technique to sense the situation inside the Hidden Rain Village. Under the drizzling rain, many villagers were shivering in their homes, their crude fireplaces providing little warmth. In such harsh living conditions, everyone in the Hidden Rain Village struggled to survive. Nagato sighed inwardly, then spoke through Pain. "All right, he'll arrange it, and come. Hurry. The Uchiha are about to meet up with the Hidden Cloud. You have limited time." Seeing Pain nod, Obito added a warning, and a vortex rose in the air, swallowing him. Pain gazed at the sky where the rain seemed never-ending. In the land of rain, Xiaonan had just distributed the attire and related items to Shisui. She felt the ring on her finger begin to vibrate. Xiaonan's expression shifted slightly. She found a place and used the slideshow technique. Her thought waves penetrated the distant space and were received by Nagato. The phantom images of Xiaonan and Nagato appeared in a pitch-black cave. Their bodies flickered like snowflakes, but their conversation remained unimpeded. What is it, Nagato? Xiaonan knew Nagato would not contact her like this without a serious reason. Nagato's eyes were deeply sunken. Even through the slideshow technique, one could see how frail his body was. Uchiha Madara came back. He suggested I intercept the commercial supplies from Kumogakure. Xiaonan was taken aback. Didn't we say the Akatsuki should remain in the shadows at this stage? Pain won't show himself. Without the Akatsuki cloak, no one will know who it is. Xiaonan lowered her gaze and thought. But isn't Konoha going to escort them? Yes, it's Uchiha Seiya and Uchiha Daika. The Mangekyo Sharingan they displayed earlier has been made public. Even if we can't seize the goods, we can assess the Uchiha's battle prowess and adjust our plans accordingly. Xiaonan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Nagato continued. Have you found Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi? Xiaonan replied. I've already made contact. They seem interested in our organization and should be recruitable. Come back first and bring me along. We'll evaluate Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi later. Xiaonan's eyes flickered. I understand. After the slideshow technique was severed, her expression turned troubled. She flew back to the place where she had just met Shisui and Itachi. The two were still reading the materials she had left. The leader has summoned me back. Take your time looking through these materials. Though she said this, her gaze towards Shisui seemed hesitant. Shisui naturally remarked, Xiaonan, have you encountered any trouble? If you speak up, perhaps we can help. Xiaonan sighed. Trust in Shisui prevailed within her. The villagers of Amigakure live in damp, cold, and harsh conditions. The leader plans to attack Kumogakure's caravan and seize the generator sets and biogas digester equipment. According to intelligence, the escorts from Konoha are led by your Uchiha clansmen Seiya and Daika. You defected from the village. Was it the clan's intention? Shisui paused. They hadn't contacted the clan since leaving, and this was news to him. Thank you, Xiaonan. This is a great help. Your guess is correct. We left the village, but we have not left the clan. Rest assured, we belong only to the Uchiha, not to Konoha. Even if future tasks involve Konoha, we will not refuse. Shizui's sincere gratitude and assurance brought Xiaonan some peace. She felt that perhaps this arrangement was not so bad. She didn't know why she had told Shisui everything. After all, Shisui was a comrade. It was only right to inform him. Nagato only wanted to gauge the Uchiha's strength. If the goods were not seized, it would be fine. Probably. Xiaonan bid farewell to Shisui, spread her wings, and flew swiftly toward Amigakure. Itachi's eyes shimmered with astonishment. He had only heard of the power of Shizui's Kodoame Tsukumi before, but he never imagined it could reach such an absurd level. Unbeknownst to her, Xiaonan had come to regard Shisui as her most trusted confidant, telling him everything, even the Akatsuki leader's plans. But is that Akatsuki leader really as strong as Senior Seiya said? Shisui took out paper and wrote down the intelligence quickly. Then he made a gesture, and with a puff, a crow appeared in his hand. He rolled up the note, tied it to the crow's leg, patted its head, dismissed the summoning, and sent it back. Orochimaru's base. Kabuto Yakushi entered Orochimaru's laboratory. Lord Orochimaru, the sacrificial vessel and the corpse are ready. Orochimaru replied without moving his right hand, absently twisting the ring engraved with the character Ku on his left pinky. The Akatsuki leader Pain just contacted me asking me to intercept the goods from the collaboration between Kumogakure and the Uchiha. What are you planning, Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto asked unhurriedly. Orochimaru shook his head, answering obliquely. I'm just thinking whether I should continue staying in the Akatsuki. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. If you don't intend to return to Konoha, then the Akatsuki's intelligence network is quite useful. Orochimaru nodded slightly, acknowledging the value of the Akatsuki's intelligence. But that was when Orochimaru was short on funds and needed to take high-difficulty missions to earn money. Now, Orochimaru took a few steps and ran his hand over the multicellular activity recorder beside him. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. In the past, he had toiled on missions, saving every penny just to afford the necessary experimental equipment. Even his laboratory was a dug-out underground cave, all to save money. Now the third Hokage, in his eagerness to invite him back, had procured every piece of equipment Orochimaru had casually listed. Having to go out and earn money through missions again, Orochimaru felt rather reluctant. He'll still go see the Kumogakure convoy. It's a good chance to witness the strength of that Akatsuki leader. After all, Pain told me not to wear the Akatsuki cloak. And he'll also see what kind of magic the Uchiha's Mangekyo. Proceed with the original plan first. Orochimaru instructed Kabuto. Then he walked to the adjacent room where a massive array was drawn on the floor. In the two focus points of the array, one held an unconscious rogue ninja, and the other held a child's arm bone. Orochimaru stepped forward to inspect the array again, then quickly formed hand seals. Then he slammed his palm on the ground, impure world reincarnation. The array on the floor emitted a strange red glow. An eerie wind howled as sheets of talisman paper materialized, wrapping around the rogue ninja sacrifice. After a hoarse scream, the talismans dissipated. A child appeared in the center of the array, wearing a blue and yellow round hat, linen clothes, a brown belt, and high wooden clogs. The child's attire was rustic and cheerful, but his eyes were filled with a dead, cold emptiness. Orochimaru took out a talisman and inserted it into the child's head. He observed for a moment, then formed a few hand seals. Gradually, light returned to the reincarnated Bodhi's eyes. Though it still couldn't move, a hint of confusion appeared in its gaze, as if wondering why it was alive again. Kabuto. Yes. Kabuto followed behind Orochimaru, slightly bowing. His spiritual energy is abnormal. He can manipulate the weather. Let's see if this ability is retained after the impure world reincarnation. Drop him near Konoha and let the old man see the value of this technique. As you wish, Lord Orochimaru. At the border of the Fire Nation, an expansive river valley lay before him. Zheng Yi stood on a protruding rock, gazing at the slowly advancing procession with awe in his eyes. Those two gigantic lizards, standing 5 meters tall and over 20 meters long, carried storage scrolls taller than a person on their backs, each step resonating with a tremor on the ground. The surface of the scrolls was wrapped in thick waterproof cloth and sealing bands, each one bulging as if it had swallowed a small mountain. 12 ultra-large storage scrolls with a 3-meter diameter, each weighing over 100 kilograms. She walked up beside Zheng Yi, a note of pride and boastfulness in her tone. Such equipment weighing tens of thousands of kilograms can only be transported using these ultra-large sealing scrolls. Each of these scrolls is worth over $1 million, representing the highest transport standards specially approved by Lord. Zheng Yi nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 30 or so tumtor-long scrolls, then glancing at the 30 members of the laying guard following the lizards. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This heavy-duty equipment transport is indeed unique in every world. It's the first time I've seen such heavy and large storage scrolls. Thank you for your hard work. Zheng Yi withdrew his gaze, exchanging pleasantries. Yunin's sincerity has been noted by Uchiha. She smiled slightly. Our Lord Liang said that since Uchiha is the largest clan in the ninja world and is willing to cooperate with Konoha, Yunin naturally must present an equal attitude. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zheng Yi turned to Daohua, arranged for a rotation of the guards to let Yunin's people rest. The road ahead is still long. Daohua nodded and turned to arrange for Asuma and the others. Night fell. In the camp, bonfires were lit, and the people from Yunin and Uchiha set up their respective camps. The gigantic lizards lay by the river, slowly chewing on something with their eyes closed, occasionally flicking their tails with a dull thud. These creatures resemble cows more than lizards. Zheng Yi withdrew his gaze. There were plenty of such massive animals in the ninja world, and he had no idea what species they were. Of course he didn't care. Since he had sensed that Obito was spying on them during their journey, Zheng Yi had been extremely cautious. This operation was crucial. No one could disrupt it. Next to the campfire outside the tent, Zheng Yi took out a grayish-blue ring from his pocket and slipped it onto his thumb. There was an inconspicuous bump on the side of the ring. He gently tapped it with his fingertip. Click! A slender silver needle sprang out from the ring, precisely piercing the pad of his finger, causing a drop of blood to well up. This is how it should be, biting my finger every time one help my hand heal. He drew a line with that drop of fresh blood and quickly formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Bang! Caw! Caw! A pitch-black crow appeared in his hand, its claws tied with a small paper tube. Every night, Zheng Yi would summon the crow to check for any important information from Shisui and Itachi. Taking out the paper from the tube illuminated by the firelight, he saw Shisui's handwriting. We have joined the Akatsuki and used the Deva path to control Conan. Conan revealed that Pain intends to attack this Yunin team. Be cautious. Shisui. Zheng Yi's expression remained unchanged, though his eyes darkened momentarily in the firelight. He tossed the note into the fire, watching as it curled, blackened, and turned to ash. He had initially intended to reserve the Deva path for Orochimaru. However, the third Hokage had reached out to Orochimaru in advance, likely informing him about this ocular technique at the first opportunity. With such a clever person on guard, controlling him would be difficult. Zheng Yi had no choice but to change his approach and control Conan instead. After all, the Akatsuki would become a major force stirring up the ninja world. If utilized well, the benefits could be substantial. Is Obito going back to find Pain? Is Pain appearing? Is he not worried about his own information being leaked? Although the opponent was powerful, Zheng Yi was not intimidated. He was quite familiar with this self-proclaimed god. He was very clear about the power of the 6 paths. As long as he extended his claws, Zheng Yi would gladly cut them off. He dusted off the non-existent ashes on his hands and called out to Daohua in the distance. Daohua, come here. Daohua leaped forward and arrived before Zheng Yi. Although he had previously regarded Zheng Yi as a junior, he had now grown accustomed to obeying Zheng Yi's commands. What's wrong? Zheng Yi gestured for Daohua to sit beside him. A rather troublesome enemy has arrived. Oh, you find it troublesome. This was the first time Dao Hua had seen Zheng Yi with such an expression, prompting him to ask seriously. Zheng Yi nodded slightly. Remember that guy pretending to be Uchiha Obito? Of course. Dao Hua's expression turned grim as he recalled the scenes of that Uchiha massacre night, where the opponent ruthlessly slaughtered the Uchiha clan using that bizarre space-time ocular technique. This time the scrolls are both heavy and large. Only his abilities would make it easiest to steal them. Once the battle begins, you are to guard these scrolls. I'm not letting you leave. If danger arises elsewhere, do not intervene. Dao Hua glanced at those priceless scrolls and nodded. All of this was related to the livelihood of their clan, making it the utmost priority. Ninjas lived on the edge of danger, and the most important thing was of course the mission. Next I will inform you about the intelligence on other enemies. If they come with 6 individuals, they are the Deva Azura, human, animal, hungry, ghost, and hell paths with abilities respectively. Dao Hua knew that Zheng Yi possessed valuable time-related ninja tools, and had traveled far into the future, so he was not surprised by this information. However, the abilities of these enemies astonished Dao Hua. Although he had the Mangekyo Sharingan, if Zheng Yi hadn't told him this information today, he would have been in considerable danger. Dao Hua muttered under his breath, "Damn, when did so many powerful individuals emerge in the ninja world?" Zheng Yi patted his shoulder. "Now you are a Mangekyo user and a top expert." Dao Hua chuckled, calming down to listen carefully to Zheng Yi's information, beginning to contemplate counter-strategies. In the night sky, accompanied by the occasional sound of flapping wings, a dark figure darted through the clouds, swiftly moving toward the border of the Fire Nation. Konan spread her paper-like wings, standing on a paper platform with Nagato huddled behind a paper windbreak above her. His complexion was pale, his eye sockets deep-set, and several black rods protruded from his back. In this frail state, if anyone got close enough to strike the black rods with a punch, he would immediately perish. This feeble appearance starkly contrasted with Pain's omnipotent arrogance. No wonder he had increasingly extreme mental states afterward. Obito has already reported their location and spread the news in the black market. This time many people are likely to come. Konan's voice was muffled by the wind. Having someone to hold them back is also a good thing. But don't have too high expectations of those rabble. Nagato's voice was weak. I wonder if Orochimaru will obey this time. Orochimaru had joined the Akatsuki, but after completing some tasks early on, he had been hiding away to research secret techniques. This time he was called to see if he could be mobilized. Under the same night sky, in a more distant forest, a figure swiftly leapt between the treetops, landing almost soundlessly each time. His silhouette was as agile as a serpent, weaving rapidly through the gaps in the trees, moving so quickly that he left only an afterimage. Orochimaru wore a grayish-white kimono overlaid with a dark long cloak. His golden pupils glimmered coldly under the moonlight. Uchiha Zheng Yi, let's see what surprises you will bring me. I'm truly looking forward to it. The land of fire. Squeak, crackle, crash. The sound of trees toppling echoed. Where the giant lizard passed, a path was carved through the untamed wilderness. 90% of the land of fire was primeval forest. Though merchant roads existed, they would be swallowed by vegetation after just a few days without travel. They had to forge a new route through the wilderness, significantly slowing their pace. At this rate, it would take 12 days to reach Konoha. Today marked the 5th day. They had encountered no ambushes along the way. Yet daily figures lurked beyond their sight, observing the convoy from the shadows. Those were intelligence agents from various organizations sent to gather information. Their only talents lay in speed or farsight. Jinnya had witnessed the diversity of ninjutsu in the shinobi world. Some used ninja beasts for aerial reconnaissance, others eavesdropped through the wind, and a few earth-release experts hid beneath the ground. Jinnya merely dispatched Kakashi and his team to drive them away, while he and Inabi never left the convoy. Leaving would be playing into the enemy's decoy tactic. However, these scouts severely disrupted Jinnya and Inabi's perception. Jinnya could not discern whether Obito and Pain were hidden among them. Sure noticed Jinya's constant vigilance and approached him asking, Lord Jinya, with our large force, is there anyone in the land of fire who would dare target us? Sure shifted his gaze from Jinya to Inabi, then scanned the 4 members of Kakashi's team. The implication was clear: 2 Mangekyo Sharingan users, 6 Konoha Jonin. Who would dare provoke such a force? Let alone the 3 Jonin from Kumobikure, and the rest being at least Chunin. Jinya glanced at the front of the convoy, then turned with an enigmatic smile. He patted Shure's shoulder. This world is far more dangerous than you imagine. Boom. A heavy rumble erupted from the ground ahead. A whole section of the road, 500 meters wide, collapsed entirely. From the dense forests on both sides, over 100 renegade ninjas emerged, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Ever since the black market had leaked the route of the Kumobikure convoy and the cargo's value exceeding 2 billion, these rogue ninjas had taken the risk. Wealth stirs the heart, especially when a single heist could secure a lifetime of luxury. As the crowd swelled, greed blinded them to all risks. Go. They're outnumbered. They can't protect all this loot. 2 billion. That's 2 billion. I don't believe that Mangekyo Sharingan is all that powerful. The renegade ninjas clamored, their figures flickering among the trees. They swiftly closed in on the Kumogakure convoy. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Cries echoed back and forth through the Kumogakure convoy. Yet everyone was alert, but not panicked. In the ninja world, the number of rogue ninjas was vast, but the vast majority were weak. Those with Chunin-level strength were considered decent. Most villages couldn't be bothered to hunt them down. Rogue ninjas like Shisui and Itachi were rare exceptions. The Konoha ninjas all looked to Jinnya. He raised a hand and made a tactical hand signal for free combat. Kakashi lifted his headband and Guy pulled out nunchucks. The two flanked the enemy formation. Let's go, Guy. Don't let them near the convoy. Come on, Kakashi. Let me show you the passion of my youth. Kakashi's Sharingan spun rapidly. The rogue ninjas seemed to move in slow motion as he slit their throat. Guy roared as he swung his nunchucks, each strike landing with devastating force. He shattered the skulls of several enemies. Yuhi Kurenai shuriken in hand stood back to back with Asuma, who gripped his chakra blades. Kurenai, stay behind me. We don't know how many more are out there. I know, stop nagging. Asuma took a deep drag from his cigarette and blew a stream of smoke toward the nearby rogue ninjas. Fire release, ash pile burning. A cloud of gray-black ash searing with heat enveloped the rogue ninjas. They scrambled to dodge, flailing in panic. Explosions erupted in succession within the ash cloud. Asuma moved like the wind, twin short blades in hand, reaping enemies at the edge of the inferno. Kurenai cast a minor genjutsu occasionally, but a single moment of hesitation was enough for Asuma to swiftly claim another life. Toyu and Shunka held the right flank together. As standard Uchiha ninjas, they were versatile all-rounders, mastery in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Yet their combat styles differed greatly. Toyu drew an extended nodachi from his back. He formed a hand seal and translucent chakra began to swirl around the blade. The uni-and-a-half-meter sword felt weightless in his hands. He swung the long blade, sending a flurry of scattered wind blades hurtling forward. Wind release, whirlwind slash. What is this? Blood spurted as the translucent wind blades sliced through bodies. The rogue ninjas only then realized he had launched invisible blades of wind. Hard to see and harder to defend against a chorus of screams erupted. In the next instant, Toyu swung his nodachi again, unleashing another wave of wind blades. Shunka, on the other hand, began with a continuous barrage of shuriken. Thud, 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 the projectiles embedded into the surrounding trees. Not a single rogue ninja was hit. What kind of Uchiha is this? Such terrible aim. TCH. Shunka's expression remained unchanged as he pulled a length of wire, tightening it around the trees, trapping the entire group of rogue ninjas within the loop. Damn it. My leg. Cut the wire. Fire release, dragon fire technique. Shunka took a deep breath, his chest swelling, then exhaled sharply. A torrent of flames raced along the wire, engulfing the rogue ninjas trapped in the web. They thrashed and screamed, but the wires only tightened further. The few who escaped were met by Shunka's long blade. The Kumogakure ninjas had drawn their weapons, but seeing the situation under control, refrained from joining the fray. Their mission was to protect the cargo. Curiosity about Konoha's strength also held them back. Seeing 6 jonin completely block the rogue ninjas, their eyes betrayed a hint of admiration. Yet regrettably, the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan users Uchiha Jinnya and Inabi did not act. Jinnya did not relax despite Konoha's overwhelming advantage. Instead, he observed the surroundings with a calm, analytical gaze. If Pain and Orochimaru were to strike, this was the perfect moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A piercing shriek tore through the air. Jinya's 3-demo Sharingan instantly expanded into 3 diamond shapes. The world seemed to slow down. He saw 6 missiles arranged in 2 triangular formations hurtling toward him. That was the Azura Path's missile attack. At the same time, continuous rumbles came from the forest. Cerberus and the bull charged at the Kumogakure guards. Those were the animal path summons. In the shadows, a pair of golden snake eyes peered through the gaps in the leaves, observing the scene with keen interest. Continuing from the previous passage, 6 missiles sped toward Zheng Yi. He raised his hand slightly, and a blazing white light flickered at his fingertip. Lightning released Thunder Spear. A beam of light shot forth, striking the first wave of missiles in an instant. The Mangekyo and Zheng Yi's right eye rotated. I technique Musubi. Musubi doubles the power of any ninjutsu or dojutsu used on oneself. In the brief interval, a second flash of lightning erupted from Zheng Yi's hand. It struck the second wave of missiles with an infinitesimally small delay. Explosions roared in succession, and the massive wave of flames sent everyone nearby flying. Zheng Yi leaped onto a tree branch, surveying the entire battlefield. The Hellhound and Bull that had just burst forth charged toward the Yun-E ninjas. Don't underestimate us. The Yun-in ninjas shouted in fury, drawing their blades and rushing toward the massive hellhound and bull. With a squelch, the hellhound was slashed by the three elite Yun-in ninjas, Tasei, Kaijiai, and Woli, but it split into four separate entities. As they attacked again, the hellhound split further, and the Yun-in side erupted in shouts. It splits. Use sealing techniques. Tasei, Kaijiai, and Woli formed hand seals, and lightning gathered into three mirrors of lightning, surrounding the hellhound completely. Lightning release, triple lightning wall. Just as the trio relaxed, the ground exploded with a thunderous roar. A giant crab burst forth, sending waves of water surging toward the Yun-in ninjas. Everyone was drenched. Tasei's face changed. Cancel. The three changed their hand seals, hastily dismissing the lightning wall, cursing as they leaped away with their blades. With water present, lightning would indiscriminately harm friend and foe. Two sharp cries echoed. A giant bird with an 8-meter wingspan dove toward the Yun-in ninjas, its massive beak piercing through the abdomen of a Chunin in an instant. All the Yun-in ninjas joined the fray. Zheng Yi turned his attention to the cargo being transported. The two giant transport lizards, sensing the battle, hissed and clawed frantically at the ground. A large amount of soil splashed out, covering them and burying them inside. A glow of chakra flared, and the soil solidified completely. In moments, they transformed into two stone mountains. Clearly, this was a self-defense mechanism. But while the lizards had petrified, the cargo on their backs remained exposed, gleaming conspicuously. Zheng Yi made a tactical gesture to Daohua, who was beside the cargo. Daohua nodded, ignoring the surrounding battle, standing calmly on the scrolls while scanning the area. Just as Zheng Yi finished the gesture, an extremely dangerous sensation flared. The hairs on his arm stood on end. The trees 3 meters away rippled like water. A massive mouth materialized beside him, snapping at him with sticky saliva dripping. Zheng Yi drew his blade, aiming for the tongue inside the mouth. But beneath the tongue, a person was hidden. It was the psychopath. Even though the figure wasn't wearing the black cloak with red clouds, Zheng Yi recognized those Rinnegan. The psychopath grabbed Zheng Yi's wrist, and he felt his chakra destabilize. He snorted. Susanoo. The gray skeletal structure of Susanoo formed rapidly, forcing open the grip and shoving the massive mouth aside. Zheng Yi leaped out, realizing the creature that had bitten him was indeed the animal path's chameleon. Its mouth was torn, but its expression remained vacant, feeling no pain. Zheng Yi knew the creature was a corpse, so it naturally felt no pain. The psychopath hiding within the chameleon's mouth shifted its color to blend into the environment. Zheng Yi's Sharingan spun rapidly, releasing a surge of dojutsu power. I technique Aminoto Kota. The chameleon's body suddenly became heavy. It couldn't even grip the tree, leaving deep claw marks as it sank heavily toward the ground. Zheng Yi leaped up, drawing his long blade and charging at the chameleon. At that moment, a volley of missiles came from the forest to the side. Zheng Yi's brows twitched. The Azura path again. These missiles were finger missiles, weaker than the previous ones. Susanoo. In an instant, Zheng Yi decided to sever one of the enemy's arms first. With a burst of dojutsu power, the Susanoo skeleton enveloped him. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous blasts made Zheng Yi's body tremble, but his eyes remained fixed on the chameleon. By now, the eye technique Aminoto Kotachi had quadrupled the gravity on the chameleon. It plummeted like a weight from the sky, crashing into the ground, unable to even lift its head. Though it was a puppet corpse, its zombie flesh still crackled and popped. Zheng Yi continued to pour in dojutsu power. Quintuple gravity. With a sound like a tomato being crushed, the chameleon instantly turned into a bloody pulp, crushing the psychopath inside its mouth as well. Zheng Yi didn't relax. Seizing the gap between the Azura path's bombardments, he abruptly canceled. Lightning flickered under his feet, and a bolt of electricity arced from his body. Lightning released lightning dash. He stomped heavily, and his form shot like lightning to the side of the flattened psychopath. Admittedly, these modified corpse puppets were tough. The chameleon had been crushed into a bloody pulp, but the psychopath was only flattened. Zheng Yi reached into his prize space and pulled out the 15 detonating tags he had drawn earlier, sticking them all onto the psychopath. 15 tags hissed in unison. Zheng Yi leaped up, turning to slash at the Azura path that had lunged from the forest. The Azura path's body split into several seams, transforming into a 3-headed, 6-armed form reaching for Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi twisted his blade, blocking and retreating. Continuous explosions roared nearby. With the detonating tags pressed against its body, even the modified psychopath was blown into countless fragments by the successive explosions. The debris scattered everywhere, the largest piece no bigger than a fist, the rest reduced to finger-sized shards. I doubt you can revive from such fine fragments. Zheng Yi naturally knew the Hell Path's ability. The enemy was hiding, and he didn't know if Nagato would deploy the Deva Path this time. He had to quickly reduce the enemy's numbers. So he obliterated the Preta Path into dust, preventing any chance of its return to the battlefield. The Azura Path paused, suspicious of Zheng Yi's destruction of the Preta Path's corpse. It wasn't sure if Zhang Yi was simply destroying evidence or if he knew about the Hell Path's resurrection ability. The former was irrelevant, if the latter. Murderous intent blazed in the Azura Path's eyes. It moved with lightning speed chasing Zhang Yi, while its head split open firing a purple beam toward him. At the same time, the giant bird Yada no Kagami in the sky turned and dove at Zhang Yi. The entire battlefield was divided into 3 parts with leaf ninjas locked in combat against rogue shinobi. Meanwhile, the cloud ninjas were overwhelmed by the splitting hellhounds. After the crabs soaked the entire area, they could no longer freely use lightning release and had to rely on taijutsu to hack at the hellhounds. However, with each attack, a hellhound split into 2, while the crab and the bull kept charging relentlessly. Casualties soon mounted among the cloud ninjas. 2 were impaled through the abdomen, and 4 had flesh torn from their bodies by the beaks of the 8-span crows. Despite this, Uchiha Daihua stood motionless guarding the scroll, showing no intention of calling for reinforcements. The cloud ninjas, stubborn as they were, refused to ask for help, believing they could handle a few summoned beasts. Fortunately, the 8-span crows turned their attacks toward Jinya, giving the cloud ninjas a brief rest. Orochimaru, hidden in a corner, watched the battle without intervening. He had come solely to observe the combat capabilities of both sides. Admittedly, Uchiha Zhengya's combat prowess was not overwhelmingly strong, but the practicality of his Mangekyo Sharingan was exceedingly high. His Susanoo provided defense, while his unique ocular power seemed to increase gravity, crushing opponents flat. The key to the battlefield now lay in whether Zhengya could be swiftly subdued. If Zhengya fell into danger, Daihua would surely abandon the cargo. Conversely, if Zhengya held out against this wave of attacks, Kakashi and the others would free up their hands. Then Pain would find it difficult to succeed. Seeing the stalemate, Might Guy had already opened the 5th gate, charging through the chaos. Kakashi, wielding his lightning cutter, swiftly cleared the weaker foes. Meanwhile, Zhengya was now locked onto by the beaks and lasers of the 8-span crows. With a furious roar, Zhengya manifested his Susanoo. Bang! The 8-span crow slammed into the gray Susanoo, causing countless cracks to spread across its surface. At the same time, a laser struck the Susanoo. Crack! The Susanoo shattered instantly. Zhengya flipped his hand and retrieved an item from his prize space. Substitution would creates a fake substitute on the spot and teleports 10 meters away. The fake explodes upon attack. One-time use. Bang! The laser struck the wood, causing a massive explosion. The Azura Path was astonished. How could the enemy perform a substitution under such circumstances? Zhengya flickered and reappeared nearby, activating his ocular power once more. A new Susanoo formed instantly. Its giant hand reached out and seized the neck of the 8-span crow that had just rammed him. The Azura Path swung a chainsaw from his right arm. Zhengya's Susanoo used the 8-span crow as a meat shield. Slish! Slash! The chainsaw's immense power tore a hole straight through the crow's body. Zhengya did not release the crow. Instead, he swung its body like a mop, whirling it around and slamming it into the Azura Path. No matter how many arms and heads the Azura Path had, he still had only 2 feet. As the crow came flying, he could only cross his arms in front of his body. With a dull thud, he was sent stumbling backward by the crow's body. Before the Azura Path could engage in close combat with his modified 3-headed 6-armed form, the crow's body was swung around again and slammed into him once more. The Azura Path was knocked back again. After 2 consecutive attacks, Pain reacted and commanded the Animal Path to cancel the summoning of the 8-span crow. With a puff, smoke rose from Zhengya's hands as the crow vanished. He paid it no mind, for the distance between him and the Azura Path had now widened. His Sharingan spun, and he activated his ocular jutsu Tenjitachi. Heavy gravity instantly crushed down on the Azura Path. The Path, who had just leaped into the air, was yanked sharply downward. He was slammed into the ground. The Azura Path had just pulled his feet out when 2 seconds passed. By then, the gravity had increased to 4-fold. Not only did his feet sink back into the pit, but his entire body could no longer straighten under the crushing weight. He was pinned to the earth. Nearby, Obito had been waiting for Daihua to abandon the cargo, so he could use Kimyui to swiftly steal its. But even when cloud ninjas were killed, Daihua did not budge. Pain had yet to make an appearance, and the other puppets alone could not subdue Zhengya. Seeing that the rogue ninjas on Kakashi's side were nearly wiped out, and that the Azura Path was not gaining the upper hand, Obito could no longer hold back and made his move. He appeared near Daihua, opening his Kimyui space behind him. Whoosh! A massive shuriken flew toward Daihua. Daihua reacted quickly despite the close distance. He kicked off the ground and leaped up. His peripheral vision caught sight of Obito, and fury blazed in his eyes. His hands moved through seals rapidly, his chest swelled, and he exhaled sharply. Fire-style great fireball technique. The fireball grew as if fanned by the wind, becoming a 3-meter-high inferno that surged toward Obito. Obito was in his Kamui intangible state, so he naturally feared no fireball. But seeing the technique, a smirk curled on his lips as he deliberately merged into the fireball to conceal himself. Boom. After the fireball dispersed, Obito had already completed his charge. Fire style, blast wave wild dance. Obito opened his Kamui space to create a whirlwind, then violently spewed flames. A cold smile curled at the corner of Daohuo's mouth. The 3-Demo Sharingan in his eyes shifted into 3 intersecting rings. Ocular Jutsu, Aim no Habakiri. An invisible slash landed on Obito's swelling chest. Splurt. Ugh. Blood sprayed as a backdraft of fire seared his throat. Obito clutched his face, whimpering in agony. His body convulsed and rolled to the ground. Daohua, consumed by hatred for Obito, fired a second Aim no Habakiri in the split second before he could escape. But the invisible slash passed through Obito's body. He had already entered his Kamui intangible state. Daohua watched Obito, still moaning in pain on the ground, begin to sink into the earth. His right Mangekyo started to spin. Ocular Jutsu, 80 Calamities. Can be activated after the left eye's Aim no Habakiri strikes a target. The wound cannot be healed by any means, including medical ninjutsu regeneration healing potions, and it will slowly expand and bleed continuously over time. Obito, enduring the excruciating pain, used the mayfly technique to burrow far away before diving into his Kamui space. After his escape, Daohua, confirming no other threats, no longer guarded the pile of goods. He leaped toward Kakashi's side to provide support. Orochimaru, hidden in the shadows, pondered for a moment. He realized that the Akatsuki had completely failed. He decided to do them a favor. Biting his finger, he quickly formed hand seals. Boom. 3 enormous snakes, each tens of meters long, crashed onto the ground with a thunderous roar. Everyone stared at the summoned beasts in shock, uncertain whether they were friend or foe. Just then one of the hellhounds split and approached the giant snakes. Hiss. The giant snake opened its massive maw, bit the hellhound, and swallowed it whole with a gulp. Their allies. The Cloud Ninja's spirits lifted, and they quickly drew the attention of the Hell Dogs. 3 colossal serpents rumbled forward, felling trees in their path. After splitting, the Hell Dogs were only calf-sized, still large for a human, but to the giant serpents they were no more than mobile protein. Upon spotting the target, the serpent coiled its tail and shot forward like a fully wound spring. Its gaping maw, like an abyssal chasm, struck the ground with a bang, excavating a massive crater. The Hell Dog was naturally swallowed in an instant. Meanwhile, Kakashi had killed or routed the rogue ninjas and began to turn around to provide support. The situation became clear in an instant. At that moment, an angry snarl echoed from the forest. Orochimaru. Bang, bang, bang. Amid a continuous series of smoke puffs, all summoned creatures were dispelled. Then the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Swish. A colossal burst of energy erupted. Shinra Tensei. Accompanied by the cracking and crashing of falling trees. A tremendous repulsive force blasted toward everyone. As they watched the trees, earth, and rocks being hurled back, their faces turned as pale as paper. Jinnya moved in a flash, appearing beside Daohua. They both stood atop the cargo. Susanoo. A gray Susanoo rose from the ground, firmly blocking the repulsive force. Kakashi rapidly formed hand seals and burrowed into the earth the moment he landed. Might Guy's chakra surged, 6th gate of joy open. Burning hot chakra surged forth, his fists blurred as countless punches struck the direction of the repulsive force, continuously eroding its energy. Dongyu and Juanxiao of the Uchiha clan, not far from the giant lizard, quickly rolled to hide behind the petrified hill formed by the lizard. The 3 giant serpents coiled up, one shielded Asuma and Kurenai, while the other 2 formed a serpent wall in front of the Cloud Ninja. Everyone's reactions were nearly instantaneous. The repulsive force struck with a series of dull thuds. Kakashi's judgment was spot on, though he had burrowed deep enough with earth release that the force passed overhead, leaving him unscathed. Might Guy, though pushed back a considerable distance by the force, was unharmed. Orochimaru's summoned serpent, massive in size, had its body planted in the ground. The repulsive force merely knocked it askew and stretched it. Those sheltered beneath them were safe. The other Uchiha clan members had also judged well. The repulsive force striking the giant lizard only knocked off some rocks, while their half-buried bodies remained perfectly still. Jinnya too blocked the repulsive force with Susanoo. After the attack, he looked around. All the trees, sand, and rocks had been cleared away. The entire ground, aside from their group, was completely empty. The Azura path was nowhere to be seen. As for the rogue ninjas, they were closest to the point of Shinra Tensei and were crushed outright. Intact bodies were rare. Jinnya let out a slow breath, knowing that this battle was finally over. Here the dust was settling, but for some the battle was not over. Inside the Kamui space, as he landed on the stone platform, Obito finally relaxed, having reached his safest haven. Obito lay on the ground, relieved to rest. His body had been modified so minor wounds would heal quickly. But after resting a while, blood still gushed from his chest, and the pain persisted. What's going on? Why isn't the wound healing? Obito pressed the torn flesh tightly with his hand, but blood still flowed without stopping. Even the white Zetsu half-body's immense regenerative power was completely useless. His wound continued to seep blood and was still expanding. Obito's face grew increasingly pale. He had realized that a special dojutsu power on his wound was constantly preventing it from healing. And there was no sign of it weakening. This won't do. He'll bleed to death. Obito's expression darkened. He began forming hand seals, preparing to use his Anaji. But he stopped halfway through the first seal. No, I can't. I haven't dealt with that yet. Clutching his wound, he kicked off and moved rapidly through the Kamui space. As time passed, the wound bled continuously and his face grew whiter. Just as darkness began to cloud his vision, he finally arrived. Within the Kamui space stood a short man with a scarred face. It was Yagura Karatachi under his Jinjutsu control. At that moment, Yagura stood quietly on the stone platform, his eyes vacant like a puppet. But Yagura himself was conscious. And it was precisely because he was conscious that he suffered so greatly. He could only watch helplessly as he himself slaughtered the bloodline-limit clans of Kirigakure, burying the village's elite entirely. Now under his own tyranny, Kirigakure was in utter misery with countless ninjas defecting. If this continued, the village would be finished. But he could do nothing, only watch it all unfold. When Obito appeared again, Yagura could only roar furiously in his heart. "You damned bastard, I will kill you." Obito naturally didn't know what Yagura was thinking, nor did he care. He was controlling Yagura with Jinjutsu. If he used Izanagi, the control would be broken. So he had to physically restrain Yagura first. Obito was losing blood severely and had no time to waste. He immediately made Yagura pick up his own twisted iron staff and strike himself on the head. Yagura grunted and collapsed unconscious. Still not confident, Obito pressed a hand on Yagura's head, flooding it with dojutsu power to plunge him into deeper unconsciousness, and only then did he form hand seals. He activated his Anaji. Shoo! His left 3-Demo Sharingan emitted a blinding red light, and a strange wave of energy radiated. His body flickered between reality and illusion, then he reappeared. Obito saw that the wound on his chest had finally vanished. He let out a slow breath and sat down heavily on the ground, exhausted. He removed his mask. His left Sharingan had turned gray-white, completely blind. How did Daohua know the timing of my physical form so precisely? Or was it just a coincidence because the attack was long-range? Obito was more inclined to believe it was merely a coincidence. After all, he had only used his intangibility ability in front of the third Hokage. There was no way the other party could immediately deduce the countermeasure. One more Sharingan lost, the stock is running low. Obito stood up with a dark expression, placed his hand on Yagura's head, and regained control. I can't go to Konoha, and the Uchiha are dangerous too. Better go to Kirigakure to make some money and compensate for my loss. With 3 puffs of smoke, the summoned serpent vanished. Footsteps echoed as Deshiwan slowly emerged from the shadows. Lord Deshiwan. Asima from Konoha was the first to bow in greeting, as if Deshiwan's defection years ago had never occurred. Shimai Kai and Shi Rihong exchanged wary glances, but seeing Asima's demeanor, a flicker of understanding dawned in their eyes. Deshiwan waved a hand, dismissively speaking with casual indifference. With such strength, you shouldn't be undertaking missions of this caliber. Asima felt a pang of embarrassment. Strictly speaking, he and Shi Rihong were the weakest among their group. But the third Hokage wished for Deshiwan's return, so Asima refrained from arguing, simply expressing gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, Lord Deshiwan. Deshiwan merely nodded, then turned his gaze to Yuzebo Jinya, his eyes filled with probing curiosity. I hear that during my absence from Konoha, the Uchiha clan produced several prodigies. These two must be the wielders of the Wan Hua Tong Xielun Yin. Jinya and Daohua correct. Although Jinya met Deshiwan for the first time, he had long coveted Deshiwan's intellect. Such a brilliant mind must be utilized to the fullest. The Wan Hua Tong Xielun Yin is nothing remarkable. In forbidden arts and scientific research, we cannot compare to a genius like Lord Deshiwan. Hearing Jinya's words, Deshiwan was taken aback. For an Uchiha, especially one with the Wan Hua Tong Xielun Yin, such humility was unheard of. But Jinya's manner of speech was utterly unlike an Uchiha. He praised Deshiwan while modestly deflecting a claim. As the saying goes, flattery lifts all boats, and Deshiwan's suspicion dissipated. Such a formidable warrior's admiration pleased Deshiwan greatly. A series of hoarse chuckles escaped his lips. Ha ha ha. Are you interested in these matters, Jinya? Jinya nodded with a genial smile. Of course. The ninja world is ever evolving. The true significance of forbidden arts and scientific inventions lies in their practical application. He gestured toward the cargo they were transporting, just like these generators, originally invented for warfare. Jinya was not speaking idly. In the ninja world, with the existence of lightning release, shinobi generators were first created to aid in combat. Only later were they adapted for civilian use. Deshiwan's expression shifted subtly, finding Jinya intriguing. His thinking diverged from the rest of the ninja world. What about research into Kekkei Jinkai? Deshiwan asked, unhurriedly fixing his gaze on Jingye, awaiting his response. Jingye replied with utmost seriousness. I believe the reason Kekkei Jinkai has never achieved breakthrough progress is precisely the lack of research into it. If our Uchiha clan had a scientific talent as outstanding as Lord Da Shiwan, perhaps within a few years the entire clan could awaken the Wan Hua Tong Xie Lin Yin. These words stunned everyone present. Though Da Shiwan was proficient in ninjutsu and dabbled in forbidden arts, he had yet to produce any renowned scientific achievements. Yet Jingye held him in such high esteem. Da Shiwan could barely suppress his smile. The more arrogant a person, the more they appreciate those who recognize them. Jingye was not merely praising Da Shiwan, he was outright elevating him. But his earnest and solemn expression made it clear these words were not casual flattery, but genuine conviction. Da Shiwan gave Jingye a long, penetrating look as if etching him into memory. He nodded. Perhaps we can collaborate someday. Jingye gave a slight bow. I await your arrival at any time. The two conversed amiably, but Sima grew anxious. He knew that Da Shiwan was the very person the third Hokage intended to bring back to counterbalance the Uchiha clan. Yet before even returning to Konoha, Da Shiwan was already conversing with Yuzhibo Jingye, and their mutual impression seemed favorable. Asima had once been a rebellious wanderer disliking constraints and estranged from the third Hokage. But now matured, he understood the third Hokage's hardships. Determined to act, he spoke. Lord Da Shiwan, the village is currently investigating the criminal activities of former Hokage advisor Jishuan Tuanzong. Your past case is also being reviewed, and a verdict should be reached soon. Da Shiwan turned regarding Asima with mild surprise. It seemed unexpected that Asima would speak on behalf of the third Hokage. Whether this was Asima's own initiative or instigated by the third Hokage, the message was clear. The humiliation of his departure from Konoha 4 years ago now transformed into the third Hokage's humble plea. Ha ha ha. Da Shiwan's hoarse laughter echoed, amazed at the unexpected turns of the world. He had once believed he would remain a rogue ninja of Konoha, forever hiding in the shadows. Never did he imagine. Alright, I'll await the village's news. To contact me, have Hongdo use the summoning technique. Da Shiwan waved a hand and strode into the forest. Yuzhibo Jingye held him in such high esteem, and the third Hokage had prepared ample funds and materials. His recent assistance had effectively marked his defection from the Shao organization. The next step was deciding when to return to Konoha. Asima opened his mouth, but found no words to detain Da Shiwan, who clearly intended to return only after the village exonerated him. All he could manage was, understood, Lord Da Shiwan. Watching Da Shiwan disappear into the distance, Zheng Ye's mind churned with other calculations. Dai Tu had suffered a heavy blow at Dao Hua's hands, and would likely avoid the Uchiha for a while. Peiyan had deployed the Xiao Luo Dao, Chu Shang Dao, and Igui Dao. The Tian Dao, Ren Jin Dao, and Diyu Dao had not appeared, nor did they wear the black cloud-patterned robes, clearly to avoid revealing more information. Others might assume these were separate elite fighters, never suspecting they were all the same person. Da Shiwan's voluntary aid signaled his defection from the Shao organization. At this juncture, the Shao organization lacked many elite members. Ji Shui had already gained control over Shao and opening the possibility of reverse cooperation. As for Peiyan intercepting the Union shipment, it didn't matter. Jingye had suffered no losses. During the battle with the Hellhound, Yun Yin had lost 4 members due to the Yada Crow's ambush. Now they felt somewhat humiliated. She, the medical ninja, was treating the wounded. Help save them, Jingye ordered the Konoha shinobi. He then walked toward his clansmen, learning that Dong Yu and Jun Xia were unharmed. Dao Hua had not even broken a sweat. He sneered at the direction Dai Tu had fled. Humph, that masked fool. His wound is so deep it won't heal easily. Jingye patted his shoulder. That's enough. The battle is over, the rest will be easier. Dao Hua exhaled. I owe you, Jingye. Jingye gazed into the distance. The clan will face many challenges ahead. We can't rely solely on ourselves. We must cultivate the next generation. Under the night sky of the Fire Country, accompanied by the sound of fluttering wings, Shao then swiftly carried Chong Min toward the Yuin village. That Uchiha Zheng Yi is very suspicious. He might know some of my information. Facing the biting night wind, Chong Min said in a low voice. Shao Nin was puzzled. How is that possible? These puppets you made haven't been used since they were finished. Chong Min was equally perplexed. After he used his eye technique to flatten the hungry ghost path, he immediately pasted 15 exploding tags on it and blew it to pieces. Shao Nin, being an expert in exploding tags, was naturally familiar with this. Though exploding tags were effective and powerful, others were not like Shao Nin, who could produce them herself. They had to buy them with prices ranging from 300 to 500 ryo each. Even at an average of 400 ryo per tag, that price could buy a decent kunai. An exploding tag just went boom and vanished in an instant. If he didn't know that the hungry ghost path could be revived, why would he stick a full 15 exploding tags onto a corpse that had already been flattened? Even if he enjoyed destroying evidence, it should have been done after the battle. But the two had no further clues and could not make sense of it. Shi-wan has betrayed the organization. He knows a lot of intelligence and must be eliminated. During today's Operation Xiao, Nen was not far from the battlefield. But she had to protect Chongmin's main body, so she never appeared. Hearing Chongmin's words, Xiao Nen pondered briefly. If Shi-wan betrays the organization and communicates intelligence with the Uchiha, they will immediately know that it was our Akatsuki who came to seize the items today. Jishui, and you might leave the organization. Chongmin responded. It was precisely because this mission was rare and an excellent opportunity to observe Shi-wan that he had let him come. After all, Shi-wan was far from simple. If his loyalty to the organization was insufficient, it was better to... He had originally speculated whether Shi-wan would obediently come to attack the Cloud Village, and after the attack, whether he would hand over the acquired items to the organization. But he never expected that Shi-wan would directly choose to help Mu Yi this time. Chongmin did not yet know that Shi-wan had been inspired by the third Hokage. Now he was preparing to return and enjoy the benefits of the village. In the original timeline, Shi-wan had already set up the Inin village and was interested in Uzumangekyo, which led him to resolutely leave the organization. Now Mu Yi village had taken over all of Shi-wan's experimental materials, so the setup in the Inin village of the Tian country was no longer needed. Shi-wan did not yet know that Yu and Jishui had joined the organization. Comparatively, he would naturally choose Mu Yi village, which had funding and Uchiha clansmen. The Akatsuki organization already had few members. Now that Shi-wan had left, and if Jishui and Yu also left, Pain would essentially become a leader with no subordinates. Thinking of this, Chongmin felt somewhat frustrated. The organization can only lie low for a while and start recruiting. Xiaonan acknowledged, but she was heavy-hearted. She inexplicably did not want those two to leave. That sense of trust came without reason, yet it was utterly real. But Shi-wan's betrayal caught Xiaonan off guard. Now she planned to send Chongmin back first, then meet Jishui again. These matters had to be discussed openly. Under Zheng Ye's intervention, Naruto's life had completely changed. As soon as he stepped out, a squad of the police force blatantly followed him. Other Umbu members concealed themselves on nearby trees or rooftops. At first Naruto thought it was a coincidence, but after many times he realized they were there to protect him. Although Mu Yi had released information about the Jinchuriki, Naruto was illiterate. He could only piece together from fragments that the Nine Tails might be inside him. But he was only 5 years old and didn't understand many things. He stopped thinking about what he couldn't figure out. Although Kakashi was not around these days, Naruto was still in high spirits. Because he had made friends. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino. Naruto waved his arms as he ran toward them. "Ah, Naruto, you're here." Choji was munching on potato chips. Seeing Naruto, he directly handed the bag. Naruto scratched his head shyly and took some chips from the bag. He didn't know why anyone would want to be friends with him, but he was too lonely. As long as someone was willing to play with him, he was happy. Although the others were sent by their families to play with him. After a few days together, everyone had grown fond of Naruto, without discriminating against him for being the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Of course, it might also be because they were too young to understand. "Where are we going today?" Naruto asked curiously. Choji put the chip bag in his pocket, and then like a treasure pulled out 4 gleaming kunai. "The Ninja Academy will start in a few months. My mom bought these kunai for me." Naruto's eyes lit up. These metal kunai were expensive, 3,000 to 4,000 ryo each. He had only seen them, but never owned one. "Let's go practice throwing ninja tools." Yeah. In the forest, Choji threw a kunai with force, and when they went to find it, they discovered a thin child sitting in the woods. The child was sobbing, and although the sky had been clear moments before, rain began to fall alone over the grove. "Who are you? Why are you crying?" Naruto approached. The child looked up, tears streaming. "My name is Yoda. I don't know how I ended up here." "Then come play with us." Yoda jumped up and laughed joyfully. "Haha, okay, let's play together." The sky that had just been raining immediately turned to snowfall. Naruto and the other children were stunned. After all, it was summer. But they were too young to understand the gravity of it. They simply happily began making snowballs. Soon Sakura Haruno and Kiba Inuzuka also joined in the fun. While the children played joyfully, 2 groups of people in the distance were observing Yoda at the same time. Especially after seeing that the child's emotions could affect the weather, they immediately reported it. The police force reported to Fugaku while the Umbu reported to the 3rd Hokage. In the Hokage office, the 3rd Hokage furrowed his brow after listening to the report from the Umbu. Suddenly appearing. Emotions affecting the weather. Such abilities. Could it be related to Yutei? There should be no children matching this description in the Konoha household registration records. Nearby, Nara Shikaho stood up and began rummaging through the files in the cabinet. He placed a document on the 3rd Hokage's desk. "I happened to see this while organizing the materials recently. It should be this one." The third Hokage slowly opened it, his gaze landing on a line of text. The Shoten clan, whose members are born with the unique ability to influence the weather through their emotions. The clan has nearly been extinguished due to the ravages of war. Yutei, the most outstanding descendant of the Shoten clan, was born weak and suffered from organ failure, thus he passed away in Konoha's 41st year. Dead. The third Hokage paused, his finger resting on the document. How can a dead person appear in the forests of Konoha? He slowly set the document down, his expression deepening. Could it be Orochimaru's Edo Tensei? The third Hokage knew that Orochimaru had long been studying forbidden techniques, and Edo Tensei was capable of bringing the deceased back to reality. He has already started sending things to Konoha. Is this Yutei Orochimaru's way of showing off and proving himself? Having been Orochimaru's teacher for so many years, the third Hokage understood his personality well. He had his suspicions. Although Edo Tensei, as a forbidden technique, could resurrect the dead, the resurrected lacked clarity of mind and could only be used in conjunction with explosive tags. Orochimaru had once said that this technique had great potential, but the third Hokage had not believed it. He never expected that it had now been improved to this extent. The third Hokage stood up and walked to the window, gazing toward the distant grove. Just keep an eye on him, primarily observe whether Yutei's mind is clear and how strong his abilities are. But the Umbu hesitated for a moment. The security team is also watching. The third Hokage remained silent for a moment, glancing at Narashikao. It's fine, you don't need to worry about the security team from now on. The Umbu received their orders and departed. At the same time, within the Uchiha clan's security team building, Fugaku was also looking at the report in his hand, his brow furrowed. Could it be the Shoten clan? Where did they come from? He did not have detailed intelligence on the Shoten clan, but Fugaku was aware of this clan. He had no idea that Yutei was dead. Just as he was pondering this, a small figure burst through the door and ran in. Father, where has my brother gone? Why do people say he has defected? Little Sasuke looked anxious and confused, wanting an answer right away. Fugaku's expression hardened as he prepared to educate Sasuke. Suddenly, the image of Shingetsu flashed through his mind. Regarding how to educate Sasuke, perhaps I should first discuss it with Shingetsu. He might already have other ideas. Fugaku had previously raised Itachi, nearly leading the Uchiha clan to extinction, and now he had no confidence in his educational abilities. When faced with such matters, his first thought was to let Shingetsu handle it. Shingetsu knows Itachi's whereabouts, so wait for him to return, and you can ask him yourself. Now, Fugaku recalled the earlier documents. You can go play for now. Sasuke's eyes were filled with confusion. Why? Itachi at this age was already on the battlefield. The mindset of young Sasuke was completely different from that. In comparison, Fugaku preferred Itachi's calm and composed demeanor in communication, naturally not favoring the childish nature of Sasuke. I still have work. I've already told you the way to solve it. Fugaku was indeed busy. After saying these two sentences, he directly buried himself in his official duties. Little Sasuke felt somewhat wronged, but still had a bit of fear toward his father. He mumbled a few words, pouting like he could hang an oil pot, and ran out of the office. In the forest, Naruto and Yutei were having a great time. It seemed that it had been a long time since Yutei had played with others, as he was very clingy. While playing the Kankicking game, Yutei preferred to be with Naruto. The others could accurately catch him based on the unique weather above his head, which changed with his emotions. This led to Naruto and Yutei being caught every time. Though Naruto complained, caught again, he wasn't truly angry. Instead, he laughed heartily with his friend. However, when it was Naruto's turn to kick the can and catch others, he could not find Yutei anywhere. Naruto, Choji, Shikamaru, Ino, Sakura, and Kiba searched back and forth. Finally, by noticing that it was raining partially in the distance, they found Yutei's location. However, by the time they reached there, Yutei had already been captured by the Umbu. Yutei! Sakura shouted anxiously. Yutei was trapped in a net, unable to make a sound. Naruto's expression tightened as he rushed forward to save this recently acquainted friend. An Umbu immediately landed in front of Naruto. That guy is under our supervision. We will conduct strict monitoring and thorough investigation. Ino, suppressing her fear, stepped forward. Wait, Yutei is not a bad person. Although the group in front were all 5 or 6-year-old kids, besides Sakura, the rest were either from noble clans or the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The Umbu explained with rare patience, we absolutely cannot allow outsiders to roam around the village without permission. We will ask you about this eventually. Until then, you should return home and wait. No, Yutei is my friend. Naruto protested angrily, standing at the forefront. You can't take him away. The Umbu's explanation had already reached its limit. Seeing the group of children surrounding them, they said no more leaping into the trees while taking Yutei away. A few little kids were left in a state of confusion, not knowing what to do. Naruto ran back and forth, seeing the security team not far away. He hurriedly ran over. Big brother from the security team, can you help me save my friend? Today the ones on duty with Naruto were the Uchiha patrol team. Their approach was much kinder compared to the Umbu, especially since the captain knew that Shingetsu paid great attention to the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He squatted down to comfort Naruto. Your friend possesses a special ability, and his identity does indeed have issues. The Umbu took him away for your safety. For now you should go back. Naruto felt somewhat disappointed, but still listened, and returned home after parting with Shikamaru and the others. At Naruto's home, Kakashi was absent, and Naruto had turned his house into a junkyard over the past few days. He sat on the bed still thinking about Yutei. I'm all alone again. Naruto felt a bit unlucky. He had just made a friend, and that friend had been taken away. After all, having just come out of a past filled with bullying, Naruto was still somewhat sensitive. It's not just one person, but 6 people and a dog. At that moment, 2 heads suddenly popped out from outside his window. It was Choji and Shikamaru with Sakura, Ino, and Kibo waving at Naruto behind them. The 2 of them were like old friends, directly climbing through the window into Naruto's home. Naruto's house was a mess filled with trash, and no one had come over before, so he didn't mind. Now with 2 friends visiting, Naruto suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. He shouted, "Can you not just barge into someone else's house?" Choji laughed cheerfully. "What are you saying? Clearly you're the lonely one." Naruto felt a bit embarrassed as Choji hit the nail on the head and playfully tussled with him. Shikamaru, with his hands in his pockets, found Naruto's house unpleasantly smelly. He opened Naruto's door. "Don't keep sulking. What happened with Yutei has nothing to do with you." As he opened the door, they were all stunned. Just beyond them, the Hokage building began to experience localized. Smart Shikamaru immediately thought of Yutei, realizing that he must be crying. "It's raining." Naruto also hurried out. Yutei always clung to him, and he realized it was indeed Yutei who was crying. "Is it Yutei?" Shikamaru clenched his small fist. "We must get Yutei back." In the village of Konoha, Uchiha Sasuke walked with his hands in his pockets, his mood gloomy. Though the police force had improved, Fugaku was busier than ever. Adding to that, his beloved Itachi was absent, and rumors of his defection from the village were circulating. Burdened by distress, Sasuke found no interest in practicing shuriken jutsu. Unconsciously, he found himself near Naruto's home. As he contemplated whether to visit Naruto, he noticed Naruto, Shikamaru, and the others huddled in a corner discussing something. Seeing Naruto, who was usually alone, now surrounded by so many people, an unfamiliar discomfort stirred within Sasuke. He couldn't help but speak first. "Naruto, what are you doing?" At the sound of his voice, Naruto leaped up. "Oh, it's Sasuke. You're just in time. I've made new friends. This is Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Sakura, and Ino." Naruto was simply sharing his joy, completely forgetting to introduce Sasuke. Watching Naruto's elated expression, Sasuke felt a pang of sympathy. Truly, it was hard for Naruto. He was overjoyed just for making a few friends. Sasuke had seen Shikamaru and the others before, but they weren't familiar. Still, since Naruto had spoken, he nodded coolly with his hands still in his pockets. "I am Uchiha Sasuke." "Uchiha. Perfect." Shikamaru's eyes lit up, convinced that Sasuke would be a great asset. "Right, Sasuke, your help is needed." Naruto quickly explained their plan to rescue Yoda. Sakura and Ino, the 2 young girls, didn't join the discussion. They occasionally stole glances at Sasuke, their cheeks flushing slightly. Having nothing better to do and intrigued by the thrilling task, Sasuke promptly agreed. "Don't worry, I'll definitely rescue him." Shikamaru began to delegate. "Naruto, you'll distract the Umbu. We'll enter from here to find Yoda." In the Hokage's office, the Umbu who had just captured Yoda reported to the 3rd Hokage and Naralua. "This child has no flesh beneath his skin. What appears normal is entirely composed of talismans. Yet when injured, he recovers instantly. Given his young age, it's unclear whether his mind is clouded or he simply doesn't understand. However, his abilities are identical to those recorded in the files of the Shoutian clan, with no reduction in power." The 3rd Hokage waved his hand, dismissing the Umbu. He turned to his desk, where a document on the impure world reincarnation lay. Picking it up for careful comparison. Having captured the boy, the 3rd Hokage had already confirmed that Yoda was resurrected via the impure world reincarnation. And clearly Orochimaru had greatly enhanced the impure world reincarnation. It was nothing like the original forbidden technique. This further revealed its immense value to the 3rd Hokage. It seemed the plan to recall Orochimaru to the village needed to be expedited. He had already dispatched agents to find Aburame Ryoma to settle the matters of the past, to clear Orochimaru's name smoothly. Just then a commotion erupted outside, and an Umbu knocked. Lord Hokage Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are graffitiing the Hokage rock, while Shikamaru and the others have infiltrated the Hokage building to rescue Yoda. How should we proceed? This infiltration was hardly successful. A few 5- or 6-year-old children sneaking into the Hokage building was nothing short of a fantasy. But given their identities, the Umbu needed to ask before acting. The 3rd Hokage, pipe in hand, walked to the window and watched Naruto, paint bucket in hand, shout from atop the Hokage rock, "Try to catch me if you can. All the ninja of the village come at me." Not far behind Naruto, Sasuke stood with a hint of excitement in his eyes. The third Hokage watched calmly from below, unruffled by such childish provocation. Seeing Naruto strive so hard to rescue a stranger, the third Hokage couldn't help but smile. After all, the indoctrination of the will of fire began with teaching Naruto to cherish his comrades. If Naruto were cold and heartless, it would be far more difficult to manipulate him. The third Hokage turned to the Umbu and instructed, cooperate with them. Let them rescue Yoda. Having confirmed Yoda's nature as an impure world reincarnation and assessed his abilities, the third Hokage had no further use for him. He decided to play along with the children's charade. Under his orders, every ninja in the Hokage building turned a blind eye and deaf ear. Even though Shikamaru and the others were clearly hiding in a corner, the patrolling ninja pretended not to see them. As they passed through a corridor, Choji stumbled and fell, letting out an ouch. The two guards played their part. Did you hear something? No, must have been your imagination. Shikamaru and the others crawled through the ventilation ducts into the interrogation room, then quietly activated the shadow imitation technique. Seeing his shadow finally merge with the target's, Shikamaru clenched his fist in triumph. Shadow imitation technique success. Yoda! Yoda, overjoyed to see his friends come to his rescue, exclaimed everyone. Choji couldn't help but say, Shikamaru, you're amazing. You can use a jutsu on an adult ninja. Ino added excitedly, are you a genius? Just as Shikamaru was feeling proud, a deep male voice came from above, no, just a brat. Shikamaru then realized the shadow imitation technique on the ground had been broken without his notice. In an instant he understood. He had been too naive. TCH. Don't move. An Umbu appeared behind the children, his voice cold. Even if you're children, if you harm the village's interests, we will show no mercy. This boy could be a spy. As the children stood bewildered, Naruto and Sasuke, having evaded a swarm of Umbu, burst into the interrogation room. Don't be ridiculous. Naruto stood in front of Yoda, shouting loudly. Yoda is not a spy. Yoda is my friend. Despite his courage, Naruto was knocked to the ground with a single blow. The third Hokage, watching from outside the door, nodded slightly as he saw Naruto terrified, yet still shielding his friend. This was exactly what he wanted. A person who cherished friendship above all else was easier to control. But none of them noticed that when Yoda saw Naruto in danger, a storm of psychic energy began to surge. That's my friend. Yoda roared in fury, summoning a torrent of lightning that struck the Umbu with. This time the Umbu didn't fake it. They were genuinely slammed into the ground. After unleashing the attack, Yoda was utterly exhausted, panting heavily. Sasuke pulled Naruto up, placed Yoda on Naruto's back, and flung two kunai to shatter the overhead light. The group fled with Yoda. The third Hokage, standing outside, glanced at Yoda with a hint of surprise and signaled the Umbu not to pursue them seriously. Several little kids kept running ahead, while a few ninjas behind shouted for them to stop, but couldn't catch up. Soon pursued by the chasers, they arrived at a river. Naruto and the others looked at the river with determined expressions. Let's go to the place where Yoda can be free. Sasuke glanced at the wide river, opened his mouth as if to speak, then closed it, and followed Naruto wading across. At this moment, Yoda lay limply on Naruto's back, his soul extremely weak from forcibly using power. He remembered, he understood, he was already dead. Revived by an unknown person, he was thrown here. I'm really happy to have made friends like you. The group crossed the river, but due to the swift current, Naruto and Shikamaru slipped and were swept away. Choji was also taken along. Help. At this moment, even Sasuke could barely hold on to Naruto. Unexpectedly, Yoda, who had been protected all along, broke free from Naruto's back, dragged his exhausted body, swam over, and rescued Naruto, Shikamaru, and Choji to the shore. But in the end, he collapsed on the bank. Yoda, it's alright now, hang in there. Naruto and the others gathered around, nearly in tears, seeing Yoda so weak. Yoda sensed his time was almost up. He lay on his back. Good, everyone is safe. You're the one who needs to hold, Yoda said weakly. I'm done for. Don't die, Yoda. Yoda, I'm sorry. Yoda raised his hand. Goodbye, my friends. I won't forget any of you. But you all should forget me. Naruto quickly grasped Yoda's hand. Don't be silly, how could we ever forget you? That's right, yes, we won't forget you. The other little kids also placed their hands over. Sasuke's expression was complicated. For the first time, he felt a stir in his heart. Although he hadn't played with Yoda, he still reached out his hand. Yoda smiled. A ball of light appeared in his hand and burst open. If you don't forget, it will be painful. Seeing the others fall one by one, Yoda revealed a smile. Then his entire body slowly turned into talismans, drifting away. At this moment, the third Hokage, who had been following behind, came to the children. He first checked Naruto, and after confirming he was unharmed, examined the others one by one. Swoosh, figures flickered. Uchiha Seiya led his team and appeared beside them, also crouching to check on Sasuke. His teammates Yamanaka Saki and Akimichi Yamamitsu naturally checked on their own clan members. The third Hokage glanced at them. They're all fine, but some memories have likely been erased. Uchiha Seiya nodded, but did not bow. He was a standard hawkish Uchiha with a terrible impression of the third Hokage. If Zheng Yi gave the nod, he would directly draw his blade and strike the third so naturally he wouldn't bow. You take Sasuke and the others home. He'll stay with Naruto. Soji turned and instructed Yamamitsu. He himself was not very clever. Many things he couldn't figure out, like the reason the third Hokage allowed Naruto to do as he pleased today. Soji didn't understand. But he would record everything and tell Zheng Yi later. Although Sasuke was the clan leader's son, compared to the task of watching over Naruto, it was secondary. He didn't have to escort him personally. Akimichi Yamamitsu and Yamanaka Saki bowed to the third Hokage and exchanged questioning glances. The third Hokage waved his hand. You may go. He glanced at Naruto, his eyes somewhat regretful. He had originally planned to use today's incident to start cultivating the will of fire in Naruto. Unexpectedly, this Yoda ended up erasing Naruto's memories. You take Naruto back. The third Hokage, somewhat disheartened, gave the order to Soji and left. Uchiha Soji picked up Naruto and headed toward his home. Zheng Yi knew nothing of what had happened in the village. Their team after that attack encountered no further incidents in the following days. After a total of 12 days, the Kumogakure ninja finally delivered the goods outside the Uchiha clan grounds. However, their movements had been reported back by the Hyuga clan members as soon as they entered the forest near Konoha. In the Hokage's office, hearing that the Kumogakure ninja had arrived, the third Hokage began to ponder how to intervene in this transaction between the Uchiha and Kumogakure. He paced back and forth a couple of steps, then looked at Naruto. Roku is not entirely a Uchiha man, they prefer balance. Since he has decided to back down, he should help come up with some ideas. Roku, what do you think of this commercial transaction between the Uchiha and Kumogakure? Closing the file in his hand, Roku looked up, his shrewd eyes seeming to see through the third Hokage's intentions. After a brief thought, he tapped his fingers on the desk. Not long ago, we issued subsidies for the Uchiha's 2 projects, building a power plant and a biogas digester, didn't we? The third Hokage naturally remembered. This was the benefit Uchiha Zheng Yi had obtained after Jiraiya was captured. Yes, I approved 500 million for the 2 projects. To be honest, this amount was already considerable considering it was for the Uchiha's own clan. But the issue wasn't about the amount of money, it was the fact that the Uchiha could forcibly wrest resources from the third Hokage. Naruto said calmly, since the Uchiha are an inseparable part of our Konoha, then for this commercial transaction, with Kumogakure, Konoha should give its utmost support. The third Hokage fell into thought upon hearing this. Roku paused. The Uchiha's commercial transaction, this time, is all for civilian use. According to the scale of the large supercritical generator set and biogas technology sent by Kumogakure, how could the Uchiha's 1,000+ members possibly use it all? The surplus would serve Konoha as well. The third Hokage nodded, making up his mind. I understand. They'll go over there. He summoned 2 Umbu and quickly left the Hokage's office. Roku walked to the window, watching the third Hokage's departing figure. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Only by making the Uchiha more deeply intertwined with Konoha can both sides avoid going to extremes. Zheng Yi looked at the clan grounds just ahead, feeling completely relaxed. Although escorting the Kumogakure party had been uneventful, he had remained on high alert and was somewhat fatigued. Only when he returned to the clan could he truly unwind. Lord Zheng Yi. The Uchiha had arranged a squad to welcome him at the gate. Zheng Yi nodded, then turned to look at Kakashi and the others. You go back and report, I'll handle things here. Kakashi and the others were also exhausted, so they bowed to Zheng Yi and took their leave. Zheng Yi waved his hand, and clan members immediately came forward to arrange for the Kumogakure people and goods. The only ones left were Ki and 3 Kumogakure Jonin. The 3 Jonin exchanged glances with Ki. Ki stepped forward to Zheng Yi. Lord Zheng Yi, as the representative of Kumogakure, I am here to discuss the details of this commercial cooperation. Zheng Yi gestured with his hand, making a welcoming motion. Please follow me. Wait. Shushishu. Accompanied by the sound of the body flicker technique, figures appeared. The third Hokage appeared alongside with 2 Umbu. Zheng Yi was somewhat surprised. Third Hokage, what bring? The third Hokage adjusted his hat, bearing the character Foreshadow. As the Uchiha are an inseparable part of Konoha, and they are conducting commercial activities with Kumogakure, it is only natural for me as Hokage to come and support. Zheng Yi chuckled inwardly. It seemed the third Hokage had completely swallowed his pride. Nevertheless, he stepped aside and made a pleased gesture. Let's see what tricks you have. We were just about to start the business negotiations. Since the third Hokage is here, please join us. The third Hokage smiled amiably, looking like a kindly old man, and followed behind Zheng Yi. In the Uchiha meeting room, Uchiha Zheng Yi and she sat facing each other, while the 3 Cloud Village Jonin, who had followed him, took their seats behind him. The third Hokage was seated at their side. On the table before them, a detailed map of the area near the Uchiha clan grounds was spread out, marked with the type of geological stratum and the distance to the nearest water source accurate to the meter. She, holding a 3-color pen, marked the map with red lines, blue lines, and black dots. Lord Zhengyi, he said, pointing to a region on the map. The red lines here indicate the pipeline routes, the blue lines represent cable laying, and the black dots are the foundation bearing points. The supercritical generator set needs to be built near a water source. According to the map, this river on the east side of your clan grounds has sufficient water volume and drop for cooling circulation. The generator set requires a space of 50 meters in length and width, and the ground must be compacted to. The core unit alone weighs 40 tons, and with the supporting boilers, pipelines, control systems, the total footprint is about 3,000 square meters. 40 tons for the core unit. Zhengyi raised an eyebrow. No wonder they had to use that kind of scroll to transport it. She nodded. This set is the latest design from Cloud Village with a thermal energy conversion efficiency nearly 20% higher than the models from the Land of Fire. But our engineering supervisors are all here, so it can be installed within a month. She pointed to another diagram. The biogas digester is best built downstream of the residential area, not too far from the power plant for convenient gas transmission. We recommend building it in the southern part of the clan grounds where the terrain is low and suitable for an anaerobic fermentation tank. If you have livestock manure and kitchen waste, it can be fed directly into the system. For a scale to serve over 1,000 people of the Uchiha clan, a digester with a volume of 2,000 cubic meters should suffice. The construction of the biogas digester is relatively simple. Digging the pit, waterproofing, laying pipelines, installing gas storage tanks. It can be completed in about 20 days and can proceed in parallel with the power plant. Zhengyi circled a spot on the map. Let's make the biogas digester larger. There are many other residents in Konoha who haven't yet benefited from this public utility. We'll enlarge it tenfold based on the original plan. That way the village's large amount of kitchen waste can also be disposed of properly. As he spoke, Zhengyi glanced at the third Hokage. But the third Hokage only smiled approvingly. Good. Just design it to serve a population of 100,000 in Konoha. She looked at the third Hokage thoughtfully, then replied, technically there's no issue. It's just a matter of building several more anaerobic fermentation tanks. Zhengyi hummed in agreement. That would be best. Now that the scale is settled, let's discuss the price. The commercial cooperation between the Uchiha and Cloud Village was itself built on Cloud Village's desire to sow discord within Konoha. Therefore, they hadn't sent anyone to negotiate in advance. Instead, they showed sincere goodwill by first bringing the large supercritical generator set and only confirming the price after verifying the installation environment for the biogas digester. She was fully aware of the intent behind this. After roughly calculating on the table, he spoke. Based on our calculations, the total cost for everything here comes to 2.5 billion. Zhengyi was somewhat surprised, but what surprised him was that this figure was far lower than his estimate. He knew that such high-end equipment was inherently expensive and the returns would last not just a year or two, but decades. This price was already extremely cheap. Zhengyi stroked his chin. Though he wasn't the clan head, he was in charge of liaising with Cloud Village, so Fugaku naturally had informed him of the clan's finances. The clan's liquid assets were around 500 million at the moment, plus the 500 million subsidy they had squeezed out of the third Hokage earlier, totaling about 1 billion. While Zhengyi was pondering, the third Hokage was also considering how to intervene in the transaction between the Uchiha and Cloud Village. However, she paused and continued, in light of the fact that this is our first cooperation with the Uchiha. Cloud Village has decided to gift the large supercritical generator set and the biogas digester technology to the Uchiha clan completely free of charge. The moment she said this, both Zhengyi and the third Hokage's pupils contracted simultaneously, clearly shocked. After a brief pause, a smile tugged at the corner of Zhengyi's lips. What a move, offering before asking. Such a generous investment means Cloud Village's ambitions are no small matter. That's too kind, Zhengyi said politely. This is no small sum. She smiled back. Indeed, it is not a small amount. But compared to the friendship of the Uchiha clan, the greatest clan in the shinobi world, this money is entirely worthwhile. The Uchiha should not be confined to a narrow sphere. They deserve a broader horizon. She paid no heed to the third Hokage's presence, almost openly courting the Uchiha. Zhengyi grinned. The Uchiha have indeed been too conservative in the past. From now on, we should make some changes. Since Cloud Village has shown such sincerity, we Uchiha will not refuse. The third Hokage coughed, forcibly interjecting, this is inappropriate. Zhengyi stroked his chin, looking at the third Hokage with an air of unhurried amusement. What advice does the third Hokage have? The third Hokage removed his Hokage hat and placed it on the desk covering the map. The Uchiha have always been part of Konoha. Since this involves public welfare, the village naturally must. Zhengyi gave a wry smile. The third Hokage has already issued the subsidy for the Uchiha's power plant and biogas digester. So there's no need. The third Hokage waved his hand, playing the good-natured elder. The previous subsidy was only for an ordinary power station and a small biogas digester. Since the Uchiha are willing to serve more of Konoha's residents, the village naturally cannot be stingy. She's expression shifted slightly. Lord 3rd Hokage Cloud Village has already waived all fees for this project. The 3rd Hokage put on a considerate front. Cloud Village has it hard. Developing a supercritical generator set and biogas technology takes capital. As allies, how could Konoha take advantage of you? We accept your goodwill, but we will pay the full 2.5 billion to Cloud Village without missing a single yen. I hope from now on our two villages will communicate more, exchange resources, and develop together on an equal and mutually beneficial basis. True to his reputation as a Hokage of decades, such official rhetoric flowed effortlessly from his lips. He had managed to cover all bases. Although she had been given full authority to handle this matter, faced with the 3rd Hokage's tactic of offering money and cutting off all escape routes, he was at a loss. Lord 3rd Hokage, this is Cloud Village's sincerity. By doing this, you make it difficult for us to report back. Zheng Yi shot a deep look at the 3rd Hokage. It was clear that the 3rd Hokage was using money to buy time. In terms of high-end combat power, Konoha indeed had no one who could match the Uchiha, but in terms of overall scale, the village completely overwhelmed the clan. The Hokage was using money to maintain stability. Since the 3rd Hokage had already paid, the Uchiha would not feel indebted to Cloud Village for having covered the cost, thus eliminating the basis for cooperation. But does the village have that much liquid capital? However, Zheng Ye's original purpose in inviting Cloud Village was never to lean absolutely toward either side. What he intended was to waver and reap benefits. Cloud Village's move had been somewhat unexpected, but the 3rd Hokage's response was within his expectations. Seeing she completely at a loss, Zheng Yi took the initiative. The 3rd Hokage has a point. Since we are all here for common development and mutual benefit, this matter should not allow Cloud Village to suffer a loss. We Uchiha appreciate your goodwill, but you must accept the payment. She, realizing the direction of events, had no choice but to nod in agreement. In that case, on behalf of Cloud Village, I thank Konoha. It's a matter of mutual benefit. I will arrange the funds immediately and strive to deliver the 2.5 billion to you as soon as possible. As he spoke, the 3rd Hokage glanced at Zheng Yi. Zheng Yi understood that the 3rd Hokage meant the entire 2.5 billion would come from the village, requiring no contribution from the Uchiha. This was yet another signal of reconciliation after Shisui and Itachi's defection. Having achieved his goal, the 3rd Hokage did not linger and immediately left with the Umbu. Zheng Yi waved for Dong Yu to see them out. He remained extending his hand to Shi. Don't worry. The Uchiha have received Cloud Village's goodwill. There will be plenty of time and opportunities for cooperation in the future. She grasped Zheng Yi's hand firmly. I will be staying here for a while longer. Please cooperate with the installation. Naturally. In the upcoming time, the Uchiha clan's territory entered a phase of comprehensive construction. Although they were located on the outskirts of Konoha and quite remote, the advantage was that the land on the periphery belonged entirely to them. Both the large power plant and biogas plant began construction at an astonishing speed. Zheng Yi was very interested in these infrastructures and made a special trip to take a look. He discovered that the ninjutsu of the ninja world significantly enhanced productivity. Take the foundation laying, for example. Adhering to engineering standards would require pouring concrete, and waiting for it to cure. How did the ninjas do it? 5 Earth Release Jonin went straight to work. The foundation's depth was 100 meters, supported by ultra-strong compressed rock pillars. In just one day, everything was completed. This was still due to the fact that they were not professionals in this line of work. If the rock hidden engineering team was called in, it would have only taken a few minutes. Other water release and wind release ninjas were responsible for professional site cleaning, ensuring that the construction area remained clean and tidy at all times. Fire release was used to rapidly dry the necessary areas of concrete. Lightning release quickly checked whether the wiring was correct. Each ninja with a different release technique had been dispatched from Konoha by the 3rd Hokage. Although the Uchiha clan expressed no need for assistance, the 3rd Hokage's excessive enthusiasm could not be resisted. As a result, the construction progress of the power plant and biogas pool changed almost daily. After observing for a few days, Zheng Yi handed all of this over to the clan's elder Tenghong. He had previously managed affairs related to people's livelihood, so overseeing these two plants was a piece of cake for him. This included the procurement of fuel for the power plant and the setup of electrical wiring, as well as the collection of fermentation materials for the biogas pool and the laying of pipelines. There were still plenty of trivial matters. Zheng Yi did not have a strong obsession with power. Even though he was also an elder, he preferred to be a hands-off manager. After all, he knew what the most important things were. Strength. Only with immense strength could the Uchiha clan ensure its survival and development. Thus, while construction was bustling on the outskirts of the clan territory, Zheng Yi was training with Daohua in the training ground. Lightning release, lightning step. Lightning flickered around Zheng Yi's legs. He moved rapidly across the ground, closing in on Daohua. At this moment, Daohua had already activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, making him sway to follow Zheng Yi. Their bodies began to move in sync. The clashing of their blades echoed through the training ground with a ringing sound. Daohuo's speed was not as fast as Zheng Yi's enhanced lightning release, but his swordsmanship was far superior. Neither side held an absolute advantage over the other. Use your eye technique, Zheng Yi instructed, ready to put some pressure on himself. Daohuo excitedly licked his lips. You better be careful, Zheng Yi. As both activated their Mangekyo Sharingan, their gazes met in that instant. Zheng Yi raised his blade to his chest, looking at Daohuo's gaze. Bang! A dull sound rang out, causing his hand to go numb. He blocked it. Zheng Yi had predicted the position of Tianyu's slash based on his experience. On the other side, Daohuo was not faring well. The added weight from Tianshang's technique caused his own gravity to double instantly. Daohuo stumbled greatly while moving at high speed, nearly twisting his ankle. If Zheng Yi hadn't retracted his attack quickly, Daohuo would have been seriously injured this time. Daohuo stopped, somewhat shaken, and said, Zheng Yi, your eye technique is too overpowered. Zheng Yi smiled at this. Everyone has their strengths. I really like your Tianyu slash too. Both sides understood the limits of each other. After all, Daohuo's Tianyu slash was not limited to a single strike. Zheng Yi brought his long knife to his eyes, realizing that the clan's standard blade was somewhat unwieldy for him. It was too long for high-speed combat. He primarily practiced lightning release and could adopt the high-speed body cultivation combat style. Furthermore, the constant doubling of gravity consumed a lot of chakra. If he maintained double gravity, his eye's endurance would be stronger. The talisman he gave to Fugaku was still unknown how much durability it had left, so he had to conserve it. Daohuo inserted his long knife into his waist. The blade he used was specially forged, though it was just of better quality, still a straight blade. Zheng Yi rotated his wrists. Have a batch of double-edged short blades crafted for me over in the cat country. I want to try a different length. Daohuo glanced at Zheng Yi's weapon, but showed no surprise. As long as the Uchiha activated their Sharingan, their control over their own bodies was astonishingly high. There would always be those who felt that the standard long blade did not match their combat style. Just like the large sword used by Dongyu, which was 1.5 meters long, twice the length of other straight blades. Alright, leave it to me. I will have them forge a batch of varying lengths for you to choose from. Sasuke has been standing by for a long time. Daohuo nudged Zheng Yi with his hand and gestured with his mouth. Zheng Yi turned his head and saw little Sasuke hesitating at the edge of the training ground. Could it be related to Itachi? You go ahead, I'll handle this. Daohuo's figure flashed, and Big brother Zheng Yi, where have you been these past few days? Since Sasuke woke up last time, he remembered going out to play with Naruto, but the specific details were already unclear. He had completely forgotten about the matter with Tai. However, he had always been concerned about Itachi. Yet Zheng Yi had been busy at the construction site and Sasuke couldn't find him. Is something the matter? Zheng Yi asked with a smile. Sasuke hesitated for a moment. Do you know where Zheng Yi looked at Sasuke's round face and found him quite adorable, unable to resist teasing him. Oh, do you mean your brother Itachi, or your brother Shisui? Sasuke shyly replied, it's brother Itachi. Zheng Yi pinched Sasuke's little face. What's this? Your brother just went out on a mission and you miss him already. Sasuke shook his head back and forth, finally dodging Zheng Yi's hand. I didn't. I heard someone say that your brother defected. Although Zheng Yi did not intend to rely on Sasuke to get through the upcoming tribulations, he still needed to provide him with some education. He asked sternly, who told you that? Where did you hear it? I heard it in the village. Some villagers were talking about it. Zheng Yi flicked Sasuke's forehead. Do you believe everything others say? Sasuke's eyes brightened. Could it be fake? No, it's true. As soon as Zheng Yi spoke, Sasuke seemed to be struck by lightning, standing there dumbfounded. Nissen. Defected. Little Sasuke's face was filled with disbelief, and fear and worry surged within him. Zheng Yi couldn't help but laugh. Itachi defected from the village, not from the clan. Why are you so anxious? What do you mean? Little Sasuke, at 5 years old, clearly did not understand the distinction. The Uchiha are Uchiha, and Konoha is Konoha. Your brother's name is Uchiha Itachi, not Konoha Itachi. His defection from the village doesn't affect anything for us. He will always have his place in the clan. Sasuke shook his head, clearly not comprehending much. He grasped Zheng Yi's clothing. Will Nissen come back? Don't worry, he will return, but it might take some time. Sasuke's mood was somewhat gloomy. He kicked the ground with his feet. The Ninja Academy is about to start, so it seems Nissen won't be back in time. Zheng Yi suddenly realized that Sasuke was about to attend the Ninja Academy. The wheels of history were beginning to turn. The enrollment ceremony for the ninja school required family and friends to be present, as was customary. For the enrollment ceremony, I will have Fugaku accompany you. Sasuke responded with a low, despondent sound. Clearly, he wanted Itachi to attend more than his father. Zheng Yi smiled, stroking his chin. Little Sasuke, wait until I give you a surprise. In the land of rain, white wings pierced the gray sky. They descended before a cave entrance. Two figures emerged, clad in black robes with cloud patterns and bamboo hats. They were Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's left hand was wrapped in bandages, and Shisui's face still bore unhealed scars. Their strength was among the pinnacle of the ninja world, but the ninja world was filled with all kinds of bizarre and unusual jutsu. If not for both possessing the Susanoo, they would have been wounded even more severely. After spending some time outside, Shisui and Itachi discovered that the missions in the black market were far more dangerous and treacherous than those within the village. Their experiences had grown considerably. "Why have you come?" Shisui offered a gentle smile, as if Conan were an old friend he hadn't seen in years, even though this was only their second meeting. "I have something to discuss with you, so I came." Conan's face showed a mix of hesitation and awkwardness, as if unsure how to face Shisui. Go ahead." Conan paused for a moment before speaking. "Our organization's leader Pain, in order to develop, intercepted the goods that Kumogaku was delivering to the Uchiha clan. Although he didn't wear the organization's robes since Orochimaru defected, the Uchiha clan Seiya will eventually find out. I felt this information shouldn't be hidden from you, so I came specifically to tell you." Conan's face was full of guilt and embarrassment toward a close friend, as if Shisui had been someone she had known for years like Nagato. Shisui and Itachi remained expressionless. They had been in constant contact with Seiya through summoning beasts, so naturally they were aware of this. Seiya had told Shisui to first observe Conan's reaction after being affected by Konoha Tsukumi. This time the Uchiha clan had not suffered a loss. In fact, they had gained considerable benefits. It would be best to deepen cooperation with Conan's side and see what she truly needed. "I see." Shisui's expression was calm and gentle, as if no conflict had ever occurred between the organization and the Uchiha clan. "Everyone is carrying out their own missions. Conan, you don't need to take it too much to heart." Conan was somewhat surprised that Shisui was so understanding, and she felt deeply moved. Her face showed a hint of shame and helplessness. "The people in the Hidden Rain village live in hardship. It's damp here all year round, and many suffer from the cold. But the village has no means to purchase such supplies." Shisui nodded in understanding, then said, "I will discuss this matter with the clan. It won't affect our friendship." Conan breathed a sigh of relief. "That would be perfect. The organization is still in its dormant period, and I need to recruit more elite members. I'll take my leave now. If there's anything, you can come to the Hidden Rain village to find Pain." After saying her goodbyes, Conan leaped into the air. White paper formed into enormous wings behind her, and she flew into the distance. Itachi remained silent throughout. He didn't fully understand Konoha Tsukumi, but it was clear that its effect was far more terrifying than he had imagined. "Shisui, what now?" Shisui lightly bit his finger, raised his hand, and with a puff of smoke a strange cawing sound echoed. The messenger crow had been summoned. "Let's ask Seiya first." As he spoke, he noticed a slip of paper already tied to the crow's leg. He took it down and read it, a smile spreading across his face. "It's for you." Itachi was startled, then took the paper. Seeing the words, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a gentle smile. How convenient. In Konoha at Naruto's home, Kakashi stood with his arms crossed, watching Naruto fill a bucket of water and scrub the house back and forth. "I go on one mission and the house ends up like this." After the incident with Yoda, Naruto had woken up and completely forgotten about it. He only remembered playing in the forest with Shikamaru and the others, with no recollection of how he got home. As a child with little self-discipline, when Kakashi wasn't around, Naruto naturally slacked off, turning the house into a pigsty. But at least he knew Kakashi was doing it for his own good. Even being made to clean the house, he didn't complain. He just scratched his head sheepishly. "Sorry, Kakashi, I was wrong. I'll keep the room clean from now on." "Kakashi, what mission did you go on this time? Why did it take so long?" Kakashi grunted in acknowledgement and casually replied, "There are still many places in the village without electricity and gas. This time Kumogaku sold us a batch of large generator sets and biogas technology." Kakashi stopped mid-sentence when he saw the bewildered look on Naruto's face, who clearly didn't understand. He sighed, thinking he was talking too much. Why bother explaining this to Naruto? Anyway, the most important thing is that you came back safely, Kakashi. Naruto wiped the sweat from his brow, genuinely happy. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knock sounded. Naruto tossed the towel aside and ran to open the door. "Third Hokage, you're here." The door opened, and indeed it was the third Hokage, whom he hadn't seen in a while. He. The third Hokage entered, affectionately patted Naruto's head, then looked around the room, spotting Kakashi and the spotless house. "Not bad, you've learned to clean up." "Lord Hokage." Kakashi bowed to the third Hokage. The third Hokage. "It seems Kakashi is doing a good job, but in terms of ideological education, we still need to teach him from multiple angles to bring Naruto up properly. Naruto, the Ninja Academy will be starting soon. I plan to enroll you in the academy so you can study well." Naruto's eyes lit up. He knew about the ninja. When he played with Shikamaru and the others, they had already mentioned that the academy was about to start. Then, will Sasuke and Shikamaru be going too? The third Hokage stroked his beard and chuckled. "They'll all be going. Only by learning more at the academy can you protect the village in the future. Great. I'm going to the ninja academy. Naruto jumped and danced with joy like a monkey that couldn't stop. When he calmed down a little, the third Hokage had already placed 5,000 ryo on the table. Naruto, take this money. You'll need to buy some school supplies for the academy. Wow. Great. Thank you, third Hokage. Naruto's eyes sparkled, already dreaming of his days at the academy. Alright, I'll be going now. I'll come see you. The third Hokage stood up and gave Kakashi a meaningful glance. Kakashi understood. Carrying some trash, he said to Naruto, I'll go take out the garbage. Outside the door, the third Hokage puffed on his pipe and spoke unhurriedly. How is the ideological education of Naruto progressing? Kakashi shook his head impassively. Naruto is too young. He forgets today what he was told yesterday, and he has no self-discipline. When I'm not around, the house becomes a garbage dump. The third Hokage tapped his pipe against the wall. Don't rush. The growth of the next generation requires long-term cultivation. Once he enters the academy, I'll have the teachers give him special attention. We'll change Naruto subtly. Kakashi bowed. Yes, Lord Hokage. The third Hokage paused, then said, Asuma has reported on your What do you think of Uchiha Seiya's combat strength? Kakashi thought for a moment and replied seriously, very strong. And his Susanoo is too versatile. The third Hokage glanced at the eye patch covering Kakashi's left eye, feeling a twinge of regret. If only Kakashi could use Susanoo too. Then the third Hokage dismissed that impractical thought. If Kakashi's eyes were Mangekyo, the Uchiha clan would never let them be outside the clan. Take good care of Naruto and report his condition to me at any time. Yes. The third Hokage waved his hand and left alone. Kakashi's eyes darkened. Should I really keep intervening in Naruto's thoughts? Yuin Village. Xiaonan said to Pain, who stood at the windward. Shui, and you are not concerned about the organization's attack on the Yunnan merchant caravan. They are still willing to remain in the organization. Moi. Pain turned his head in confusion, unable to comprehend why the Uchiha harbored no resentment toward such matters. But he trusted Xiaonan's judgment. After all, the Akatsuki had few members. Having these two occupy positions first was acceptable. In that case, continue to evaluate them. At that moment, a pitcher plant-like object slowly rose from the ground nearby. It was Zetsu. Zetsu's tone was frivolous from the start. Yet neither Pain nor Xiaonan answered him. The atmosphere turned awkward. Pain stared at Zetsu, an involuntary chill seeping into his brow. After all, this man was in cahoots with Uchiha Madara. Useful, but untrustworthy. A few seconds later, Pain finally spoke. Found suitable candidates. Zetsu switched to a hoarse voice, naturally. The rogue ninja of Suna Sasori of the Red Sand. The rogue ninja of Kiri Hashigaki Kisame. Both are excellent choices. I've already had my men track them. As for how to recruit them, that's up to you. The chill in Pain's expression softened. Orochimaru has defected. Some of the organization's intelligence may be compromised. Find out where he is now. It seems many things happened while I was away. Zetsu mused, I understand. He'll investigate. He paused, then continued, if all these people are recruited into the organization, its development will accelerate rapidly. Xiaonan shook her head. Not quite. Funding is far from sufficient. The organization still needs to lie low. Zetsu pondered for a moment, acknowledged, and slowly sank into the earth. Pain gazed out the window, lost in thought. Pain, both Zetsu and Madara are not to be trusted, Xiaonan murmured beside him. Pain turned to face her, his gaze much softer. Xiaonan, we've already set foot on this path. We must see it. Precisely because they are unreliable, we must recruit more people loyal to us. Xiaonan looked at Pain, the puppet made from Yahiko's body, and sighed inwardly. Only she knew the depth of Nagato's inner torment. But they could not stop, for if they did, no one would fulfill Yahiko. After a moment of silence, Xiaonan spoke. 37 more villagers have fallen gravely ill due to the environment. After we recruit enough members, we need to raise funds to improve the village's conditions. One step at a time, Pain said, looking out the window. We'll get through it. At the Konoha Ninja Academy gate, a crowd gathered. On one side stood parents, on the other children of 5 or 6 years old. The third Hokage addressed them. Congratulations on your enrollment. From now on you must study diligently to become ninjas. Naruto was brimming with excitement. He glanced around and soon spotted Shikamaru and his group. Shikamaru nodded to Naruto while Choji waved a bag of chips. Naruto beamed with joy. He turned his head and soon noticed a girl with white eyes. Her name is Hinata. Naruto recalled the winter 2 years ago when Hinata was bullied, and he fought to help her, getting badly beaten. But he hadn't seen Hinata since then. Naruto waved his arms vigorously, trying to greet everyone he knew. Hinata usually kept her head low. As the eldest daughter of the main branch, she was always shy outside the clan compound. So many people. I'm not used to this. Sensing someone calling her, she turned and saw Naruto waving at her. Hinata's face lit up with surprise, then a blush crept across her cheeks. She raised her small hand and waved back a simple greeting. Perhaps coming to the academy isn't so bad after all. Compared to Naruto's excitement, Sasuke appeared listless. He looked back. Although Fugaku stood among the parents and Masaya was there too, the person he most wanted to see was absent. I hope you will study well and help build this land of Konoha, the third Hokage concluded. After the speech, the crowd dispersed. The students gathered together chattering as they made new friends. This year's class was extraordinary. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the heirs of all major clans were placed in the same class. Even the Uchiha clan, the most prominent, was no exception. In essence, this class carried the future of Konoha. The parents naturally gathered to chat. Fugaku, dressed in the Uchiha police force uniform, was brimming with confidence, a poise and ease unseen for a long time. His eyes sparkled, and he smiled at everyone. The damage to his Mangekyo Sharingan had been fully healed. Now in his prime with restored ocular power, he exuded absolute confidence. Though other clan members didn't know the details, the Uchiha's rising prominence was undeniable. Especially the recently installed power plant and biogas digester outside the Uchiha compound, drawing many clans to seek collaboration. Fugaku was courted from all sides, his influence unparalleled. Masaya didn't join these conversations. He came purely to see the 12 young prodigies. Konoha was larger than he had imagined. Though he had patrolled several times, he had not encountered anyone other than Naruto, especially the Hyuga, a major clan where the young heiress rarely ventured outside. He scanned the crowd. Apart from Niji's class, everyone else was present. Masaya, I'm back. Senior Masaya? Two ordinary-looking youths approached him, interrupting his thoughts. Masaya gestured toward little Sasuke. He was heartbroken when you missed his birthday. The man's expression showed a mix of helplessness and affection. I've spoiled him. Masaya waved dismissively. He's just a child. Don't hold him to such high standards. A difficult childhood may take a lifetime to heal. Masaya's words were profound, and both men fell into thought. Sasuke, come here. Masaya called Sasuke over. Sasuke trudged over gloomily. What is it, big brother Masaya? Masaya glanced sideways. Look who's here. Sasuke looked up in confusion. The two before him were unfamiliar. Yet something about them felt strangely familiar. The man beside Masaya crouched down and flicked Sasuke's forehead. I'm back, Sasuke. Tap. Sasuke clutched his head, his pupils dilating. That feeling. It's Nizan. A grin spread across his face, joy lighting up his features. He opened his mouth to call out. Itachi raised a finger to his lips. Show. I came back secretly for your entrance ceremony. Sasuke nodded vigorously, unable to suppress his smile. He wrapped his arms around Itachi's leg and whispered, Nizan, I missed you so much. In the Uchiha clan compound's meeting room, Zheng Yi and Shisui sat facing each other. Shisui reported on his recent missions in the black market and the matter of Konan seeking them out. Konan is particularly concerned about the livelihood of the people in the Rain Village. This time, Pain's hijacking of the Cloud's cargo wasn't mainly for money. Rather, he wanted to use the goods for the Rain Village. Zheng Yi tapped his fingers unhurriedly on the table. That's quite normal, after all, it's Konan's hometown. And when they stole things as children, they later paid back the vendors when they had money. Zheng Yi recalled the content he had read in the past. Shisui assumed Zheng Yi had used a time-space ninja tool to fly to the past and witness it, so he didn't ask further. Is there anything in the Akatsuki that needs special attention? Shisui asked. Zheng Yi pondered for a moment. Every future member of the Akatsuki is no pushover, no one can be trusted. However, regarding Konan, we can deepen our contact and have deeper cooperation later. Shisui was taken aback. No need, Zheng Yi. She's under my kodoam at Tsukumi. She trusts me completely. Zheng Yi shook his head. Konan is important, but the leader of the Akatsuki is Pain. We need to ensure there are no logical errors so that Pain doesn't notice anything amiss. Although we can't give Konan the large-scale super boundary generator set, the technology related to biogas digesters is extremely detailed. Go find the elder later and have him copy all the technology. Bring it to Konan or Pain. With the technology, the materials shouldn't cost too much. The productivity of ninjas in the ninja world is terrifyingly high, especially with Nagato being proficient in all chakra natures and commanding a vast number of summoning beasts. He should be able to build the biogas digester quickly. Even if there are mistakes, he can blow it up and start over. For Zheng Yi, copying the technology was just a favor, but for the Rain Village. Once the biogas digester is built, the people's livelihood will greatly improve. Future cooperation with Pain will also be much more convenient. There are many applications for the biogas digester. We'll give you a brief idea and let Pain figure out the rest. Zheng Yi then mentioned to Shisui technologies like using the biogas digester to heat boilers, pipe hot water into homes for heating, and build greenhouses for cultivation. I understand, Zheng Yi. They'll go see the elder later. Shisui paused. Zheng Yi, what about the matter of... Zheng Yi waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. The third Hokage's thinking is too rigid. Even if Orochimaru returns, he might not be on the same side as the third from now on. Shisui nodded. He had no talent for politics. Matters like this were best left to Zheng Yi. He took out a notebook and handed it to Zheng Yi. Recently, 3 organizations have shown interest in our new iron-cutting material. They ordered 3,000 kunai and 20,000 shuriken, 400 ninja swords. The total profit is about 15 million ryo. The cat village's share is 5 million, so we can get 10 million. Zheng Yi flipped through it casually. He hadn't expected that the blueprint he had drawn for the first time had now been money. Shisui hesitated, then tentatively asked, Zheng Yi, if we kept the formula and produced it ourselves, the profit would be much higher. No need. Zheng Yi refused directly. Money can never be earned completely. The clan's priority should be improving strength. The amount of money earned is not that important. Of course, if clan members without ninja talent want to work in this field, we support them. All these profits go into the public account. Let the elder handle them from now on. The formula was provided by Zheng Yi, but he had no intention of keeping the money for himself. After all, he didn't have many uses for money. Moreover, once his strength increased, his conversion rate for money would be higher. I understand, Zheng Yi. Shisui was used to Zheng Yi's unconventional thinking and raised no objections. Go ahead and handle things. Even though the police force is staffed by our people, you and Itachi have defected, so be careful. After you finish these matters, leave Konoha immediately. No need to inform me again. With the 2 of you operating outside, Konoha will only be more wary of the Uchiha. Then I'll take my leave. Shisui wasn't one to dawdle. He used a transformation technique and left. Zheng Yi tapped the table unhurriedly, pondering his next move. Naruto probably wouldn't be bullied now. But aside from Konoha, where he had intervened, other talented children were still living in misery. Should he go and rescue them? That way he could earn more draw chances. Zheng Yi glanced at his system. Current draws remaining 10. He could do a 10 pull. He acted on impulse and tapped in his mind. Whoosh. As various colored orbs exploded in his mind, Zheng Yi's eyes lit up. A golden orb, a golden legend. Sealing scroll, void banishment, golden legend. A special sealing scroll. When unrolled and infused with chakra, it uses a unique ocular jutsu on the scroll to lock onto a target and forcibly banish it into a void space. The target remains in a dormant state within the void space, taking no damage. After 24 hours, it automatically unseals and returns to the scroll's location in the real world. Usage: one-time use. Spirit attribute point fine. Spirit 1, one-time absorption. Thundercloud talisman fine. Summons a thundercloud to strike random lightning. Crank requires open air, one-time use. Portable hot spring rare. Pour water into a bucket to turn it into a hot spring for 1 person. Soaking for 10 minutes restores stamina, heals minor injuries, external wounds, and relieves mental fatigue. Maximum usage time 2 hours per use. Permanent. Chakra test paper modified, a stack common. Reads target's chakra percentage, fatigue level, and weather under Genjutsu. 1 stack of 10 sheets. Strength attribute point fine. Strength 1, one-time absorption. Military rations pill all common. Recovers 10 stamina, 10 chakra, one-time use. Chakra metal dagger fine. Chakra transmission efficiency 50, a sharp and durable permanent. Healing scroll fine. Heals moderate wounds, slashes, fractures, not severed limbs, one-time use. Memory kunai fine. Copies 10 minutes of memory, allows others to experience it by holding, one-time use. Zheng Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement as he carefully examined the items. The void banishment was a great item. If he encountered an enemy he couldn't defeat, he could simply banish them. It was essentially an extra life, no wonder it was golden. The portable hot spring was also interesting. It made bathing convenient on long journeys, and it could heal injuries. Truly excellent. Among the other items, the attribute points were the best. But this time Zheng Yi didn't immediately allocate the points. Instead, he stored them. He wanted to experiment whether training on his own could increase attributes, or whether adding to spirit could recover damaged dojutsu. The land of earth. In the chaotic rock forest, the roar of ninjutsu burst out continuously. A full squad of 12 ANBU members were chasing a cloaked figure through the forest. The pursued person wore dark glasses and had paint on the right side of his face. Aburame Ryoma returned to the village immediately. The NBU behind him shouted coldly. Aburame Ryoma ignored them, flicking his hand. A cloud of poisonous insects exploded toward the pursuers like smoke. Dodge? It's highly toxic. The ANBU squad scattered, splitting apart. The leading ANBU quickly formed hand signs, fire-style great flame technique. He inhaled deeply, unleashing a fierce blaze. The smoke-like poisonous insects turned black and fell to the ground, charred by the flames. Shush! 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 The scattered ANBU tossed 3 large nets overhead. Aburame Ryoma's body suddenly exploded into a swarm of small insects flying through the mesh. The ANBU produced a special powder and threw it out. The flying insects trembled in the air as if hit by insecticide, then all fell to the ground. Aburame Ryoma's face turned pale. Impossible. Where did you get that? The ANBU leader snorted. Naturally, Danzo told us. Impossible. Lord Danzo would never betray me. Aburame Ryoma's face was full of disbelief. The ANBU leader shook his head. He's barely able to save himself now. What happened to Lord Danzo? Aburame Ryoma had been in hiding and was unaware of outside intelligence. By then the ENBU had bound him. You'll find out when you return. Wind Country. A figure trudged slowly through the desert carrying a massive bundle on his back. Tisk, this Wind Country is truly vast, and the environment is utterly harsh. Zheng Yi pulled out a map, studied it briefly, then glanced at his compass, adjusted his direction, and continued onward. He had already delegated the establishment of power plants and biogas digesters back in the clan, and the security force was under Fu Yu's management. With time finally on his hands, Zheng Yi naturally intended to rescue Gaara, who lived in misery, just like Naruto. If the villagers of Konoha bullied Naruto out of ignorance and herd mentality, then the people of Sunagakure bullied Gaara even at the risk of being killed themselves. This was the ultimate manifestation of the bullying spirit. In comparison, Naruto had no parents to protect him. Gaara, on the other hand, was bullied by his own father, who led the charge. The most brain-dead person in the ninja world bar none, the fourth Kazekage Raza. Known as the Mysterious Value Man, he spent every day sending assassins after his own 5-year-old son, under the guise of testing Gaara's worth. If Gaara lost control and killed someone, he was deemed worthless. If he held back, the assassinations continued. It was a classic case of left brain attacking right brain. Zheng Yi planned to check on Gaara's situation, at least to free him from the daily threat of assassination. He had been in Wind Country for 10 days now, truly experiencing what harsh environment meant. More than half of Wind Country was desert, not only lacking farmland, but also towns. Only a few settlements had been established where underground water sources existed. But compared to Fire Country, this place was far too poor, too bitter, too backward. The basic economy was undeveloped, and the people's livelihood was mostly difficult. Wind Country had a long coastline, but with the current technology, there were no large-scale seawater filters. Everywhere was salini-alkali land, and still no usable farmland. If not for the export of special desert medicinal herbs and Raza's continuous gold panning subsidies, Sunagakure would have collapsed long ago. After 12 days of walking, Zheng Yi finally reached the entrance of Sunagakure. The village nestled within a massive circular sand wall, and all its buildings were round, wind and sand-resistant structures, quite distinctive. This time, Zheng Yi's identity was a commercial representative of the Uchiha clan. His steel-slicing series of metal could increase the sharpness of ninja tools by 30%. Door-to-door sales were perfectly plausible. Of course, few merchants came to Sunagakure, so when he reached the village entrance, he was naturally interrogated. Who goes there? The Sunagakure ninja eyed Zheng Yi warily as he approached. If he hadn't been alone, they would have attacked already. Zheng Yi took a document from his pocket and handed it over. I am a merchant from the Uchiha clan, here to see if Sunagakure has any trade needs. Uchiha. Merchant. The Sunagakure guard was dumbfounded. This was entirely beyond his knowledge. Uchiha. Merchant. How did those two words go together? And even if he were a merchant, why would he come to a godforsaken place like Sunagakure? The guard couldn't make a decision, so he immediately reported up. Zheng Yi didn't wait long before a ninja with red markings on his face and a cloth covering half his face appeared before him. Hello, I am Baki. The other party was polite upon hearing the name Uchiha. Zheng Yi smiled slightly. I am Uchiha Zheng Yi. Hearing this introduction, Baki was taken aback, then startled. You are the Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharingan. Baki's voice trembled, and the guards at the entrance all turned their gazes toward him. Uchiha Zheng Yi was the most talked about person in the ninja world recently. In Konoha, he controlled the situation with a flip of his hand. Even the third Hokage could not contend with Zheng Yi and could only yield. Other intelligence might be true or false or ambiguous, but the fact that Uchiha Zheng Yi possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan was set in stone. Zheng Yi's eyes shifted, from ordinary eyes to 3 tomo, then transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Baki took a deep breath. So it is Lord Zheng Yi gracing us with your presence. Please come in. He gestured with his hand, inviting Zheng Yi inside. Though Zheng Yi was young, the ninja world did not judge by age, but by ability. The Uchiha were now the #1 clan in the ninja world, and the Mangekyo was the strongest combat power. Baki dared not be negligent. Zheng Yi nodded slightly, and followed Baki inside. In the Sunagakure meeting room, Zheng Yi looked around the room as he sat down. The meeting room had lights, but from the wattage they were likely powered by a small generator. Along the way, the buildings were old and dilapidated, and the street-side commerce was sparse. The people's livelihood was even worse than in small towns of Fire Country. The living environment was so harsh that it was no wonder Sunagakure dreamed of biting off a piece of Fire Country in the previous ninja wars. May I ask what brings Lord Zheng Yi here? Baki asked cautiously. Though the Third Great Ninja War had ended, the relationship between Sunagakure and Konoha was only Zheng Yi appeared relaxed, as if he were merely sightseeing. Where is your Kazekage? What I want to discuss is beyond your authority. Baki's heart skipped a beat. Recalling the recent upheaval Uchiha had caused in Konoha and intelligence from the black market, he knew that what Zheng Yi was about to say was likely extremely sensitive. Lord Zheng Yi the Kazekage is temporarily absent. Zheng Yi clasped his hands together on the table. Oh, is the Kazekage out mining gold again? This was a statement of fact. Everyone in the ninja world knew Raza sold gold dust. But the tone carried a hint of mockery. Baki's expression darkened, but he did not lash out. Perhaps Lord Zheng Yi should rest in the village for a few days. The Kazekage will return soon. Zheng Yi was only too happy to stay longer. The more time he had, the more intelligence he could gather to facilitate his plans. In that case, let's first discuss business. This is the steel slicing series of ninja tools. See if Sunagakure is interested. He took out shuriken, kunai, and other accessories from his bag and placed them on the table. Steel slicing. Baki picked up a kunai and examined it. The blade gleamed with a sharp, cold light. He took out a kunai from his own tool pouch and struck them together. Screech. The sound was like a saw grating inside one's ear, harsh and piercing. His own kunai had a cut 1/3 deep. So sharp. Baki was startled. This quality of ninja tool was top tier. A flicker of thought passed through his eyes, and he asked uncertainly, I recall Uchiha's ninja tools were all forged by the cat village. Is Uchiha now going into production on its own? Zheng Yi shrugged, feigning helplessness. I'm sure Sunagakure knows that Konoha cannot tolerate us, Uchiha. We need to raise more funds for contingencies. Baki did not expect Zheng Yi to be so blunt. He pondered for a moment. Sunagakure has its own ninja tool supply chain. But your steel slicing series is of exceptional quality. The Kazekage should be interested. Please stay in the village for a few days until he returns for a detailed discussion. Zheng Yi had no objection. Final take a stroll around Sunagakure for a couple of days. A smile played on his face, but in his heart he thought, will I be able to see Gaara? Zheng Yi had no objection. Final take a stroll around Sunagakure for a couple of days. A smile played on his face, but in his heart he thought, will I be able to see Gaara? Sunagakure village. Zheng Yi wandered aimlessly, accompanied by Baki as a guide. Though ostensibly keeping him company, it was also to prevent Zheng Yi from accessing sensitive areas. Sunagakure was vast, but due to the wind and sand, tall buildings were rare. Houses rarely exceeded 2 stories. However, on the distant rock walls there were numerous caves. It was evident that those caves were also inhabited. Based on Zheng Yi's knowledge, the conditions inside were likely far more comfortable than the houses below. Sunagakure seems to be short on water, Zheng Yi remarked casually. Baki nodded in agreement. The sand cannot retain water indeed. As such facts were known throughout the ninja world, Baki saw no need to conceal them. After all, these were just pleasantries. One spoke, the other responded simply to avoid awkwardness. Zheng Yi gazed at the endless yellow sand. The land of wind is vast. If properly managed, it wouldn't be like this. Baki's eyes held a hint of helplessness. The country has too little arable land to support many people. If you actively develop technology, increasing farmland might be possible. The general level of knowledge in Sunagakure was low, but Baki was a capable man. Technology. Baki nodded slightly, assuming Zheng Yi referred to generators. The village has electric lights now, which indeed saves much manpower and resources. Zheng Yi shook his head. This was a matter of perception. Sunagakure was near the sea, but had never considered large-scale seawater desalination. For years they only thought of invading other nations. Shinobi with their immense destructive power were inherently restless. Research was thankless. Transforming land was far slower than seizing it. Unfortunately, Sunagakure had been losing wars since Tsunade's rise and the suppression of poison. The path of conquest was thus blocked. If you develop large-scale seawater filtration devices, you could gradually improve Sunagakure's conditions. It's slower but stable. Zheng Yi, knowing the future trajectory of the world, spoke casually. But Baki took his words to heart. After all, it was clear to everyone that Sunagakure was in steady decline. The gold dust in the desert would only diminish. On the battlefield, Sunagakure held no advantage, so they naturally sought other paths. Baki was a flexible man, neither hawkish nor dovish. He was willing to try any method that could improve Sunagakure. While Baki was lost in thought, he failed to notice that Zheng Yi had already wandered far ahead. Zheng Yi was unaware of Baki's thoughts. Though he appeared to be strolling through Sunagakure, his ears were pricked for the sounds of children's laughter, and he would walk past whenever he heard it. He knew that Gaara's childhood was profoundly loveless. No parental affection, no playmates. He would surely be near areas where other children played. Zheng Yi passed several spots where children were playing, but saw nothing. Finally, he found it. A group of children was playing soccer in a sandy arena enclosed by walls. Haha, pass the ball. Quick, stop him, the ball's over there. Shoot. Huh. In contrast to the joyous laughter on the field, the child with the character love engraved on his forehead sat alone on a nearby swing, silent and motionless. Zheng Yi's heart skipped a beat when he saw the mark on Gaara's forehead. He remembered that it appeared after Yashimaru, ordered by Raza to assassinate Gaara, died. How pitiful the last glimmer of light in Gar's childhood was snuffed out by Raza himself. Since that event had occurred, it meant Gar's mental state was extremely unstable. A thoughtful gleam passed through Zheng Ye's eyes, then a corner of his mouth curled up as a plan formed. He slowly walked along the edge of the field, carefully waiting for an opportunity. One of the children kicked the ball hard, sending it flying over 20 meters high. The opportunity has come. Zheng Yi watched the ball arc over Gar's head and activated his Sharingan. Instantly, double gravity pressed down on the ball. It plummeted midair and landed right beside Gar. Thud! A swirl of sand rose from the ground, intercepting the ball and holding it in place. The children, who had been jubilant moments before, froze as if struck by a paralysis jutsu. They stood petrified. Gaara, his expression bewildered, picked up the ball and looked at the children. This ball. He began holding it. The children's teeth chattered, their faces twisted in terror. Gaara. Sabaku no Gaara. Run, help. Several children abandoned the ball and fled in fear. Gaara's pupils contracted sharply as he saw the terrified expressions on their faces. Gaara seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. He reached out, his voice frantic. Wait. Don't leave me alone. The sand surrounding Gaara surged violently at his will, wrapping around the children and pulling them back toward him. The children clawed at the sandy ground, crying out, help. No, please. Little did they know that their screams only further agitated Gaara. Gaara's gaze shifted from panic to ferocity as he looked at those he had dragged back. I don't want to be alone anymore. His eyes became bloodshot as more sand enveloped the 6 children, completely tightening around them. Just as the children were about to be crushed to death within Gaara's sand, a muffled thud sounded. A figure burst into the space before the children and swept the sand away. Freed from the sand, the children hesitated for a moment, then scrambled to escape. Quick, run. Gaara wants to kill us. Seeing those he had dragged back flee, Gaara's face twisted in fury. Ayah! With a snarl, massive amounts of sand shot toward Zheng Yi. Baki, who had been by the street, noticed the commotion. His heart sank. He watched helplessly as a torrent of sand surged toward Zheng Yi. But he was not worried for Zheng Yi's safety. He feared that Gaara might lose control. Zheng Yi's figure flickered, and in just 2 seconds he was beside Gaara. Lord Zheng Yi, please don't harm him. Baki barely managed to shout before Gaara collapsed without warning. Baki's heart leaped into his throat. Because if Gaara lost consciousness, Shikaku would seize control of his body. Sure enough, sand began to pour from Gaara's body, as if it were a sandbag. But Zheng Yi merely frowned and placed his hand on Gaara's head. The sand instantly dissipated. Gaara fell into a deep unconsciousness. Seizing the moment, Zheng Yi's ocular power invaded Gaara's mental world. He immediately saw the floating seal tag and the caged Shikaku beneath it. Time was short, so he resorted to the crudest method, channeling his ocular power directly into the gaps of the seal. Baki and 2ANBU arrived belatedly. Lord Zheng Yi, are you alright? Though he asked, his eyes were fixed. Zheng Yi glanced at him and shrugged. Is he mentally unstable? Baki, unsure if Zheng Yi had discovered Gaara's identity, could only nod awkwardly. A bit unstable, sorry for the trouble. Zheng Yi waved dismissively. It's nothing. His technique was unusual, but it couldn't hurt me. Alright, I've seen enough. Let's get something to eat. Baki, relieved, nodded repeatedly. He signaled to the 2ANBU and led Zheng Yi away. Rain Village. The drizzle continued pattering softly. The sky seemed perpetually shrouded in gray. Shisui, clad in a black robe with red clouds, led Itachi to the village entrance, rainwater sliding off the brim of their conical hats. The guards, upon seeing their attire, respectfully stepped aside. Conan was away recruiting, so Shisui had come directly to see Pain. The architecture of Rain Village stood in stark contrast to Konoha's Japanese style, houses all constructed from steel and resembling upright steel pipes. This design was necessitated by the constant rain facilitating drainage. All water was channeled into the village's inland lake, forming a natural barrier around it. Thus, the village needed only a long bridge to connect with the outside world, deterring most enemies. Moreover, Nagato had developed the Rain Tiger at will technique, easily detecting intruders by sensing chakra in the raindrops. This was Shisui and Itachi's first visit to Rain Village. Water was everywhere, and the air carried a faint metallic scent of moisture. Their target was the tallest tower at the village center where Pain awaited. As they walked, Shisui and Itachi noticed that while the villagers lived in poverty and bore signs of illness, their faces showed not pain but a sense of security. For the land of Rain was a small country caught between great powers, and the villagers' greatest fear was war. Every time a ninja war erupted, many in Rain Village would lose their lives for no reason. Now that Pain ruled Rain Village, he enforced a policy of isolation. But his strength was absolute. Whether rogue ninjas or spies from other nations, anyone who dared enter the village would be killed. Jinnya had analyzed Pain's character, so Shisui was cautious but not tense. He even teased Itachi as they walked. Did Sasuke cry again when you left? Itachi smiled gently, a mix of affection and resignation. Sasuke is still young. Not that young, he's 6 now. At his age you were already on the battlefield. Itachi shook his head, his expression distant. Times are different. I don't want Sasuke to bear too much. Shisui patted his shoulder. We're here. Itachi hummed in acknowledgement, then lowered his voice. There's chakra in the rain. It might be a detection jutsu. MMI no. They fell silent, and soon reached the tower. As the highest seat of power in Rain Village, it stood without it. Not a single soul was in sight. Pain had too many secrets to allow others near, so he maintained an air of mystery. Entering the tower, they shook their cloaks, sending droplets of water splashing to the floor, leaving a trail of wet footprints behind them. Pain stood at an open window upstairs, his expression impassive. What brings you here? Shisui and Itachi looked up at him, their eyes briefly scanning his Rinnegan. You're the organization's leader, Pain, Shisui stated, not waiting for a reply. Our clan learned of your raid on the Cloud Caravan last time. Pain's expression remained unchanged. He merely hummed, so, though he had suffered a defeat before, his strongest path, the Deva path, had not been deployed. Pain did not believe he was inferior to Jinye, so he maintained a lofty attitude. He was confident he could handle any situation. Shisui unhurriedly produced a scroll. The 4th elder of our clan, Uchiha Jinye, believes the Akatsuki organization has great potential. Our clan wishes to deepen cooperation with the organization. This contains technology for biogas digesters, a gift to the organization to improve Rain Village's environment and people's livelihood. In truth, Pain was still displeased, as Jinye had dismantled one of his 6 paths of pain. Hearing this, surprise flickered in his eyes. He had anticipated various reactions from Jinye, condemnation, negotiation, or rebuke. But he had not expected the other side to seek deeper cooperation. Pain extended his hand. A suction force pulled the scroll from Shisui's grasp, sending it flying upward. Pain opened the storage scroll. With a puff, a large pile of documents appeared before him. He picked up the top one, an introduction to biogas digesters and required materials, and began to read. With a single glance, he recognized that biogas digesters were perfectly suited for Rain Village. The key aspects were airtightness and pipeline installation. Given Rain Village's constant rain, its inhabitants were skilled in such matters. Moreover, there was an abundance of organic waste, making it a perfect match. Shisui, recalling Jinye's words, suggested, I see the villagers live in damp, cold conditions. After the biogas digesters are built, you could also construct a large hot water boiler room. Pipes could carry hot water to every corner of the village. Homes could be warmed and dried, workshops could be heated for cultivation. Although Nagato had never attended school as a child, the practical applications Shisui described were immediately clear. Just thinking about it, he could see how the successful establishment of biogas digesters would dramatically improve the living standards of Rain Village. In the knowledge-blockaded, information-starved ninja world, the breadth of Jinye's knowledge was a devastating advance. Pain was deeply impressed and filled with admiration. He flipped through the detailed construction plans for the biogas digester, then looked up at Shisui and said earnestly, I have seen the Uchiha's sincerity. If there is ever anything you need help with, the organization will not refuse. Here. Pain flicked his fingers, and 2 rings flew towards Shisui. Shisui caught them. The ring faces bore the characters Mirror and Crimson. These are the rings worn by official members. From today, you are formal members of the Akatsuki. If you encounter tasks beyond your abilities, you may also seek assistance from the organization. Shisui bowed slightly. Understood, leader. We'll take our leave now. Pain hummed in acknowledgement, but his attention was already absorbed in the scrolls. Sunagakure. VIP Lounge. After encountering Gaara the previous day, Jinye had not left it. He browsed through the items in his prize space, while pondering how to handle Gaara's situation. Though their contact had been brief, Jinye had thoroughly examined Gaara upon first meeting. Thanks to his previous examinations of Naruto's seal several times, Jinye had gained some experience in this area. Compared to the solid seal on Naruto, Gaara's seal was riddled with holes. Shikaku's chakra leaked out easily. Thus Gaara was constantly invaded by Shikaku's while unable. However, precisely because Gaara's seal was weak, Jinye had left enough dojutsu to plug the gaps and expand them. If he withdrew or dispersed that dojutsu, he could damage the seal at any time. The key was how to change Gaara's fate. Jinye surveyed his prize space, his gaze settling on the golden scroll. This is it then. Having made up his mind, Jinye stayed in Sunagakure peacefully. 2 nights later, the 4th Kazekage Raza in the Kazekage's office. Upon receiving the village's message, Raza hastened back without a moment's delay. He would have returned that same day, but ill fortune befell him in the form of a sandstorm. Even as the Kazekage, he dared not travel recklessly in the face of such primal forces. Trapped outside for 2 grueling days, he finally returned. Though Raza now bore a weary visage, he forced himself to be alert as he greeted Zhengyi. Forgive me for not receiving you properly. I did not expect an Uchiha to visit our village. Please have a seat. Zhengyi smiled amiably as he sat down. Not at all, it is I who arrived unannounced. You know, Kazekage, that I cannot come to Sunagakure openly, for it would arouse Konoha's suspicions toward us Uchiha. Zheng Ye's words were laden with meaning, deliberately separating Konoha and the Uchiha into two distinct entities, even hinting at the mutual distrust between them. Raza, having ascended to the position of Kazekage through his own cunning, naturally perceived the implication. His heart stirred, and he probed. It seems relations between the Uchiha and Konoha are not harmonious. Zheng Yi waved a hand, adopting a resigned demeanor. Though the Uchiha founded the village alongside the Senju ever since the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, we have been targeted. And it so happens that the third Hokage and those council elders are all disciples of Senju Tobarama. Such treatment is unavoidable. Raza cast a deep appraising glance at Zheng Yi. While not top secret, this intelligence was still a relatively private matter among Konoha's upper echelons. Zheng Yi's unguarded disclosure was clearly meant to convey a stance. Then, Zheng Yi, what is the specific purpose of your visit? Raza now addressed him by name, signaling a gesture of closeness. Recently, I trust the Kazekage has seen the intelligence regarding the disputes between the Uchiha and Konoha. If we Uchiha do not plan more carefully for our clan's future, I fear one day Konoha will annihilate us. Raza nodded, indicating for Zheng Yi to continue. I came to Sunagakure first to market our latest Iron Cutter series of ninja tools, earning some extra income for the clan. Second, to discuss strategic cooperation with Sunagakure. Zheng Yi paused for a moment. We Uchiha will return to our roots as a mercenary clan. If Sunagakure has any inconvenient missions, you are welcome to enlist our services. Of course, should Konoha and Sunagakure go to war again, we will have even more avenues for collaboration. Raza's eyes lit up. Though he had little interest in hiring the Uchiha, the latter prospect intrigued him. 6 years had passed since the Third Great Ninja War, but the Fourth Great Ninja War would inevitably come. With the Uchiha as an insider within Konoha, Sunagakure could exploit many opportunities in future conflicts. Does the Uchiha aspire to independence? Raza asked bluntly. Zheng Yi did not answer directly, but replied ambiguously, the conditions are not yet ripe. For now, we can only defend ourselves. Very well, I understand. Raza's face broke into a smile. I will give you my contact information. There will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Raza handed Zheng Yi a sealed scroll. As for your Iron Cutter series of ninja tools, we will also place an order. On his way back to the village, Raza had already obtained the samples Zheng Yi had given to Maki. Such high-quality ninja tools were in demand by any hidden village. Zheng Yi rose and extended his hand to Raza. Then may our cooperation be pleasant. Raza smiled and shook his hand. Pleasant indeed. I have other places to go, so I will not stay longer. Farewell. Raza glanced out the window. The moon had climbed high into the night sky. But for a ninja, this posed no issue. In that case, allow me to see you out of the village. Raza courteously escorted Zheng Yi outside. Zheng Yi assessed the situation, realizing that the cluster of ocular power could not be retrieved. With a flicker of his mind, he dispersed that power. Zheng Yi's vision blurred, and his steps faltered. Raza, walking ahead, noticed and turned to look at him. But he saw Zheng Yi turn his head toward the north. A colossal surge of chakra erupted like a whirlwind, detonating in the northern sky. Ehehe, your lord is finally free. Accompanied by a shrill roar, a gigantic sand tanuki appeared beneath the moonlight. Raza's face contorted in shock. Without even a word to Zheng Yi, he vanished in a flash, dashing toward the scene. Zheng Yi naturally followed alongside him. Die? All of you die. Shikaku took a deep breath, then slammed a paw onto its belly. Air bullet. Its mouth gaped wide, and the air it had inhaled blasted out at even greater speed. The buildings struck by the impact collapsed like dominoes, instantly reduced to rubble. Yellow sand whirled into the air, kicking up vast clouds of dust. A long drawn-out wail of alarms echoed through Sunagakure. Villagers scattered like ants in every direction. Run! Gar's gone berserk again. Run! I don't want to die. Help! Someone save me. As if rehearsed, the villagers fled from their homes along predetermined routes. Of course, a few were trapped by collapsing buildings. Umbu of Sunagakure descended in a flurry, transporting the villagers to safety. Ehehe! All of you die. The colossal Shikaku let out a piercing laugh, swinging its arms. Vast waves of sand surged outward like a tsunami. Ah! Damn it! Sunagakure's shinobi were struck by the sand waves sent flying like baseballs. Raza landed near Shikaku, surveying the devastation with a grim expression. How could Shikaku's chakra have leaked so much? Has the seal completely failed? Gar's berserk state occurred when Shikaku's chakra leaked from the seal and seized his body. The amount of leaked chakra directly determined Shikaku's size. Now Shikaku stood nearly 50 meters tall, wielding at least 70% of its true power. The critical issue was that Raza was in poor condition, his chakra not fully replenished. Yet as the Kazekage, he had to control Shikaku. Release the gold sand. Raza's arrival provided a rallying point for the panicked Sunagakure. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Several Umbu hauled out large boxes, opening them to pour heaps of gold sand into the sea of sand covering the ground. Raza's ability was magnet-release gold dust, allowing him to rapidly convert surrounding sand into gold sand. The more gold sand available, the faster the conversion. Soon the yellow sand beneath Raza was transformed into a golden ocean. Zheng Yi stood on a high rock ledge watching the spectacle. He had orchestrated a faint, elusive smile on his lips. Now when should I make my move?